Chapter 1. What the heck? What's going on here? I never knew our Huaxia had completed the global quest. Even Old Black is speaking in Chinese now. Wow, it's truly marvelous that the whole world is speaking Chinese. Damn it, this means I no longer need to worry about those fools insulting me in English. Hey, buddy, what are you daydreaming about? Wow, you're actually speaking English. Hey, buddy, what nonsense are you spouting? Let's play ball. Good grief, I really overthought this. Longsan covered his eyes, unable to refrain from cursing. Just a glance at his surroundings made him realize he had misunderstood the situation. All around him were black and white individuals, and he alone stood out as a yellow-skinned, black-eyed Huaxia person. It became abundantly clear to him that this was not the long-cherished dream of Huaxia, completing the global quest and successfully unlocking Chinese as the world's sole language. Instead, he had traversed time and space to the beautiful country in 2007. Of course, this was also something he gleaned from the memories of the body he had just acquired. Upon a brief inquiry, he discovered that he had already been in the beautiful country for 3 years. In terms of English proficiency, disregarding appearances, he was practically indistinguishable from an American. This was precisely why, upon awakening, he instinctively interpreted the English spoken around him as if they were conversing in Chinese. His previous understanding of English was limited to individual words, rendering him incapable of comprehending full English conversations. Thus, when he realized everyone around him was communicating in a foreign tongue, he mistakenly thought they were speaking Chinese. He subconsciously believed that it was Huaxia that had completed the global quest and unlocked the Chinese mission. Damn it, what a false alarm. However, once he clarified the situation, Longsan realized that the black individual before him was his college roommate, Parker, and they had come to play basketball together. Due to the unavailability of a court at that moment, they had taken a seat beside the basketball court, and just as they settled down, Longsan had crossed over, leading to the earlier events. Understanding this, Longsan hastily called out to his roommate, Parker, "Hey, buddy, wait a moment, I need to use the restroom." Then he hurried away, leaving Parker on the sidelines, utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening with Longsan. Of course, Longsan was unconcerned with such matters, rushing towards the restroom. Once inside, he exclaimed in delight, System, come forth. Ding! NBA 2K21 system successfully bound to the host. Wait, what kind of system are you? Full name of the system, NBA 2K21 game system. Damn, so it's you, this trash system, that caused my crossover. Upon hearing the name, Longsan realized it was undoubtedly the game he played in his past life. Please use civilized language, host. Damn, you're quite intelligent. Of course, that's standard for the system. All right, enough chit-chat. Tell me, am I bound to the cracked version or the official one? Ding. The host may check on their own. This system does not provide any answers unrelated to the system. What? You mean that question isn't related to the system? Ding. The system detects that this question does not comply with system-related protocols. Then tell me, what skills do I possess? Ding. Exceeds the system's knowledge range, unable to answer. Damn, you're impressive. Can I just check myself? Longsan, speechless, promptly silenced the system's notifications. Open the character panel. Ding. Character panel opened. Host, Longsan. Age, 18 years, 68 days. Nationality, Huaxia. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 101 kilograms. Wingspan, 230 centimeters. Vertical jump, 120 centimeters. Running reach, 398 centimeters. 100-meter sprint speed, 10.0 s. Hang time, 1.18 s. Bench press, 240 kilograms. Wow. This is just like the data from the cracked version of the game. Damn. Does this mean I've bound the capabilities of the cracked version? Hee. Then am I not invincible? Let me see if the player data has changed. Ding. Player data panel opened. Host, Longsan. Age, 18 years, 68 days. Nationality, Huaxia. Height, 201 centimeters. Weight, 101 kilograms. Player position, point guard, shooting guard. Dribbling, 85,100. Passing, 80,100. Three-point shooting, 100,100. Two-point shooting, 98100. Free throw, 100-100. Defense, 65,100 blocks, 60 steals, 75. Rebounding, 75,100. Overall rating, 89100. Damn, system, come out. I promise I won't kill you, you little brat, for altering my data. Ding. Please remain rational, host. Your fully maxed values are impossible in reality, and not even in the game could they exist. The reason you possess these values, do you not have a shred of self-awareness? Hey system, don't push it too far. Those values were earned through a week of hard work. Hee, isn't that why you got banned 3 days after going online for being too outrageous? Damn, is the system also here to expose my shortcomings? In merely helping you recognize reality. Fine, I won't quibble over that, but damn it, I played as a point guard. You do realize that, right? Of course. Why are you making such a fuss? You know nothing. You've significantly weakened my dribbling and passing. Damn, I genuinely want to ask you, what were you thinking? Host, don't push your luck. I made your 3-point and free throw maxed out as my utmost effort. Have you ever seen anyone with a 100? Others max out at 99, which is already exceptional, and your 100 is merely because it can't exceed that. So be content. Longsan could only cover his face and laugh awkwardly at what the system said. All right then, but at the very least, I am playing as a point guard. You can't keep my dribbling stats this low. Rest assured, host, all unmaxed values will have the potential to increase once you successfully join an NBA team. Oh, is that so? That's good. Having said that, Longsan no longer dwelled on the data issues. He cheerfully exited the restroom, shaking his hands. When Longsan emerged from the restroom, humming a tune, he noticed that the basketball court was now bustling with activity. Hey buddy, why are there suddenly so many people at the court? Longsan casually grabbed an older black gentleman and inquired in English. Hey buddy, you don't know? Know what? The NBA superstar LeBron James is playing at the front court. Damn, it's that old man LeBron. No wonder there are so many spectators. What? Since Longsan had just spoken in Chinese, the older black gentleman was left bewildered, staring at Longsan, and inadvertently uttered that word. Only then did Longsan realize he had spoken in Chinese. So he hurriedly switched to English and said, I want to go watch too. Oh buddy, you like LeBron as well. Oh buddy, of course. Longsan wasn't lying. He knew that in his past life, this old man had played for 20 seasons in the NBA and often faced ridicule from netizens for having played 20 seasons without making any progress. Hey, buddy, why are you grinning like an idiot? Oh, buddy, I'm just thinking about how to talk to LeBron when I meet him later. Oh my gosh, buddy, you're something else. Longsan couldn't be bothered with the older black gentleman and hurriedly greeted him before pushing his way into the crowd. With his towering height and sturdy build, Longsan easily squeezed to the front of the throng. Indeed, he spotted old LeBron warming up on the court. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Perhaps this was the fastest route for him to enter the NBA. Considering that it was already October 2007, the draft had concluded back in June. Now, he would need to explore other avenues to enter the NBA. With unwavering audacity, he approached the warming up LeBron James and exclaimed, Hey buddy, how about we have a game? At that moment, LeBron was undoubtedly perplexed, staring at Longsan with a bewildered expression. In disbelief, he queried Longsan, Hey buddy, are you serious? Longsan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, Of course, buddy. You're the little emperor of the NBA, aren't you? Why the hesitation? Noticing LeBron's apparent lack of enthusiasm towards his suggestion, Longsan intentionally provoked him further. As expected, upon hearing Longsan's taunt and recalling the previous finals where he was swept by the Spurs, LeBron, fueled by frustration, retorted, All right then, buddy, but don't you dare regret it. With LeBron's agreement, Longsan beamed, declaring, Rest assured, buddy, I won't have any regrets. Go ahead, you serve first. LeBron tossed the basketball to Longsan, his expression devoid of emotion. Hey, LeBron, don't regret letting me take the first shot, Longsan said, feeling the familiar rhythm return as he held the ball. Trust me, buddy. LeBron was exceedingly confident in his abilities to him. Even if Longsan possessed some skill, how could a street ball enthusiast possibly outplay an NBA superstar? Seeing LeBron's indifference, Longsan chose not to say more and decided to demonstrate just how formidable a full-value three-pointer could be. Boom, boom. He dribbled the ball, and under LeBron's incredulous gaze, he launched a shot from a couple of meters beyond the three-point line. LeBron stood there, utterly baffled, as he watched the basketball leave Longsan's hands. In his extensive NBA career, he had never witnessed anyone shoot a three-pointer in such a manner. Swish! In front of hundreds of astonished spectators, the ball sailed through the net without touching the rim. Oh my God, it went in. How is this possible? LeBron was equally stunned, contemplating how such a shot could possibly succeed, dismissing it as a mere fluke since he hadn't defended against it. Thus, he didn't regard Longsan's three-pointer as a serious threat. As the game resumed, LeBron took possession of the ball. Boom, boom, boom. Dribbling, LeBron aimed to drive toward the basket, but Longsan was well aware that LeBron currently lacked a three-point shot, so he positioned himself to thwart any penetration. As LeBron sprang into action, Longsan followed suit. Boom! LeBron barreled him like a bulldozer, yet this time he was unable to shove Longsan aside. Although Longsan's defensive prowess rated a mere 65, it was impossible to contain a superstar of LeBron's caliber. However, one must not forget that Longsan possessed elite physical attributes, rendering him more than a match for LeBron, whose strength paled in comparison. It was entirely reasonable that LeBron could not overpower him. LeBron, feeling somewhat flustered, had never anticipated being defended by a yellow-skinned, black-eyed individual. Undeterred, he continued to press against Longsan. Yet Longsan stood his ground, refusing to yield, leading LeBron to accept that he was indeed being effectively guarded. Consequently, he opted for a different approach, dribbling away from Longsan. Unfazed, Longsan sought further confrontation, but as he pursued, LeBron feigned a rightward drive. Longsan, still somewhat inexperienced, fell for LeBron's ruse, allowing him to easily drive past. By the time he realized what had happened, LeBron had effortlessly completed a dunk, bringing the score to 2-1. However, Longsan remained undeterred, smiling as he remarked, "Nice move, LeBron." LeBron, still bewildered, looked at Longsan with a plethora of questions in his mind, exclaiming, "Buddy, what in the world is going on?" Longsan refrained from explaining and simply extended his hand for the ball, stating, "Come on, let's continue, we'll talk later." LeBron responded, fine. Here. Longsan received the basketball, gesturing to his position and then pointing at LeBron. "Hey, LeBron, do you believe I can stand right here and sink a shot?" Although LeBron doubted Longsan's ability to make the basket, he decided to guard him just in case he attempted a surprise shot. Yet he underestimated Longsan's three-point prowess. Without even dribbling, Longsan released the ball right beneath LeBron's nose. LeBron, prepared this time, leaped to block the shot the moment Longsan released the ball. Unfortunately, Longsan's release was too high. LeBron could only watch in horror as the basketball sailed through his fingers. In a moment of disbelief, the ball swished through the net, yet another flawless three-pointer.
Oh my, who is this guy? Indeed, the crowd of hundreds erupted as Longsan delivered an astonishing three-pointer, defying all expectations. In that moment, LeBron realized that Longsan's prowess was undeniably formidable. Concurrently, he found himself intrigued by Longsan's skills. As the match progressed, both Longsan and LeBron engaged in a thrilling back-and-forth, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. However, Longsan's shots were consistently three-pointers, each effortlessly swishing through the net. While LeBron also scored with each offensive play, he found himself at a disadvantage for every 3 points Longsan scored. LeBron needed to make 2 successful attempts to compensate. Yet, it was improbable that Longsan would grant him those opportunities. Thus, LeBron could only watch helplessly as the score continued to widen, culminating in Longsan's final three-pointer, which sealed the game at a score of 12-5. Rather than feeling anger, LeBron accepted his defeat gracefully, acknowledging that it was justified. After all, he lacked the three-point shooting ability himself. With a casual flick of his wrist, he approached Longsan, embraced him warmly, and said, "Hey, buddy, you played remarkably well. What do you think? Are you interested in the NBA?" That's what he said. A dragon among men. Hey, old James. To be honest, I still hold a modicum of interest in the NBA. So, how about joining the Cavaliers and embarking on a journey through the NBA with me? At this moment, Longsan was contemplating whether he should agree to old Jean's proposal. Considering the possibility of entering the NBA and playing first, observing Longsan's wavering resolve, old Jean immediately sensed an opportunity. Thus, he spoke again, saying, "Hey, my friend. Let us find a more suitable place to converse, as this setting is rather inconvenient." Longsan turned his gaze to the bustling crowd around him and realized that this place was unsuitable for a conversation. Thus, he acquiesced to Lao Zhan's suggestion. Nodding, he said, "Very well. Let us find a more appropriate venue to chat." "Hey, my friend, I truly appreciate your forthrightness," exclaimed Lao Zhan, as he swiftly took Longsan away from the scene. Unbeknownst to them, their match had been recorded by onlookers and subsequently uploaded to the internet. Once the video was shared online, it generated a tremendous uproar. A multitude of netizens flocked to the comment section, expressing their disbelief. "No way, this must be fake. I concur with the previous comment. How could a person of Asian descent possibly defeat the young Emperor James? 123 99 10086. Indeed. I also believe the previous commenter is correct. This video is undoubtedly fabricated. Yet, the number of likes and views continued to swell. Within mere minutes, the video soared to the 5th position on the trending list. Meanwhile, Lao Zhan and Longsan found themselves in a tranquil CAF, where, after casually ordering 2 cups of coffee, Lao Zhan cut straight to the chase. "Have you given any thought to my proposal, my friend?" Longsan lifted the coffee cup from the table and took a gentle sip before speaking. "Old Zhan, it's not that it can't be done. But are you truly able to take charge of this matter?" "Oh, my friend, that's splendid. As for the affairs of the team, rest assured, I can certainly handle that." After speaking, fearing that Longsan might have second thoughts, he added, "Wait a moment, let me make a phone call." Longsan, Then Lao Zhan took out his phone right in front of Longsan, about to make a call. Suddenly, his phone rang. Beep beep. Lao Zhan glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Dan Gilbert, the owner of the Cavaliers. He quickly pressed the answer button and said, "Hey, buddy. What's up?" "Oh my goodness, LeBron. Did you play a game today with an Asian guy who has yellow skin and black eyes?" "Oh man, you know about this too?" "Not just me, LeBron. You were oblivious. Now most NBA owners are aware of it." "Oh man, what happened?" Lao Zhan asked, looking bewildered. "We'll explain that later. I'm calling to ask if you can get in touch with that Asian guy you played with." "Buddy, he's right here with me." "Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. You must bring him to Cleveland. We need him." "Oh, buddy, I was just about to call you about this." "Oh my goodness, LeBron, hurry and bring that guy over." "Okay, buddy, I'll bring him over right away." Longsan had yet to comprehend the situation when Lao Zhan hastily pulled him out of the CAF. It was only after they had entered the car that he finally grasped what was happening. "Hey, Lao Zhan, where are you taking me?" he inquired. "Oh, my friend. Of course I am taking you to our team." Longsan appeared utterly bewildered. Was there really such urgency? However, old James did not respond to him. Half an hour later, at the training ground of the Cleveland Cavaliers. "Buddy, come, let me take you for your physical assessment." Dragon San was left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation before he was abruptly ushered into the physical assessment. After a half hour had passed, he was finally led into the lounge, still dazed. There, assistant coach Ronnie, holding Dragon San's assessment data, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my God. Are you sure you haven't made a mistake?" A staff member confidently replied, "We have confirmed it 3 times. There is no error." At that moment, the head coach of the Cavaliers, Mike Brown, along with LeBron and team owner Dan Gilbert, inquired, "How is Dragon San's assessment data?" The owner responded, "This is extraordinary. I have never seen such astonishing figures." Dan Gilbert, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked, "How extraordinary? Is it on par with LeBron's?" "Oh, just take a look for yourself," said the assistant, handing over Dragon San's physical assessment data. LeBron and Coach Brown immediately leaned in to examine it. "Goodness, this is outrageous. A bench press of 240 kilograms? Is he even human? A 100-meter sprint time of 10.0 seconds. A vertical leap of 120 centimeters. This is unbelievable." After a considerable time, they finally emerged from their shock. Dan Gilbert immediately declared, "No one can leak Dragon San's assessment data. Whoever does will face dire consequences." He then urged, "Come on, LeBron. We must speak with Dragon San. We must secure his signing." Meanwhile, Coach Mike Brown, trembling as he held the assessment data, murmured to himself, "Is this a superhuman? How can such statistics possibly belong to one individual?" Moments later, he chuckled to himself, "If I can sign him and have him partner with LeBron, I could lead the Cavaliers to establish a dynasty with 3 consecutive championships. Meanwhile, Dan Gilbert and LeBron hurriedly made their way to the lounge. Bang! The door was flung open violently by the two. "Hey, Dragon. Apologies for startling you," Dan Gilbert and LeBron said with expressions of regret upon seeing Dragon San's frightened demeanor. Longsan, realizing that the two individuals did not mean any harm, casually remarked, "It's quite all right, but I prefer to be called Huaxia Long." Although Dan Gilbert was somewhat perplexed, he nodded in agreement and replied, "All right, Huaxia Long." Meanwhile, Old John approached, placing a hand on Longsan's shoulder, and inquired with an expression of curiosity, "What is the reason behind that?" Longsan paid no heed to Old John's expression and directly spoke. "I will tell you why in the future." "All right, my friend. Greetings, Long Huaxia Long. I wonder if you have an agent?" "Oh, Mr. Gilbert, not at the moment. However, I believe I do not require an agent just yet." "Well then, Long, let us converse directly." "Very well, Mr. Gilbert. Please proceed." Longsan was aware of what was about to transpire, yet he remained unfazed. He had faith in the discerning vision of the team owner, Dan Gilbert, and was confident that, based on his physical assessment results, he would surely secure a contract not less than the 4-year $21.79 million deal awarded to this year's top draft pick, Greg Oden. "Long," he stated candidly, "I intend to offer you a 4-year contract worth $24 million. With the 4th year being a player option. Essentially, it is a 3-1 contract. What are your thoughts on this?" Longsan was well aware that Knights owner Dan Gilbert had presented him with a contract brimming with sincerity. However, he was reluctant to commit to such an extended agreement. Thus, he proposed, "Mr. Gilbert, how about we start with a 1-year contract worth $5 million? We can discuss the subsequent contracts after a year." Initially, both LeBron and Dan Gilbert found Longsan's decision perplexing, as they could not comprehend his reasoning. Why did Longsan choose to forego a lucrative 4-year contract worth $24 million in favor of a 1-year deal for $5 million? However, upon glancing at Longsan, they comprehended the rationale behind his decision. From Longsan's confident demeanor, it was evident that he possessed a strong belief in his own abilities and his potential to excel in the NBA. This conviction led them to understand that Longsan preferred a short-term contract. Consequently, Dan Gilbert did not hesitate. For him, a 1-year contract for Longsan was advantageous. This arrangement alleviated his concerns regarding Longsan's ability to adapt to the rigors of the NBA or the possibility of injuries that could render the contract undesirable. Thus, he readily remarked, "That sounds good, but we must include a clause in the contract. Upon the expiration of your 1-year deal, the Cavaliers will have the right of first refusal." Longsan pondered for a moment and concluded that there was no significant issue, after all. The NBA is merely a commercial league. Naturally, he would play for whichever team offered him a better contract. "I concurred." Longsan extended his hand and spoke. Dan Gilbert showed no hesitation in grasping Longsan's hand and replied, "Huaxia Dragon, may our collaboration be fruitful. Mr. Gilbert, may our partnership flourish as well." Following this exchange, they proceeded to sign the contract. It was not until an hour later that Longsan concluded all formalities. Thus, from this day forth, Longsan would don the Cavaliers' number 00 jersey, representing the team in their endeavors. Simultaneously, the Cavaliers announced this news on their official website, supported by the preceding video. This announcement created a modest stir across America, albeit with limited impact. After all, in the vast realm of the NBA, it is quite commonplace for teams to sign new recruits. The slight ripples caused by Longsan signing with the Cavaliers can be attributed to the aforementioned video and, perhaps, to the fact that he hails from Huaxia. Longsan's contract, valued at $5 million for 1 year, is a rookie contract. This fact elicited reactions from other teams who, reflecting on the benefits that Yao Ming brought to the Rockets, began to understand the Cavaliers' owner's rationale. Many speculated that the owner's willingness to invest so heavily in Longsan was entirely driven by the potential of the Huaxia market. They did not consider whether there were any shortcomings on Longsan's part. The Cavaliers offered such a substantial contract because they believed in his worth. Some even went so far as to assert that the videos of Longsan playing with LeBron James were merely a promotional strategy by the Cavaliers. When questioned about the team's motives, they found themselves at a loss for explanations. However, the news of Longsan's signing garnered significant attention within Huaxia. Nearly every sports newspaper in the country rushed to publish the story. In an instant, Longsan's name resonated throughout the Huaxia basketball community, prompting numerous basketball enthusiasts to inquire about this remarkable talent. Regrettably, the information available about Longsan was scant. aside from a few photographs, his age, and nationality. Little else could be found. In their eagerness, they could only hope for the new NBA season to commence swiftly, so they might discover just how extraordinary this Huaxia rookie, commanding a lucrative $5 million contract, truly is. On the day following his contract with the Cavaliers, Longsan commenced his training with the team. Due to the prior season's unfortunate sweep by the Spurs, the Cavaliers promptly concluded their break and initiated their training camp. This rigorous preparation allowed every member of the Cavaliers to witness Longsan's extraordinary prowess, showcasing what it truly means to be a scorer. Not only did he exhibit remarkable agility, but his three-point shooting was also flamboyant and, most importantly, precise, with impressive shooting range that rendered him nearly indefensible. His opponents found themselves in despair, and to further assess Longsan's scoring capabilities, Coach Mike Brown had LeBron defend against him on several occasions. Each time, LeBron was thoroughly impressed by Longsan's unanswerable scoring ability, which assured Coach Brown of the trust he could place in Longsan's offensive skills. Consequently, Longsan swiftly emerged as the second most pivotal figure in the Cavaliers, just behind LeBron, solidifying his tactical position within the team. In the preseason, the Cavaliers ultimately decided that LeBron would not participate, allowing Longsan to lead the remaining players into battle. On October 10, 2007, the Cavaliers faced the Wizards at home, where Longsan, in just 27 minutes of play, recorded an astounding 57 points, 12 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 blocks, and 3 steals, shooting 23 out of 27 from the field and 11 out of 12 from beyond the arc, leading the Cavaliers to a resounding victory with a score of 118-98, a 20-point margin. The second game took place on October 18th against the Magic. In a remarkable display, Longsan, within a mere 28 minutes of play, achieved an astonishing record of 25 successful shots out of 28 attempts, including 12 out of 13 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly converted 4 free throws, culminating in an extraordinary triple-double with stats of 66 points, 17 rebounds, 10 assists, 8 steals, and 2 blocks. Consequently, the team triumphed over the Magic with a score of 123-114. In just 2 matches, Longsan's reputation skyrocketed, garnering immense attention. Due to his unparalleled prowess exhibited in these initial games, the coaching staff unanimously concluded that the preseason could no longer serve its purpose of developing Longsan's skills. Hence, head coach Mike Brown announced in the post-game press conference that Longsan would not participate in the ensuing preseason matches, although both LeBron and Longsan were absent, resulting in the Cavaliers securing victories in only their first 2 preseason games. This detail became trivial in the grand scheme. The anticipation for the upcoming NBA regular season, particularly regarding Longsan's potential performance, overshadowed all else. Following the final refinements during the preseason, the Cavaliers established a preliminary roster for the upcoming season. Coach Mike Brown later stated in a pre-game press conference that there would be no immediate changes to the Cavaliers lineup. According to the roster photos released by the Cavaliers' official website, the core lineup consists of Larry Hughes, 7, Gibson, point guard, 1, Longsan, 0, Devin Brown, shooting guard, 14, LeBron James, 23, Sebiak, small forward, 32, Drew Gooden, 8, Varejao, power forward, 17, Wallace, 4, and Ilgauskas, center, 26. The NBA 2007-2008 season officially commenced on October 31st, featuring opening games between the Golden State Warriors and the Jazz, the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers against the Rockets, and the defending champions, the Spurs, facing the Trail Blazers. The Cavaliers' inaugural match was scheduled for November 1st, where they would host the Mavericks at the Quicken Loans Arena. On the evening of November 1st at 7 p.m., the atmosphere at the Cavaliers Arena was electric. Oh, hello to our audience. Welcome to the 4th game of the NBA regular season series, where the Cavaliers host the Mavericks. From the team's bench, LeBron patted Longsan on the shoulder in a brotherly manner and said, "Hey, Long, how are you feeling? Are you nervous? It's all good. Just get ready to step onto the court." With a face full of disdain, Longsan retorted, "Hey, old man John, what are you thinking? Do I appear anxious to you?" James scrutinized Longsan from head to toe, before gazing at him with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. He then remarked, "Oh, buddy, I forgot you're not human." He chuckled heartily and strolled back to his seat. "Hey, old John, are you feeling defiant?" Longsan casually approached old James, shaking his fists with a mischievous grin. "Oh, Long, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly not respect you?" At that moment, head coach Mike Brown sauntered over, glancing at Longsan and James with a cheerful demeanor. Long, James, for this match, we will employ the first strategy. James, drive inside. If you encounter a double team, pass it out. Long, position yourself outside and be ready to act. If James dishes the ball out, your task is to shoot. Do you understand? Rest assured, coach. I comprehend. Good. Now, prepare yourselves. The game is about to commence. Indeed, the referee blew the whistle, signaling both teams to get ready for the jump ball. For the Cavaliers, center Wallace would jump, while the Mavericks also had their center participating. With a swift motion, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Both centers leaped gracefully, but it was the Cavaliers center who first tipped the ball into Longsan's hands. As Longsan seized the ball, the Mavericks swiftly positioned themselves. However, Longsan remained unhurried, dribbling the ball and seeking his rhythm. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he launched the basketball with an audacious shot. Oh, how extraordinary! The Cavaliers' number 0, he executed a shot from the center court. Is this even possible? Meanwhile, the other Cavaliers players exhibited remarkable composure after Longsan released the ball. They calmly transitioned to defense, showing no intent to contest the rebound. In the next moment, the basketball soared directly towards the hoop. Swish! To the astonishment of the crowd, this three-pointer landed flawlessly. Oh my goodness! He made that three-pointer. The arena's DJ elongated his announcement, exclaiming, "Three-pointer from Huaxia's Dragon." On the court, the Mavericks players were left bewildered, unable to fathom how Longsan's casual toss could result in a score. It felt utterly surreal. Yet, the game continued. And they had no time to dwell on their astonishment. They quickly inbound the ball and rushed towards their own basket. By this time, the Cavaliers players had already established their positions, awaiting their arrival. Upon approaching, the Mavericks realized there were no opportunities for a fast break. Thus, they were compelled to engage in a half-court battle against the Cavaliers. Snap! At the opportune moment, Longsan intercepted the basketball just as the Mavericks guard, Karachi, made a pass. As Longsan prepared to launch a fast break, he was taken aback by a figure darting past him. To his astonishment, it was none other than LeBron James. Goodness! The old man is remarkably quick on his feet. Whoosh! Almost as soon as LeBron arrived, Longsan deftly passed the ball to him. The basketball landed securely in LeBron's hands just as he reached his apex. Swish! LeBron executed a powerful dunk, sending the basketball cleanly through the hoop. Only then did the Mavericks players hurriedly arrive, scrambling to retrieve the ball beneath the basket and reset for an inbound play. Oh, the Cavaliers fans erupted with joy, cheering and waving flags in exuberance. It was simply astonishing. The Cavaliers had delivered a resounding statement against the Mavericks from the outset. Meanwhile, the Mavericks, having squandered 5 points, felt the pressure mounting. Although they managed to score a two-pointer after some persistent efforts, Longsan struck again in the next possession, hitting a three-pointer from just outside the arc before the Mavericks could react. Instantly, the Cavaliers fans roared with excitement, quelling the Mavericks' brief resurgence. As anticipated, the Mavericks faltered again in their subsequent shot, clanging the ball off the rim. Bang! Wallace snagged the rebound and promptly tossed it to LeBron. The moment LeBron secured the ball, he charged down the court. Before the Mavericks could even process the situation, LeBron executed a dazzling layup. Beep! At that moment, the Mavericks coach realized the need for a timeout to regroup. Consequently, after the dead ball, he hastily called for a break. Seeing the Mavericks take a timeout, LeBron casually strolled over to Longsan, placing a hand on his shoulder with a playful grin, and said, "Hey, buddy, am I impressive or what?" Longsan retorted, "LeBron, you might want to consider who's responsible for all this." LeBron, taken aback by Longsan's quip, plopped down in his seat with a chuckle. Meanwhile, Cavaliers coach Mike Brown chimed in, "All right, team, let us keep playing like this." Before long, the Mavericks' brief 1-minute timeout concluded. Beep! The referee promptly blew the whistle, and the Cavaliers players immediately stood up, ready to take the court once more. Longsan was the first to rise, extending his hand and proclaiming, "Come on, mates. Let's give it our all." Old James was the second to place his hand atop Longsan's, and soon others followed suit, joining in solidarity. "Let us go! Let us go! Let us go!" They cheered, before stepping onto the court. The Mavericks were in possession of the ball. Upon returning from the timeout, both teams fielded their original lineups, making no adjustments. Following this brief intermission, the Mavericks rediscovered their offensive rhythm, frequently scoring in the paint. With 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Cavaliers led the Mavericks by a margin of 12 points, 36-24. The Cavaliers had possession, as Old James dribbled the ball forward from the backcourt. as Longsan positioned himself at a 45-degree angle from the three-point line, preparing to evade his defender. He advanced to receive the ball from Old Jean, who understood Longsan's intentions. Old Jean dribbled towards Longsan, signaling him to set a screen. Longsan immediately grasped the intention of Old James and stepped forward to set a screen without the ball. "Hey, buddy." With a swift move, Old James evaded his defender, drawing away the player who had been guarding Longsan. Observing Old James charging into the paint, the Mavericks swiftly converged to double-team him. Noticing that the defenders were lured away, Old James executed a genuine pass feigned as a shot, deceiving the defenders and delivering the basketball into Longsan's hands. The defender in front of Longsan had yet to react when Longsan, right before him, launched the ball released by Old James. Despite the defender's utmost effort to contest the shot, the basketball sailed past his fingertips. Swish. The ball gracefully swished through the net. With 3 minutes and 1 second remaining in the first quarter, the Cavaliers led the Mavericks by a significant margin of 15 points, 39-24. Meanwhile, the Mavericks found themselves at a loss, compelled to press on despite the odds. Bang, bang, struggling. The Mavericks failed to uncover a viable offensive opportunity within the 24-second shot clock. As the time dwindled, they were left with no choice but to hastily attempt a shot. Bang, bang, swish. The basketball ricocheted off the rim a few times before finally settling into the net. With 2 minutes and 37 seconds left, the score stood at Cavaliers 39, Mavericks 26. "Hey, Old James, pass the ball to me." Upon witnessing Vallejo pass the basketball to LeBron, Longsan hastily approached the illustrious player, requesting the ball. LeBron, taken aback by Longsan's demand, appeared momentarily bewildered. Until now, he had been the one orchestrating the plays, the primary ball handler on the court. However, seeing the earnest expression on Longsan's face, he did not hesitate to toss the ball to him. As Longsan received the ball, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and, before even crossing the halfway line, released the basketball with remarkable precision. "Goodness!" exclaimed LeBron, taken aback by Longsan's audacious move. However, Longsan remained unfazed. After releasing the ball, he gracefully turned away. The basketball soared towards the hoop, observed by thousands of astonished eyes in the arena. In the next moment, swish, the ball seamlessly swished through the net. "Incredible! How did that go in?" LeBron stood rooted to the spot, unable to contain another exclamation of disbelief as he watched the flawless shot. Meanwhile, Mike Brown, the head coach of the Cavaliers, was filled with elation as he witnessed Longsan's remarkable three-pointer. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the situation at hand. It was time for the starting players to take a breather. He promptly called a timeout, substituting the starters for the bench players. "What do you think, LeBron? Am I on point with my shooting?" Upon hearing the whistle, Longsan understood the proceedings but still embraced LeBron, saying, "Buddy, that was spot on." LeBron, not one to hold back his praise, responded with commendation. The other Cavaliers players soon joined in the celebration, congratulating Longsan and LeBron. "Long, you were absolutely on fire. Your shots left the opponents stunned." Longsan and Old James, brimming with excitement, exchanged high-fives with their fellow Cavaliers teammates, including head coach Mike Brown. In the first quarter, Longsan made a stellar debut, playing for 9 minutes and 31 seconds, achieving a flawless record of 9 field goals from 9 attempts, including 6 three-pointers, amassing an impressive 24 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Meanwhile, James also started the game, contributing 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists on 7 out of 8 shooting. With just 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers bench players faced a surge from the Mavericks, who orchestrated a 10-4 run, narrowing the gap to 6 points. The first quarter concluded with the Cavaliers leading the Mavericks 46-36, a 10-point advantage. As the second quarter commenced, the Cavaliers continued to rely on their bench for the initial 3 minutes. The Mavericks, realizing their starters were struggling against the Cavaliers, swiftly deployed their main players, aiming to capitalize on this opportunity to close the score gap. However, the Cavaliers remained unfazed, adhering to their game plan. In the first possession, the Mavericks effortlessly scored a 2-pointer over the Cavaliers bench, bringing the score to 46-38, reducing the deficit to 8 points. The Cavaliers then faltered in their offensive efforts. A shot from Devin Brown clanged off the rim, leading to a Mavericks fast break that cut the score to 46-40, with the Cavaliers' lead dwindling to just 6 points. At the 10-minute and 55-second mark, the Cavaliers again misfired, but managed to secure the rebound. A hurried shot by Devin Brown at 10 minutes and 44 seconds missed its target, allowing the Mavericks to capitalize with another fast break, closing the score to 46-42. The Cavaliers found themselves on the receiving end of a 6-0 run to start the second quarter, yet Coach Mike Brown remained composed, casually strolling along the sidelines while instructing his team to focus on defense and prevent fast breaks. He checked the game clock, reassured by the ample time remaining, before returning to his seat. Despite the Mavericks' resurgence, the Cavaliers maintained their poise, understanding the importance of controlling the pace to thwart any fast break opportunities. They deliberately utilized the full shot clock, finally releasing a shot just as the time expired, but it ricocheted off the rim, allowing the Mavericks to seize the rebound. The Cavaliers quickly retreated to prevent a fast break, and upon realizing the Mavericks could not capitalize on their transition, both teams settled into a half-court battle. At the 10-minute and 1-second mark, the Mavericks found an opening beyond the arc and confidently launched a three-pointer, which found its mark, narrowing the score to 46-45, trailing by just 1 point. Coach Mike Brown, recognizing the challenges faced by his bench against the starters, glanced at Longsan and James on the sidelines, feeling reassured. In the ensuing possessions, both teams exchanged baskets, but the Cavaliers scored a two-pointer while the Mavericks netted a three-pointer, leading to a 48-48 tie for the first time. With 9 minutes and 13 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Coach Brown decisively called a timeout, ready to reinstate his starting players. The Cavaliers prepared to inbound from the backcourt. Longsan proactively approached for the ball this time, not waiting for it to reach Old John's hands. Observing Longsan's initiative, Old John paid little heed and proceeded to run towards the front court. As Longsan received the basketball in the backcourt, he did not pause, swiftly dribbling the ball to the center circle within 3 or 4 seconds. Glancing at the defender a mere meter away, a subtle, devilish smile crept upon his lips. In the next instant, he abruptly pulled the ball in, releasing it with a sharp snap. The defender from the Mavericks appeared utterly bewildered, failing to react in time as Longsan's shot soared over his head. The very next moment, swish, the basketball sailed effortlessly through the net. At 8 minutes and 43 seconds, Longsan executed a stunning block, assisting LeBron in scoring. At 8 minutes and 30 seconds, he stole the ball, driving down for a layup. At 8 minutes and 11 seconds, he grabbed a rebound and quickly countered with a three-pointer. At 7 minutes and 9 seconds, LeBron delivered a powerful dunk. The score stood at 70-58. In the following possession, LeBron's post-up attempt clanged off the rim, allowing the Mavericks to recover the rebound and convert on a fast break. Bang! At 6 minutes and 45 seconds, Wallace attempted a tough shot against the opposing center but missed. At 6 minutes and 32 seconds, the Mavericks drew a foul on Longsan while shooting a three, converting 2 of 3 free throws. Swish! At 6 minutes and 12 seconds, Longsan made a challenging three-pointer. The score read 76-64. In the ensuing 3 minutes, both teams struggled with their shooting, with only Longsan managing to sink a three-pointer amidst a flurry of missed attempts. The relentless sound of clanking shots nearly skewed the rim. In the final 3 minutes, both teams exchanged baskets with minimal errors. Ultimately, the second quarter concluded with the score fixed at 90-78, leaving the Mavericks trailing by 12 points. In the second quarter, Longsan achieved an impressive record of 8 out of 10 shooting, including 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing 18 points, 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. LeBron, on the other hand, shot 5 out of 11, contributing 10 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block. As the third quarter commenced, the Cavaliers showed no mercy, deploying their starting lineup immediately. The Mavericks held out for 5 minutes, watching the deficit swell to 30 or 40 points, ultimately conceding and substituting their starters for the entire bench. Observing this, the Cavaliers did not hesitate. Following a dead ball, they too replaced their starters. Consequently, both teams entered garbage time early, and by the end of the 4 quarters, the Cavaliers triumphed with a decisive score of 136-108. A staggering 26-point victory over the Mavericks. In just 2.5 quarters, Longsan amassed extraordinary statistics: 53 points, 14 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 steals, shattering multiple NBA records. LeBron also achieved a triple-double with 29 points, 15 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 blocks, and 3 steals. Following the game, Longsan's monumental performance ignited a frenzy online, although he remained unaware of the external buzz. However, as soon as the game concluded, LeBron began exuberantly boasting in his ear. This left Longsan quite bewildered. While he recognized his performance had been commendable, It hardly warranted such grandiose praise from LeBron. Moreover, immediately after the match, a notification from the system echoed in his mind, but due to the overwhelming crowd, he could not check it right away. Nonetheless, Longsan was intensely curious. He yearned to glimpse the nature of this enigmatic system that had chosen to speak up this time. Longsan vividly remembers that ever since he bound the system, this troublesome entity had only made an appearance at the moment of binding. In the days that followed, no matter how fervently Longsan called out to it, it remained utterly silent, devoid of any response. This led him to suspect that his system might have completed its mission and slipped away. However, inexplicably, it had chosen this moment to speak up, igniting Longsan's curiosity about the nature of this errant device. Just as fate would have it, old James clung to him, preventing him from going anywhere. To make matters worse, James insisted on accompanying him for a leisurely stroll around the court before conceding to let Longsan return to the locker room. Initially, when James had latched onto him, Longsan had thought that James intended to drag him into a live interview. However, it became glaringly apparent that he had overestimated the situation, as James did not engage in any interviews at all. Instead, he insisted on taking a stroll with Longsan before finally allowing him to head back to the locker room. Throughout their walk, James incessantly chattered, "Hey, buddy, can you believe it? Tomorrow, you'll be famous." Longsan remained utterly indifferent to the situation, for he was acutely aware that as long as he performed well, fame was merely a matter of time. Old James, is it truly so difficult to become renowned? All it takes is skill. Of course, facing James, Longsan was rather impudent, exuding a brash demeanor as he boasted. Upon hearing his words, old James could only respond with a look of incredulity. While there was truth in what was said, such bluntness was rather inappropriate. "Hey buddy, that's a bit excessive. Though your statement holds merit, it's too forthright. Be cautious, lest you find yourself in a predicament." Longsan understood this principle as well, but, glancing around and noticing the absence of others, he patted old James on the shoulder and said, "Old James, it's just the two of us, right? If this gets out, it will surely be you who spreads it." Upon hearing Longsan's remark, old James shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "Buddy, your joke is far from amusing. All right, old James, we've arrived at the locker room. Let us cease this idle chatter. I'm eager for a soak." Upon seeing the locker room, old James brightened, cheerfully declaring, "Indeed, you ought to indulge in a proper bath." Before Longsan could react, old James gave him a hearty push inside. As he entered, he barely had time to comprehend the situation before, splash, bottles upon bottles of champagne were doused upon him. In an instant, he realized why old James had been dragging him in circles on the court. They had been awaiting him here. Despite being drenched, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After a considerable time of revelry, Coach Mike Brown finally interjected, saying, "All right, gentlemen, it's time for our Warriors to attend the press conference." Once the players settled down, Mike Brown turned to Longsan and James, saying, "All right, you two, gather your things and come with me to the press conference." "Sure thing, Coach." Longsan was well aware that his performance today warranted attendance at the press conference. Although he harbored a disdain for such spectacles, he recognized it as an inevitability he must confront. Meanwhile, old James appeared utterly indifferent. He had grown accustomed to these situations and thus approached them with ease. Casually mentioning Coach Mike Brown, he began to gather his belongings. 10 minutes later, Coach Mike Brown arrived, accompanied by Longsan and James. As they settled into their seats, the photographers commenced their rapid clicking of cameras. Once the moment for inquiries arrived, dozens of reporters eagerly raised their hands, eager not to miss an opportunity. The host randomly selected a Caucasian woman, who promptly stood up with excitement, microphone in hand, and posed her question. "Long, today in your debut, you achieved an impressive triple-double with 53 points, 14 rebounds, and 12 assists, breaking the previous record of 43 points for a debut set by Wilt Chamberlain. How does that make you feel?" Upon facing such amicable inquiries, Longsan responded in kind, seizing the microphone to declare, "To be honest, I never anticipated accumulating such a substantial score. Nevertheless, for me, the victory of the team holds paramount importance. As for my personal scoring, that is merely secondary." Hearing Longsan's official response, the Caucasian female reporter appeared less than satisfied, yet with only one opportunity at hand, she found herself at an impasse. The subsequent questions posed by several journalists were directed towards James. Even inquiries regarding Longsan revolved around James's perspective on his performance. This, of course, bore no relevance to Longsan, allowing him to relish a moment of tranquility. A few minutes later, head coach Mike Brown was also subjected to a series of questions, all of which were trivial in nature. Once Coach Brown concluded his responses, the staff indicated that the allotted time for the day had come to an end. Afterward, matters concerning Longsan were no longer relevant. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Longsan finally had the opportunity to access the system. Ding! The host's debut shattered the NBA debut scoring record, earning a reward of 2 in dribbling, and for breaking the record as the youngest player to achieve a triple-double with over 50 points, a reward of 2 in passing. What? Is that all? Longsan gazed at the system panel, realizing that no further information was available. He couldn't help but express his frustration. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with this useless system. No matter how much Longsan scolded, the system remained silent, offering no explanation. Eventually, after venting his frustrations, Longsan recognized the futility of his tirade. Bickering with this inept system was merely a form of self-torment. Seizing a moment of respite, he glanced at his attributes and noted that his ball control had risen from 85 to 87, while his passing had improved from 80 to 82. However, Longsan sensed that the system was deliberately curbing his progress, unwilling to allow his abilities to develop too swiftly. It seemed to thrive on his complaints, remaining stubbornly unresponsive. Moreover, Longsan discovered a troubling issue. He had never exerted himself fully in a match lasting 40 to 50 minutes, and he had not perceived stamina as a concern. Yet now he realized that if he played intensely, his stamina could only sustain him for approximately 30 minutes, insufficient to last an entire game. Furthermore, he had yet to locate any stamina attribute within the system, leaving him momentarily perplexed. He was uncertain whether it was a glitch in the system or if such data had simply not existed during his earlier gaming experiences. This uncertainty led him to feel somewhat withdrawn. However, he dismissed these thoughts, as fatigue had overtaken him. He quickly took a hot shower and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. In China, it was daylight. The sports channel of the China National Television was reporting on the latest NBA news. On the evening of the 1st, at 7 p.m. local time, during a regular season game that commenced at 7 a.m. Kyoto time, Longsan, representing the Cavaliers, delivered an outstanding performance against the Mavericks. He started the game, playing for 2.5 quarters, and achieved an astonishing stat line of 53 points, 14 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 steals, leading his team to a resounding victory of 136 to 108 over the Mavericks. This match also marked Longsan's NBA debut, shattering the previous record of 43 points set by the basketball legend Wilt Chamberlain. Additionally, he set records for the youngest player to score 50 points, the youngest to achieve a 50-point triple-double, and became the first player to amass a 50-point triple-double in his rookie season, along with establishing the highest scoring record for an Asian player in the NBA. Subsequently, viewers were invited to witness the historic moment. Tencent Sports reported on Longsan's NBA debut, highlighting his impressive stats of 53 points, 14 rebounds, 12 assists, 5 blocks, and 4 steals, breaking multiple NBA records. The topic quickly ascended to the top of Sina Weibo's trending list, with news of Longsan's debut flooding every corner of the internet. In the United States, despite their reluctance to acknowledge the event, media outlets provided brief coverage of Longsan's remarkable performance. The NBA's official account congratulated him almost immediately. However, local media in Ohio, where the Cavaliers were based, published extensive articles discussing Longsan's debut. Meanwhile, Longsan remained blissfully unaware of the external whirlwind, still lost in deep sleep. Naturally, his remarkable display drew the attention of numerous teams, who promptly contacted the Cavaliers to inquire about potential trade options. However, they received the same reply: Longsan, much like LeBron James, was deemed a non-negotiable asset. Upon receiving this response, the teams lamented their earlier decision not to secure Longsan's talents. The following day, November 2nd, the Cavaliers had no scheduled games. Nevertheless, training sessions continued as usual. With the game approaching on the 3rd, head coach Mike Brown opted against any scrimmages. The day's training primarily consisted of simple exercises to maintain shooting rhythm. Intense workouts were not on the agenda. Nonetheless, Longsan proactively engaged in some stamina training. Having become increasingly concerned about his endurance issue, he feared that his vulnerability might be exploited by opponents in forthcoming matches. Thus, he resolved to improve his stamina, hoping for some positive results. Observing his dedication, LeBron James approached him, jokingly praising, "Hey there, buddy. You're impressive. Even with your strength, you're still putting in extra work? Upon hearing old James' words, Longsan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet he refrained from speaking the truth. Instead, he followed old James' lead and remarked, "So, old James, don't you think you ought to put in some serious effort? Otherwise, there may come a day when I surpass you." Old James, unfazed by Longsan's comment, gazed at him with a hint of nostalgia and replied, "Buddy, then you must work hard. While I acknowledge your strength, I am not someone who can be easily defeated." After hearing old James' response, Longsan shot him a look of exasperation, inwardly mocking, "Old James, although you are indeed formidable, can you truly claim to be stronger than someone like me, who operates with an advantage?" Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of joviality and retorted, "Oh, old James, you must have forgotten about the time I bested you." Upon hearing this, old James instantly grasped the implication of Longsan's words, yet he remained unconcerned, nonchalantly responding, "Buddy, that was an official match. How can it possibly count?" Longsan cast a surprised glance at old Jean, astonished that he would make such a statement. He had assumed old Jean would claim that he was merely holding back. "Ah, old Jean, you are indeed correct. We shall have the opportunity to face each other in the official match. When that time comes, we shall see who truly possesses greater prowess." Longsan paid little heed to this topic, for he was well aware that he and old James would inevitably face each other on the court in the future. Thus, he did not shy away from the subject, directly addressing it. Old James, too, understood that the day would come when he and Longsan would meet, as he recognized that both of their aspirations were aimed at the pinnacle of success. Therefore, he remained unfazed, responding with clarity, "Buddy, I firmly believe we will have the opportunity to compete against each other. Moreover, I am confident that I shall emerge as the ultimate victor." Old James, "It may be a tad premature to discuss this." "Indeed, my friend. However, let's not exhaust ourselves. Remember, we have a match tomorrow." "All right then, old James." Upon noticing Longsan's intent to continue lifting weights, old James felt compelled to interject. Originally, Longsan wished to persist in his training, but upon catching sight of old James's almost predatory glare, he refrained from continuing. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Longsan finally spoke, "Very well. Let us conclude today's session here. Then, my friend, shall we dine?" Old James promptly suggested as Longsan ceased his workout. "All right, old James, but you must treat me to Chinese cuisine, otherwise, I shall not accompany you." "Buddy, is Western cuisine not to your liking?" "Old James, I assure you, I truly cannot acclimate to Western fare." "Ah, well then, my friend, we shall indulge in Chinese food." Upon hearing this, Longsan beamed with excitement, patting old James on the shoulder and leading him out of the training room. As they walked, Longsan pondered the fact that this year's Cavaliers had been eliminated by Howard's Magic, and that the championship was once again in the Eastern Conference. Thus, he deftly steered the conversation towards this matter. "Old James, which opponents should we be wary of this year?" Old James was taken aback by Longsan's interest in discussing this, yet he did not conceal his thoughts, stating, "I believe we should primarily focus on two opponents this year, the Spurs, led by Duncan, who claimed the championship last year, and the Lakers, under Kobe's leadership." "Old James, are there no opponents in the Eastern Conference that warrant our attention?" Upon hearing old James's analysis, Longsan did not underestimate the implications of his remarks regarding the two teams. He certainly held no dissenting opinions. Yet, he wished to steer the conversation towards the Eastern Conference, for he was aware that this year's championship belonged to the Celtics. Although he recognized that with his own addition, the Cavaliers would not be easily eliminated by the Magic led by Howard as they had been in the past. Nevertheless, he harbored concerns regarding the formidable Celtics this year, primarily hoping to alert old James. However, after listening to Longsan, old James appeared somewhat bewildered. He stroked his beard and pondered for a considerable while, unable to identify which Eastern teams warranted his attention. Thus, he decided to pose this conundrum to Longsan, eager to discern his thoughts, and inquired, "My friend, what is your perspective on the teams in the Eastern Conference?" Longsan did not conceal his thoughts and spoke candidly, "I believe that in the Eastern Conference, the Magic led by Howard and the Celtics are both teams we must pay close attention to this year. The Magic pose a challenge to our Cavaliers due to their roster, which effectively counters our style of play. As for the Celtics, they are indeed formidable. Their lineup is exceptionally balanced and well-structured, making them particularly noteworthy." Longsan noticed that old James had been silent for quite some time, so he spoke up to remind him, "Hey, old James, what occupies your thoughts? Do you harbor any doubts regarding what I said?" "My friend, I never anticipated that you possess such profound knowledge about our adversaries." I must concede that your observations hold considerable merit. Had I not heard your analysis, I might have overlooked the formidable opponents we face in the East. Nevertheless, I still believe that our focus should be directed towards the West. After all, our most formidable rivals undoubtedly reside there, not in the East. Upon hearing James' remarks, Longsan couldn't help but smile. He never expected old James to become so lofty, seemingly dismissing the Eastern teams, even contemplating potential foes in the finals. However, he refrained from countering, understanding that to seize the championship, the Cavaliers must maintain a broader perspective. The teams in the East represent hurdles they must overcome, while the ultimate obstacle on their path to the championship stage will inevitably be a team from the West. Thus, he merely nodded in agreement and chose not to elaborate further. After their meal, Longsan and old James did not linger, each heading home. On November 3rd, the Cavaliers had a game that evening, so the morning practice consisted solely of routine warm-ups and shooting drills to find their rhythm, devoid of any intense competitive training. Longsan, aware of the impending match later that evening, engaged in a brief session of shooting practice. Swish, swish, swish. A continuous cascade of three-point shots pierced through the net, captivating the attention of his fellow Cavaliers players, who gathered around in intrigue. 10, 11, swish, swish. Longsan effortlessly sank over 33 pointers in one breath, each shot a perfect swish through the net. This remarkable display left the Cavaliers players utterly astonished. Even LeBron James couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Buddy, that was quite an impressive move." Longsan cast a glance at old John, his face marked by a frown, momentarily rendered speechless. "Old John, this is what I call prowess. What do you mean by operation?" At that moment, old John felt a touch of embarrassment. He stroked his beard and, with an earnest expression, replied, "All right, my friend. Let us conserve our energy to dominate our opponents tonight on the court." "Indeed, Long. Save your flair for the game tonight," the other Cavaliers echoed in agreement. Longsan chose not to shoot again, holding the basketball in his hands without attempting another throw. He turned and said, "Fine. I shall heed your counsel." At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Cavaliers' home ground, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, was packed to capacity, a cacophony of voices echoing throughout. The explosive statistics from Longsan's debut had heightened the anticipation among fans for the Cavaliers match. Consequently, TNT had dispatched the renowned duo of Barkley and Smith to commentate on the game, a rather uncommon occurrence. The familiar entrance, the renowned DJ, almost everyone anticipated a Cavaliers victory. Yet doubts lingered regarding whether Longsan could replicate the explosive scoring from his previous game. Even Barkley, seated in the commentary booth, could not resist boasting, "Smith, I wager that this time, Huaxia Long will falter. I predict his score will not exceed 25 points. "Oh, my friend, you must have seen the online voting beforehand." Smith, equally skeptical, believed that Longsan would struggle to reach even 25 points. Thus, he diverted the conversation towards the online voting event. "Oh, what online voting are you referring to?" Barkley, noticing his partner's evasion, continued, "You haven't heard? There's a voting event online regarding whether Huaxia Long can score 25 points in this game. The results show that 95 believe he won't achieve that. Only 3 think he might, and 2 believe he could score over 30. What do you think?" Barkley, of course, was aware of the event and counted himself among the 95. However, for the sake of entertainment, he feigned ignorance. He had been waiting for an opportunity to bet with his partner. "All right, let us make a wager of 20 points. Barkley declared, his confidence unwavering. "You truly lack shame. But I'll take that bet," Smith replied without hesitation, convinced that as long as Longsan did not underperform, winning the bet would be a mere formality. "Very well. Whoever loses must livestream a kiss on a pig's backside," Barkley stated, his excitement palpable as he revealed the wager he had concocted. To him, Longsan was merely a pretender, and he felt assured of victory, hence the audacity of the bet. Smith, unfazed, glanced at Barkley, a smirk playing on his lips. "Barkley, are you really willing to go that far?" "Of course, my friend. Are you afraid?" "Haha. Since you desire to play, I shall oblige." In Huaxia, the unexpected response to Longsan's performance in the last game had drawn considerable attention. Consequently, Huaxia Sports Channel decided to broadcast the match. "Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on the online voting initiated by American netizens regarding Longsan's scoring in this game? They believe 95 that he won't exceed 25 points." Su-kun paused momentarily, contemplating before responding, "I have indeed heard of this. However, I fail to understand the basis of their assertions. From previous matches, It is evident that Longsan's offensive capabilities are beyond question, especially his three-point shooting, which I regard as historically significant within the NBA. Hence, I find it perplexing that American netizens would claim he cannot score at least 25 points in this game, especially after his previous performance where he achieved a triple-double with over 50 points. Mr. Su, do you believe Longsan can score at least 25 points in this game? The host inquired, shifting focus to Yang Yi. Yang Yi, having reviewed the commentary and checked the game footage, held a high regard for Longsan's scoring ability. Though he typically would oppose Su-kun for the sake of entertainment, he found no grounds to refute this perspective. After much contemplation, he spoke. I too believe that the opinions of American netizens lack foundation. Even if Longsan experiences a poor shooting night, scoring 25 points remains a simple task for him. Thus, I do not subscribe to their viewpoint. This implies that both gentlemen are in agreement that Longsan is unlikely to score less than 25 points in the forthcoming match. Upon completing his statement, the host intended to continue, yet unexpectedly, a voice from the director echoed in his earpiece, informing him that the match was about to commence. He was instructed to promptly conclude the current topic and shift the discussion to the game. Without further contemplation, he hastily wrapped up the subject. Due to time constraints, we shall revisit this topic later, as the live match is about to begin. Now, let us direct our attention to the arena, where both teams have completed their warm-ups. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, the game commenced. The Cavaliers' starting lineup featured point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Donyell Marshall, small forward LeBron James, power forward Anderson Varejao, and center Wallace. Conversely, the Knicks' starting five included point guard Stephon Marbury, shooting guard Jamal Crawford, small forward Quentin Richardson, power forward Zach Randolph, and center Eddie Curry. Both teams deployed their tallest centers for the jump ball. Standing at an impressive 2.13 meters, Eddie Curry outmatched Wallace, who stood at 2.06 meters, and thus, the basketball was initially tipped by Curry. As the ball descended into the possession of Knicks point guard Stephon Marbury, the Cavaliers swiftly positioned themselves, thwarting any chance for a fast break by the Knicks. Observing the situation, Marbury promptly passed the ball to Eddie Curry in the paint, hoping the height advantage would allow Curry to secure the first 2 points for the Knicks. Eddie Curry did not disappoint after establishing position. He utilized his towering stature to overpower Wallace. With a swift motion, the basketball swished through the net, granting the Knicks the initial 2 points just 10 seconds into the game. As the clock read 11 minutes and 50 seconds in the first quarter, the score stood at Cavaliers 0, Knicks 2. However, the Cavaliers remained unperturbed, quickly inbounding the ball. Upon receiving it, LeBron James surged forward toward the front court. Longsan did not linger. Upon witnessing Knicks' score, he sprinted towards the front court. As he positioned himself just beyond the three-point arc at a 45-degree angle, the defenders had yet to settle into place. Suddenly, he observed LeBron James execute a deft feint before delivering the basketball into his hands. The moment the ball reached him, he remained composed, bending his knees and raising his wrist in one fluid motion, launching the ball towards the hoop. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net effortlessly, leaving Jamal Crawford, who was matched up against Longsan, utterly bewildered. While he had indeed heard of Longsan's proficiency from beyond the arc, he did not anticipate that Longsan would assert his dominance right from the outset. From the moment LeBron received the ball to Longsan's decisive three-point shot, a mere 5 seconds elapsed. Thus, within just 15 seconds of the game, both teams had scored once. With 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers led 3-2 against the Knicks. The Knicks, undeterred, swiftly retrieved the basketball and resumed their offensive play. At 11 minutes and 33 seconds, the ball found its way into Jamal Crawford's hands. Confronted by the towering Longsan, standing at 2.01 meters, Crawford at 1.96 meters was clearly at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with Longsan's wingspan of 2.30 meters, Crawford found himself at a loss for options before him. Undaunted, Crawford approached Longsan, determined to attempt a three-point shot. Clap. Longsan had not anticipated that Crawford would dare to attempt a three-pointer directly in his face. My goodness. The colossal block left the audience in awe. Smith and Barkley, providing commentary for TNT, could not help but exclaim as Longsan thwarted Crawford's shot. On the court, Longsan watched as the basketball soared away from him, and as soon as it touched the ground, he sprinted towards it. Although he had a slight delay in his initial movement, his speed surpassed that of the others, allowing him to seize the ball first. However, instead of launching a fast break immediately, he paused momentarily, waiting for the Knicks players to regroup and position themselves before dribbling the ball to the center circle. As he reached the center, Crawford approached him, visibly displeased about having his shot blocked, eager to teach Longsan a lesson. Yet, upon seeing Crawford advance, Longsan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gathered the ball at the center circle. In a moment of surprise for Crawford, Longsan launched the ball straight towards the hoop. Shift. Crawford could not contain his frustration as he watched the ball soar through the air. Yet, the drama did not end there. The basketball, under Crawford's incredulous gaze, swished cleanly through the net. Although angered, Crawford chose not to voice his displeasure further and stormed off with a scowl. And this was merely the beginning. 10 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Swish. Once again, Longsan effortlessly sank a three-pointer against his defenders. With 9 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, from the same position, employing the same technique, with the same man, swoosh. At 8 minutes and 59 seconds, swoosh. In just over 3 minutes of the game, Longsan had already netted 5 three-pointers, amassing 15 points. Although the Knicks had also made 4 baskets, the score clearly reflected a 15-8 lead for the Cavaliers, placing them ahead by 7 points. It was this barrage of three-pointers from Longsan that compelled the Knicks to call a timeout. Their head coach promptly initiated a defensive strategy to contain Longsan. "Look at that, buddy. Huaxia Dragon has already scored 5 three-pointers in the first 3 minutes of the first quarter," Smith remarked with a smug expression towards his partner Barkley. At that moment, Barkley appeared somewhat bewildered, having never anticipated that Longsan could achieve such a feat in under 3 minutes. However, he was unwilling to concede Longsan's prowess, retorting defiantly, "What are you so smug about, buddy? Huaxia Dragon hasn't even reached 20 points yet." Smith, noticing his partner's stubbornness, remained unfazed, eager to witness how Barkley would justify this later. "Very well, my friend. Let us wait and see." On the Huaxia Sports Channel, the host, exhilarated by Longsan's remarkable performance in the initial 3 minutes of the first quarter, eagerly inquired, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on Longsan's display thus far?" Professors Su Kun and Yang Yi, equally thrilled by the host's question, exchanged glances before Su Kun spoke. "I can only say that Longsan is truly remarkable. At this pace, it is entirely possible for him to surpass his previous game-s score." Yang Yi added, "Of course, this is contingent upon the Knicks being able to contend with the Cavaliers and not allowing the game to devolve into garbage time too early." Su Kun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yang Yi's perspective. The host, observing the two esteemed guests' optimism about Longsan, summarized, "Indeed, it is quite impressive that Longsan has already scored 15 points in less than 3 minutes of the first quarter, and he appears to be in excellent form tonight. Therefore, we certainly have a chance to witness him achieve another high-scoring game." With that, the focus shifted back to the ongoing match. Meanwhile, netizens across the United States and beyond were astonished by Longsan's shooting prowess, praising him fervently online. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, ready to resume the competition. Longsan was initially taken aback to find that the New York Knicks lineup had remained unchanged. He couldn't help but wonder if the Knicks had simply called a timeout for no reason. With such a situation, who would be able to hinder his scoring? As the Knicks initiated play from the backcourt, Longsan quickly realized that Crawford, who had just been matched up against him, had suddenly drifted away to receive the ball. Just as he contemplated following him, he discovered that the Knicks had their power forward, Zach Randolph, set a screen. Blocked by the screen, he was unable to defend promptly. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers' power forward, Verigio, was also a step behind, allowing Crawford to seize the opportunity and launch a three-pointer from beyond the arc swish. With no one contesting his shot, Crawford made a smooth basket, narrowing the score to 11-15, just a 4-point deficit. However, the Cavaliers remained unfazed. Longsan and LeBron exchanged knowing glances. They both recognized that the Knicks had begun to implement their strategy. Yet, they remained calm, their shared understanding evident. LeBron took control of the ball, refusing to grant the opposition any time to ponder. He forcefully drove towards the Knicks' interior, finishing with a layup off the backboard. This extended the lead to 6 points. The Knicks attempted to continue their screening tactics, but Longsan had already anticipated this. He utilized his speed to circumvent the Knicks' screen effectively, denying Crawford a clear shot. Observing this, Knicks point guard Marbury was momentarily bewildered. However, upon glancing at the shot clock, he noted that only 3 seconds remained in the 24-second window. Without time to deliberate, he executed a deceptive drive and penetrated the Cavaliers' defense, scoring with a floater. On the Cavaliers' end, LeBron initiated a relentless assault, scoring 8 consecutive points in a back-and-forth exchange with the Knicks. A subsequent fake drive resulted in an assist to Longsan, who scored 6 points in rapid succession. As a result, the Knicks not only failed to close the gap but found themselves trailing by double digits, with the score reaching 10 points. With only 3 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Longsan's tally stood at 21 points, surpassing Barkley's prediction of 20 points. This left Barkley facing the prospect of a rather humiliating consequence during his next broadcast. His partner, Smith, merely shot him a glance, confident in Barkley's commitment to uphold his promises. On the court, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown, exuding confidence, called a timeout to substitute the starters with the bench players. Upon resuming play, the Knicks starters remained on the floor for over a minute before their coach finally opted to substitute them out. During that brief period, the Knicks starters managed 2 successful offensive plays, scoring 6 points. In contrast, the Cavaliers substitutes struggled to match the Knicks starters' intensity, registering only 2 points from 2 attempts. Nevertheless, thanks to the prior advantage established by the starting lineup, the Cavaliers maintained a 33-27 lead, 6 points ahead of the Knicks. As both teams transitioned to their bench players, a series of missed shots ensued. At 2:01, Cavaliers backup center Ilgauskas missed a shot. Bang! At 1:45. Knicks forward Morris reciprocated by also missing. Bang! At 1:28, a Cavaliers turnover led to a Knicks fast break. At 1:22, Knicks backup shooting guard Fred Jones missed a layup, but fortunately, backup power forward Morris was there to secure the rebound and score with a putback dunk. At 1:06, the Cavaliers missed another layup, relinquishing an opportunity for the Knicks. With 50 seconds left, the Knicks capitalized on a defensive lapse from the Cavaliers, scoring a wide-open shot. The score gap narrowed to just 2 points. The Cavaliers had been outscored 4-0, yet coach Mike Brown remained remarkably composed, not even rising from his seat. The Cavaliers fans echoed his calm demeanor, chatting amongst themselves, showing no signs of concern about the possibility of a loss. The significance of the bench players' performance was deemed minimal, with most spectators convinced of the Cavaliers' inevitable victory. As the first quarter concluded, both teams returned to a level playing field. The Cavaliers' bench had suffered a 6-0 run from the Knicks, resulting in a tied score of 33-33 at the end of the first quarter. Thus, as the second quarter commenced, coach Mike Brown promptly deployed the starting lineup. The Cavaliers came out firing. At 11:48, LeBron drove hard to the Knicks' interior, executing a powerful dunk. At 11:21, he followed up with a fading jump shot for another 2 points. At 10:55, LeBron faked a pass and drove past the Knicks defenders for an easy layup. At 8:01, he scored again with a back-to-the-basket move against Richardson. In the first 4 minutes of the second quarter, LeBron scored 12 points, leading the Cavaliers to a 12-4 run and pushing the score to 45-37. An 8-point lead over the Knicks. This sudden shift left the Knicks head coach in a state of panic. He had believed that neutralizing Longsan would suffice, only to realize that LeBron had single-handedly derailed their plans. Unable to remedy the situation, he immediately called a timeout. "LeBron, you're impressive," Longsan exclaimed, playfully patting LeBron on the shoulder with a grin. "Do I even need to say anything?" LeBron replied, equally jovial, resting his hand on Longsan's shoulder and flashing a bright smile. "LeBron, I suspect they'll start double-teaming you once the timeout ends." Longsan remained unconcerned, turning to articulate his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, old James did not ponder further and responded, "My friend, as long as the two of us are present, no matter how they maneuver, they cannot simultaneously restrain both of us. Therefore, you need not worry about this issue at all." Indeed, the situation unfolded as old James had predicted. Upon returning to the bench, head coach Mike Brown shared a similar outlook. Believing that the Knicks could not effectively contain both Longsan and old James at the same time, thus he did not even bother to devise a counter-strategy. As anticipated, following the timeout, the Knicks employed a double-team strategy against old James. Whenever he dribbled towards the inside, they would collapse their defense and initiate the double-team. Observing this, old James remained unperturbed. Recognizing the impending double-team, he promptly dished the ball out. Longsan had already been attentive to this development and had prepared accordingly. As soon as he maneuvered past his defender, old James delivered the ball right on target. Without hesitation, Longsan launched the basketball with precision. Swish! A clean three-pointer found the net. With 7 minutes and 28 seconds remaining, the score stood at 48-39. The Knicks, however, remained composed, continuing to execute their coach's strategy. With 7 minutes and 11 seconds left, the Knicks seized an opportunity, scoring a two-pointer, bringing the score to 48-41. At 6 minutes and 55 seconds, swish, the Longsan logo appeared hollow as it entered the net. At 6 minutes and 38 seconds, the Knicks attempted a shot that missed the mark. LeBron secured the rebound. And in an instant, Longsan dashed forward. Observing this, LeBron delivered a precise long pass, placing the basketball firmly in Longsan's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Longsan executed a sudden stop beyond the three-point line and effortlessly sank the shot. With 6 minutes and 18 seconds remaining, Knicks center Eddie Curry aggressively drove against Varejao. Bang! The basketball struck the rim, but the whistle blew. Beep! The referee's whistle signaled a foul for a hand violation by Varejao. Eddie Curry of the Knicks was awarded 2 free throw opportunities. He converted both attempts flawlessly. At 5 minutes and 52 seconds, Longsan received a pass from LeBron James and, facing Crawford, launched a three-point shot. Beep. Swish. Crawford committed a foul, making Longsan's three-pointer count. And he was granted an additional free throw. Swish. Longsan successfully made the free throw. In a single round, Longsan scored 4 points, swiftly bringing the score to 55-43, leaving the Knicks trailing by 12 points. This sudden shift caused the Knicks coach to feel a pang of anxiety. Yet he refrained from calling a timeout, convinced that Longsan's success was merely a fleeting stroke of luck. He wagered that Longsan's prowess would soon wane. Regrettably, he was mistaken. An exceptional talent like Longsan was impervious to such fluctuations in form. With 5 minutes and 36 seconds remaining, the Knicks finally managed to score a two-pointer. In the next play, Longsan, positioned just beyond the three-point line, unleashed another cold-blooded shot, effortlessly sinking yet another three-pointer. The Knicks were left bewildered as Longsan achieved an astonishing 8 out of 8 from beyond the arc. The score escalated to 58-45, widening the gap to 13 points. The coach realized he could no longer afford to gamble. If this continued, Longsan would annihilate them with his shooting. However, he was momentarily at a loss for a better strategy. With both LeBron and Longsan on the court, it was impossible to contain them simultaneously, forcing him to choose one to focus on. Yet, he was uncertain whom to relinquish. In the brief moment of his indecision, Longsan executed a steal and swiftly converted it into another three-pointer. The score ballooned to a 16-point deficit, leaving him feeling utterly powerless to contain both Longsan and LeBron. Suddenly, Crawford evaded Longsan and drilled a three-pointer, momentarily igniting a flicker of hope. However, before he could revel in this moment, Longsan swiftly retaliated with a fast-break three-pointer of his own. With a standard Longsan-style long-range shot, the score reached 64-48, maintaining the 16-point difference. At this point, the Knicks coach had no alternative but to call a timeout, his second of the quarter. As the players gathered, he first offered words of encouragement before taking out his tactical board and addressing them. "Gentlemen, we find ourselves at an impasse. If we wish to claim victory, we must take bold action." He paused, scanning the faces of his players for their reactions. The Knicks players, without hesitation, responded, "Coach, we will follow your lead." With this affirmation, he laid out his plan. With both LeBron and Longsan on the court, it is impossible to contain them. Therefore, in order to win, we must devise a different approach. Through my observations, I have discerned that if we aim to triumph, we must engage in a three-point shooting contest. The Cavaliers' only reliable three-point shooter appears to be Longsan. If we can limit him, the Cavaliers will struggle to match us in long-range shooting. Meanwhile, Crawford and Marbury are both capable from beyond the arc, so we will adopt an outside shooting strategy. Richardson, Randolph, and Eddie Curry, you three must actively set screens. Before he could elaborate further, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the timeout. The Cavaliers, lacking any strategic adjustments, took to the court promptly. Moments later, the Knicks emerged from the bench. As Marbury advanced the ball, he did not immediately pass, instead opting for Randolph to set a screen. Crawford then used Eddie Curry's screen to shake off Longsan, darting to the left beyond the three-point line. Marbury delivered the ball to Crawford, who took the shot. Swish. The three-pointer found the net with ease. With 3:26 on the clock, the score stood at 64-51. It was only then that Longsan grasped the Knicks' strategy, though he remained unfazed. Turning back, LeBron brought the ball up court, and Richardson chose not to follow him as he had previously. Instead, he stationed himself near the three-point line. LeBron, without hesitation, drove inside, yet unexpectedly, the Knicks seemed indifferent to his penetration. Swish. LeBron effortlessly laid the ball in for 2 points. making the score 66-51 with 3:08 left. In the following play, at 2:51, the Knicks executed their strategy once more, with Marbury hitting a wide-open three-pointer. Now, LeBron understood the Knicks' intent. They aimed to bridge the gap by trading three-pointers for two-pointers, potentially securing victory. Yet, even with this understanding, the Cavaliers remained unfazed, continuing their offensive efforts. At 2:32, LeBron drove and executed a turnaround jumper for another 2 points, bringing the score to 68-54. The Knicks quickly advanced the ball. However, due to Longsan's vigilance, their strategy faltered. The ball found its way to their center, Eddie Curry, who was positioned outside the three-point line. As the 24-second shot clock dwindled, Eddie glanced at Marbury and Crawford, realizing neither had shaken off their defenders. With no other option, he launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The bewildered Varejao, unable to react in time, could only watch as Eddie's shot sailed through the air. Swish. The ball swished through the net, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Longsan gazed at the basketball that had pierced through the net with a bewildered expression, voicing his incredulity. Meanwhile, LeBron, equally speechless, glanced at A.D. Curry, and without uttering a word, rubbed his hands together and retrieved the ball from the ground, preparing to resume the offense. Initially, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown intended to call a timeout to substitute the main lineup, but upon observing the situation on the court, he refrained from doing so. In the ensuing 2 minutes, the Knicks appeared to be invigorated, sinking all 3 of their attempts from beyond the arc, one of which resulted in a foul on LeBron, culminating in a 3-1 play. In contrast, LeBron managed to score 2 out of 3 attempts, demonstrating efficiency. However, upon glancing at the scoreboard, the Cavaliers found themselves in a state of disbelief. As the second quarter concluded, the Cavaliers held a slender 5-point lead over the Knicks, at 72-67. What astonished everyone was that the Knicks had netted 8 three-pointers in the second quarter, with each player contributing to the tally. A turn of events that caught everyone off guard. As the second quarter came to a close, the Knicks were brimming with excitement, believing they had glimpsed the prospect of victory in this match. Conversely, the Cavaliers appeared unfazed and relaxed, showing no signs of panic. Despite the tightening score in the latter half of the second quarter, none believed they would succumb to defeat. LeBron sensed that this match was shaping up to be quite intriguing. Longsan, exhibiting no signs of anxiety, patted Lao Jean on the shoulder and chuckled. Lao Jean, revealing a broad grin, responded cheerfully, "Hee hee, it's precisely this way that makes it enjoyable. Otherwise, I haven't had a good time in ages. And you? Haven't you also been lacking in excitement? Ha ha, old man Jean, I never expected you to be this kind of person." Upon hearing LeBron's words, Longsan couldn't help but burst into laughter. The conversation between LeBron and Longsan caught the attention of Coach Mike Brown and the other players of the Cavaliers, leaving them stifling their own laughter, perplexed by the seemingly cryptic exchange between the two prominent figures. "Mate, refrain from speaking such candid truths. Be wary of being caught on camera." Longsan was aware that old James was merely jesting. Nonetheless, he chose to remain silent, grinning as he patted old James and entered the locker room. Meanwhile, Smith and Barkley were still engaged in a playful banter. "How about it, Barkley? The first half has concluded, and Huaxia Long has already amassed 41 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block," Smith remarked. "Barkley, do you still think Huaxia Long is overrated?" Smith, noticing his partner's stubbornness, seized the opportunity to continue teasing him. However, Barkley, being quite astute, was well aware of Smith's intentions to provoke him. "Smith, how can you say that? Although Huaxia Long has performed remarkably in these 2 games. It's only been 2 games. Without substantial data to back it up, what can we really conclude?" Smith glanced at Barkley, taken aback by his response. He had anticipated Barkley would continue to be obstinate. "All right then, my friend. Let us discuss this match." On the Huaxia Sports Channel, the host, holding Longsan's first half statistics, spoke with a beaming smile. As the first half concludes, the Cavaliers lead the Knicks by 5 points, with a score of 72-67. Our country's basketball player, Longsan, has already achieved 41 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block in the first half. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this? Time flew by swiftly. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. Both teams sent out their starting lineups, and on the Cavaliers' side, Longsan, grinning, turned to old James and inquired, "Old James, how shall we approach the second half?" Old James, flashing his signature smile, replied, "What else can we do? If I tire, you simply take over." Longsan was also taken aback by the simplicity of old Jean's thoughts. However, having commenced the offensive, he refrained from further comments. With the ball in hand, Old Jean charged towards the Knicks' interior. At 11 minutes and 46 seconds, he penetrated the Knicks' paint, confronting the power forward Randolph and securing 2 points. Swish. The basketball nestled into the net. It was now the Knicks' turn to attack. Marbury advanced the ball to the front court, where Larry Hughes approached him. Observing the situation, Marbury passed the basketball to Crawford, but Longsan had already positioned himself defensively. Crawford found himself with no opportunity and deftly flicked the ball into the hands of center Eddie Curry. Facing the shorter Wallace, Eddie Curry showed no hesitation, effortlessly executing a soft hook shot that sent the basketball through the hoop. The score adjusted to 74-69 as the Cavaliers initiated their offense. This time, Old Jean refrained from requesting the ball. Larry Hughes brought the ball forward into the Cavaliers' front court and passed it to Longsan. Longsan initially intended to launch an offensive, yet he soon noticed that Varejao was left unguarded in the paint. Without a second thought, he executed a no-look pass, delivering the basketball directly into Varejao's hands. Swish. Varejao, receiving the ball, faced an unoccupied hoop and effortlessly deposited the basketball into the net, securing 2 points. With 10 minutes and 56 seconds remaining, LeBron committed a passing error, resulting in a steal by Marbury. However, his fast break layup was emphatically rejected by Longsan. At 10 minutes and 42 seconds, the Knicks' offensive effort fell short, allowing Longsan to retrieve the rebound and assist Larry Hughes, who scored with a fast break layup. The score stood at 80-75, with a 5-point margin reinstated. The gap between the two teams remained at 5 points until the fourth quarter, where a shift occurred after 3 minutes had elapsed. At 8 minutes and 58 seconds into the fourth quarter, the score was 102-97. Over the past 8 to 9 minutes, both teams engaged in a thrilling back-and-forth contest. However, during this time frame, Longsan managed to score only 2 points, while amassing 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. LeBron, on the other hand, tallied 14 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. At 8 minutes and 58 seconds into the fourth quarter, a passing error from LeBron led to a steal by the Knicks, enabling Marbury to execute a fast break layup. At 8 minutes and 44 seconds, Larry Hughes of the Cavaliers attempted to pass to Varejao, but the Knicks' Randolph intercepted the ball. The Knicks sought to initiate a quick counterattack, yet LeBron and Longsan swiftly reacted, racing to the opposing frontcourt in a matter of seconds. Faced with the defensive pressure from LeBron and Longsan, Marbury was compelled to abandon the fast break and await the support of his teammates. Longsan and Old Jean initially intended to double-team Marbury, but Crawford from the Knicks had already positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Consequently, Longsan promptly abandoned his plan to confront Marbury and swiftly moved towards Crawford. As anticipated, upon noticing Crawford's presence at the three-point line, Marbury executed a ground pass, returning the basketball to Crawford. However, Longsan had already closed in, denying Crawford a shooting opportunity. At this moment, other players rushed in as well. Faced with Longsan's defense, Crawford hesitated to take the shot and, observing his teammate Richardson in an open position, passed the ball to him. As soon as Richardson received the basketball, Varejao, closest to him, lunged forward. Yet, it was still a fraction too late, for Richardson had already released his shot. Beep. Swish. Richardson scored a two-pointer and drew a shooting foul from Varejao, earning an additional free throw. Richardson, under pressure, confidently sunk the free throw. Swish. With a 2-1 play, Richardson leveled the score at 102-102. Beep. Observing this, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown promptly called a timeout, needing to devise a strategy to prevent the Knicks from gaining momentum. Gentlemen, just give the ball to LeBron or Longsan. Mike Brown remained calm, diligently sketching out plays on the tactical board. Once finished, he addressed Old Jean. LeBron, you will take control of the ball. Once you reach the front court, don't concern yourself with the defenders' positions. Charge straight into their paint. If they don't double-team you, go for the shot. If they do, pass to Long. Make sure to find an open spot beyond the arc and be ready for LeBron's pass. Once you receive the ball, shoot without hesitation. Okay? Old Jean and Longsan nodded in agreement without overthinking Mike Brown's instructions. Mike Brown intended to elaborate further, but suddenly, the 1-minute timeout concluded, interrupted by the referee's whistle. Not dwelling on it, he encouraged Longsan and the others before sending them back onto the court. Meanwhile, upon their return, the Knicks were already waiting for them on the floor. Longsan received the basketball tossed by the referee and passed it to Old Jean before dashing towards the front court. Upon arriving at the front court, Old Jean did not rush into the offense. Instead, he deliberately controlled the tempo. As the shot clock dwindled to a mere 5 or 6 seconds, he began to maneuver towards the basket. Meanwhile, Longsan strategically drew defenders away. Being a key target for the Knicks, Longsan typically attracted double teams, preventing him from easily taking a three-point shot. However, this time, the defenders hesitated. Noticing the dwindling shot clock, which showed only 3 or 4 seconds remaining, they assumed that Old Jean would not pass the ball, and in that fleeting moment of indecision, they faltered. Longsan has successfully utilized Larry Hughes' screen to create an open opportunity. The moment Longsan found himself in space, Old Jean promptly delivered the basketball. Upon receiving the pass from Old James, Longsan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, prompting him to forego any adjustments and release the shot without hesitation. The Knicks head coach, observing that his players had failed to keep pace with Longsan, could not restrain himself and shouted, "Keep up." Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time he voiced his command, Longsan had already found himself in an open position and had launched the basketball. Swish! The ball effortlessly pierced through the net, coinciding perfectly with the expiration of the shot clock. The referee signaled that the basket was valid, and the game continued. Shift! Witnessing this unfolding scene, the Knicks head coach erupted in a fit of expletives. Meanwhile, the game pressed onward. With 7 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, Crawford from the Knicks took a shot, but it clanged off the rim. Bang! After securing the rebound, Longsan passed the basketball to Larry Hughes, who deftly maneuvered past the defender Crawford and sprinted towards the front court. Meanwhile, as soon as LeBron crossed half court, he established his position and called for the ball. Without hesitation, Larry Hughes delivered the basketball into LeBron's hands. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron took a moment to assess the situation before leveraging his physical prowess to overpower Richardson. Swish! With LeBron's two-point shot, the Cavaliers regained a 5-point lead over the Knicks at 107-102. The ensuing gameplay unfolded similarly to the beginning of the second quarter. In a display of unyielding prowess, Longsan and Old Jean executed a relentless scoring spree, leaving the Knicks utterly defenseless. Within a mere 3 to 4 minutes, they compelled the Knicks to call 2 timeouts. However, the respite proved to be of little consequence, as the Knicks could only sporadically match the Cavaliers in scoring exchanges, failing to alter their continuously trailing status. As the game approached the 1 minute and 45 seconds mark, Longsan's logo three-pointer propelled the Cavaliers to a commanding lead of 126-110, a full 16 points ahead of the Knicks. Recognizing the dwindling chances, the Knicks head coach understood the gravity of their situation. 2 possessions later, the contest lost all suspense. During those exchanges, the Cavaliers secured 5 points, while the Knicks managed a meager 2 points courtesy of Eddie Curry's layup. With merely 32 seconds remaining and a daunting 19-point deficit, the Knicks made one final effort, as Marbury launched a three-pointer over Larry Hughes. With less than 12 seconds left, the Cavaliers opted against further offense, allowing the clock to run down, culminating in the conclusion of the match. The final whistle sounded, sealing the Cavaliers' victory at 131-115 over the Knicks, who suffered a 16-point defeat on the road, marking the Cavaliers' second consecutive win. In terms of statistics, the Knicks slightly edged in rebounds with a count of 59-55. However, in all other aspects, the Cavaliers held the upper hand, notably attempting an astonishing 27 three-pointers and successfully sinking 18, resulting in an extraordinary shooting percentage of 66.6. Longsan alone attempted 13 three-pointers, converting 11. Conversely, the Knicks also endeavored with 25 three-point attempts but only managed to hit 13. On an individual level, Old Jean delivered an impressive performance, amassing the second highest score of the game with 50 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Longsan achieved an impressive performance, scoring a remarkable 55 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 4 blocks, and 3 steals, nearing a triple-double. As for the Cavaliers, Larry Hughes contributed 5 points, 17 assists, and 4 rebounds. Varejao added 8 points and 13 rebounds, along with 2 assists, while Wallace recorded 7 points, 20 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. The bench players, given limited playing time, managed to accumulate only 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. On the Knicks side, Stephon Marbury led with 27 points and 9 assists, followed by Crawford with 18 points and 6 assists, while Eddie Curry topped the team with 33 points and 21 rebounds. Richardson contributed 12 points, 13 rebounds, and 4 assists, and Randolph added 19 points and 15 rebounds, along with 2 assists. Naturally, the post-game discussions were dominated by Longsan's achievement of scoring over 50 points in consecutive games. Immediately after the match, he once again ascended to the trending topics. Meanwhile, a beautiful reporter from TNT had been waiting on site for quite some time, ready to interview him as soon as the game concluded. Longsan paid no heed, casually wiping away the sweat, and followed the staff as they walked forward. "Hello, Huaxia Long. I am Ruth Mary, a reporter from TNT." As Longsan approached, a strikingly beautiful woman, possessing a quintessential Western figure with exaggerated curves, greeted him warmly. Though he felt somewhat bewildered, he maintained his composure and responded politely, "Hello, I am Longsan." With a playful smile, Ruth Marie replied, "Oh, I know. Shall we commence the interview, Long?" Longsan paid no heed and nodded, saying, "Certainly." Upon receiving Longsan's response, Marie gestured to the photographer behind her to commence, and then inquired, "Dragon, are you aware of the online voting campaign prior to the competition?" Longsan looked bewildered at Ruth Marie's question. He truly did not have the habit of browsing the internet before the game, so he scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I haven't been online in a long time, so I genuinely don't know." Observing that Longsan seemed sincere, Ruth Marie briefly recounted the events that had transpired online before inquiring, "So, Long, what is your perspective on this matter?" Longsan smiled lightly and replied, "I have no particular opinion. Perhaps this is merely a form of entertainment for netizens after a meal." Ruth Mary, somewhat dissatisfied, hoped to extract some explosive news from Longsan. However, his response left her momentarily speechless. Yet, her extensive work experience swiftly led her to seize upon a new topic. "So, Long, are you aware of the wager between Smith and Barkley?" Longsan was somewhat bewildered. He could not comprehend the logic of Ruth Marie, as the leap in reasoning was quite vast. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the situation, he sensed that these journalists were undoubtedly individuals who would not rise without the promise of gain. Thus, he chose not to pursue the topic and instead said, "Hello, beautiful. Let us discuss matters pertaining to today's match." Ruth Marie, undeterred by Longsan's lack of engagement, promptly responded, "Long, Barkley mentioned during the broadcast that if you score over 20 points in this game, he will kiss a pig's behind in the next broadcast. Therefore, this is indeed relevant to your performance today." Longsan wore an expression of disbelief, silently lamenting to himself how reckless Barkley had become. 20 points, who did he underestimate? However, he maintained a stoic facade and remarked, "Well, perhaps Barkley is merely speaking for the sake of entertainment." After a brief pause, Longsan continued, "Nonetheless, I believe that Barkley is a man of his word." Initially, Rosemary was puzzled by the first half of Longsan's statement, fearing that his response would yield no fruitful insight. Yet, in the subsequent utterance, Longsan articulated the very answer she sought. After delivering his response, however, he hastily bid her farewell and departed. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Longsan conclude his interview, old James swiftly answered a question before bidding farewell to his interviewer and hurriedly pursuing Longsan. "Hey, buddy, wait for me." Upon recognizing old James's voice, Longsan did not hesitate to turn around and wait for him. As old James approached, he patted Longsan's shoulder and said, "Long, I heard that Barkley lost a bet and will have to kiss a pig's behind during the next live broadcast." Longsan looked at him incredulously and replied, "Old James, what is so shocking about that? Hasn't he already kissed a donkey's behind? What is the big deal about kissing a pig's?" "Hey, Long, I meant to ask if you'd like to join me in watching him kiss the pig live?" Longsan was left pondering what old James had in mind. At this moment, Longsan finally reacted, grinning as he patted old James on the shoulder and said, "Of course we want in. How could we miss out on such a delightful affair?" Old James was amused by Longsan's words, laughing heartily. "Haha, Long, you rascal." Meanwhile, with Longsan's remarkable performance, scoring over 50 points in 2 consecutive games, his abilities garnered recognition from a portion of the audience. Astonishingly, due to Longsan's personal influence, the NBA officials ranked the Cavaliers as the top team in the league. Even more outrageous was the fact that numerous organizations and analysts, including those from the NBA, asserted that if Longsan maintained at least 70% of his current performance throughout the season, the Cavaliers would undoubtedly emerge as the frontrunners for this year's NBA championship. Furthermore, it was noted that, thus far, only 3 instances of scoring over 50 points had occurred across the league, and what shocked them most was that all 3 performances had been delivered by Cavaliers players. James once and Longsan twice. With Longsan's 55 points in this game, marking the highest score of the new season. In the TNT studio, Smith, holding Longsan's statistics, gazed in disbelief at his partner Barkley. With an exaggerated tone, he exclaimed, "Barkley, do you realize what Longsan's performances in the first 2 games of the season signify?" Barkley, aware of Longsan's latest 50-point game, played along, responding, "Oh, Smith, what does it signify?" Seeing Barkley so cooperative, Smith continued without hesitation, "Barkley, based on Longsan's performances in these 2 games, he has surpassed the legendary rookie season of the basketball emperor, Wilt Chamberlain." Of course, this was merely a reflection of the first 2 games, and the subsequent matches would be worth waiting for. This sentiment was not exclusive to Smith. For instance, the national sports channel of Huaxia began to rave about Longsan immediately after his game concluded. On the same day, other matches unfolded. The Hawks defeated the Mavericks 101-94. The Celtics triumphed over the Wizards 103-83, and the Hornets edged past the Bucks 102-99. After 2 rounds of games, the Cavaliers held a 2-game winning streak in the East, while the reigning champions, the Spurs, started with 3 consecutive victories in the West, placing both teams at the top of their respective conferences. Kobe Bryant's Lakers, having previously lost to the Yao-McGrady Rockets, were currently at 1 win and 1 loss, ranking 5th in the West. The Rockets, featuring the Yao-McGrady duo, stood at 2nd in the West with a perfect 2-0 record. In the East, Longsan paid special attention to the Celtics, who had only played 1 game and secured 1 victory, placing them 6th in the East, while the Magic stood 9th with a record of 1-1. Old Man James, let us go. Following the Cavaliers' victory, the team celebrated briefly, as was customary, since head coach Mike Brown had informed Longsan and Old James earlier that they would join him for a press conference. Longsan quickly showered and went to fetch Old James. Upon seeing Longsan, Old James wasted no time, dressing swiftly and following Longsan to meet Mike Brown for the press conference. "Hey, we've arrived." Upon encountering Coach Mike Brown, Longsan greeted him politely. Old James, not to be outdone, also acknowledged Brown as Longsan spoke. Seeing his 2-star players, Mike Brown was visibly pleased, returning their greetings with a smile before leading them to the press conference. As they entered the venue, Longsan distinctly felt that the atmosphere was different today. It seemed as if the journalists were glaring at them with fiery eyes. Noticing Longsan's momentary distraction, Old James whispered in his ear, "Buddy, something must have happened today. But don't worry, just be vague when answering questions." Longsan was about to nod in acknowledgement, but he soon realized they had already reached their designated seats, so he refrained from speaking. Instead, he merely patted Old James on the backside before settling down. As soon as Longsan and his companions took their seats, the reporters below grew somewhat impatient. Fortunately, the first question of the day was directed not at him or the adjacent Old James, but rather at the head coach, Mike Brown, who sat furthest to the right. Longsan truly could not recall the name of the white female journalist, only hearing her inquire, "Coach Mike Brown, what is your opinion on the league ranking the Cavaliers as the top team?" Upon hearing this question, both LeBron and he were visibly taken aback, as they were unaware of such a development. However, when Longsan cast a glance at Coach Mike Brown, he noticed that the latter was entirely unfazed. It became clear that Coach Mike was indeed aware of the situation, and thus, Longsan wished to hear his response. Coach Mike Brown, displaying his usual diplomatic demeanor, cleared his throat before replying, "I am not concerned with this matter. The sole focus for me, or rather for us, the Cavaliers, has always been one thing: how to clinch the ultimate championship." Naturally, his answer would not satisfy the reporters, as he had just set down the microphone when another journalist from TNT interjected, "Coach Mike, you mentioned that your concern lies in winning the championship. So, what are your thoughts on multiple organizations and media outlets deeming your Cavaliers as the leading contenders for this season's title? At present, our Cavaliers are indeed performing quite well, but the future is uncertain," he replied. "Therefore, I believe that being a frontrunner is merely that, a frontrunner, not the champion itself, and thus holds little significance for us." Seeing that they could not extract any further insights from Mike Brown, the reporters shifted their focus to LeBron and Longsan. However, due to the prolonged nature of the previous questions, they were unable to pose their inquiries before being interrupted. Subsequently, the matter faded away into obscurity. "Hey, is today Saturday?" Upon hearing James's words, Longsan was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by the old man's eccentricity. Nevertheless, he managed to respond, "Indeed, old fellow, Is there an issue? Long continued. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new week. Have you not noticed the remarkable performance you have delivered this week? If all goes as anticipated, you are likely to be named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. Do you comprehend the significance of this achievement? At this moment, Longsan gazed at old John with a bewildered expression. After a brief pause, he nonchalantly remarked, "Old John, it's merely the Player of the Week award. Is it truly worth your astonishment? Hey, buddy, this is your inaugural season, after all. Are you not aware that this is a singular achievement in the annals of NBA history?" At this moment, Longsan felt a flicker of intrigue. As he contemplated the possibility of exploiting the system to his advantage, he then spoke up, "Old John, something seems amiss." With that, he added, "All right, you two should return and rest. We have training early tomorrow." Before old John could respond, head coach Mike Brown interrupted their conversation, urging them to retire for the night. Upon hearing his words, both Longsan and old John promptly replied, "Understood, boss." Subsequently, they did not linger further and, after exchanging goodnights, parted ways. Upon returning home, Longsan was immediately eager to check the system for any rewards he might have received. However, to his dismay, upon eagerly opening the system panel, he realized he had been overly optimistic. Given the system's track record, it was indeed peculiar that he would receive any rewards this time, as he had not shattered any records. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, for his current abilities were sufficient to contend with his opponents in the upcoming matches. The only concern that lingered was his stamina, yet thus far, he had encountered no issues in that regard. Consequently, he closed the system panel without further thought and proceeded to take a shower before retiring for the night. The following day, November 4th. Although the Cavaliers had no game scheduled, they were set to face the Suns on the road the next day. Therefore, they were to fly to Phoenix that afternoon. In the morning, Longsan rose early once again to commence his training, primarily focusing on enhancing his stamina. His routine consisted of morning jogs followed by rigorous weightlifting in the training facility. When the other Cavaliers players arrived early, they were greeted by the sight of Longsan already drenched in sweat from his workout, which earned him their admiration, rather than succumb to laziness. They promptly joined in the training, with the exception of LeBron, who, observing the perspiring Longsan, teasingly remarked, "Buddy, I believe it's high time you found yourself a girlfriend. Otherwise, the weights in our training room may not survive your relentless assault." Longsan nearly choked on old John's words. "Hey, old John, are you feeling frisky? Do you wish to engage in a contest?" Upon observing Longsan's stance, old John was left utterly speechless. "My friend, why must you resort to a duel at the slightest disagreement? Furthermore, do not merely focus on weightlifting. It is rather monotonous. Come, let us train in other disciplines." Longsan initially believed that old John was about to deliver another cutting remark. However, to his surprise, he uttered something quite different. Without hesitation, Longsan glanced at the time and realized it was indeed time to head to the court. "All right, old John," he stated, and promptly took old John away from the training room. Upon arriving at the court, head coach Mike Brown entered from outside, noting that everyone had gathered. He addressed the group, saying, "Gentlemen, as you are all aware, we will be flying to Felix this afternoon, so we won't have an extensive agenda for this morning. Nonetheless, we shall still conduct the essential foundational training." After providing a brief outline for the morning's practice, he concluded the session by 10:30 a.m. Due to their departure scheduled for 2:30 p.m., Mike Brown intentionally allowed them to leave the arena early to prepare their belongings. By 6:30 p.m., they arrived in Felix, and as soon as they reached the hotel, Longsan could not help but express his discontent. "Old man, playing away games is truly unenjoyable." Old John, taken aback by Longsan's comment, scratched his head and inquired, "Buddy, what do you mean by that?" Longsan replied, "Don't you feel that traveling is such a waste of time?" Old John was momentarily at a loss for words, casting an exasperated glance at Longsan before turning and retreating to his room, too weary to engage in further conversation. At this moment, Longsan felt somewhat awkward. He touched his nose and proceeded to drag his luggage into his room. On the evening of November 5th, at 8 p.m., the Phoenix Suns were set to play at the Western Conference Arena. LeBron James, in the opposing team's territory, undeniably sensed a different atmosphere. Once the players entered the court, Longsan approached LeBron, clutching a basketball intended for warm-ups, and whispered softly. LeBron, understanding Longsan's sentiment, chuckled and replied, "Buddy, there's nothing to be alarmed about. In time, you'll come to appreciate the significance of a team's home court advantage." Longsan, with his lips pursed, chose not to engage in further discussion with LeBron. He picked up a basketball and jogged off to warm up. Swish, swish. After effortlessly sinking several three-pointers, his interest waned. He glanced over at the Phoenix Suns and, upon turning back, caught sight of their star player, Steve Nash, warming up. Renowned for his ball-handling prowess, Nash was well known to Longsan. The Suns' explosive offensive strategy was predicated on Nash's masterful control, which endowed the tactic with its potency. Although Nash was considered a premier figure within the current NBA landscape, Longsan remained unfazed. A fleeting look at the other players on the Suns revealed the presence of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. However, the once dominant force during the Lakers' three-peat era had lost much of his former might. The Big Diesel was now past his prime. Otherwise, the Cavaliers might have faced a more formidable challenge today. "Hey, buddy, what are you staring at?" LeBron asked, curiosity evident in his voice as he gently tapped Longsan on the shoulder, noticing his unwavering gaze towards the Suns. Longsan did not conceal his thoughts and directly stated, "Old man, do you think if Shaquille O'Neal possessed the same dominance as during his 3 consecutive championships, we could triumph over the Suns today? Come on, are we really that feeble in the Cavaliers? Old man, you seem to overestimate the current Cavaliers. Who among us could withstand the onslaught of Shaq during his prime? You?" Hearing Longsan's words, old James chuckled and replied, "Come on, your bench press surpasses his. Would you fear him? Old man, he stands at 2.16 meters, and I am merely this tall. What are you thinking? Huh, my friend? Your vertical leap is even more impressive than his." Old man beep. Longsan initially wished to continue speaking, but upon hearing the whistle, he recognized that the match was about to commence and thus fell silent. He took hold of old John and returned to the bench. The Cavaliers' starting lineup remained unchanged from before, consisting of point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward James, power forward Varejao, and center Wallace. Meanwhile, the Suns' starting lineup featured point guard Steve Nash, shooting guard Grant Hill, small forward Sean Marion, power forward Amare Stoudemire, and center Shaquille O'Neal. Coach Mike Brown cast a glance at Longsan and remarked, "Long, the Suns' strategy is rather straightforward. Their bombardment tactic finds its match in you. Your speed and three-point shooting are exceptionally rare in NBA history. Therefore, as long as the Suns employ their bombardment strategy today, our offensive approach will revolve around you as the focal point. Feel free to focus on your three-point shooting. Defense will be well handled by LeBron." Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's tactical arrangements, Longsan and old Jean exhibited no hesitation, nodding in understanding. Indeed, the Shark remains the Shark, even if his prime is waned. His essence endures. In comparison, Wallace appeared almost childlike, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. With a resounding clap, the Suns secured possession of the basketball, and Nash dribbled forward, with Larry Hughes immediately trailing him. Today, his task was to closely shadow Nash, ensuring that he could not effortlessly distribute the ball. However, the maestro of ball control was not to be underestimated. At 11 minutes and 48 seconds, Nash deceived everyone, delivering the ball into the hands of the Great Shark, O'Neal. The Great Shark exhibited no mercy, effortlessly placing the ball into the basket over Wallace. The rim reverberated with a thunderous sound. On the Cavaliers' side, Wallace wore a look of exasperation. He felt utterly defeated, powerless against the Great Shark. Meanwhile, Longsan was brimming with excitement. Sensing that today held the promise of thrilling possibilities, perhaps even a record-breaking moment. In a state of despondency, Wallace tossed the ball on the ground to Longsan before lowering his head and sprinting towards the front court. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan cast a glance at his defender, Grant Hill, and noticed that he had already sprinted to the front court, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. Longsan chuckled as well. Since he was disregarded, he had no intention of holding back. Dribbling the ball to the logo at midcourt, he promptly collected it and launched a shot. Observing Longsan's release, the Cavaliers players exhibited no surprise, immediately retreating as the ball left his hands. This left the Suns defenders utterly bewildered, caught off guard and unsure of what had just transpired. Whoosh! As Longsan released the basketball, it swished effortlessly through the net, landing in the hands of O'Neal. At that moment, they began to comprehend the unfolding situation. It appeared that, due to Longsan being a rookie, despite his impressive performances in the previous 2 games, the Suns had not devised a targeted defensive strategy against him. Consequently, when Longsan successfully made a three-pointer, the Suns paid him no heed. Now it was their turn to attack, with Nash continuing to serve as the catalyst for the Suns' offense. With a swift motion, Nash advanced the basketball into the front court, despite Larry Hughes diligently attempting to guard him. Yet, in an instant, Nash, with an almost supernatural stealth, passed the ball from Hughes' grasp. By the time Hughes reacted, the ball was already in the possession of O'Neal. Although the Cavaliers' power forward, Wallace, rushed to apply pressure, Varejao proved too feeble in the face of the formidable Shaq. Without a moment's hesitation, O'Neal executed a powerful dunk right over him. This left Longsan, positioned beyond the arc, momentarily bewildered, astonished by O'Neal's dominance. Wallace, who sought to assist defensively, was equally startled by the sheer might of the big diesel. "Don't worry, my friend. Watch how I reclaim my pride." Upon witnessing that Vallejo had become somewhat withdrawn due to the bullying from the Sharks, Longsan promptly approached him to offer a few words of comfort. Indeed, as Vallejo heard Longsan's encouraging words and met his supportive gaze, he immediately regained a semblance of his fighting spirit. Longsan initially had no intention of initiating an offensive play, yet upon witnessing the formidable Shaquille O'Neal effortlessly overpowering Varejao as if he were a mere child, he found it rather amusing. Thus, he too was compelled to experience the thrill of dominating someone weaker. "Mate, pass me the ball." Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed in front of Larry Hughes and called out. Larry, equally disinterested in holding the ball, felt his passing skills were insufficient in the face of Nash's prowess. He had longed for someone to take the ball off his hands, so when Longsan approached, he promptly passed the basketball to him without a second thought. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan deliberately dribbled it toward Grant Hill, who wore a perplexed expression. Without hesitation, he showcased his skills right in front of him. Swish, pop, bang. Just as the formidable Shaquille O'Neal overpowered Varejao, Longsan audaciously unleashed a three-pointer right in the face of Grant Hill. Not only did the basketball swish through the net effortlessly, but Grant Hill also incurred a foul for striking Longsan's arm in an attempt to contest the shot, having been caught off guard by Longsan's impressive leap. Upon landing, Longsan refrained from ostentation, perceiving Grant Hill's ranking as too low, thus considering it beneath his dignity to show off in his presence. With a swift motion, he drew a foul, which was tantamount to a gift of points. As Longsan executed a three-point play, the Cavaliers swiftly surged to a 7-4 lead over the Suns within the first 2 minutes of the game. Grant Hill, having committed a foul, faced a stern reprimand from Suns head coach Mike D'Antoni. Consequently, D'Antoni could no longer remain passive. He stood at the sidelines, vociferously urging his team to accelerate their offensive pace. Upon hearing this, both LeBron and Longsan comprehended that the Suns intended to engage in a high-octane shooting strategy. Just as anticipated, at 9 minutes and 58 seconds, the Suns successfully capitalized on their speed to sink a three-pointer. In response, Longsan advanced the ball to midcourt and launched a shot. Longsan displayed indifference and promptly retaliated. At 9 minutes and 37 seconds into the next quarter, Nash executed a breakthrough pass, successfully enabling Phoenix Suns small forward Shawn Marion to sink an open three-pointer. Turning back, Longsan also refused to be outdone. At 9 minutes and 18 seconds, he skillfully faced Grant Hill and scored with an impressive shot. The two teams exchanged blows back and forth, showing no signs of slowing down. At 9 minutes and 01 seconds, swoosh, the Suns' offensive strategy proved successful, netting 2 points. At 8 minutes and 46 seconds, Longsan was equally relentless, confronting both Nash and Grant Hill, and confidently landing a three-pointer. Swoosh, it went in. At 8 minutes and 29 seconds, swoosh, O'Neal executed a thunderous dunk. Turning back, at 8 minutes and 11 seconds, Longsan made a deft layup, assisting LeBron with a windmill dunk in response. At 3 minutes and 6 seconds, Nash penetrated the Cavaliers' interior, aiming for a layup. Whap! Longsan had long been aware of him. Seeing him charge in, Longsan did not hesitate and was thoroughly prepared. As Nash received the ball, he immediately followed suit, utilizing his remarkable physical prowess to leap high and deliver a resounding block reminiscent of a volleyball spike. "Hey, buddy, that was ruthless," old James remarked with a smile, watching as the basketball was sent flying by Longsan. "Old man, I couldn't help myself. Just trying to scratch an itch," Longsan replied. Upon hearing Longsan's words, Nash's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared incredulously at Longsan. Longsan, of course, paid no heed to the unfolding events, while old James, with a cheerful demeanor, facilitated a smooth transition without uttering another word. Suddenly, before the ball was even served, D'Anthony called for a timeout, intent on substituting his starting lineup. This decision stemmed not from any other reason but the shocking realization that, despite the Suns and Cavaliers engaging in a fierce back-and-forth contest. His team found themselves trailing by 11 points, with the score at 36-25. Upon glancing at the statistical sheet, he was taken aback. The rookie Longsan had astonishingly amassed 30 points single-handedly, hitting an impeccable 8 for 8 from beyond the arc. This revelation left him momentarily speechless, prompting the timeout. Meanwhile, Mike Brown was equally contemplative, observing that the Cavaliers had established an 11-point lead and felt it was prudent to allow his starters some respite. Both teams, displaying remarkable synergy, opted to deploy their bench players for the remaining 3 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the 3 minutes elapsed, concluding the first quarter with the Cavaliers leading the Suns 44-38. In this quarter alone, Longsan had accrued an impressive 30 points, along with 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. At this rate, if I continue this style of play, I might effortlessly score 60 or 70 points today, he mused. Longsan did not ponder much and glanced at the statistics from the first quarter before, with a lack of decorum, patting old John's shoulder and boasting, "Hey buddy, what are you thinking? In the second quarter, they will focus on you. Do you really believe you will still have such comfortable shooting opportunities then?" However, without any exaggeration, scoring 50 or 60 points is indeed not a daunting task for you. Observing old John's demeanor, which exuded an air of complete confidence, Longsan found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he held a high regard for old John's assertions. D'Antoni was no fool and surely understood this reality. As expected, on the Suns' side, D'Antoni was indeed strategizing on how to defend against Longsan. "Hill, you are to closely shadow that Huaxia dragon throughout the court. Do not allow him to receive the basketball easily, and definitely do not grant him any shooting opportunities. If necessary, even at the cost of a foul, you must impede his shot." "Understood, coach." Grant Hill did not hesitate and readily acquiesced to D'Antoni's directives. D'Antoni merely nodded slightly and continued, "Nash, as soon as Huaxia Dragon receives the ball, you must immediately assist Hill in the defense." "Got it, coach." O'Neal, be mindful of James's drives. Once we lock down Huaxia Dragon, the Cavaliers will inevitably shift their focus to James. It will then be up to you." "I understand, Beep." The second quarter commenced, beginning with a contest between the two team substitutes. After 2 minutes and 45 seconds of play, Mike Brown could no longer remain seated. During this brief span, the Cavaliers bench had been outscored 8-2 by the Suns' reserves, thereby equalizing the score. Seizing the opportunity as the Suns scored, he called for a timeout to substitute in the starting lineup. Observing this, the Suns similarly did not hesitate to bring in their starters. Beep. As the Cavaliers inbound the ball from their baseline, Longsan intended to receive it, only to discover that Grant Hill had been tightly guarding him since his entry onto the court. Shift. After maneuvering in circles, Longsan failed to shake him off and could not help but mutter a complaint. Seeing this, old Jean did not overthink. He approached, received the basketball, dribbled it over to Longsan, and, with a playful smirk, teased, "So, how's it going, buddy?" "Old man, you underestimate me too much. Just pass me the ball if you don't believe it." Longsan paid no heed and directly spoke to him. Seeing that they had reached the front half of the court, old Jean did not hesitate. With a high arc, he passed the basketball into Longsan's hands. He then waved his hand and ran to the side to watch the spectacle, indifferent to how Longsan intended to train Grant Hill, simply wishing to enjoy the unfolding drama in peace. After acquiring the basketball, Longsan paid no heed to whether old Jean was observing the unfolding spectacle. He swiftly dribbled towards the logo. Just as he intended to advance further, he was suddenly confronted by Nash, who had double-teamed him. Without hesitation, he seized the moment, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a deft motion, he gathered the ball and unleashed a swift shot. Grant Hill, caught off guard by Longsan's sudden release, reacted instinctively but was unable to effectively contest the shot. The ball struck his arm instead. Naturally, this did not escape the referee's notice, who promptly blew the whistle. Simultaneously, the basketball swished through the net. Witnessing this, the referee signaled that the three-point attempt was valid. On the sidelines, D'Antoni wore an expression of disbelief, covering his eyes as he muttered an expletive. Meanwhile, Longsan stepped up to the free throw line. Swish. Longsan confidently converted the free throw, achieving a three-point play and bringing the score to 50-46, thereby reclaiming a 4-point lead over the Suns. In the next possession, Nash advanced the ball to the front court, aiming to execute a three-point strategy in retaliation. However, he severely underestimated Longsan's reflexes. Longsan had already anticipated Nash's maneuvers. As Nash attempted to pass the ball over Longsan's head, it was akin to courting disaster. With a resounding thud, the basketball barely grazed the top of Longsan's head before he leapt high and snatched it from the air. Nash, witnessing his pass intercepted, was left in a state of sheer bewilderment, astonished to the point where he could have swallowed an egg whole. Yet, Longsan offered him no reprieve, swiftly preparing for a fast break. However, before he could even set off, Grant Hill, positioned behind him, seized his arm, rendering him immobile. The referee, showing no leniency, promptly called a foul on Hill. Within less than a minute, Hill had accumulated 2 fouls. At that moment, LeBron approached, playfully patting Hill on the back, and with a grin, remarked, "How's it going, buddy? Do you believe me now?" Longsan, equally speechless, imitated the gesture and playfully patted old John's posterior, nonchalantly stating, "Old man, what of it? I can still handle it just fine. Hee hee. All right, buddy, give it your all. If you can't manage, just call me, all right?" Meanwhile, the Cavaliers prepared to execute a sideline throw-in. Longsan initially intended to move forward to catch the ball, but Grant Hill shadowed him closely, prompting him to abandon his pursuit. Upon receiving the ball, Larry Hughes, without a moment's hesitation, dribbled swiftly into the front court. Once past the half-court line, Longsan utilized LeBron's screen, deftly maneuvering behind Larry Hughes, and executed a seamless handoff to receive the ball. Nash, who had been defending Hughes, wasted no time in abandoning his post and lunging towards Longsan upon witnessing him catch the ball. Meanwhile, Grant Hill, who had been tasked with guarding Longsan, circumnavigated LeBron and rushed over as well. Upon securing the basketball, Longsan swiftly created space for his shot, launching the ball with precision. Swish. Despite Nash and Hill's desperate attempts to contest the shot, the height of Longsan's release allowed the basketball to soar effortlessly over their heads, finding its mark with a flawless three-pointer. With 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, the Cavaliers led the Suns by 7 points, 53-46. In that moment, Longsan made it clear to Nash that he was no mere pushover and not easily subdued. Nash, maintaining a stoic demeanor, cast a glance at Longsan before hastening to receive the ball. Longsan, unfazed by Nash's gaze and opting not to celebrate, promptly retreated to the backcourt. Armed with the recent experience, Nash refrained from granting Longsan any opportunities. Once the ball reached the front court, he passed it directly to the imposing Shaquille O'Neal. Without a moment's hesitation, O'Neal turned his back to the basket, clearing Wallace from beneath the rim and effortlessly depositing the ball into the hoop. The entire offensive sequence transpired in a mere 12 seconds. In response, Longsan did not hold onto the ball, but instead sprinted forward, drawing Hill along with him. After Wallace delivered the ball to Larry Hughes along the baseline and set a few screens, he also advanced to the front court. This time, Longsan chose not to initiate the offense. Instead, he communicated with LeBron in advance, ensuring that he would take the offensive lead, while he himself engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase with Hill. Longsan's recent maneuver led the players of the Suns to believe he was simply repositioning himself. In an instant, all eyes from the Suns were drawn towards him, with their defensive focus centered on Longsan. Meanwhile, LeBron seized the opportunity to snatch the basketball from Larry Hughes and effortlessly drove to the basket, scoring with a swift shot. Swish. It was only after the ball swished through the net that the Suns realized what had transpired, allowing the Cavaliers to easily score a basket. This infuriated Coach D'Antoni, who could not contain his frustration and rose from the bench to vocally reprimand his players. However, this did not affect the flow of the game. With 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, the score stood at 55-48 in favor of the Cavaliers. The two teams then exchanged points. Yet the Cavaliers maintained a 7-point lead. As the game approached the 3-minute and 36-second mark, the Cavaliers led 67-60. Following a timeout called by Coach D'Antoni, a transformation occurred. Upon resuming, the Suns abandoned their previous strategy and opted for a three-point shooting approach. They shifted their defensive strategy to prioritize guarding against the Cavaliers' three-point attempts. With 3 minutes and 17 seconds left, as the Cavaliers attempted to score, they struggled to find an opportunity from the perimeter, allowing LeBron to drive in for a quick 2 points. In response, the Suns utilized Shaquille O'Neal's presence in the paint to create space on the perimeter, effortlessly sinking a three-pointer. After a few exchanges, the Cavaliers soon realized the Suns had narrowed the score to 73-69, reducing the Cavaliers' lead to just 4 points with only 46 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Swish. The Cavaliers barely managed to score a two-pointer, just as their 24-second shot clock was about to expire. The Suns quickly retaliated with another three-pointer. In the final seconds, LeBron's last-second three-point attempt clanged off the rim. The first half concluded with the score at 75-72, with the Cavaliers holding a slim three-point lead. In this half, Longsan accumulated 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. By the end of the first half, he had tallied 44 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block. LeBron, on the other hand, had an impressive 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists from 10 field goals made out of 13 attempts. However, he had yet to unleash his full potential, partly due to the formidable presence of Shaquille O'Neal in the paint for the Suns. Although the Suns appeared to have successfully narrowed the gap to 3 points, it did not alter the Cavaliers' dominance over them. Their three-point strategy was merely a result of Longsan relinquishing the ball to LeBron without a concerted effort to defend against him. Otherwise, the Suns' three-point approach against the Cavaliers team, led by Longsan, would have been akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Thus, the Cavaliers remained unperturbed, casually making their way to the locker room, unfazed by the Suns' reduced point deficit. Likewise, the Suns believed they had discovered a method to conquer the Cavaliers and entered the locker room with a sense of triumph. "Hey, old man, how's it going? Enjoying the game?" "Haha, my friend, I've had my fill. In the next quarter, just go all out and secure the victory. Don't be too hard on them." "Old man, you're being quite boastful." Even Mike Brown, who walked ahead of them, could not suppress his laughter and chimed in. "All right, long LeBron. Don't be too ostentatious. Remember, we are playing away. We wouldn't want to end up unable to leave the arena." Haha. Just as Mike Brown finished speaking, even Varejao, who had been bullied by Shaquille O'Neal throughout the game, couldn't help but chuckle. 15 minutes later, beep. The third quarter commenced as the Cavaliers inbound the ball. Longsan immediately dashed to an open spot, receiving the basketball. As soon as he caught it, Hill clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Yet, Longsan paid him no mind. For him, outmaneuvering Hill was a trivial matter. Thus, he glanced at the Suns' defensive focus and seized the moment when Nash was momentarily distracted. With a sudden change of direction, he left Hill behind. Following that, he executed a quick stop and launched a shot from a distance. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Longsan deceived everyone, sending the ball through the net. Shift. Observing the ball penetrate the hoop, Nash shot Longsan a glare and muttered a curse before turning to retrieve the ball. Meanwhile, LeBron approached him, grinning, and said, "Nice shot, buddy." "Old man, no need to say it." Turning back, with 11 minutes and 41 seconds remaining, Nash brought the ball up the court, passing it to Hill before attempting to run off for an open catch. However, he underestimated Longsan's defensive prowess. Longsan applied pressure, causing Hill to panic and hastily pass the ball. Consequently, LeBron swiftly intercepted the pass. Clap. Once in possession, LeBron wasted no time, executing a fast break to score with ease. The score now stood at 80-72, restoring an 8-point lead. D'Antoni, observing the situation unfold on the court, could not contain his frustration, his voice echoing across half the basketball court. Whether it was D'Antoni's admonitions that made an impact or not, the Suns managed to match the Cavaliers in the following exchanges. With 6 minutes and 12 seconds remaining, the score reached 92-81, prompting D'Antoni to call a timeout. "Old man, what's going on?" Upon witnessing the recent layup by old James, which seemed to provoke a slight altercation with Shaquille O'Neal, Longsan inquired, "Is everything all right?" "Not a problem. That hefty fellow is just too strong. I took a bit of a hit," the elder replied. "Really?" Longsan asked, intrigued. "Indeed. Hey, if the opportunity arises, I might give it a shot myself." "Sure thing, my friend. As soon as the timeout ends, you should try your luck against that behemoth." "Absolutely. Old man, I shall seek vengeance shortly." "Haha, go for it, buddy." When play resumed after the timeout, Longsan scored 3 consecutive three-pointers and delivered an assist, extending the lead to 12 points. His scoring for the quarter reached 16, bringing his total for the game to 60 points, thus shattering the rookie scoring record of 58 points set by the basketball legend Wilt Chamberlain. With just 2 minutes and 1 second remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 110-96. Witnessing Longsan's remarkable achievement, Mike Brown did not hesitate to call a timeout. Upon returning to play, the entire Cavaliers team was on fire, executing a seamless offensive barrage that left the Suns with no opportunity to retaliate. Notably, with just 21 seconds left in the third quarter, Longsan engaged in a physical confrontation with O'Neal. Despite his disadvantage in height and weight, He leveraged his own strength to push past O'Neal for 2 points. Turning back, old James chuckled heartily, patting Longsan on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Well done, my friend. I never anticipated you would actually overpower that hefty fellow." Longsan wore a look of utter disbelief. He had known all along that he could leverage his strength advantage to score against O'Neal. With an air of self-satisfaction, he boldly declared, "Old man, you ought to consider who I am." Meanwhile, O'Neal was left bewildered. He had never anticipated that a guard like Longsan would dare to challenge him, a center. In terms of strength, what astonished him even more was that Longsan had actually overpowered him, leaving his eyes wide with incredulity. As the final moments of the third quarter unfolded, Nash's last attempt resulted in a missed layup, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim, signaling the end of the period. In the final 2 minutes, the Cavaliers outscored the Suns 8-2, extending the lead to an impressive 18 points as they entered the final quarter of the match. In the final 2 minutes and 1 second of the third quarter, Longsan scored 2 points, assisted twice, and secured 1 rebound, thereby extending the NBA rookie scoring record to an impressive 62 points. As the last quarter commenced, both teams opted to field their bench players for the initial minutes. However, as the game progressed, it lost its significance. The Suns, hoping to mount a comeback, deployed their best-performing substitutes in an attempt to narrow the score gap. Little did they expect that the Cavaliers' bench players would deliver a staggering blow right from the outset, leaving the Suns bewildered. The Cavaliers' substitutes, who had been underwhelming in previous matches, demonstrated an unexpected precision today, launching an early 8-3 run against the Suns and widening the gap to an insurmountable 23 points. The prospect of the deficit further increasing left Mike D'Antoni in a state of disbelief. He struggled to comprehend how a bench that had previously languished at the bottom of the league could suddenly perform so adeptly. As the point differential surged towards 30, he abandoned any thoughts of reinserting the starters for a last-ditch effort. He recognized that overcoming a 20-point deficit against a team like the Cavaliers was exceedingly daunting. Thus, he relinquished the idea of calling a timeout or substituting in the starters, allowing the bench players to continue their performance on the court. Meanwhile, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown wore a beaming smile, watching his bench players with rare admiration. "Well, it seems we won't be needed in this game." Upon witnessing the scene, Longsan, with a beaming smile, patted old James on the shoulder and softly whispered in his ear, "Buddy, isn't this splendid?" "Haha, old man, I have already scored 62 points. I believe that suffices. And you, only managing to net 28 points. Don't you wish to score a few more?" "Well, buddy, as long as we win, isn't that what truly matters? Does the number of points really hold such significance?" "Ah, old man, you are indeed correct. Winning is all that counts." As he regained his composure, the fourth quarter concluded with the Suns' last offensive play, reducing the point differential to 21. The Cavaliers opted to forego their final attack, allowing the last 10 seconds to elapse, and thus ending the match. Beep. The final buzzer sounded, marking the conclusion of the contest. Ultimately, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Phoenix Suns with a score of 137-116, achieving their third consecutive victory. Throughout the game, Longsan played for 32 minutes, achieving an impressive 24 out of 28 shooting, including 11 three-pointers without a miss and 3 free throws, culminating in a remarkable tally of 62 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block. Old James also delivered an impressive performance with 28 points, 11 rebounds, and 10 assists, securing a triple-double. On the Suns' side, Nash contributed 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 14 assists, while O'Neal added 32 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Notably, all 5 starters scored in double figures: Grant Hill with 12 points and 3 assists, Sean Marion with 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists, and Amare Stoudemire with 16 points and 9 rebounds, accompanied by 2 assists. With the conclusion of the Cavaliers vs. Suns game, the first week of the new season came to an end. In other matchups, the Nuggets fell to the Pelicans at home with a score of 88-93, while the Pistons narrowly defeated the Hawks 92-91. The Clippers secured a decisive victory against the Supersonics, winning 115-101. The Lakers triumphed over the Jazz at home with a score of 119-109, led by Kobe Bryant, who scored a season-high 46 points, along with 5 rebounds and 6 assists. The Heat suffered a narrow defeat at home, losing 88-90 against the Hornets, with Dwayne Wade scoring 44 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. The Mavericks concluded their losing streak with a close win of 97-95 against the Timberwolves. In the final match, the Celtics emerged victorious against the Raptors with a score of 108-105, marking their third consecutive win of the season. As the game ended, the Cavaliers hurried back to the locker room without lingering. Given that Longsan had shattered the rookie season scoring record, the spotlight remained intensely focused on him. Upon returning to the locker room, head coach Mike Brown approached him and said, "Long, prepare yourself. We are heading to the press conference." "Sure thing, coach." Meanwhile, old James, with a hearty laugh, remarked to Longsan, "Buddy, it seems you will be the center of attention for the reporters tonight." "Old man, you'll have to assist me during that." "Huh, buddy, I can't help you there." After hastily tidying up, Longsan and coach Mike Brown rushed to the press conference. Upon their arrival, the flashing cameras were relentless. Once seated, the reporters eagerly anticipated the opportunity to pose their questions. Longsan, however, remained composed, casually scanning the room before settling down to await inquiries. The staff wasted no time and, after a brief introduction, swiftly transitioned into the questioning segment. Longsan, having little desire to engage with the reporters, responded to their inquiries with caution and formality. Consequently, the journalists were unable to extract any sensational news from him. Realizing their efforts were futile, they refrained from pressing him further. After answering a handful of questions, Coach Mike Brown escorted Longsan out of the venue. At this time, old James and the others had been waiting on the bus for quite a while. As soon as Longsan and his coach returned from the press conference, they boarded the bus and departed the arena, heading back to their hotel. The following morning, before Longsan had even risen, old James cheerfully announced, "Buddy, the league has just revealed the players of the week. Unsurprisingly, you have been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week, while the Western Conference accolade goes to the Spurs star, Duncan. What do you think? A delightful surprise, is it not?" Longsan glanced at old John and was surprised to find him even more excited than himself. He incredulously asked, "Old man, isn't it only natural that I receive the Player of the Week award? After all, my performance last week was extraordinary. I averaged over 50 points in 3 games and led the Cavaliers to a 3-game winning streak. It is hardly surprising to earn such an accolade. Shouldn't I be the one feeling exhilarated? Why are you, an old man, so thrilled?" Old John, unfazed by Longsan's comment, chuckled and replied, "Buddy, I'm just happy for you. Can't you appreciate that?" "Ah, I see now. How about we celebrate?" Longsan suggested. "Let us not, my friend. We have a game tomorrow, and we need to return to Cleveland today. We also have a flight to Golden State tomorrow afternoon," old John pointed out. Upon hearing this, Longsan recognized the truth in old John's words. He had no genuine intention of celebrating. He was merely jesting with old John. Thus, he responded without further contemplation. "Old man, what are you thinking? Do you really believe a Player of the Week award could excite me? I was just trying to lighten the mood." Old John continued to smile, saying, "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so crafty, buddy. But with your limited acting skills, you think you could fool me? That is utterly absurd." Of course, Longsan also noticed that his system had promptly rewarded him, leaving him somewhat astonished. Longsan opened the system panel and glanced at it, discovering that his ball control had risen from 87 to 88, while his passing improved from 82 to 83. He was puzzled as to why breaking the rookie scoring record had only resulted in a single-point increase. The reason eluded him. Although he was quite dissatisfied and even resorted to cursing, he realized it was a futile exercise, wasting his breath without any response from the system. After finishing breakfast, Longsan and his companions hurriedly departed from Phoenix, taking a chartered flight back to Cleveland. Normally, for a game scheduled merely a day apart, they could have flown directly from Phoenix to Golden State. However, due to Longsan's circumstances, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown was resolute in his decision to first return to Cleveland before heading to Golden State. "Old man, why does it feel like everyone is so cheerful?" Since boarding the plane, Longsan observed that everyone in the Knights team, from the coach to the players manning the water cooler, exuded an air of happiness. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned in and quietly posed his question to old James, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. Upon hearing his inquiry, old James did not hold back. With a broad smile, he divulged the information he possessed. "My friend, while you were in the restroom, the boss shared a video stating that our performance in the recent matches has been truly exceptional. Moreover, the heightened visibility of our games, largely due to your influence, has garnered unprecedented attention. Consequently, the boss announced that everyone will receive an additional month's salary this month. Goodness, why didn't you inform me sooner, old man? Upon hearing LeBron's words, Longsan could not restrain himself and let out a string of expletives. The primary reason for his outburst was the Cavaliers' owner's extravagant generosity, as he had decided to distribute the bonuses directly. Well, my friend, how could you blame me? I had no inkling of the situation, Longsan remarked, his expression one of utter bewilderment. LeBron, equally perplexed, shrugged and responded. Longsan understood the underlying sentiment, so he chose not to linger on the topic and swiftly put an end to it. Initially, the journey had promised to be rather dull. However, upon receiving this news, the passengers who had intended to doze off as soon as they boarded the plane found themselves wide awake. By the time the aircraft landed, everyone appeared invigorated. As the plane came to a halt, the entire Cavaliers team, including Longsan, was eager to disembark and seek out the owner for their payments. To their surprise, the owner had already prepared for their arrival. Upon returning home, Longsan discovered a notification on his phone indicating a substantial deposit into his bank account. To his astonishment, he realized that a sum of $500,000 had been credited. This unexpected windfall left him momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated such decisiveness from the Cavaliers' owner, who had delivered without hesitation. While he applauded the owner's generosity, he also felt fortunate to have placed his trust in the right person. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on this for long. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities and believed that greater financial rewards awaited him in the future. After a brief moment of exhilaration and confusion, he regained his composure, convinced that with sufficient skill, nothing was beyond his reach. On the following day, November 6th, Longsan resumed his rigorous training regimen at the crack of dawn. By 8 in the morning, the arena began to fill with activity, and naturally, the first to arrive was LeBron. His commitment to physical fitness was renowned, a level of self-discipline that was scarcely matched in the annals of NBA history. Though not claiming to be the absolute best, he was undoubtedly in the top tier. Morning, old man, Longsan greeted. Wow, you're already at it this early? It seems you really ought to find yourself a girlfriend, LeBron teased, noticing Longsan drenched in sweat as he approached a treadmill with a mischievous grin. Unfazed, Longsan wiped the perspiration from his brow and casually replied, old man, are you not familiar with the ancient saying from my homeland? Women merely impede my speed in drawing my sword. LeBron was left utterly perplexed by this remark. Huh? What does that even mean? Ah, old man, no worries. Just learn some Chinese, and you'll understand, Longsan retorted with a playful smirk. Longsan, of course, remained unfazed. His journey to the NBA was not solely about playing basketball. He harbored another aspiration, to introduce the Chinese language to the league. Thus, he intentionally, albeit subtly, infused certain Chinese words into conversations, igniting curiosity among his peers to fulfill his own objective. Consequently, he had no intention of elucidating the meaning of his words to LeBron. It was precisely the effect he sought. Before long, the other players of the Cavaliers arrived at the arena, their bodies weighed down by fatigue. Longsan looked bewildered at the listless crowd, hurriedly turning to the old man beside him, asking, old man, what is the matter with them? The old man replied, my friend, are you not aware that the boss issued the invoices last night? Longsan inquired, old man, is there a connection between the two? The old man responded, how could there not be a connection? With the invoices issued, do you think they will remain at ease? Upon hearing this, Longsan wore a perplexed expression. Well, it seems I am unable to keep pace with your thoughts. At that moment, head coach Mike Brown entered the room. Observing the listless demeanor of the team, he understood the underlying reason but chose not to address it directly. All right, gentlemen, let us proceed with our warm-up. Perhaps sensing the fatigue that enveloped the players, Mike Brown refrained from imposing an extensive training regimen. Following the warm-up, he merely arranged a brief session of shooting drills and, before it was even 11 o'clock, allowed Longsan and the others to return home for some rest. Boys, make sure to take a proper nap. We will reconvene at the arena at 4 o'clock this afternoon to head to the airport. Understood, coach. Subsequently, the group hastily dispersed from the arena, returning home to recuperate. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bus departed punctually from the Cavaliers arena. By 5, the chartered flight carrying Longsan and his teammates took off from Cleveland, en route to San Francisco, the home of the Golden State Warriors. Historically, the Warriors have been a formidable team, being the first champions in NBA history. Moreover, the legendary Wilt Chamberlain set the record for the most points in a single NBA game, 100, while playing for the Warriors last season, under the leadership of head coach Don Nelson. The Warriors executed the third 8-seed upset in NBA history. This season, the Warriors have made further enhancements to their roster, signaling their aspirations for greater achievements. However, Longsan recalled that in his previous life, the Warriors concluded this season with a record of 48 wins and 34 losses over 82 regular games, placing them ninth in the Western Conference and thereby missing the playoffs. Hey, what are you pondering? Old John noticed that Longsan had been lost in thought since boarding the plane and could not help but inquire. Old man, I am contemplating the Golden State Warriors. What is there to think about the Warriors? I am reflecting on our team's current state and whether there exists a possibility of defeat. Longsan deliberately fabricated a question, diverting the topic at hand. Naturally, Old John did not take Longsan's words to heart. In his perspective, no matter the circumstances, the Golden State Warriors could never triumph over his Cavaliers. Thus, Old John jested with a cheerful demeanor. My friend, you hold the Warriors in far too high regard. Haha, old man, from where do you draw such courage? It was no fault of Longsan's, for upon hearing the mention of the Warriors from Old John's lips, he could not help but reminisce about the encounters in the years following 2014, when Old John led his Cavaliers against Curry's Warriors, clashing fiercely on the grand stage of the finals for 4 consecutive years. Indeed, with the arrival of the formidable Durant, the once-champion Warriors transformed into the renowned Super Warriors. Consequently, during those 4 finals, Old John found himself at a disadvantage, save for the 2015 to 2016 season, where he faced defeat year after year. Even more daunting was the year 2018, when Old John witnessed the true essence of a superhero and the full prowess of playoff LeBron. On that illustrious final stage, he astonishingly scored a record-breaking 51 points, the highest in NBA Finals history. Regrettably, despite this monumental achievement, he could not secure victory against the Super Warriors, ultimately facing a sweeping defeat. Nevertheless, during that era, he did lead the Cavaliers to become the first team in NBA history to overcome a 1-3 deficit in the finals and claim the championship. Simultaneously, those years saw the Warriors, under Curry's leadership, achieve the remarkable feat of 3 championships in 4 years. Longsan, still immersed in his memories, was abruptly roused by Lao Zhan's inquiry. Noticing the smile curling at the corners of Longsan's lips, Lao Zhan could not suppress his curiosity and asked, my friend, whom were you plotting against this time? Taken aback by Lao Zhan's interruption, Longsan swiftly redirected the conversation, chuckling. Ha, old man, what are you thinking? How could I ever scheme against anyone? Lao Zhan, somewhat incredulous, raised an eyebrow and retorted, I believe you as much as I believe in ghosts. At 7 o'clock in the evening, at San Francisco International Airport, Longsan casually glanced back at the bustling streets of the city and remarked, old man, what is it? My friend, Lao Zhan responded, intrigued by Longsan's call, but noticing his silence. It was only then that Longsan gathered his thoughts and exclaimed, old man, I merely wish to express how wonderful this place is. There is nothing more to it. Lao Zhan, unconvinced, wore a knowing expression and replied, well, my friend, I sense something is amiss with you today. Are you perhaps interested in the Warriors? At that moment, Longsan chose not to conceal his thoughts and candidly admitted, hee, old man, I'm not deceiving you. I do indeed have an interest in the Warriors, but not the current team. Lao Zhan, bewildered by Longsan's response, queried, what do you mean by that? Struggling to comprehend the contradiction of being interested yet not in the present, he sought clarification from Longsan. However, Longsan had no intention of revealing that his fascination lay with the Warriors post 2014, the team featuring the remarkable Stephen Curry. Thus, he merely chuckled and hastily concluded the topic. Upon their arrival at San Francisco Airport, Longsan and his companions wasted no time boarding the bus, heading straight to the hotel where the team would be staying. All right, gentlemen, make sure to rest early tonight. Tomorrow morning, we have warm-up training, and there's a game in the evening. So please, remember not to cause any trouble, Coach Mike Brown admonished as they arrived at the hotel. His concern was palpable. If the players appeared lackluster by the following day, their chances would dwindle. Hence, he specifically urged Longsan and the others to get ample rest and refrain from seeking distractions. The players, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not utter a word of dissent. They promptly nodded in agreement, responding, understood, coach. As Longsan observed the players departing the hall to retire for the night, he leaned closer to Old John and remarked, old man, do you think they might venture out at this late hour? Old John cast a puzzled glance at Longsan before responding, my friend, You are being overly anxious. While they do enjoy reveling when wealth permits, they possess a sense of professional integrity that prevents them from wandering aimlessly at such a time. After all, no one wishes to face defeat. Ah, I see now. Longsan, upon hearing old John's articulate words, did not harbor any doubts and quickly nodded in agreement. All right, my friend. Let us retire for the night and refrain from idle musings, old John said, noticing that Longsan had no further concerns. He patted Longsan on the shoulder and continued, "Very well, old man." With that, they each returned to their respective rooms. The following morning, at 8 o'clock on November 7th, Coach Mike Brown arrived early, bringing Longsan and the others to the rented gymnasium to commence a brief warm-up session. Given that a game was scheduled for that evening, they did not engage in any extensive training. Once the warm-up concluded and observing that the team was in good spirits, he had them sit down and presented footage from previous games featuring the Warriors, beginning to dissect the team's favored fast-paced tactics. I have analyzed this fast-paced strategy, which essentially hinges on speed. However, this holds little relevance for us, as evidenced by our last encounter with the Suns, where we triumphed decisively, Coach Mike Brown explained. Longsan, in response to Coach Brown's remarks, nodded in agreement and expressed, "Indeed, if the Warriors lack alternative strategies, they will be relatively easier to contend with." Naturally, as the leader of the Cavaliers, old John did not hesitate to voice his concurrence, stating, "I share Long's sentiment." As he mentioned, if the Warriors possess no additional strategies, our matchup against them would be considerably simpler. Upon hearing the affirmation from his two key players, Coach Mike Brown wasted no time and declared, "In that case, let us initially employ the tactics from our last game. We will observe the Warriors' formations and adjustments before making further decisions." As players, Longsan and old John understood their roles and refrained from contesting the coach's decisions, merely nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. At 7:30 in the evening, the Oracle Arena, home of the Warriors, was already teeming with fans, even before the game commenced. Although the Cavaliers were on the road, a significant number of supporters had come to cheer for them, especially after the team had recently emerged as championship contenders. The moment the Cavaliers entered the arena, Longsan could hear the deafening roars of the crowd reverberating throughout the Oracle Arena. He felt as though he had returned to play at his home court. And not only was Longsan astonished, but even the Warriors players appeared taken aback. Longsan observed their expressions and could almost hear the envy resonating in their hearts. As both teams completed their warm-ups, the match was on the verge of commencing. At that moment, the large screen in the arena displayed the starting lineups for both teams. For the Cavaliers, the starting lineup remained as follows: point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward LeBron James, power forward Anderson Varejao, and center Wallace. The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of point guard Baron Davis, shooting guard Monta Ellis, small forward Steven Jackson, power forward Al Harrington, and center Andris Biedrins. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the game officially began. After being thoroughly dominated by O'Neal in the previous match, Varejao was determined to reclaim his identity in this game. Facing the towering Biedrins, who stood 2 centimeters taller, Varejao seized the opportunity during the jump ball, triumphantly securing possession for the Cavaliers. "Basketball," Larry Hughes exclaimed as he received the ball, promptly passing it to the seasoned LeBron, allowing him to orchestrate the play while Hughes sprinted towards the Cavaliers' front court. Without hesitation, LeBron called out to Longsan, who was approaching the center circle. Upon turning around, Longsan received the ball from LeBron and, with the defender closely trailing, moved to the right side of the Cavaliers' front court. Initially bewildered by LeBron's decision to pass rather than take the shot himself, Longsan instinctively caught the ball. Glancing at Monta Ellis, who was merely 2 or 3 steps away, he quickly dismissed any doubts. Recognizing the golden opportunity before him, Longsan wasted no time and launched the ball towards the basket. Swish! By the time Monta Ellis registered what had transpired and attempted to rush forward for the block, Longsan's shot had already found its mark. Damn it! Even Warriors head coach Don Nelson could not contain his frustration, exclaiming vocally at the sight. Monta Ellis, caught off guard by Longsan's swift execution, stood in stunned silence, still processing the moment as the ball hit the ground. Despite having meticulously studied Longsan's playing style, he had never anticipated such a swift and decisive move. Longsan displayed remarkable audacity, launching into his first shot with a flair that was previously unseen in prior matches. He not only threw the basketball from the center circle, but also casually tossed it upon spotting Longsan. To his astonishment, the ball seemed to possess a homing device, heading directly towards the hoop. By the time he comprehended the situation, the basketball had already swooshed through the net. Haha, my friend, you've got skills. Upon witnessing Longsan's shot, old James recognized its certainty. As the ball rippled through the net, he joyfully abandoned his defense and rushed to Longsan's side. With a playful leap, he collided with Longsan, showcasing his gleaming smile as he lavished praise upon him. Hey there, old man. That was a necessity. Wouldn't you agree? Just look at who I am, he exclaimed, before adding with a jest. But next time, could you take it a bit easier? You nearly knocked the wind out of me. He then playfully patted the spot where he had just collided with old James, teasingly remarking. Upon hearing Longsan's quip and witnessing his comical gestures, old James could not contain his laughter, erupting into a hearty chuckle. He then feigned seriousness, replying, Haha, my friend. I won't hide it from you. I did that on purpose. Upon witnessing the unrefined demeanor of his elder, Longsan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As the next round commenced, precisely at 11 minutes and 36 seconds, the Golden State Warriors point guard, Baron Davis, advanced the basketball into the front court and cast a challenging glance at Longsan, feeling somewhat defiant. Seizing the opportunity before Larry Hughes could establish his defense, he accelerated towards the Cavaliers' paint. In the face of the Cavaliers' towering center, Varejao, standing at 2.11 meters, Davis executed a deft floater, sending the basketball soaring past Varejao and through the hoop. Swish! The ball nestled into the net, placing the Cavaliers at 3 points, while the Warriors remained at 2. Turning back, Longsan chose not to engage in a dispute, thus refraining from furthering the offensive. Instead, he passed the basketball to LeBron, entrusting him with the playmaking duties. Here you go, old man. LeBron, somewhat perplexed by Longsan's intentions, received the ball and, rather than rushing to attack, inquired, Hey buddy, are you not planning to make a move this round? Longsan nodded and replied, Indeed, old man, I find it rather uninteresting. So why don't you play for a while? Once you've had your fill, you can hand it over to me. Upon hearing Longsan's words, he didn't ponder much and simply dribbled the basketball while walking, saying, All right then, my friend. I'll play for a bit, and once I've had enough, I'll pass it back to you. All right, old man, you may commence your attack. Upon finishing his words, Longsan did not wait for old Jean's response. He immediately began to reposition himself, drawing the Warriors' defensive focus along with him. This maneuver was made possible by Longsan's previously demonstrated offensive prowess, which left the Warriors wary and unable to afford any lapse in their defense, their gaze steadfastly fixed upon him. They feared that a moment's negligence could allow Longsan to shatter their defenses and score effortlessly. Thus, it was this very reason that enabled Longsan to so easily divert the Warriors' defensive attention. As Longsan moved, old Jean observed the entire defensive line of the Warriors shift in response to Longsan's actions. In that fleeting moment, he discerned a vulnerability within the Warriors' interior defense. Without hesitation, he executed a feigned pass and surged into the paint. The Warriors, witnessing old Jean's advance, sprang into action. Their power forward, Al Harrington, along with center Andris Biedrins, immediately converged, denying old Jean a prime opportunity. However, old Jean did not back down. He challenged the two towering figures in an attempt to lay up, although he evidently overestimated his shooting touch that day. Bang! The sound of the basketball clanging against the rim echoed through the arena. Upon glancing back, old Jean saw his shot slip between Harrington and Biedrin's outstretched hands, only to ricochet harshly off the top of the rim and bounce away. Rebounding. As the ball ricocheted off the rim, Longsan urgently called out to Varejao, who was still positioned beneath the hoop. Yet, as if the ball possessed a will of its own, it eluded Varejao and landed squarely in Harrington's hands. Damn! As Longsan observed, the basketball swiftly sailed past Varejao and landed directly in Harrington's hands, prompting an involuntary exclamation of expletives from him. However, he wasted no time. As Harrington secured the ball, Longsan darted forward with remarkable speed. Harrington, undeterred, seized the rebound and executed a long pass to Baron Davis, aiming to initiate a fast break. Yet, Longsan's speed was formidable. He swiftly positioned himself in front of Davis, effectively halting his advance. In that moment, LeBron also charged in with purpose. Realizing the predicament, Baron Davis had no choice but to relinquish the ball, fearing that hesitation would result in Longsan and LeBron snatching it from his grasp. With 11 minutes and 3 seconds remaining, the basketball continued to circulate among the Warriors players, pivoting several times. Ultimately, with only a second left on the shot clock, Harrington, under Wallace's defensive pressure, hurled the ball towards the hoop without any genuine intent to score. Remarkably, the ball struck the rim multiple times before miraculously finding its way into the net. Upon witnessing the scene, Longsan found himself at a loss for words. Turning back, at 10:44, LeBron initiated an offensive play. Thud. The basketball, which had seemingly settled into the hoop, bizarrely circled within before bouncing out. This left LeBron bewildered as he cradled his head in his hands, shaking it in disbelief as though he had suffered a grave injustice. As the game progressed to another possession, at 10:12, LeBron hesitated, opting not to take the shot himself. Instead, he executed a drive to draw the defender away and then, without glancing, dished the ball to Larry Hughes, who stood poised in the left corner beyond the arc. Upon receiving the pass, Hughes wasted no time and launched the ball. Thud. However, despite the open look, Hughes' shot clanged off the rim, and the rebound was snatched by Warriors center, Pietrus. Conversely, the Warriors' shooting proved precise. At 9:51, through an interior pass, power forward Al Harrington deftly deposited the ball into the basket, establishing the score at 6-3 in favor of the Warriors. At 9:30, LeBron sought redemption, attempting another driving layup, yet the ball again ricocheted off the rim. Fortunately, this time Longsan managed to reclaim the rebound from the fray. Undeterred by his previous misfortunes, Longsan refrained from shooting directly. Instead, he executed a bounce pass to Varejao positioned beneath the basket, curious to test the peculiarities of the day. Initially startled, Varejao, as a professional athlete, quickly regained his composure and prepared to leap for a dunk, ready to score. However, his carelessness allowed Steven Jackson, lurking behind him, to leap and swat the ball from his grasp. Beep. The ball was ultimately deflected out of bounds, resulting in a baseline throw for the Cavaliers. Larry Hughes inbounded the ball, returning it to LeBron. Without hesitation, LeBron employed a post-up move, pushing Jackson aside before executing a fadeaway jumper. Thud. Alas, despite LeBron's graceful form, the shot clanged off the rim, bouncing out once more. Turning back at 9:01, the Warriors scored again, extending the lead to 8-3. In the subsequent possession, recognizing his off-shooting day, LeBron opted to relinquish the ball to Longsan for further handling. Longsan did not hesitate, for he too had noticed that old James was suffering from a dismal shooting touch today. At 8 minutes and 48 seconds, Longsan began to unleash his prowess, first bringing the basketball beyond the three-point line, then executing an Iverson-style crossover that left Ellis bewildered. Observing that Ellis had lost his defensive position, Longsan wasted no time. He gathered the ball and leaped, launching a shot that swished through the net. The score stood at 8-6. As the play continued at 8 minutes and 25 seconds, Warriors point guard Baron Davis, facing Larry Hughes' defense, boldly attempted a three-pointer. Swish. It was unclear whether the Warriors were simply on fire today or if Baron Davis was merely fortunate. Longsan keenly observed that Larry Hughes' defense was virtually impeccable, almost denying a clear shot. The space for the attempt was minuscule, yet Baron Davis managed to sink the basket. In Longsan's eyes, any defender would have faced the same challenge, unless one could execute a block. The shot was destined to go in. Given that Larry Hughes had executed his defense so effectively without blocking the shot, Longsan patted him on the back in encouragement. Turning his attention back to the game, Longsan took the initiative to request the ball, preparing for his own offensive play. However, he quickly realized that the Warriors were now more vigilant in their defense against him. As soon as he received the ball, Monta Ellis approached closely, while Baron Davis and Al Harrington also focused their attention on him, signaling their intent to double-team him at the slightest movement. Yet, Longsan remained unfazed, dribbling the ball forward at a measured pace. Before even crossing the midcourt line, he signaled to old James to come forward for a screen. Upon catching Longsan's glance, James immediately understood and nodded in affirmation, then began to circle behind the baseline. As soon as James made his move, the Warriors' defensive formation shifted accordingly. When the moment was right, James executed a sudden cut, shaking off his defender. The other Warriors players, upon witnessing James finding space, became disorganized. In a moment of panic, Baron Davis abandoned his assignment on Larry Hughes to assist James. Longsan had never intended to draw all the defenders away. His plan was simply to use James' screen, passing the ball to him to attract the defenders while he created his own shooting opportunity. Seeing that he had gained enough space, Longsan did not hesitate any longer. He launched a three-pointer over Monta Ellis. It was only then that Baron Davis realized he had been outsmarted. But before he could lament his mistake, Longsan's shot swished through the net, leaving Davis to ponder his misjudgment as the sound of the ball hitting the net echoed in his ears. With 8 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock, Longsan's three-pointer brought the score to 11-9. In the subsequent possession at 7 minutes and 44 seconds, the Warriors missed their shot. Therefore, Longsan chose not to rush into his own offense. He wanted to allow James and the others to regain their rhythm. Crossing midcourt, he handed the ball to James, saying, "Old man, let us get your shooting touch back. Otherwise, this game might become challenging as it progresses." Having been in the NBA for so long, James understood the sentiment and nodded, accepting the ball to initiate the offense. After Longsan passed the basketball, he did not pause. Instead, he actively drew the Warriors defender towards him. Although he successfully diverted the attention of the Warriors' defense, today, LeBron's shooting touch seemed inexplicably elusive. Despite the fluidity of his release and the belief that the ball should find its way through the hoop, it instead clanged off the rim once more. Bang! Another miss. At 7 minutes and 12 seconds, Longsan remained composed, passing the ball back to LeBron. Bang! Yet another miss. At 6 minutes and 23 seconds, LeBron continued his attempts. Bang! Another clang. Throughout the subsequent plays, Longsan would periodically pass the ball to LeBron in hopes of rekindling his rhythm. But today, LeBron appeared particularly stubborn. With only 2 minutes and 21 seconds left in the first quarter, he had already attempted a staggering 8 shots, yet had only managed to convert 1. Furthermore, aside from Longsan, the rest of the Cavaliers were equally unremarkable. In fact, during the first quarter, the entire team had taken 18 shots but only succeeded in making 9. And this was amidst Longsan's remarkable 7-4-7 from beyond the arc. As for this predicament, Coach Mike Brown found himself at a loss. After all, issues concerning shooting accuracy are notoriously capricious, and throughout NBA history, few have been immune, Longsan being a notable exception. Faced with a dilemma that seemed insurmountable, he could only temporarily bench the starting lineup to reassess the situation in the ensuing quarters. If the shooting woes persisted, there would be little he could do. Fortunately, Longsan was there to provide some solace. Otherwise, the game would have already slipped away. He thought, if LeBron and the others cannot regain their form, the outcome of this match will rest on your shoulders. Naturally, he encouraged Longsan to give his best effort, but acknowledged that if all else failed, surrendering the game might become inevitable. Mike Brown, ever vigilant, kept a close watch on the unfolding events on the court. He understood that Longsan's strategy to allow LeBron and the others to seek their shooting touch was indeed the right course of action. Failing to do so would complicate matters significantly as the game progressed. Thus, his remarks served as a precautionary measure for Longsan, preparing him mentally for the challenges ahead. Longsan was indeed aware of the underlying reasons, so he did not ponder extensively and promptly replied, "I understand, coach." The atmosphere was charged. Yet no one could fathom the peculiar performance of the Cavaliers that night. Their starting lineup was undeniably formidable, but astonishingly, even the bench players displayed a dismal level of play. In a mere 2 minutes on the court, they attempted 6 shots, managing only 1 feeble basket while the remaining 5 attempts clanked off the rim. Fortunately, the Warriors bench was not particularly accurate either, making only 2 more baskets than the Cavaliers in their 6 attempts. By the conclusion of the first quarter, the Warriors had established a significant lead of 38-25, leaving the Cavaliers trailing by 13 points. Notably, out of the 25 points scored by the Cavaliers, a staggering 21 were contributed by Longsan himself. The shooting percentage of old James, with only 1 successful shot out of 8, was indeed outrageous. However, it was not the coaching staff or the players of the Cavaliers who were flustered, but rather the fans. They were bewildered by the Cavaliers' performance, sensing something was amiss simply by observing the score. They vividly recalled that since Longsan's arrival, the Cavaliers had been formidable, often building a lead right from the first quarter. Such a situation as tonight's was unprecedented, particularly the notion of the Cavaliers trailing by double digits at the end of the first quarter. Thus, the loyal fans of the Cavaliers began to worry about this clearly uncharacteristic performance. It was not that they could not accept a loss, but rather that they were reluctant to see the Cavaliers succumb to a team they deemed inferior, like the Warriors. On the Cavaliers bench, old James stared blankly at the court, revealing no hint of emotion. "Old man, what are you thinking?" Upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of the old man, Longsan inexplicably recalled the fatal gaze from his previous life. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he voiced his perplexity. "Hey there, my friend, I'm perfectly fine," the old man replied, a smile gracing his face upon hearing Longsan's inquiry. Are you truly all right, old chap? Surely, you are not contemplating how to deal with them, are you? Longsan harbored doubts about his words, for he was well aware that the elder's death gaze typically signaled an impending fury, not something that would manifest without cause. Observing Longsan's skeptical expression, old Jean did not attempt to defend himself. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "My friend, in the next match, I shall fully cooperate with you. You need only focus on your shots." Longsan was utterly perplexed and, without a moment's hesitation, inquired, "Old man, what do you mean by that? Aren't you seeking your rhythm anymore?" With a chuckle, old James replied, "My friend, what do you think the purpose of finding our rhythm is? Isn't it simply to win the game? If we can't secure a victory, then what value does finding our rhythm hold?" Observing that they were now trailing by 13 points, he continued, "If this continues, the game will slip away from us. What use is there in searching for rhythm then?" In light of old James's words, Longsan acquiesced, declaring, "Very well. Just watch how I'll obliterate them." "Haha, my friend. Excellent. It's all in your hands," old James exclaimed, heartily patting Longsan on the shoulder. Meanwhile, over at the Warriors, their head coach, Don Nelson, had also discerned the Cavaliers' predicament. Seizing the moment during a break, he promptly began to relay the strategy he had previously devised. "Hey team, listen up and pay attention." Once he ensured all players were focused on him, he continued, "I trust you've noticed the Cavaliers' struggles tonight, right?" Yes, we are aware. Their entire team is lacking in form, save for that number 0 kid from Huaxia," Byron Davis stated without hesitation. Pleased with Byron's assessment, Don Nelson nodded appreciatively, saying, "Byron is absolutely correct. Thus our strategy is straightforward. Our sole task now is to neutralize that Huaxia kid and prevent him from shooting. But coach, none of us can defend against him." Monta Ellis, who had been matched up against Longsan throughout the quarter, expressed his frustration. "Indeed, we lack anyone capable of containing him." Other players concurred, nodding in agreement. "No worries, he is but one person. We have our ways." Coach Nelson dismissed their concerns with a nonchalant demeanor. Noticing the players' eager expressions, he elaborated, "Since others are struggling to score, it's quite simple. Isn't it? We sever their connections." "Sever connections?" As the team leader, Byron Davis immediately voiced his confusion. "Essentially, we need to ensure that Longsan cannot receive their passes, forcing the others to take shots themselves. And coach, what if the basketball reaches that Huaxia kid? Should we double-team him?" he added, gesturing accordingly. "Let us opt for a double team first." Coach Nelson hesitated briefly before responding. With the break over, the second quarter commenced as the referee's whistle signaled both teams to return to the court. Heeding the call, Longsan and his teammates swiftly made their way onto the floor. "It's all up to you now, buddy. Rest assured, old man." On the other side, the Warriors commenced their offensive play. With 11:45 on the clock, Byron Davis attempted a shot over Larry Hughes, hoping to draw a foul. However, the referee remained unresponsive, and no whistle was blown. Bang! His intention to draw a foul backfired, and the ball clanged off the rim. In the ensuing chaos, Longsan swiftly retrieved the basketball. Without a moment's pause, he surged towards the front court. As Longsan took off, old James followed suit, while the others stood in bewilderment, particularly the Warriors' defenders. Though they had started off alongside Longsan, within mere seconds, they found themselves 2 to 3 meters behind him. Even if they wished to commit a foul, it was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Longsan effortlessly deposited the ball through the hoop. As Longsan noticed that old John had also joined the fray, he wasted no time in taking 2 great strides toward the basket, launching the basketball high towards the hoop. With a mighty leap from the free throw line, old John executed a thunderous dunk. The rim reverberated with a resounding buzz as he made his explosive entrance. Upon landing, old John, brimming with exhilaration, pounded his chest and let out a fierce roar directed at the audience. This sudden outburst startled Longsan, who promptly rushed to his side, draping an arm over his shoulder and exclaiming, "Hey, old man, your voice is too loud. You scared me." Old John turned to glance at Longsan, eager to offer an explanation, but Longsan swiftly cut him off. "All right, old man, let us get back on defense." He playfully patted old John's backside before pivoting away. Meanwhile, old John chose to remain silent and turned to hurry back to the defensive end. With 11 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, Longsan keenly intercepted a pass intended for the Warriors' interior player. Seizing the moment, he sprang into action, snatching the basketball midair. The Warriors, caught off guard, could hardly react as Longsan landed and surged forward. "Quick, stop him!" Byron Davis shouted towards Steven Jackson, the nearest player to Longsan. However, he underestimated Longsan's speed, which exceeded his expectations. By the time Steven Jackson processed the command, it was already too late. Longsan had already sprinted 3 to 4 meters ahead, leaving no opportunity for a foul. With a swift acceleration, Longsan advanced to the front court in just a few strides. He then executed a sudden stop and launched a three-point jump shot, sending the basketball soaring through the air. Swish! The ball found its way into the net, bringing the score to 30-38, with the Cavaliers trailing by 8 points. At 10:55, the Warriors scored a two-pointer. Turning back, at 10:36, Longsan boldly faced off against Monta Ellis and sank a three-pointer. At 10:11, Steven Jackson of the Warriors drew a shooting foul from LeBron James, converting one of 2 free throws. At 9:49, LeBron performed a spectacular dunk over Al Harrington. Moments later, at 9:26, Monta Ellis attempted a layup against Longsan but was thwarted by a block. Although Monta Ellis's shot was sent out of bounds by Longsan, the possession remained with them. However, the Warriors found themselves in a predicament, realizing they had only 12 seconds left on the shot clock. Beep. The whistle signaled the Warriors to inbound the ball. As soon as the basketball was passed in, they hurriedly took a shot. The outcome was predictable. Such a desperate attempt relied solely on luck. Unfortunately for Baron Davis, luck was not on his side this time. His shot hit the backboard without grazing the rim. Beep. Since the ball did not touch the rim, the Warriors were called for a shot clock violation. At 9:05, LeBron broke through from the baseline and assisted Longsan, who nailed a pull-up three-pointer. Consequently, the Cavaliers opened the second quarter with a 13-3 run against the Warriors, narrowing the gap to 3 points, with the score now at 38-41. In light of this, Warriors head coach Don Nelson had no choice but to call a timeout to regroup. Beep. Upon returning from the timeout, the Warriors intensified their offensive tempo, aiming to disrupt the Cavaliers' defensive alignment. At 8:49, known for their fast-paced play, the Warriors unleashed their signature strategy. Baron Davis initiated the offense without pausing. With Larry Hughes yet to position himself, Davis swiftly passed the ball to Al Harrington. Harrington, without hesitation, immediately relayed the ball back. The basketball danced between their hands at a dizzying speed, and in the final second, Baron Davis launched the shot. The rapid-fire passing had caused a lapse in the Cavaliers' defense, allowing Davis to easily score. Swish. Baron Davis's three-pointer extended the lead back to 3 points. Returning to the action at 8:23. Without a moment's hesitation, Longsan launched a three-point shot while being guarded by Monta Ellis. As soon as the ball left his hands, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Beep. Simultaneously, the basketball swished effortlessly through the net. Swish. The referee, demonstrating no hesitation, signaled to the scorer's table that Longsan's 3 points were valid and that he would be awarded an additional free throw. At that moment, Monta Ellis, who was defending Longsan, vehemently protested. He immediately approached the referee, muttering a string of expletives under his breath. Fortunately, Byron Davis intervened just in time to restrain him. Otherwise, he would have incurred a technical foul. Meanwhile, Longsan paid no heed to the commotion and calmly positioned himself at the free throw line, awaiting his shot. After a brief interval of several seconds, the referee approached Longsan, holding the basketball, indicating that he would take an additional free throw, and then tossed the ball to him, blowing the whistle once more. Beep. Longsan did not hesitate. After receiving the basketball, he dribbled a few times before launching it. Swish. The free throw found its mark. The score narrowed to 42-44, a mere 2-point difference. At 8:01, the Warriors attempted an offensive play that fell short, but the rebound was seized by Pietrus. As the ball struck the rim, they regained 14 seconds on the shot clock. He promptly passed the ball to Baron Davis, who orchestrated the offense anew. At 7:54, Baron Davis drove near the free throw line and then passed to Al Harrington, who executed a delicate floater to score. At 7:36, Longsan, holding the ball, noticed Varejao open inside and without hesitation, tossed a lob pass to him. Swish. Varejao caught the ball and leaped for a thunderous dunk. The score remained a 2-point margin. The real shift occurred with 4:26 left in the game, as the teams were still locked at 48-50. In the next moment, the Warriors' offense faltered. The rebound was claimed by LeBron, and Longsan sprinted ahead of everyone. Observing this, LeBron wasted no time. He executed a long pass, delivering the basketball with precision and power. Upon receiving it, Longsan took off with a powerful three-step approach, launching from the logo for a resounding dunk. Boom. The basketball hit the floor with a tremendous thud. But that was not the end. At 4:05, during the Warriors' offensive possession, Al Harrington received a quick pass from Baron Davis, aiming for a dunk. However, LeBron had anticipated this, and just as Al attempted to leap, he swatted the ball down with immense force, sending Harrington sprawling to the ground. Unfortunately, the basketball rolled out of bounds. With only a second left on the shot clock, the Warriors executed an inbounds play, and Steven Jackson, without a moment's pause, launched the basketball. Bang! Beep! Unsurprisingly, the ball clanged against the rim, and the shot clock expired. However, this possession did not result in a violation, as Wallace of the Cavaliers snatched the rebound. At 3:51, Longsan faced Baron Davis and suddenly executed a quick stop for a jump shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark. The Cavaliers surged from a 13-point deficit to take a 3-point lead, with the score now at 53-50, with the second quarter still ongoing. The Warriors had been outscored 28-12 by Longsan and his team. Beep! Don Nelson's composure crumbled. They had squandered a 13-point lead to fall behind by 3 points in a mere 8 minutes. Thus, he had no choice but to call a timeout. Nelson's intent for the timeout was to devise an offensive strategy. Upon returning, the Warriors showcased a remarkable improvement in both flow and focus, particularly in offensive fluidity, which was markedly superior to their previous performance. In the first 2 possessions after the timeout, the Warriors executed their offense with vigor, matching the Cavaliers' exchanges, each team scoring 5 points. However, from the third possession onward, the tide shifted dramatically. At 2:12, Baron Davis, confronted by Larry Hughes' defense, swiftly maneuvered past him. Having fully evaded Hughes, he abruptly stopped and attempted a jump shot. Bang! Yet, whether due to misfortune or lack of rhythm, the basketball struck the rim and bounced away, failing to find the net. At that moment, LeBron, stationed in the paint, prepared to leap for the rebound. However, as he did so, Steven Jackson barreled into him with force. Thud! Jackson collided with LeBron's back, sending him sprawling several meters away before finally coming to a stop. Beep! The referee was quick to react, blowing the whistle and halting play. In disbelief at witnessing LeBron being knocked aside, Longsan wasted no time. He rushed onto the court, exclaiming in frustration. However, before he could reach LeBron, the nearest referee intervened, separating the players from both teams. The referee continuously blew his whistle, urging Longsan and his teammates to remain calm. Another official swiftly joined, maintaining order and ensuring both teams were kept at bay, concerned that tensions might escalate further, especially as players from both benches began to converge, ready for confrontation. "Old man, are you all right?" Upon witnessing the referee separating the gathered crowd, Longsan refrained from hastily plunging into the throng. Instead, he veered and approached Lao Zhan, crouching beside him and inquiring softly. Noticing Longsan's presence, Lao Zhan, without a second thought, attempted to rise after shaking his thigh. However, a sharp pang of pain caused him to grimace, and he ultimately sighed in resignation, saying, "Buddy, I'm not feeling too well." Upon witnessing the grimace on old James's face, Longsan discerned that his condition was far from favorable. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope, wishing that old James was merely jesting. However, the gravity of old James's expression suggested otherwise. Unable to contain his indignation, Longsan exclaimed, "Calm down, buddy. Do not fall into their trap. Instead of engaging in conflict with them, it would be far more prudent to dominate them on the court, demonstrating through sheer prowess that in the realm of basketball, it is ultimately skill that prevails. Such petty tactics are unworthy and will not secure victory." Perceiving Longsan's fury, old James feared that his friend might rashly charge into confrontation. Thus, he promptly grasped Longsan's hand and urged him to reconsider. Longsan, though not foolish, recognized that this was a deliberate provocation from Steven Jackson. Nevertheless, he struggled to suppress his urge to retaliate verbally. However, he was not inclined to act impulsively. Much like old James, he preferred to instill regret in their adversaries rather than allow them to revel in their triumph. So, upon hearing old James's words, he nodded in agreement and retorted, "What are you thinking, old man? Do you really believe I am that Navi? This trivial scheme cannot deceive anyone." Before Longsan could finish his thought, the referees had already resolved the issue, and the surrounding players began to disperse. Following a thorough review of the slow-motion replay, both referees unanimously deemed Steven Jackson's foul as a malicious act aimed at an opponent. Without hesitation, they assessed him with a flagrant foul of the second degree, expelling him from the game. However, old James had indeed sustained an injury, Having been struck while airborne, he found himself without any opportunity to evade the collision. Upon landing, he suffered injuries to his right leg and hand due to the lack of protective measures. Consequently, he required assistance from the team physician to depart the court. Meanwhile, on the bench, Don Nelson, upon witnessing old James's genuine injury and his reliance on medical support, couldn't help but smirk. Though Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown felt a surge of frustration, he promptly called Devin Brown to temporarily fill old James's position. With the whistle blown to signal the continuation of play, Longsan approached the free throw line to execute 2 shots. Swish, swish. Both free throws were successful, and the Cavaliers subsequently resumed play from the sideline. In the initial moments of the inbound pass, Longsan swiftly received the ball from Wallace, utilizing the double screen set by Larry Hughes and Varejao. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity, launching a three-point shot before the defenders could position themselves. Swish. The three-pointer sailed through the net with unwavering accuracy. With 2 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining, the score stood at 63-55, with the Cavaliers leading the Warriors by 8 points. At 1 minute and 45 seconds, Baron Davis advanced with the ball, maneuvering past Larry Hughes, intent on executing a one-handed layup. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Longsan surged forth from the side, accelerating with purpose, his large hand poised to deliver a resounding block. With a resounding clap, the towering and athletic Longsan emphatically sent Baron Davis's shot into the stratosphere. The basketball promptly returned to Longsan's grasp, and without a moment's hesitation, he darted forward with renewed vigor. Monta Ellis, sensing the urgency of the situation, rushed out in an attempt to foul Longsan and disrupt his fast break opportunity. However, his intentions did not escape Longsan's keen awareness. Thus, he was prepared for the impending contact. Just as Ellis extended his hand to impede Longsan, the latter released the basketball. The referee, unable to overlook such a blatant foul, immediately signaled the violation with a sharp whistle. Although Longsan was momentarily jostled by Ellis's grasp, it hardly deterred his shooting motion. The ball soared through the air with precision, finding its mark and swishing through the net. The sound reverberated through the arena, leaving Monta Ellis in a state of disbelief. He had never anticipated that Longsan would successfully land a long-range three-pointer before even crossing half-court. The situation was nothing short of embarrassing for Ellis. He had not only failed to prevent Longsan from scoring, but had also committed a foul, inadvertently granting Longsan a straightforward 4 points in a single possession. Longsan, naturally, capitalized on this opportunity without hesitation, sinking the subsequent free throw. The score escalated to 67-55, widening the gap to 12 points. The action continued, and with just 1 minute and 23 seconds remaining, the Warriors struggled to find a scoring opportunity, ultimately flinging a desperate shot that clanked off the rim and was secured by Varejao. With 1 minute and 2 seconds left, Longsan disregarded the double team from Baron Davis and Monta Ellis, bulldozing through their defense to lay the ball into the basket. In a stunning display, he executed a self-alley-oop, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop as the halftime buzzer sounded. At the conclusion of the first half, the Cavaliers, having trailed by 13 points in the first quarter, mounted a formidable comeback, ending the second quarter with a score of 73-55, thus establishing an 18-point lead over the Warriors. Longsan had accumulated an astonishing 35 points in the second quarter alone, bringing his total to 46 points over the first half, shooting an impressive 11 of 12 from beyond the arc, alongside 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and 1 block. LeBron James also made notable contributions, tallying 8 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block in the second quarter, amassing a triple-double with 10 points, 10 rebounds, and 11 assists over the first half. As the halftime intermission concluded, Longsan promptly inquired about LeBron's health status. Fortunately, after examination by the team physician, it was confirmed that LeBron had sustained no significant injuries and was already bouncing around the locker room. Longsan surmised that LeBron could potentially return for the second half, though the medical staff recommended he rest until the next game. Coach Mike Brown concurred, opting not to play LeBron, especially given their commanding lead over the Warriors. "Old man, it appears you're in fine form," Longsan jested. "Ha, with this physique, what issues could I possibly have?" LeBron replied, demonstrating his physical prowess, much to the amusement of everyone in the locker room, including Larry Hughes, who chimed in with, "Boss, you're too hilarious." With the halftime break swiftly concluded, the second half commenced with the Warriors inbounding the ball, Following Coach Brown's strategy to conserve energy, Longsan was tasked with decisively overwhelming the Warriors in the third quarter. The Cavaliers fielded their full-strength lineup. At 11 minutes and 40 seconds, Warriors center Adris Pajauskas exploited a height mismatch to score 2 points. On the ensuing possession, Longsan, undeterred, utilized a screen from Varejao to elude his defender and assisted Varejao for another 2 points. As the game progressed, the Warriors struggled offensively, hitting only one of their next 5 attempts while the Cavaliers managed 2 points from 4 attempts. With 6 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the score stood at 82-63, with the Cavaliers leading by 19 points. However, the tide turned when Longsan, observing his teammates' struggles, assertively seized the basketball to initiate an offensive play. At 5 minutes and 58 seconds, he executed a pull-up jumper over Byron Davis and Al Harrington, sinking a three-pointer to extend the lead to 21 points. In the subsequent possession, Longsan secured a rebound and delivered an accurate long pass to Larry Hughes, who finished with a thunderous dunk. Following another successful defensive play, Longsan converted a fast-break three-pointer, igniting an 8-0 run that forced the Warriors into a timeout, with the score ballooning to a 26-point advantage. After the timeout, with 4 minutes and 44 seconds left, Larry Hughes assisted Varejao for an alley-oop finish, further widening the gap to 28 points. With 3 minutes and 51 seconds remaining, Wallace scored on a putback and drew a foul from Al Harrington, converting the free throw for a 2-1 play. As the score reached 93-63, the deficit swelled to 30 points. Observing the unyielding disparity, Warriors coach Don Nelson, realizing the futility of the situation, surrendered to the inevitable. In a moment of resignation, he called for a timeout, substituting the entire starting lineup and conceding defeat in the match. On the other side, Mike Brown, without hesitation, followed suit upon witnessing the Warriors withdraw their main players and abandon their resistance. After a spirited exchange between the two teams' bench players that lasted around 15 minutes, the final whistle blew, signaling the conclusion of the game. Ultimately, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Warriors with a resounding score of 116-87, marking their 4th consecutive victory of the season and positioning them at the forefront of the league. In this game, Dragon 3 played for 34 minutes and 27 seconds, achieving an impressive 21 out of 24 shooting, including 12 out of 13 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable 55 points, along with 8 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. LeBron James did not return to the court in the second half, having played only 19 minutes and 21 seconds in the first half, where he recorded a triple-double with 10 points, 10 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks from 5 of 14 shooting. Varejao contributed 12 points and 14 rebounds. Wallace added 9 points and 10 rebounds, while Larry Hughes tallied 10 points and 8 assists. For the Warriors, 6 players scored in double figures, including Baron Davis with 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 12 assists, Monta Ellis with 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, and Al Harrington with 15 points and 9 rebounds. Additionally, Idlis Petrius contributed 11 points and 12 rebounds, while bench players Matt Barnes and Michael Pietris added 10 points each, alongside 4 rebounds and 3 assists, respectively. As the Kings defeated the Supersonics 104-98, all games of November 7th came to a close. The first match to conclude was that of the Suns, who had suffered a defeat at the hands of the Cavaliers in their previous home game. Today, they erupted in a display of prowess, with the formidable Shaquille O'Neal scoring 40 points and grabbing 14 rebounds, while Nash recorded 17 points and 15 assists. They ultimately triumphed over the Charlotte Bobcats with a decisive away score of 115-83, a 32-point margin. Following this, the Bulls fell to the Clippers at home, 91-97, and the Rockets overcame the Spurs with a score of 89-81, ending San Antonio's initial 3-game winning streak. Subsequently, the Lakers lost to the Pelicans at home, 104-118, with Kobe Bryant struggling significantly, shooting 12 for 33 and finishing with 26 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. With this defeat, the Lakers' record fell to 4 wins and 2 losses, temporarily placing them 9th in the Western Conference. The subsequent matches included the Bucks defeating the Raptors at home 112-85, the Timberwolves losing to the Magic 103-111, the Nets edging past the Hawks 87-82, and the Knicks triumphing over the Nuggets 119-112. The Cavaliers emerged as the only undefeated team in the league since the start of the season. Following the conclusion of the game, the Cavaliers swiftly departed San Francisco, heading to Salt Lake City, Utah, for their next back-to-back away game, a grueling endeavor indeed. When Longsan and his companions arrived in Yincheng, it was already past 3 in the morning. By the time they checked into the hotel and began to unwind, it was nearly 5 or 6 o'clock. Nonetheless, since it was still the night of the competition, they had a bit of time to rest. As soon as they reached the hotel, Longsan collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep without even having the chance to take a shower. He did not awaken until 1:30 in the afternoon, roused by the pangs of hunger. Immediately upon waking, he rushed out in search of food. Upon stepping outside, he realized he was not the only one who had slept until now. "Hey mate, good morning." As he emerged, Lao Zhan appeared before him, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Observing Lao Zhan's smug demeanor, Longsan could hardly muster the energy to engage in conversation. He quickly inquired, "Old man, what is going on? Is there anything to eat?" Having played only a brief stint in the previous day's match and having caught a few hours of sleep on the flight, Lao Zhan was brimming with energy. However, noticing Longsan's condition, he refrained from mocking him and instead said, "Buddy, if you don't wake up soon, everything will be devoured by others. The dining hall is right next door. Hurry along." Longsan, bewildered, shook his head and ambled towards the direction indicated by Coach James. Upon entering the hotel dining area, he was greeted by the sight of Larry Hughes and Varajo voraciously devouring their meals. Taken aback by this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The others, upon hearing his voice, paused their ravenous feasting and turned to glance at Longsan. "Oh, Dragon, come over and join us for dinner," called out head coach Mike Brown, rising from the crowd to greet Longsan. "All right then." Longsan, without a care for the surroundings, picked up a plate from the side and filled it generously. Only then did he take a seat and begin to eat heartily. In an instant, the entire restaurant returned to a serene quietude. After finishing his meal, Longsan felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, no longer languid as before. "Old man, why do you seem so invigorated?" After finishing his meal, Longsan noticed that, apart from old James, the others appeared distinctly fatigued, exuding an aura of lethargy and a lack of ambition. Even Coach Mike Brown seemed no exception, lacking the spirited demeanor he once possessed. This prompted Longsan to compare their states, and with old James conveniently beside him, he inquired how old James managed to maintain his vitality. "Haha, my friend, perhaps it's simply a matter of my robust health." When Longsan saw old John once again using his body as an excuse, he couldn't help but scoff. "Old man, I truly wish to cease our conversation. If you must fabricate an excuse, at least choose a more credible one." At this moment, old John felt quite awkward and hastily burst into laughter to mask his discomfort. The physical advantage he had always prided himself on seemed to falter in Longsan's presence. "My friend, I genuinely do not know the exact reason. However, I surmise it might be due to my lack of exertion last night." Longsan wished to express a few more thoughts when he noticed Mike Brown abruptly rise to his feet, clapping his hands and declaring, "All right, everyone. There's no need to linger here any longer. If you wish to continue resting, feel free to return to your rooms. I will not be scheduling any training today. You may rest at your discretion. However, do bear in mind that we have a match this evening, so everyone must convene promptly at 5 o'clock. Is that understood?" "Understood," came the chorus of responses. Meanwhile, Longsan and old James ambled to the front of their room, where Longsan finally allowed old James to depart before he retreated to wash up. At 5 o'clock, Longsan and his companions replenished their energy with some nourishment, and after resting for several hours, they appeared significantly less fatigued, their spirits notably lifted. At 6 o'clock, they boarded a bus heading to the Energy Solutions Arena, home of the Jazz. By 6:30, the players entered the arena. The venue, filled with over 10,000 spectators, erupted into a lively cacophony of cheers and shouts that echoed throughout. At 6:50, the starting lineups for both teams illuminated the big screen. The Jazz's starting lineup featured point guard Darren Williams, shooting guard Ronnie Brewer, small forward Andrei Kirilenko, power forward Carlos Boozer, and center Mehmet Okur. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers maintained their usual lineup: point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward LeBron James, power forward Varajo, and center Wallace. It was perhaps due to the Cavaliers facing back-to-back games and the formidable strength of this year's Jazz team. Longsan vividly recalled that in the previous season, the Jazz achieved an impressive record of 54 wins and 28 losses in the 82-game regular season, securing the fourth position in the Western Conference. Hence, their momentum was palpable from the outset. The 2.11-meter-tall Varejao was swiftly overpowered by Mehmet Okur, failing to even touch the basketball before it was swatted away. Darren Williams, possessing the ball, orchestrated the Jazz's initial offensive play. During his prior analysis of the Jazz, Longsan recognized that Darren Williams was no ordinary player. His assists last season were second only to Nash, ranking him as one of the league's most capable athletes. Indeed, at 11:51, seizing an opportunity while the Cavaliers' defensive setup was still forming and taking advantage of Varejo's momentary hesitation, he delivered a precise pass that found its way to the rim. Okur, with a powerful leap, executed an alley-oop dunk right in front of Varejo, who appeared noticeably fatigued and didn't even attempt to jump. At 11:33, Longsan passed the ball to LeBron James before slipping towards the baseline in search of an open shot. Unfortunately, after several attempts to reposition himself, he found no opportunity. LeBron, noticing the delay, took matters into his own hands and began to back down Andrei Kirilenko. Due to the significant power disparity between Kirilenko and LeBron, the latter easily pushed him toward the paint. Seizing this moment, Longsan swiftly maneuvered across the baseline to the three-point line above. However, even after his extensive movement, he still found no space to receive the ball for a shot. Observing the Jazz's defense, Longsan realized that they had thoroughly studied their gameplay, resulting in a notably targeted defensive strategy. Their primary focus was to allow LeBron to score while denying Longsan any opportunity to receive the ball for a three-pointer. Thus, even as LeBron backed down Kirilenko near the basket, the defense remained steadfast in their commitment to shadow Longsan rather than double-team LeBron. With a quick glance, LeBron noticed that no one had stepped up to double-team him, prompting him to seize the moment for a powerful dunk. It must be said that Kirilenko displayed remarkable intelligence. He recognized that he was no match for LeBron and understood that attempting to contest LeBron's dunk would only result in being posterized. As LeBron jumped for the dunk, Kirilenko deftly sidestepped, skillfully avoiding becoming a mere backdrop to LeBron's highlight. This unexpected evasion left LeBron momentarily bewildered, as he had intended to dunk over Kirilenko. In the ensuing possessions, Longsan found himself heavily monitored by the Jazz, with two defenders closely tracking him, to the point where he scarcely had a chance to touch the basketball. This left him feeling rather exasperated, internally criticizing Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan for employing such shameless defensive tactics. However, LeBron, a seasoned player, quickly grasped the Jazz's defensive intentions. Although Cavaliers coach Mike Brown had recognized the situation early on, he opted not to call a timeout, remaining calm. LeBron, now aware of the issue, devised a plan to utilize Longsan's presence to draw the Jazz's defensive focus away, thereby creating space for their offense. He assumed control of the ball and took on the primary scoring responsibility for the Cavaliers. At 11:10, he executed a similar strategy, drawing defenders away from Longsan to create room. Taking advantage of the space, he began backing down Kirilenko once more, and, as expected, he easily scored again. At 10:41, LeBron continued this tactic, merely altering his approach by leveraging speed to overpower Kirilenko for another 2 points. In the subsequent possession at 10:14, he even opted for a straightforward three-pointer over Kirilenko's defense, netting the shot with ease. LeBron's relentless scoring style soon had Jazz coach Jerry Sloan squirming in his seat, as LeBron had racked up 9 points in under 2 minutes. Moreover, it became evident that without additional help defense, scoring over Kirilenko was akin to slicing through vegetables, entirely effortless. In the next play at 9:48, Jazz point guard Darren Williams attempted to back down Larry Hughes. When he failed to overpower Hughes, he resorted to a fading jumper. But the shot was contested, resulting in a miss, allowing Longsan to secure the rebound. Longsan initially aimed for a fast break, but soon realized the Jazz's defense had retreated too swiftly, making it impossible to capitalize. Ultimately, he was left to engage in a half-court battle. To his dismay, as he crossed half-court, both Darren Williams and Ronnie Bowie arrived to double-team him. "Do they really need to defend me like this?" he thought, feeling increasingly frustrated. As Longsan observed the two players moving closer to him, he sensed their intention to encircle him, which prompted him to silently curse in his heart. However, he acted swiftly. Before they could fully close in, he passed the basketball to the unguarded Larry Hughes. With 9 minutes and 27 seconds remaining, Longsan had just delivered the ball into Larry Hughes's hands. Larry glanced around and, noticing the absence of defenders, wasted no time in launching a three-point shot. Swish. Unsurprisingly, in an open situation, Larry Hughes did not disappoint Longsan. He seized the opportunity and sent the basketball soaring through the net. This successful three-pointer from Larry Hughes shattered Jerry Sloan's defense, leading him to call a timeout immediately. Not for any other reason, but because, despite managing to contain Longsan, who had yet to score and had only accumulated 2 assists and 2 rebounds, they found themselves trailing the Cavaliers 12-6. A deficit of 6 points. Beep. Jerry Sloan, unfazed by the situation, began to scribble on the tactical board with a stoic expression as soon as the players gathered. Once everyone was in place, he set down his pen, tapping the board as he spoke. Andre, stop merely trailing LeBron. Allow him to receive the ball. You must learn to defend from the front, or how can you possibly contain him? Although Andre felt some reluctance, he replied, "All right, coach, I understand. Yes, just pay attention," Jerry Sloan said, aware that relying solely on Andre would not suffice to defend against LeBron James. He then turned his gaze to Carlos Boozer and instructed, "Carlos, keep a keen eye on LeBron's movements. If he drives to the basket, immediately rush to double-team him. Do not allow him an easy shot." Carlos wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded, responding, "Understood." Jerry Sloan nodded in acknowledgement before addressing the others, noticing their attentive gazes. "As for Darren Williams and the 3 of you, just maintain your current status." The timeout concluded. Beep. The referee's whistle signaled the return of both teams to the court. The Jazz initiated a baseline play, with Darren Williams in possession of the ball. With 9 minutes and 7 seconds left, following Jerry Sloan's previous directives, the others began executing a series of screens, allowing Darren to target Larry Hughes. In the next moment, he effortlessly broke through Larry's defense and executed a smooth layup. Swish. Beep. The shot not only scored but also drew a shooting foul from Larry Hughes. Darren Williams converted the free throw, completing a 2-1 play, bringing the score to 12-9, though the Cavaliers remained unfazed. Returning to the action with 8 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, LeBron responded to Darren Williams' score, powering through both Andre and Carlos's defense to achieve his own 2-1. At 8 minutes and 24 seconds, Darren sought to continue targeting Larry Hughes, but to his surprise, the Cavaliers had already anticipated this move. Consequently, despite his attempts to call for a switch, he found no openings. In frustration, he was left with no choice but to hurriedly shoot. Bang! Unfortunately, his luck ran thin. The basketball circled the rim before bouncing out. Rebounding, LeBron, from a distance, called out to Varejao under the basket. Thud! Crash! Amidst the chaos, Longsan leaped to snatch the ball, cradling it in his arms. Without hesitation, he spotted LeBron sprinting back and made a long pass, delivering the basketball into LeBron's hands. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron faced an unguarded hoop, and without a moment's pause, he executed a signature windmill dunk, sending the ball through the net. With this successful dunk, the score shifted to 17-9. As the Cavaliers extended their lead to 8 points, LeBron had hit all 6 of his shots, including 1 three-pointer and 1 free throw, amassing 14 points. This performance left Jazz coach Jerry Sloan disconcerted. He understood that if they could not contain LeBron, they would face defeat. Hence, he needed to implement a change. Yet he struggled to devise an effective strategy on the spot. He couldn't simply abandon his previously formulated tactics to forsake the double team on Longsan in favor of a focus on LeBron. Could he? As this thought raced through his mind, the Jazz's offensive time dwindled to its final second. Darren Williams faced Longsan. Thud, thud. The basketball rhythmically bounced against the floor. Yet Darren found himself unable to advance even a single step. Longsan is certainly not Larry Hughes, not to mention him. Even the great Shaquille O'Neal would struggle to advance even a fraction. Thus, after prodding Longsan for an extended period, he ultimately discovered that Longsan remained stationary, bouncing in place without making any progress. What rendered Darren Williams even more helpless was his realization that even if he wished to pass the basketball now, it was too late. Glancing at the glaring 1-second countdown on the backboard, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He swiftly reacted, gathering the ball, bending his knees, and leaning towards Longsan, intending to draw a foul. However, unbeknownst to him, Longsan was already prepared. As soon as Darren Williams initiated his movement, Longsan had sensed it. Thus, he decided to turn the tables. When Darren Williams leaned in to shoot, Longsan abruptly leaped diagonally backward. Coincidentally, just as Longsan jumped away, Darren Williams leaned forward. With that leap, Longsan's plans were utterly thwarted. his attempt to initiate physical contact fell short. Consequently, he found himself unable to provoke a shooting foul from Longsan. Simultaneously, he was compelled to release the basketball before touching the ground. Failing to do so would result in a foul against him, leaving no opportunity for adjustment, which led him to haphazardly throw the ball. Bang! Despite the loss of balance typical of a professional player, his shot still grazed the rim. The ball rebounded. Varejao and Mehmet Okur tussled in the paint, both vying to seize the basketball. Ultimately, it was Wallace who capitalized on their struggle, retrieving the ball from between them. Upon gaining possession, Wallace immediately passed the ball to Larry Hughes. At 7 minutes and 41 seconds, Larry Hughes advanced with the ball, intending to hand it over to LeBron. However, upon glancing in LeBron's direction, he discovered that LeBron was tightly guarded and unable to break free for a pass. Realizing this, he shifted his gaze to Longsan's position, only to find Longsan equally well guarded. With no other options, he resolved to handle the situation himself. Fortunately, apart from Longsan and LeBron, the other Cavaliers players had opportunities to shoot, providing him with several viable choices. Wallace stood on the left side of the rebound, while Carlos Boozer, tasked with guarding him, was preoccupied with LeBron. On the right side, Varejao was similarly unguarded by Mehmet Okur, who failed to apply close defense. If a lob was in order, there was ample opportunity, especially since Varejao was positioned closer to the basket than Wallace, increasing his chances of success. Without hesitation, Larry Hughes executed a lob pass to Varejao. Mehmet Okur was quick to react, closing in on Varejao just as he received the ball. Faced with Okur's tight defense, Varejao found himself in a challenging position. Despite straining to create shooting space by leaning back, he could not displace Okur. Lacking a clear shot, Varejao had no choice but to attempt a shot. Without further deliberation, he decided to rise up for the shot. However, with Okur's entire weight bearing down on him, jumping proved impossible. Beep. Fortunately, although he failed to release the ball, he did draw a foul. The referee blew the whistle, awarding him 2 free throw attempts. Swish. The first shot found its mark. Clap. Clap. Bang. The second attempt, however, was too far, hitting the back of the rim and bouncing out. The rebound was claimed by Carlos Boozer. At 7 minutes and 19 seconds, Deron Williams assisted Mehmet Okur with an alley-oop dunk, bringing the score to 18-11. For the next few minutes, both teams maintained this trajectory until 3 minutes and 7 seconds, when Longsan sank the first three-pointer of the game, altering the situation. After Longsan made a three-pointer, the score was tied at 30-20. With 2 minutes and 39 seconds remaining, Longsan received a pass from Old John just beyond the three-point line on the right side and swiftly shot. Swish. Another three-pointer. With 2 minutes and 5 seconds left, Longsan seized the offensive rebound and scored, adding 2 points to the tally, bringing the score to 35-22 and extending the lead to 13 points. This left Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan at a loss for words, as he began to berate his players on the court. Meanwhile, Mike Brown did not allow the starting lineup to continue playing. Upon Longsan's successful putback, he promptly called a timeout to substitute all the starters. The Jazz also replaced their starting players, but retained Deron Williams on the court. Deron Williams' role was undoubtedly to lead the Jazz's bench unit in closing the gap while the Cavaliers' starters rested. He managed to fulfill this task effectively, guiding the bench squad to a 6-0 run against the Cavaliers' reserves in just over a minute, narrowing the score to 35-28 and reducing the deficit to 7 points. However, despite the circumstances, the Cavaliers remained composed, with Longsan and his teammates still engaged in lighthearted banter on the bench until the referee signaled the end of the first quarter. As Longsan and his companions lifted their gaze to survey the circumstances on the court, it became evident that during this particular quarter, LeBron James had shaken off his earlier gloom, soaring through the air to amass an impressive tally of 18 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists. Conversely, Longsan's performance was somewhat lackluster. One might argue he was stifled by the defense rather than underperforming. It was not until the waning moments of the game that he capitalized on a defensive lapse by the Jazz, seizing a couple of opportunities to shoot, ultimately concluding with a modest 8 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. Soon enough, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the second quarter. On the Cavaliers' side, Coach Mike Brown opted not to field the starting lineup immediately, instead sending forth the second unit, represented by Dwayne Jones. Meanwhile, the Jazz relied on their primary guard, Deron Williams, to lead their second unit. Consequently, the two teams adopted distinct strategies. The Jazz favored a fast break approach, while the Cavaliers employed a more methodical half-court offense. At the 11:48 mark, Deron Williams received the ball from the baseline and charged towards the paint. Given that the Cavaliers were utilizing their second unit, there was no one capable of containing Williams' drive. Thus, at 11:41, Williams executed a deft sidestep and effortlessly deposited the ball into the basket. When it was the Cavaliers' turn to attack, the absence of a designated ball handler among the second unit meant that the player with the least defensive pressure typically took the initiative. In challenging situations, the ball was generally entrusted to the interior presence of Dwayne Jones. At 11:18, after several fruitless attempts from beyond the arc, the Cavaliers' scoring guard, Devin Brown, finally lofted the ball to Jones in the paint. Without time for hesitation, Jones faced the imposing defense of Jazz center Jae'Sean Tate and launched a shot. Though Tate failed to block the shot, he effectively disrupted Jones' rhythm, resulting in a clank off the rim. The Jazz secured the rebound, and at 10:51, Paul Millsap swiftly delivered the ball to Deron Williams, who ignited a fast break. At 10:44, confronted with an unguarded basket, Williams executed a simple layup, marking a 4-0 run against the Cavaliers' second unit and narrowing the score to 35-32, with the Jazz trailing by merely 3 points. In the ensuing possessions, both teams struggled to find the net. At 8:12, Mike Brown called a timeout to reinstate the starting lineup, a move mirrored by the Jazz, who also brought forth their first-string players. At 7:50, Longsan executed 2 quick cuts, momentarily shaking off his defender and finding space. LeBron, quick to respond, passed the ball to Longsan, who, upon receiving it, faced immediate pressure from the Jazz defender. Undeterred, Longsan engaged in a one-on-one confrontation, confident in his ability to evade the defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose to shoot a three-pointer over Carlos Boozer. Boozer, without a second thought, leapt to contest the shot, but his overconfidence was misplaced. Despite his height of 206 centimeters, surpassing Longsan's 201 centimeters, he lacked the leaping ability and hang time to effectively challenge Longsan. As he launched himself, the prospect of blocking Longsan's shot was merely a fantasy. With a resounding swish, Longsan's shot sailed through the air, undeterred by Boozer's feeble attempt to disrupt, finding nothing but net. Longsan waited for quite some time. Yet the referee's whistle remained silent, leaving him utterly speechless. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing any complaints and glanced at the referee beside him before retreating to his defensive position. Carlos Boozer, who had struck Longsan's arm, felt somewhat awkward. After casting an apologetic look at Longsan, he hastened away. With 7 minutes and 29 seconds remaining, the Jazz team passed the ball around the three-point line, desperately seeking an opportunity to take a shot, yet they could not find a suitable opening. As the shot clock dwindled, Deron Williams, realizing that there were no viable options on the perimeter, resorted to a feint and passed the ball to Mehmet Okur in the paint. Upon receiving the pass, Mehmet was acutely aware of the time constraint. However, he too found no favorable chance to shoot, and subsequently passed the ball to Carlos Boozer. Just as Boozer received the ball and prepared to take his shot, the shot clock expired. It was only after the red light illuminated that he released the ball. Astonishingly, the referee did not blow the whistle, but instead signaled that the basket was valid. Longsan, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a tirade, albeit in Chinese, which the referee failed to comprehend. Thus, the referee merely cast a glance in his direction, refraining from issuing a technical foul. However, it was not just Longsan who was dissatisfied on the Cavaliers' side. LeBron and the others were equally incensed and swiftly converged to challenge the referee's decision. The referee, displaying a ruthless demeanor, promptly awarded a technical foul to Larry Hughes, who had been the most vociferous in confronting him. Coincidentally, at that moment, the large screen in the arena was replaying a slow-motion clip of Carlos Boozer's shot. The footage clearly indicated that the shot clock had expired before Boozer released the ball, with the red light signaling a violation already illuminated. From any angle, it was evident that Boozer's attempt was indeed beyond the allowable time, rendering the shot invalid. Yet, the referee did not blow his whistle. Instead, he signaled that Boozer's basket counted, while simultaneously penalizing Hughes with a technical foul, creating an awkward atmosphere in the arena. The Cavaliers fans erupted in a chorus of indignation, chanting corrupt officiating, corrupt officiating. Meanwhile, the Jazz supporters found themselves in an uncomfortable silence, exchanging glances and ultimately choosing to bow their heads in defeat. Despite the uproar, the referee remained unmoved, signaling for the game to continue. As Boozer stepped to the free throw line, Longsan leaned towards LeBron and quietly murmured, Looks like we're in for a tough night. LeBron, though visibly agitated, replied, but it matters not, my friend. We can triumph without resorting to such petty tactics. With a swish, Boozer successfully sank the technical free throw, bringing the score to 38-35, with the Cavaliers still leading by 3. Following the free throw, possession remained with the Jazz. As the Jazz prepared to inbound the ball, the tension among the Cavaliers players was palpable, leading to an intense defensive effort that resulted in a 5-second violation against the Jazz. With possession swapped, Longsan and LeBron quickly executed a cross screen, allowing LeBron to receive the basketball. Without hesitation, LeBron advanced past half-court. "Hey, buddy, set the screen," he called out as he approached the three-point line. Understanding LeBron's intent, Longsan promptly moved into position. The Jazz, having heard LeBron's command, swiftly adjusted their defense. Deron Williams abandoned his mark on Hughes and slid over to impede Longsan's path. Unbeknownst to them, this was precisely what LeBron had orchestrated. Andrei Kirilenko, unaware of the trap set for him, was caught off guard. The Jazz players, believing Longsan's screen was a ruse, shifted their focus entirely onto him, neglecting the fact that LeBron faced only Kirilenko. In the next heartbeat, LeBron executed a powerful post move, pushing Kirilenko aside before launching a turnaround jumper. The ball sailed through the air and swished through the net, extending the Cavaliers' lead to 5 points. With 6:22 remaining, the Jazz called a timeout, substituting Williams for Derek Fisher. Upon entering, Fisher immediately delivered a splendid assist. At 5:59, he spotted Mehmet Okur in the paint and swiftly passed the ball, enabling Okur to complete an alley-oop dunk. However, the Cavaliers were undeterred and responded effectively on their next possession. At 5:37, Hughes, with the ball, recognized LeBron's drive toward the basket and deftly threw the ball over his head. With a powerful leap, LeBron soared above the rim, his head nearly clearing it. And as he reached the apex of his jump, he seized the ball and, without waiting to land, turned to emphatically slam it through the hoop, executing a stunning dunk. The sheer force of LeBron's display left the Jazz players momentarily stunned. Following the dunk, LeBron did not celebrate. Instead, he lowered his head and retreated to defend. Those familiar with LeBron knew this was a sign of his rising ire. At 5:17, LeBron seized an opportunity as he intercepted a pass intended for Kirilenko by Fisher, snatching the ball and sprinting down the court. The speed at which LeBron surged forward was a stark contrast to Kirilenko, who had started at the same moment but was left in the dust. By the time LeBron completed his dunk, Kirilenko had barely arrived to collect the rebound. With this fast break score, the Cavaliers' lead widened to 7 points. The Jazz's previous efforts were rendered futile in the face of LeBron's sudden surge, leaving them unable to execute Jerry Sloan's strategy effectively. Sloan, visibly displeased with his team's performance, called a timeout in frustration. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers seized the opportunity to rest their starters. As the 4:40 mark approached, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. The Cavaliers maintained their lineup, while the Jazz reintroduced their star guard, Deron Williams. Upon his return, the Jazz's offense transformed dramatically. At 4:22, Williams executed a behind-the-back pass that deceived Longsan, delivering the ball to Boozer in the paint. Boozer, undeterred, performed a step-back maneuver to evade Wallace's block, successfully scoring. On the subsequent possession, at 3:59, the game continued. Longsan leaned against Ronnie Brewer, extending his hand to request the ball from Larry Hughes. Without hesitation, Larry Hughes turned and passed the basketball to him. Upon receiving the ball, Longsan executed a seamless back-to-the-basket move, effortlessly pushing Ronnie Brewer aside. In an instant, he spun and released the basketball. Swish. As anticipated, the ball effortlessly pierced through the net and fell through. This was merely the beginning. At the 3:20 mark, Longsan called for a pick and roll, positioning himself against the Jazz's center, Mehmet Okur. Faced with Okur, Longsan was brimming with strategies to outmaneuver him, and with a mere change of direction, he swiftly left him behind. Longsan cast a glance at the dismissed Maimatoku, then, with an unhurried demeanor, lifted the basketball and released a three-point shot. Swish. The ball once again pierced through the net. With 2 minutes and 38 seconds remaining, from the same spot, Longsan, facing the close defense of Deron Williams, raised his hand and unleashed another three-pointer. Swish. Need I say more? Against someone shorter than himself, Longsan felt no pressure at all. With 1 minute and 58 seconds on the clock, positioned beyond the right three-point line, the venerable James executed a pick and roll with Longsan. After penetrating the defense, James unexpectedly delivered a no-look pass, swiftly sending the basketball into Longsan's hands beyond the three-point arc. Upon receiving the pass, Longsan effortlessly raised his hand and took the shot without the slightest hesitation. With this three-pointer, he had already accumulated 13 consecutive points, bringing the score to 55-42. The gap between the two teams widened to double digits, reaching an impressive 13 points. In the final 2 minutes, both sides engaged in 3 or 4 offensive possessions. For the Cavaliers, the season LeBron took over Longsan's momentum, continuing to deliver offensive prowess with 2 successful shots out of 3 attempts, contributing 4 points. In stark contrast, the Jazz's offense was significantly less effective. Despite having 1 more possession than the Cavaliers, they managed to score a mere 3 points with a dismal shooting percentage of 1 out of 4. As the first half of the match concluded, both teams' players retreated to their respective locker rooms. As Longsan and his teammates returned to the team's locker room, head coach Mike Brown commenced his tactical briefing. "Gentlemen, our performance in the first half was commendable. Let us sustain this momentum in the second half. We aim to overpower the Jazz by the third quarter." After delivering these remarks, he turned his gaze towards Longsan and continued, "Long, in the upcoming half, I urge you to collaborate closely with LeBron, focusing on executing numerous pick-and-roll plays." As Longsan wiped the sweat from his brow, he replied, "Yes, I understand, Coach." After hearing Longsan's response, Coach Mike Brown turned his attention to LeBron, saying, "LeBron, continue to pose a threat to the Jazz's interior defense in the second half. We must ensure they hesitate to double-team." The seasoned veteran, having navigated the complexities of the NBA for many years, grasped Mike Brown's intent. After a moment of contemplation, he assured, "Rest assured, I know what to do." Coach Mike Brown, having complete confidence in LeBron, did not feel the need for further admonishments. He then shifted his focus to Larry Hughes and the others, commencing a tactical discussion. On the other hand, Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan was far from calm. In the final minutes of the second quarter, the Cavaliers unleashed a relentless offensive barrage, stretching the lead to 13 points, effectively nullifying their earlier efforts in the game. Frustrated, he addressed his players, "Gentlemen, we are in a game. What is everyone doing? Are we just playing pretend?" Noticing the lack of rebuttal, he continued, "Darren Williams, stop fixating on passing. Can't you shoot or drive?" Darren, eager to avoid inciting his coach's ire, quickly responded, "I understand, Coach. I will be mindful." Jerry Sloan then directed his gaze toward Andrei Kirilenko. "Andre, you as well. Can't you be more assertive? Don't let LeBron James intimidate you into retreating." Realizing that further comments would lead to an unfavorable reprimand, Kirilenko interjected, "Coach, I understand. I will defend LeBron James effectively." Deep down, Sloan knew that Kirilenko could not truly contain LeBron, rendering his assurance somewhat hollow. Nevertheless, he appreciated Kirilenko's positive attitude and chose not to dwell on it further. With his anger subsiding, he laid out the strategy for the remainder of the game. "Gentlemen, we are trailing by 13 points at halftime. If we do not alter our tactics, victory will elude us." Noticing no dissent from Kirilenko and the others, Sloan elaborated, "Since we cannot contain LeBron James and Longsan with man-to-man defense, we will employ a zone defense, focusing on cutting off drives and allowing outside shots." Darren Williams interrupted, "Coach, what does focusing on drives while allowing outside shots mean?" Sloan, unfazed by the interruption, explained, "We will emphasize defending against the Cavaliers' drives to the basket, compelling them to shoot from beyond the arc. However, we must pay special attention to number 0, Longsan, whose three-point shooting is exceptional. We cannot afford to underestimate him." Conversely, the rest of the Cavaliers have a dismal three-point shooting percentage, particularly LeBron James, who rarely attempts threes. Thus, we need not fear their outside shooting. After absorbing his coach's explanation, Darren Williams nodded, signaling his comprehension of the strategy. The halftime intermission swiftly passed, and both teams returned to the court to resume play. After a brief respite, the third quarter commenced with both teams fielding their starting lineups. The Jazz initiated play from the baseline. After receiving a pass from Carlos Boozer, Darren Williams dribbled past half-court. As he crossed the line, Longsan shadowed him closely. Although Longsan did not intend to steal the ball, Darren felt a surge of anxiety as Longsan drew near. Spotting an opening for Kirilenko, he promptly passed the ball, disregarding Coach Sloan's earlier counsel. Sloan, observing this from the sidelines, was visibly perturbed. His emphasis on the previous play had been for a reason. Darren had overcomplicated matters in the first half, opting to pass when he could have scored, resulting in squandered opportunities and several turnovers. On the court, Longsan smirked as Darren Williams passed the ball. As anticipated, upon Kirilenko receiving the ball, LeBron quickly closed in on him. Faced with LeBron's defense, Kirilenko grew anxious. He attempted to push against LeBron multiple times without success and soon sought to pass the ball. However, upon looking around, he realized his teammates were thoroughly marked, leaving him with no viable passing options. Now caught in a predicament, he found himself with no space to shoot and no angles to pass. Sloan, witnessing this unfold, was taken aback. As the shot clock dwindled, Kirilenko, with no time to ponder, launched the ball toward the basket under LeBron's defense. With a resounding smack, LeBron had been anticipating this moment. To facilitate Kirilenko's shot, LeBron had deliberately taken a half step back, granting him the illusion of space. Consequently, when Kirilenko saw this slight opening and with the shot clock running low, he hastily released the ball without considering the vigilant LeBron nearby. The outcome of such an impulsive decision was all too predictable. It would be a miracle if he escaped being blocked. LeBron's block was ferocious, as he forcefully swatted the basketball out of bounds. Fortunately, when the referee blew the whistle, the Jazz had less than a second remaining on the shot clock, only 0.6 seconds left. Thus, even if the Jazz were exceptionally skilled, they could only catch the ball and immediately shoot. At 11:09, Andrei Kirilenko passed the ball to Darren Williams. Without a moment's hesitation, Williams launched the ball as soon as it reached his hands. Although Carlos Boozer obstructed him for a brief moment, preventing him from appearing before Williams in time, the rush nature of the shot caused Williams' attempt to clang off the rim. Bang! The ball hit the front of the hoop and bounced back, landing perfectly in Wallace's grasp. Upon witnessing Wallace secure the rebound, the Jazz swiftly retreated to their defensive positions, determined to deny the Cavaliers any opportunity for a fast break. Observing this situation, LeBron remained composed as he received the ball from Wallace and leisurely brought it up the court. At 10:58, as he approached the three-point line, LeBron noticed Darren Williams closely guarding him, while Ronnie Brewer cast a watchful eye, seemingly poised to double-team him. Upon noticing this phenomenon, Longsan immediately began to observe the situation of the other players on the Cavaliers. As expected, the Jazz had already adopted a zone defense. Although he did not immediately discern the defensive formation of the Jazz, Longsan hesitated not for a moment. Observing that Ronnie Brewer did not rush to double-team him, he swiftly executed a sharp change of direction to deceive Darren Williams and released the basketball. Swish! Before Darren Williams could close in to contest Longsan's shot, the sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed through the air. Damn! In a sudden and unexpected turn of events, Longsan's abrupt maneuver incited a fit of frustration in Darren Williams, who, unable to contain his emotions, uttered an expletive. As the clock read 10 minutes and 21 seconds, Darren Williams, having learned from the previous encounter, faced Longsan's defense not with a hasty pass as before, nor with an ill-fated attempt to breach his guard. Instead, he judiciously summoned Carlos Boozer to set a screen. With Boozer's timely intervention, Longsan was indeed forced to switch his defense onto Boozer. The defender, previously Longsan, was now Wallace, and Williams found this matchup considerably more manageable. Although Wallace possessed a distinct advantage in height and weight, Williams' speed far surpassed that of Wallace. With a few deft changes in pace, Williams left Wallace trailing behind. Upon witnessing Williams' sudden incursion, Varejao, stationed in the paint, did not hesitate. He abandoned Mehmet Okur and charged forward. However, Williams, maintaining a calm demeanor, effortlessly lofted the ball over Varejo's head. With a resounding thud, Mehmet Okur, faced with an unguarded hoop, executed a thunderous slam dunk, emphatically driving the ball through the net. In light of this development, the Cavaliers remained composed. Varejao retrieved the ball from the floor, proceeded to the baseline, and passed it to Larry Hughes. Upon advancing to the front court, Hughes entrusted the ball to LeBron James, while he himself maneuvered to the right side of the three-point line. Receiving the ball, LeBron did not pause. He dribbled toward the interior. Yet as he crossed the three-point line, two defenders from the Jazz swiftly converged upon him. Observing this, LeBron remained unfazed and executed a quick return pass, delivering the ball back into Longsan's possession. As Longsan seized the ball, Darren Williams and Ronnie Brewer disregarded whether he was beyond the three-point line and immediately closed in on him. Their dual approach left the interior defense of the Jazz noticeably vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Longsan swiftly passed the ball back to LeBron James. Naturally, LeBron could not be left unguarded, as Andrei Kirilenko was tightly marking him. Faced with Kirilenko's defense, LeBron initially seemed unfazed. However, he was astute enough to capitalize on the situation. At 10:07, with a deceptive feint followed by a genuine pass, he tricked everyone, delivering the ball to a wide-open Wallace beneath the basket. Wallace, momentarily bewildered, quickly leapt and executed a dunk, successfully completing the offensive play. At 9:32, the Jazz found themselves in a quandary. Their previous strategy of employing endless pick-and-rolls to create space for Deron Williams to bypass Longsan and LeBron was effectively dismantled. No matter how they called for screens, Longsan consistently leveraged his speed to appear before Deron. After several failed attempts, Deron was left flummoxed. With the shot clock winding down, he reluctantly launched the ball towards the basket, only to be met with Longsan's imposing presence. Despite not being able to block the shot, Longsan's height, wingspan, and agility were sufficient to disrupt Deron's attempt. Consequently, his shot was adversely affected. For the Jazz, matters worsened as subsequent possessions resulted in missed shots. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers, benefiting from the presence of both Longsan and LeBron, proved insurmountable. At 9:02, Longsan's movement beyond the three-point arc created defensive lapses for the Jazz, allowing Larry Hughes to score an open jumper. By 8:11, Longsan again attracted defenders with a pullback, subsequently passing to an unguarded Wallace, who effortlessly scored. At 7:17, without even moving, Longsan faked a shot, startling Deron and Ronnie, who rushed towards him. As they lunged, Longsan passed to Larry Hughes, who, no longer hasty, waited for Brewer to return before calmly shooting and scoring. With the Cavaliers leading the third quarter 11-2 against the Jazz, widening the gap to 20 points. Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan found himself bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He quickly called for a timeout, though he was at a loss for a solution. Grappling with the tactical board and unsure how to counter the Cavaliers' seemingly invincible strategy, the Jazz could neither score nor defend effectively, leaving him without a clear course of action. As the game edged towards garbage time, Sloan was left in a state of frustration, oblivious to the clumps of hair he was pulling out in distress. Deron Williams, observing his coach's predicament, felt equally perplexed but managed to remind Sloan to take care of his hair. Hearing Deron's voice, Sloan regained his composure, glancing at the handful of hair he had inadvertently pulled out, feeling a touch embarrassed. He urged his players, "Gentlemen, as you can see, we are in a precarious situation. LeBron James has been a constant headache for us, and now we face an additional challenge with this newcomer from China. This is indeed a double blow. However, if we cannot defend against them, we shall adopt a three-point strategy." Sloan, despite his own doubts about this approach, recognized the urgency of their situation. The Jazz were on the brink of collapse, and without an innovative strategy, a comeback seemed implausible. Thus, he steeled himself to propose the idea. Deron and his teammates, understanding the gravity of their circumstances, did not oppose Sloan's suggestion, acknowledging that conventional methods were no longer viable. "Understood, coach. Henceforth, we must pay special attention to that newcomer and ensure he doesn't get an open three-point shot." Before Sloan could finalize his strategy, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The Cavaliers, having no specific play in mind, returned to the court. The Jazz, however, were delayed as Sloan was still outlining his tactics, resulting in a 10-second lag before Deron and the others could take the floor. As the Jazz prepared to inbound from the baseline, Deron Williams brought the ball up the court. At 6:46, in pursuit of points, he initiated a pick at the three-point line. Initially, Longsan thought Deron intended to drive, thus maneuvering inside to intercept him. To his surprise, Deron utilized Brewer's body to shield Longsan and launched a three-pointer. Swish! The ball sailed through the net, and without celebration, Deron turned and retreated on defense. Longsan cast a glance at Deron Williams, who had dashed out, seemingly grasping the tactical approach of the Jazz. However, he remained composed, choosing not to look back as he sprinted towards the front court after witnessing LeBron receive the ball. LeBron, in turn, exhibited a leisurely demeanor, allowing the basketball to roll on the floor for quite some time before finally securing it. His nonchalance was surely influenced by the Cavaliers holding a substantial lead of 17-18 points over the Jazz. The Jazz, desperate to close the gap, could only sigh at LeBron's antics. Andrei Kirilenko, glancing at the clock, wasted no time and charged toward LeBron. Yet, LeBron, a seasoned player, deliberately drained the shot clock before commencing his offensive play. With 6:11 remaining and just 3 seconds left on the shot clock, he bulldozed his way into the paint, executing a thunderous dunk. This offensive display illuminated the Jazz's deficiencies, yet LeBron paid it no mind. After the dunk, he merely turned and strolled away. Andrei Kirilenko swiftly retrieved the ball, passing it to Darren Williams in a bid for a fast break. However, he had overestimated the situation. The Cavaliers' defense was quick to set up, and by the time Darren crossed half court, they were already in position. Reluctantly, Darren called for a pick and roll. Longsan, having anticipated his intentions, chose not to circle around the paint as Ronnie Brewer came up to set the screen. Instead, he shadowed Darren closely, matching his every move. After several pick-and-roll attempts, Darren struggled to shake off Longsan and create a shooting opportunity. As the shot clock dwindled to 5:40. With just 3 seconds remaining in the Jazz's offensive possession, Darren barely managed to find a sliver of space. However, his shot was still disrupted by Longsan, resulting in a slightly short attempt that ricocheted off the front of the rim. The ball was then tapped by both Ferrejo and Mehmet Okur, sending it flying out towards the three-point line. Larry Hughes, noticing the ball's trajectory, leaped without hesitation to secure it. Once Larry had possession, the others ceased their scramble for the ball, and the Jazz did not rush back on defense. Darren Williams and Ronnie Brewer, wary of the Cavaliers burning the clock like before, initiated a full-court press. Larry, unfazed by Brewer's aggressive defense, successfully brought the ball past half-court before handing it off to LeBron. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron began to maneuver across the court, deliberately consuming time. If any Jazz players attempted to double-team him, he would swiftly pass the ball. With 5:11 remaining, as the offensive clock neared its limit, he initiated his play. With a swift motion, he pushed against Kirilenko and barreled into the paint. Just as Mehmet Okur abandoned Ferrejo to come in for a double team, LeBron, unpretentiously, executed a bounce pass to Ferrejo. Following a small leap, Ferrejo effortlessly deposited the ball into the hoop. Following this offensive sequence, the Cavaliers extended their lead back to 21 points. In subsequent plays, the Jazz struggled to diminish the scoring gap, with the difference remaining around 20 points. At 3:08, Darren Williams found himself once again facing Longsan's defense. In previous encounters, he had been unable to gain any advantage against Longsan, apart from a couple of assists. Determined to redeem himself, he resolved not to pass the ball this time, employing a series of crossovers to try and shake Longsan off. Yet, despite his efforts, Longsan remained steadfast in front of him, which only fueled Darren's determination. He turned his back to Longsan, attempting to overpower him with sheer force. Bam, bam, bam. After several hard drives, Darren felt as though he were colliding with a wall, yielding no results. With just 2 seconds left on the shot clock at 3:02, he opted for a fading jumper, releasing the ball just as the red light on the backboard illuminated. The sound of the whistle coincided with the swish of the net. Darren, aware of his forced shot, found himself in a predicament due to the challenging nature of the fadeaway jumper. Ultimately, the outcome confirmed his fears. The ball hit the front rim and bounced back into Wallace's grasp. As he turned, Longsan had already claimed the ball from Wallace. Without allowing time for others to react, he positioned himself at the logo and took a shot. Darren, who had been attentively monitoring Longsan's movements, rushed in to contest the shot. However, his eagerness led to a miscalculation. As Longsan released the ball, Darren collided with his arm. Swish. Beep. The referee's whistle harmonized with the sound of the ball finding the net. Shit, Darren muttered, realizing he had committed a foul. While he could accept the call, as he had indeed made contact with Longsan's hand, the fact that Longsan had converted the three-pointer was intolerable. If Longsan succeeded in the ensuing free throw, the Jazz would find themselves trailing by 26 points, effectively rendering their chances of a comeback null. Regardless of his protests, the referees remained unresponsive, and there was no recourse to overturn the decision. Ultimately, Darren could only watch in frustration as Longsan stepped up to the free throw line. Swish. Longsan offered no respite to the Jazz, swiftly converting a free throw with precision. Meanwhile, the Jazz sought to mount a final struggle. Andrei Kirilenko quickly retrieved the basketball thrown by Longsan and, reaching the baseline, passed it to Darren Williams. Although Darren felt a twinge of frustration, he immediately dribbled the ball across half court. Longsan and his team were not far behind, rushing forward as soon as the free throw was made. However, just as Longsan crossed the half-court line, he was intercepted by Ronnie Brewer. Consequently, upon crossing the half-court line, Darren Williams had no choice but to pass the ball to Larry Hughes. With newfound confidence against Hughes, Darren executed a series of swift moves beyond the three-point line, evading Hughes and penetrating into the paint. Yet, Unwilling to settle for just 2 points, he passed the ball to Carlos Boozer stationed at the three-point line. Boozer, without hesitation, lifted and bent his knees to release a shot. Thud. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from shooting, Boozer's touch was noticeably cold, causing his shot to bounce off the rim. After several rebounds, the ball finally descended. Varejao, having misjudged the rebound, leapt prematurely and found himself overshadowed by Mehmet Okur, who seized the opportunity to claim the rebound. Without delay, Okur dislodged Varejao and executed a dunk, despite successfully scoring. The Jazz faced an awkward predicament. Only 1 minute and 46 seconds remained in the third quarter, and they trailed the Cavaliers by 24 points. A comeback of such magnitude appeared increasingly unrealistic. As expected, with 1 minute and 24 seconds on the clock, LeBron James, with the ball in hand, faced the dual defense of Mehmet Okur and Andrei Kirilenko. He confidently launched a shot amidst their pressure, initially aiming to draw a foul. He did not adjust his shot's angle. To his surprise, as soon as he released the ball, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and the ball, grazed by Okur, rolled into the basket. Beep. The referee signaled to the scorer's table, affirming that LeBron's shot counted and awarded him an additional free throw. This turned into a significant jest. Should LeBron complete this 2-1 opportunity, the Jazz's recent 2 points would be rendered futile. True to form, LeBron proved reliable in crucial moments, converting free throws even when his regular average dipped below 64. Swish. With this 2-1 completed, the Jazz found themselves at an impasse, contemplating surrendering, yet feeling it premature. Still holding on to a flicker of hope, reluctant to concede, and recognizing the substantial deficit, Jerry Sloan chose to allow his starting lineup to exhaust the final minute of play without interruption. With 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining, Darren Williams, unencumbered by hesitation, launched a shot. Swish. A precise 2-pointer. On the ensuing possession, with 49 seconds left, LeBron, undeterred by Kirilenko's defense, took a long 2-pointer. Swish. It found its mark. The Jazz's final possession came with 26 seconds on the clock, as Darren Williams executed a rapid change of direction to create space for a 3-pointer. Thud. However, his touch failed him, the ball clanging off the rim, only for Mehmet Okur to capitalize on the situation, scoring from over Varejao's shoulder. On the Cavaliers' side, Longsan, observing the dwindling shot clock, launched a buzzer-beater 3-pointer over Darren Williams. Swish. Clearly, Longsan's rhythm surpassed that of Williams. With only 2 seconds remaining, the Jazz executed a long pass, reaching Carlos Boozer near midcourt. After a slight adjustment, he took a shot as the final buzzer echoed. Beep. Thud. Boozer's buzzer-beater 3-pointer missed its target, hitting the backboard and bouncing away. Thus, the third quarter concluded with the Cavaliers leading the Jazz 98-70. A 28-point disparity as they entered the fourth quarter. The Jazz players, witnessing the situation, understood that this match was likely over, their expressions reflecting disappointment. In the stands, Jazz fans either buried themselves in their phones or murmured amongst each other, with some even beginning to leave in small groups. They held no illusions of a comeback. In stark contrast, Cavaliers fans beamed with joy, laughter resonating throughout the arena. On the Cavaliers bench, jubilant voices filled the air. Looks like we won't be needed anymore in the upcoming games. Here, take your jacket. Longsan glanced at the score of both teams, picked up a jacket belonging to a player nearby, and tossed it to the laughing LeBron, saying, "Ha, my friend, you are absolutely right. From here on out, we shall entrust the game to our comrades on the bench. We can comfortably sit back and await the conclusion of the match." LeBron, without affectation, caught the jacket thrown by Longsan and draped it over his shoulders, responding with a cheerful grin. Not long after, the referee blew the whistle to commence the fourth quarter. On the Cavaliers' side, head coach Mike Brown, without a second thought and indifferent to how the Jazz played, sent the bench players onto the court. Similarly, Jerry Sloan of the Jazz chose not to resist any longer and also fielded his bench players. The entry of both teams' substitutes signified the Jazz's capitulation. As soon as the bench players took the floor, they began to miss their shots. At 11:36, the Cavaliers' backup guard, Devin Brown, was the first to clang a shot off the rim with a 3-pointer. The rebound was seized by the Jazz's substitute center, Jared Collins. At 11:13, Kyle Korver also failed to convert a 2-point attempt. In the initial exchanges, both teams' second units struggled, with the sound of basketballs hitting the rim echoing throughout the arena. It was not until 7:44 in the fourth quarter that Derek Fisher, the Jazz's backup point guard, finally scored the first 2 points of the quarter, breaking the scoring drought. On the subsequent possession, at 7:19, Devin Brown also managed to score, ending the Cavaliers' scoring woes. As both teams began to find their rhythm, the cacophony of missed shots began to diminish. However, every couple of possessions, the sound of clanging shots would return. At 6:23, the Jazz's Morris Almond missed a fast break layup, while the Cavaliers' Joe Smith also failed to score on an unguarded basket. Remarkably, both head coaches, Mike Brown and Jerry Sloan, refrained from calling plays or timeouts, allowing their bench players to continue playing freely. The game proceeded in such a manner until its conclusion, with neither team calling a single timeout. As the final whistle blew, it signified the end of the contest. In the fourth quarter, the two teams' benches battled evenly, with a score of 16-18, slightly favoring the Jazz. Ultimately, after 4 quarters of play, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Jazz with a score of 114-88, marking a 26-point victory. LeBron played for 30 minutes and 22 seconds, shooting 20 of 28 from the field and 4 of 5 from the free throw line, efficiently amassing a game-high 44 points, along with 8 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 blocks. In an impressive display, Longsan participated for 30 minutes and 22 seconds, achieving a remarkable shooting record of 14 out of 17 from the field, 7 out of 7 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 2 from 2 at the free throw line, totaling 37 points, 7 rebounds, 11 assists, 1 block, and 2 steals. This marked the first occasion in 4 consecutive games where he scored below 50 points. However, for Longsan, this may represent a return to normalcy, considering that a single player accounting for nearly half of the team's scoring is somewhat anomalous. As demonstrated in this match, scoring in the range of 30 to 40 points while still contributing to a team victory is considerably more typical. On the Cavaliers' side, apart from the illustrious LeBron and Longsan, no other player managed to score in double digits. In contrast, the Jazz showcased a more balanced performance with Deron Williams contributing 27 points, 8 rebounds, and 10 assists, Andrei Kirilenko adding 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists, and Mehmet Okur posting 20 points alongside 17 rebounds and 3 assists, which appeared much more conventional. Following their triumph over the Jazz, the Cavaliers celebrated their 5th consecutive victory, boasting an undefeated record of 5 wins and 0 losses, thereby leading the league. In other matchups, the Hawks secured a home victory against the Shaquille O'Neal's Phoenix Suns with a score of 105-96, while Steve Nash delivered an impressive but futile performance with 30 points and 15 assists. The Eastern powerhouse Celtics overwhelmed the Nuggets at home with a score of 119-93, whereas the Pacers succumbed to the Clippers, 89-104. The 76ers delivered a resounding 91-63 victory over the short-handed Charlotte Bobcats, while the Trail Blazers narrowly defeated the Pelicans, 94-93. The reigning champions, the Spurs, triumphed over the Heat with a score of 99-89, despite Dwayne Wade's valiant effort of 36 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists. The Supersonics faced a setback at home, losing to the Grizzlies, 98-105, and the Raptors fell to the Magic, led by Dwight Howard, with a score of 96-105. These encapsulate the entirety of the day's match statistics. However, Longsan and his teammates have little time to dwell on these numbers, as they must quickly rest before departing the Jazz's home in Salt Lake City for their next opponent, the Sacramento Kings. On November 10th, they will face the Kings, marking the 4th opponent of their away journey. The Kings, particularly due to the presence of the classic tough guy Ron Artest at the small forward position, have caught Longsan's attention. He recalls that the former Kings struggled this season, finishing 11th in the Western Conference and missing the playoffs. Artest, in particular, has made a lasting impression this season. If memory serves, he is not only known for his fiery temper, but also stands out as one of the league's premier defensive specialists, possessing exceptional speed, awareness, physicality, and defensive instincts that can trouble even superstars like Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady. Moreover, his offensive capabilities should not be overlooked. He can dominate the paint like LeBron and also boasts a reliable mid-range shot along with respectable three-point shooting skills. His presence undoubtedly sets the Kings apart in the league. At 10 a.m., the Cavaliers boarded a flight from Salt Lake City to Sacramento. They arrived at their hotel in Sacramento at 1 p.m. Upon reaching their rooms, the players promptly dropped off their luggage and made their way to the hotel restaurant. "Hey, old man," Longsan greeted as he spotted LeBron exiting his room. Without hesitation, he playfully patted LeBron's backside. "You startled me," LeBron replied, giving Longsan an amused look before embracing him. Just then, head coach Mike Brown emerged from his room, observing the playful exchange between LeBron and Longsan with a puzzled expression. "What are you two up to?" he inquired. Upon hearing the sudden voice of Mike Brown, Longsan and Old John were taken aback. However, they exchanged glances and replied in unison, No. We were just planning to head to the restaurant for a meal." Although Mike Brown harbored some doubts regarding their words, he refrained from probing further. Nodding slightly, he said, "That's perfect. Let us go together." Longsan and Old John were genuinely heading to the restaurant, so they did not decline the invitation, nodding in agreement as they replied, "All right." Throughout the journey, Mike Brown appeared exceedingly delighted, for the addition of Longsan had significantly elevated the Cavaliers' performance this season. Consequently, Coach Mike Brown engaged in lively conversation and laughter with Longsan and the others, openly sharing numerous lesser-known anecdotes from the NBA. Naturally, they also discussed the Cavaliers' upcoming opponent, the Kings. Overall, both Mike Brown and Old John concurred that the Kings posed a greater challenge than the previous teams the Cavaliers had faced. Longsan remained silent, merely listening attentively to the teachings of Old John and Mike Brown. Due to the consecutive away games and the team's arduous travels, Mike Brown announced after their meal that the day would be a holiday, granting everyone the freedom to engage in their own activities. However, the players did not appear as elated as one might expect. The 4 consecutive away games had left the Cavaliers personnel feeling somewhat fatigued. Thus, when Coach Mike Brown revealed this favorable news, everyone simply glanced up at him momentarily before returning to their meals. Longsan was experiencing such a scene for the first time, leaving him somewhat bewildered, not fully grasping the situation. He nudged Old John with his elbow and whispered in his ear, "Old man, what is going on? The chief just announced that we could move freely. Yet everyone seems rather discontent. Didn't I notice before that they were particularly fond of holidays?" Observing Longsan's naive demeanor, Old John found it amusing. He gazed at Longsan for a considerable moment before leaning closer to whisper, "Kid, aren't you exhausted?" At first, Longsan was taken aback by Lao Zhan's words, failing to comprehend their meaning. Consequently, he merely shook his head before nodding in response. Lao Zhan, equally perplexed by Longsan's erratic gestures, was momentarily unsure whether he was fatigued or invigorated. "What does this mean, young man? One moment you shake your head, the next you nod." When Lao Zhan posed this question again, Longsan decided to drop the pretense of mystery and replied, "Old man, what could possibly exhaust me? It was merely a single match." Lao Zhan, upon hearing this response, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, regarding Longsan with a gaze akin to that of a bewildered observer scrutinizing a peculiar creature. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally remarked nonchalantly, "Well, you are indeed a marvel. It is unreasonable to assess you through the lens of ordinary perspectives, so it is entirely understandable that you do not grasp their sentiments. Hence, I hold no resentment towards you." "What?" Upon hearing Lao Zhan's words, Longsan was utterly perplexed. Unable to contain himself, he promptly inquired further. Lao Zhan, noting Longsan's reaction, was not taken aback and continued, "They are unlike you. You are a monster, while they are mere mortals. Thus, they experience fatigue. I trust this clarifies your understanding." "Ah, old man, I comprehend now." At last, Longsan comprehended the situation. On the afternoon of the 10th at 5 o'clock, the Sleep Train Arena in Sacramento witnessed the home team's fervent supporters erupting in applause as the players of both teams commenced their entrance. The roster for the Sacramento Kings included Kevin Martin, Metta World Peace, Mike Bibby, Brad Miller, Bino Udrih, John Sammons, Francisco Garcia, Mickey Moore, and the grand finale, Ron Artest. The starting lineup consisted of point guard Bino Udrih, shooting guard Kevin Martin, small forward Ron Artest, power forward Mickey Moore, and center Brad Miller. The head coach was Reggie Theus. The roster for the Cavaliers was as follows: Longsan, Larry Hughes, Damon Jones, Diga Gooden, Eric Snow, Devin Brown, Varejao, Wallace, Ira Newble. In the grand finale, LeBron James. The starting lineup consisted of point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward LeBron James, power forward Wallace, and center Varejao. Head coach, Mike Brown. Not long after the introductions concluded, the referee blew the whistle to signal the commencement of the match. With a sharp sound, the starting players of both teams took to the court, ready to engage in the jump ball. For the Cavaliers, Varejao was the first to position himself at center court, while on the Kings' side, center Brad Miller swiftly followed suit. Although Brad Miller stands 2 centimeters taller than Varejao, The difference was scarcely perceptible as they stood side by side. Seeing that both players were in place, the referee wasted no time in tossing the basketball into the air between them. As the ball was released, Varejao and Brad Miller simultaneously leapt into action. Despite the referee's efforts to throw the ball equidistantly, it veered slightly toward Brad Miller. Consequently, Miller managed to tap the ball away before Varejao could make contact. After Miller directed the ball, Kings point guard Bino Udrih promptly seized it, preparing to launch their offensive. Upon seeing that the basketball had been seized by Benoit Biyombo, Longsan and his companions ceased their entanglement. They promptly retreated to defend against a potential fast break from the Kings. Observing that the Cavaliers had established their defense, Benoit Biyombo remained unfazed, leisurely dribbling the ball as he orchestrated the offense. Upon reaching the logo at center court, he passed the ball to Kevin Martin, who, in the face of Longsan's defense, remained vigilant and swiftly relayed the basketball once more. Longsan still believed that Kevin Martin would hold the ball and probe him first. Thus, he did not pay attention to his passing route. And by the time Kevin Martin passed the basketball, it was too late. Longsan followed the trajectory of his pass and soon realized that the basketball had found its way into the hands of small forward Artest. Artest, with the ball in hand, faced the formidable defense of LeBron James, and though it proved somewhat challenging, his reputation as a tough competitor was well-earned. Even when confronted by LeBron's tenacity, Artest remained composed, dribbling the ball as he attempted to power his way through. After several forceful attempts, he soon recognized that he was unable to displace LeBron, prompting him to retract the ball and glance at his opponent before swiftly passing it away. Whoosh! Unbeknownst to LeBron, the basketball swiftly returned to the possession of Kevin Martin. With 11 minutes and 44 seconds on the clock, Longsan momentarily lost focus, allowing Kevin Martin to take a shot. By the time Longsan regained his awareness and sought to block, it was already too late. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net as Kevin Martin secured 2 points. Turning back, the clock read 11 minutes and 17 seconds. Longsan received the basketball passed by Larry Hughes. Just as he was about to take a shot, he noticed that Kevin Martin and Artest had already turned their attention towards him. If Longsan were to attempt a shot now, it would not only risk being blocked but would also likely face significant interference. Thus, he chose to remain calm and executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball to LeBron. The moment LeBron secured the ball, Artest immediately focused all his attention on him. LeBron found himself in a challenging situation against Artest's defense. Artest, renowned as the defensive maestro of the league, proved to be a formidable opponent. After a brief probe, LeBron realized he was not easily shaken off. However, LeBron had no intention of launching an actual offensive. His sole purpose was to divert defensive attention away from Longsan. Once he noticed that Artest's focus had shifted towards him, he wasted no time in returning the ball to Longsan as soon as a passing opportunity presented itself. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan did not hesitate. With Kevin Martin's defense bearing down on him, he launched a three-point shot. Despite Kevin Martin's earnest attempt to block the shot, his leap paled in comparison to Longsan's. Thus, he could only watch as the basketball soared over him. Swish! Before Kevin Martin could even turn around, he heard the unmistakable sound of the ball netting. As Longsan witnessed the basketball swish through the net, he wasted no time in retreating on defense, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness. Although Kevin Martin was momentarily taken aback, he quickly followed suit, sprinting alongside Longsan. Bino Udrih, upon receiving a baseline pass from Brad Miller, advanced the ball into the front court. Just as he crossed the half-court line, Larry Hughes closed in on him. Yet Bino Udrih displayed a commendable reluctance to hold onto the ball. Once over half-court, he swiftly delivered a pass. This time, the formidable Ron Artest, utilizing a screen set by Mickey Moore, received the ball and launched a three-point attempt without hesitation. By the time LeBron James maneuvered around Mickey Moore to confront him, Artest's shot had already been released. Swish! At the 10:45 mark, the Kings led 5-3 against the Cavaliers. LeBron, surprised by Artest's successful three-pointer, glanced at the already retreating Artest before scratching his head and following suit. Observing LeBron's decision to run without receiving the ball, Longsan felt a twinge of confusion. Reluctantly, he returned to catch the baseline pass from Varejao before leisurely dribbling the ball up the court. Meanwhile, Larry Hughes, who had already sprinted to half-court, was equally perplexed to see LeBron run without receiving the ball. However, noticing that Longsan had caught up, he set aside his bewilderment and began to position himself for the next play. After crossing half-court, Longsan noticed that Kevin Martin was surprisingly not guarding him closely, but rather waiting outside the three-point line. Observing this, a smirk began to form at the corners of Longsan's mouth. He took a couple of steps forward before suddenly launching a long-range three-pointer while everyone else was caught off guard. "Shit," Kevin Martin exclaimed in frustration. He had previously studied Longsan's game and was well aware of his shooting range. However, he did not anticipate that a brief lapse in his defense would allow Longsan to seize the opportunity to take the shot. Swish. Unsurprisingly, given Longsan's shooting prowess, the basketball sailed through the net without a hitch. With 10 minutes and 29 seconds remaining, the score was Kings 5, Cavaliers 6. In the next possession, Kevin Martin brought the ball up court but did not immediately pass it. Instead, he called for center Brad Miller to come forward for a screen. Longsan had previously studied the Kings center, Brad Miller, and recognized him as a fundamentally sound player, albeit lacking in post moves and finesse around the rim. Thus, he gave little thought to the situation, reasoning that since Kevin Martin desired a pick to switch defenses, he would acquiesce to his request. He then addressed Ferrejo, instructing, "Just keep up with him. We will switch." Upon hearing Longsan's directive, Ferrejo promptly followed Martin without hesitation, as Kevin Martin utilized Brad Miller's screen to penetrate the paint. He was taken aback to find the towering Ferrejo standing before him, momentarily stunned. Realizing there was no opportunity to shoot, he contemplated passing the ball back to Brad Miller. However, upon glancing back, he recognized that his assumptions were unfounded. Longsan has effectively nullified his passing lanes. He possesses no viable options for a pass. At the moment he halted the ball, Longsan seized the opportunity without hesitation, swiftly advancing 2 strides to converge with Vallejo in a double team. With a resounding clap. Despite Kevin Martin's earnest efforts to draw a foul, he underestimated Longsan's prowess. Longsan never afforded him the opportunity. With swift hands and keen eyes, he deftly intercepted the basketball, executing a flawless steal. Longsan's clean and decisive steal left no room for doubt, rendering the referee's whistle unnecessary. Observing Longsan and Verrageo's effective double team on Kevin Martin, LeBron immediately surged toward the front court without a second thought. As Longsan snatched the basketball from Kevin Martin, he wasted no time and delivered a swift long pass to the already advancing LeBron. With a resounding thud, LeBron executed a powerful windmill dunk, sending the ball through the hoop, and upon landing, he took a moment to flex his muscles for the camera. At that moment, Arteas slowly arrived. Glancing at the muscle showing LeBron without uttering a word, he retrieved the ball that had fallen to the ground and, sprinting to the baseline, launched a long pass to Bino Udrih, who had just crossed the midcourt line. It was only then that LeBron realized and hurried back on defense. Meanwhile, upon receiving the ball, Bino Udrih made no hesitation and swiftly passed it to the unguarded Brad Miller beyond the three-point line. With 9 minutes and 28 seconds remaining, Brad Miller caught the ball. At 9 minutes and 27 seconds, he adjusted his stance and released the shot. Swish. Although Verrageo rushed towards Brad Miller after he caught the ball, he was ultimately too late to intervene, helplessly watching as the basketball sailed into the hoop. With 9 minutes and 25 seconds left, after Brad Miller's successful three-pointer, the Kings tied the game once again, bringing the score to 8-8. Upon witnessing Brad Miller's swift counterattack, Longsan felt a twinge of frustration. Had he been more attentive to Miller's positioning, the Kings would not have capitalized on such an unguarded opportunity. Nevertheless, Longsan chose not to dwell on the lapse. After receiving the baseline pass from Wallace, he resolutely charged towards the front court. LeBron, who had initially sprinted back to keep pace with Arteas, found himself momentarily bewildered. Both he and Arteas had yet to cross the half-court line when Miller effortlessly sunk the basketball. However, for Longsan, scenes of rapid counterattacks were far from novel, and thus he was not particularly astonished. He simply turned back, accompanying Arteas in retreat. At the 9:18 mark, as Longsan crossed half-court, Kevin Martin immediately shadowed him, wary of a potential unexpected long-range three-pointer. Indeed, Longsan was not surprised by Martin's vigilance, as he had just executed an impressive deep shot. Martin's concern was entirely reasonable, and Longsan deemed his reaction to be quite understandable. However, it must be said that despite Kevin Martin's official height of 2.01 meters, matching Longsan's stature, he appeared, as noted in previous scouting reports, tall and slender, lacking in physicality. In Longsan's eyes, Martin resembled a frail, lanky figure, hardly imposing. Longsan leaned back lightly to test the waters, and he quickly retreated a considerable distance. Observing this situation, Longsan did not hold back. At 9 minutes and 8 seconds, he seized the opportunity, executing a backward lean followed by a jump shot that resolved the issue effortlessly. Bang. Thud. Swish. One could say that Kevin Martin merely stood by as a spectator, watching Longsan release the basketball before him, utterly powerless to intervene. On the sidelines, the Kings head coach, Reggie Theus, could not suppress a frown upon witnessing this scene. Simultaneously, an unsettling feeling arose within him. Indeed, during the next offensive possession for the Cavaliers, at 8 minutes and 27 seconds, Longsan continued to exploit Kevin Martin's defensive weaknesses, scoring consecutively. At 7 minutes and 34 seconds, Longsan specifically targeted Kevin Martin again, effortlessly sinking the basketball into the hoop. At 5 minutes and 21 seconds, he struck again, scoring his third three-pointer of the quarter in the face of Kevin Martin's defense. With this shot, Longsan had amassed an impressive total of 11 points over Kevin Martin. The score now stood at 19-13, with the Kings trailing the Cavaliers by 6 points. Recognizing the precarious situation, Coach Reggie Theus immediately called for a timeout. Beep. In truth, Longsan had anticipated that the Kings would call a timeout, as anyone who rises to the position of head coach is not a fool. If they cannot discern such obvious matters, they truly do not deserve their role. However, Longsan was somewhat surprised that Coach Reggie Theus waited through so many possessions before calling for a timeout. He had expected Theus to call it after the second or third possession to reorganize the defensive strategy. As Longsan took a moment to rest during the timeout, he deliberately glanced over at the Kings bench, curious to see the expression on Coach Reggie Theus's face. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Old James attempted to greet Longsan, but noticed him staring at the Kings bench. Unable to contain his curiosity, he playfully tapped Longsan on the back and inquired, "Old man, I'm just curious about the expression on Coach Reggie Theus's face." Longsan did not conceal his thoughts. He patted Old John on the back and promptly replied. Upon hearing Longsan's response, Old John was momentarily taken aback, then followed Longsan's gaze toward the Kings bench. "What are you two looking at?" When they returned to the bench, Mike Brown noticed that Longsan and Old John were still glancing in the direction of the Kings bench, and he could not contain his curiosity, voicing his question. "Oh, just wanted to see Reggie Theus's expression," Longsan explained. At that moment, both Longsan and Old John realized they had not discerned the expression on the Kings head coach Reggie Theus's face. Nevertheless, Old John responded to Coach Mike Brown's inquiry. After a brief contemplation, Mike Brown immediately grasped the implication of Old John's words. However, he chose not to expose it, merely smiling and gesturing for Old John and Longsan to take a seat and rest. As it was merely a timeout, the duration was brief, and soon the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the timeout. With a sharp sound, both teams wasted no time and quickly returned to the court. Upon their return, the Kings executed an inbounds play. Bino Udry advanced the basketball past half-court without hesitation, swiftly passing the ball as before. Longsan initially believed that Kevin Martin would, as before, go up to receive the ball. To his surprise, it was Arteist who advanced to take the pass, successfully receiving the basketball thanks to a screen set by Mickey Moore. Once Arteist had the ball, he did not hesitate for a moment, charging toward the paint, seemingly intent on a powerful dunk. However, he abruptly halted, deceiving Wallace, and took a jump shot instead. Swish. At 4 minutes and 36 seconds, Longsan crossed half-court. Just as he was about to assess who would defend him, Arteist appeared right before him. Faced with Arteist, Longsan dared not underestimate him. After cautiously probing a few times and realizing Arteist was indeed formidable, he found that attempting to break through was futile. Arteist seemed to anticipate his moves, always appearing a step ahead on his path. Ultimately, Longsan relinquished the idea of isolating Arteist and passed the ball to LeBron, allowing him to handle the situation. To Longsan's astonishment, once the Kings deployed their defensive specialist against him, the other 4 players crowded the paint, adopting a zone defense strategy. As soon as LeBron received the ball, Kevin Martin and Mickey Moore immediately closed in, seemingly intent on double-teaming him. LeBron, feeling a bit restless and eager to test his shooting touch, opted not to pass. Before Martin could fully close the gap, he executed a fadeaway jumper, aiming for a 2-point shot. Bang! Unfortunately, it appeared that LeBron's shooting touch had abandoned him today. The basketball struck the back of the rim and bounced away. Clap. Brad Miller was the first to tap the ball in front of Varejao, guiding it to his own head. He then leaped again to secure the rebound. Varejao, somewhat bemused, chose not to contest the ball after Miller had claimed it and promptly retreated to defend against the fast break. Once Brad Miller had secured the basketball, He did not rush, waiting for the Cavaliers players to fall back into defense. He eventually passed the ball to Bino Udrih. After crossing half-court, Bino, as per usual, passed the ball, a move Larry Hughes had grown accustomed to, thus refraining from applying pressure. This time, with the assistance of screens from Kevin Martin and Artest, Artest successfully received the ball again. Having learned from his previous encounter, LeBron immediately positioned himself in front of Artest, preventing him from receiving the ball for another shot. Artest, unfazed by LeBron's advance, appeared to have anticipated this scenario. He assumed a triple threat stance with the basketball, and upon noticing LeBron's inaction, he suddenly feigned a drive. LeBron instinctively adjusted to follow him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Artest swiftly snatched the ball back and, in a flash, launched a shot. Swish. Artest's sudden strike caught LeBron off guard, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball swished through the net. Longsan, witnessing Artest's audacious move, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, "Is it really possible to toy with someone like that?" However, no one paid him any heed. After Artest's shot splashed through the net, he did not linger, merely glancing at LeBron before gesturing with 3 fingers as he retreated to defense. LeBron, undeterred, shot a glare at Artest before turning back to request the ball. Longsan was uncertain whether it was good or bad. But upon seeing Old Jean reaching out for the ball, he understood that Old Jean intended to take the shot himself. Thus, he showed no inclination to linger, shaking his hands and sprinting towards the front court. Wallace, closest to the basketball, picked it up from the ground and promptly passed it to Old Jean, who had called for the ball. After receiving the basketball, Old Jean disregarded everyone else and charged forward. With 3 minutes and 26 seconds remaining, Old Jean faced the entire Kings defense alone, scoring while drawing a shooting foul from the Kings center, Brad Miller. Beep. Swish. It must be said, Old Jean relished in showing off. Even before the ball had landed, he was already flaunting his prowess. As he executed his signature move, he didn't forget to flex his muscles. Watching his showboating, Longsan couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Old Jean might be overwhelmed by the Kings' defense. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded, as the Kings paid him no heed. Just then, the referee reminded Old Jean to approach the free throw line, prompting him to cease his display and take his position. He rhythmically dribbled the ball several times before launching his free throw. Thud. In a rather amusing turn of events, the ball danced around the rim, but ultimately refused to drop, bouncing off the hoop. Even more comical was Varejao, who had jumped prematurely, only to find himself unable to leap again when the ball finally fell, allowing Brad Miller to secure the rebound. Miller initially aimed for a long pass to Kevin Martin in the front court, but upon noticing Longsan had already positioned himself defensively, he abandoned that idea. Fortunately, Artest approached for the ball, otherwise he would have been at a loss regarding whom to pass to, as both Kevin Martin and Bino Udrih had already crossed half-court and were tightly guarded. Upon receiving the ball, Artest wasted no time and surged forward. By the time he reached the front court, the only players present besides Longsan were Kevin Martin, Larry Hughes, and Bino Udrih, with Old Jean also rushing in. Consequently, the interior defense was nearly vacant, and Artest, seizing the opportunity, charged towards the basket without hesitation. Martin and Udrih, recognizing Artest's drive, instinctively created space to facilitate his attack. This maneuver left Longsan and Larry Hughes in a quandary, uncertain whether to abandon their assignments to assist against Artest or to stick with their respective marks. Advancing to defend Artest could potentially lead to a 3-point shot or a personal foul. Just as they hesitated, Artest initiated his 3-step layup. Simultaneously, Old Jean was charging forward. Upon seeing Old Jean gaining on him, Longsan and Larry Hughes refrained from intercepting Artest. Boom. Whether or not Artest had noticed Old Jean's approach, he surprisingly opted for a rim-rattling dunk instead of a layup off the backboard during his final step. This left Old Jean, who had pursued in hopes of a block, utterly bewildered, as it seemed his chase had been in vain. Ultimately, had he not pulled back in time, he might have incurred a foul. With 2 minutes and 54 seconds left, following Artest's explosive dunk, the teams were locked in a tight contest at 20-21, with the Kings closing the gap to just 1 point, thanks to Artest's sudden surge. Initially, Cavaliers coach Mike Brown had planned to substitute his starting lineup for a breather, but the Kings' unexpected surge caught him off guard, prompting him to abandon that thought. Meanwhile, Kings coach Reggie Theus had also considered substituting his starters, yet witnessing their momentum, he opted to keep them on the court. Thus, both teams displayed a remarkable synergy by refraining from calling a timeout and allowing their primary lineups to finish the first quarter. Although the Kings had managed to shift the momentum due to Arteist's sudden outburst, the Cavaliers did not allow the tide to turn entirely in favor of the Kings. During the final 2 minutes, Old John and Arteist engaged in a fierce exchange of skills. Arteist would drive, and Old John would respond in kind, neither fearing the other. Defensively, they proved equally elusive until the end of the first quarter when the referee's whistle signaled the conclusion. In the last 3 minutes of play, both teams executed 4 offensive possessions, each missing a shot, though Arteist managed to net a three-pointer. Consequently, as the first quarter concluded, both teams returned to an even starting point with a score of 27-27. In this first quarter, Old John and Arteist were evenly matched, with Old John accumulating 9 points for rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal, while Arteist recorded 12 points, 1 rebound, and 2 assists. On the Cavaliers' side, Longsan exploited Kevin Martin's defensive lapses, leading the team with 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. However, due to a timely timeout called by Kings coach Reggie Theus in the latter half of the first quarter to adjust defensive strategies, Longsan found opportunities dwindling. Coupled with Arteist's sudden explosion, who scored 7 points in quick succession, the Kings managed to equalize before the quarter's end. As the second quarter commenced, both Mike Brown and Reggie Theus displayed remarkable coordination by allowing their bench players to take the court for the first 3 minutes. The Cavaliers' bench comprised Gibson, Damon Jones, Drew Gooden, Eric Snow, and Devin Brown. The Kings' reserves centered around Meta World Peace for offense, John Salmons for defense, complemented by Francisco Garcia, Quincy Douby, and Spencer Hawes. Upon entering the game, Damon Jones quickly misfired. At 11 minutes and 45 seconds, facing Salmon's defense, he opted against passing and instead attempted to take him on one-on-one, resulting in a missed shot. Returning to the Kings' offensive possession, Meta World Peace stepped beyond the three-point line, exhibiting similar stubbornness. Even when confronted by both Gibson and Gooden, he refused to pass and boldly launched a shot amid their defensive pressure. Bang! It is abundantly clear that the act of shooting missed opportunities is evident. If he can score while enduring the defense of 2 opponents, then the head coach of the Kings, Reggie Theus, would be foolish to leave him on the bench. Of course, excluding strokes of luck. It remains uncertain whether the absence from the first quarter left him cold and unresponsive, or if other factors were at play. Regardless, both the Cavaliers and the Kings bench players have taken to the court for over 2 minutes, yet they continue to clang shots without success. To label them as purveyors of missed opportunities would not be an exaggeration. The Cavaliers attempted 6 shots, managing to convert only 1, while the Kings attempted 7, netting merely 2, one of which was a layup in transition against an unguarded defense. Furthermore, both teams displayed a plethora of turnovers, accumulating a staggering 12 errors in just 3 minutes and 43 seconds of play, 7 for the Cavaliers and 5 for the Kings. The spectacle resembled a disheartening display of ineptitude, akin to 2 inexperienced players clumsily sparring. It is likely that Mike Brown, overwhelmed by the situation, called for a timeout. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Mike Brown wasted no time and instructed Longsan and the others to prepare for the game. With 8 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, all the starting players from both teams took to the court. The Cavaliers initiated the play from the baseline, with LeBron receiving a pass from Larry Hughes, advancing the basketball past half-court. At 8 minutes and 7 seconds, Longsan, stationed just beyond the three-point line, received a signal from LeBron, stepping forward to set a screen. LeBron, utilizing Longsan's pick, adeptly maneuvered around him and penetrated the paint. Seeing Kevin Martin momentarily blocked by Longsan, Arteist, who had been trailing Longsan, could not catch up to LeBron and made a quick decision to provide defensive support. It was precisely this moment that Longsan and LeBron had anticipated. As Arteist closed in, LeBron, without hesitation, executed a bounce pass, delivering the ball to Longsan. Upon receiving the ball, Longsan found himself closely guarded by Kevin Martin. Confronted with this challenge, Longsan displayed his myriad of options. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a swift jump shot from beyond the arc swish. Kevin Martin could only watch in astonishment, left with no recourse, while Arteist felt a pang of regret. The instant he noticed LeBron returning the basketball, he realized he had been outsmarted. Promptly, he reacted and began his rapid pursuit back. However, the distance between him and Longsan was considerable, even with his quick reflexes. He could not close the gap in time. Thus, he could only stand by helplessly as Longsan released the shot. With 7 minutes and 55 seconds remaining, The Cavaliers led the Kings 32-31. At 7 minutes and 49 seconds, Bino Udrih dribbled across the half-court line and immediately passed the ball to Kevin Martin. As Longsan observed Kevin Martin receive the basketball, he immediately closed in on him. However, Kevin Martin paid no heed to Longsan's approach. Within a heartbeat, he passed the ball to the nearby Artist. Upon receiving the ball, Artist felt the weight of the moment, for facing LeBron James was no small challenge. Thus, he did not rush, instead signaling for a pick. Without hesitation, Brad Miller came forward to set the screen. Consequently, Varejao, LeBron, Artist, and Brad Miller found themselves entangled in a tactical dance. Brad positioned himself between Artist and LeBron, prompting both LeBron and Varejao to attempt to circumvent him in order to contest Artist's shot. In doing so, they inadvertently left Brad unguarded. Noticing this, Artist, known for his passing prowess, seized the opportunity. With a swift feint, he delivered the basketball into Brad Miller's hands, unaware that the ball had been passed behind them. LeBron and Varejao were caught off guard. In an instant, Brad Miller had launched a shot, and the ball swooshed through the net. At 7:31, the Kings led 33-32 over the Cavaliers. The ensuing play saw both teams struggling to find their rhythm. At 7:12, after drawing a foul, LeBron executed a sudden pass to the unguarded Wallace station beyond the arc. Wallace hesitated, then passed to Larry Hughes on the left. Without time to ponder, Hughes released a shot, but it clanged off the rim. As the Kings regained possession at 6:46, Kevin Martin received the ball and attempted to shake off Longsan with a shoulder fake. When Longsan remained steadfast, Martin effortlessly lobbed the ball to the post, where Mickey Moore awaited. Moore, with his back to Wallace, tested him before executing a smooth fadeaway jumper, only for the shot to fall short and bounce off the rim. At 6:24, the Cavaliers initiated their offense, with Larry Hughes delivering a clever pass to LeBron near the free throw line. LeBron spun for a jumper, but the ball danced on the rim before rolling out. Varejao snatched the rebound, but his putback attempt also failed. Mickey Moore reclaimed the board at 5:56, leading to another missed shot by the Kings. At 4:43, the ball found its way to Longsan, who faced Bino Udrih's defense and launched a long two-pointer. At last, the basketball swished through the net, breaking the cycle of missed shots. The Kings, surprised by Longsan's success, regrouped for their next offensive play at 4:23. Bino Udrih and Kevin Martin executed a clever play, with Udrih driving and Martin setting a screen. This maneuver shifted Longsan onto Udrih, allowing Hughes to switch onto Martin. At that moment, Udrih made a quick return pass to Martin. Previously challenged by Longsan, Martin now faced Hughes with newfound confidence. Upon receiving the ball, Martin displayed a triple threat stance. Hughes, recognizing the gravity of the situation, lowered his center of gravity, bracing for Martin's next move. Martin, having perceived Hughes' readiness, feigned a leftward drive. Although Hughes suspected a ruse, he could not afford to gamble on it. If he relaxed, Martin could easily exploit the opening. Observing Hughes' cautious stance, Martin capitalized on the moment, leaping to release a three-pointer. Hughes, seeing Martin's upward motion, sprang into action to contest the shot. However, due to his height disadvantage and delayed reaction, he could only futilely attempt to block the shot. The ball sailed past his fingertips and swished through the net. At 4:17, the Kings led 36-35. Casting a glance at the triumphant Kevin Martin, who was gesturing with 3 fingers, Longsan resolved to teach him a lesson. He stood firm, extending his hand to request the ball. Without hesitation, LeBron passed it to him. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan surged forward with remarkable speed. As Longsan charged forward with the ball, he offered the Kings defenders no opportunity to contest his shot. Almost as soon as his foot touched the logo at midcourt, he executed a sudden stop and launched the basketball. Swish. The sound of the ball cleanly netting caused even the referees to momentarily hesitate, taking a moment to signal to the scorer's table that Longsan's three-point shot was indeed valid. The Kings players were even more bewildered, remaining oblivious to the situation until the ball touched the ground. Artist, tasked with defending Longsan, was left speechless. He had yet to react when Longsan released the ball. With 3 minutes and 56 seconds remaining, the score stood at Kings 36, Cavaliers 38. At 3 minutes and 37 seconds, the Kings initiated their offensive possession. Observing the ball being passed back and forth between Kevin Martin and Bino Udrih without a shooting opportunity, Artist grew increasingly anxious. Kevin, Artist called out as he made a backdoor cut, positioning himself closely behind Kevin Martin. With a single-handed pass, Kevin Martin delivered the ball to his teammate, Artist, who used the screen provided by Martin's body to take a shot. Both LeBron and Longsan could only watch helplessly as Artest released the ball. Thud swish. The basketball ricocheted off the rim several times before finally rolling into the net. However, the Kings wasted no time in scoring. In the next possession, with 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, Longsan aggressively attacked Artest's defense. Bang bang bang. Longsan employed a method of backing in, forcefully maneuvering Artest into the vicinity of the free throw line. As Longsan prepared to gather the ball at the free throw line, Bino Udrih suddenly lunged forward, intent on double-teaming him. Seeing this, Longsan felt a surge of joy within. With a deft pass, he sent the basketball soaring beyond the three-point line. Larry Hughes, receiving the ball in a vacant spot, did not disappoint Longsan's exquisite assist. With a bent knee and a flick of his wrist, he launched the ball. Swish. The three-pointer landed flawlessly. Kings 39, Cavaliers 41. With 2 minutes and 57 seconds remaining, the Kings initiated their offensive round. Swish. To everyone's astonishment, Bino Udrih, who had hardly taken a shot, managed to throw a haphazard three-pointer over Larry Hughes' defense. This left Longsan bewildered. At first, shots were clanging off the rim, and now they were sinking effortlessly. In just a few minutes, both teams had racked up 5 or 6 three-pointers. At 2 minutes and 25 seconds, the Cavaliers commenced their offensive. Old James, witnessing the unlikely success of Bino Udrih, felt compelled to take action himself. Ignoring Kevin Martin's defense, he demanded the ball from Larry Hughes and executed a spinning jump shot, releasing another three-pointer. Swish. It went in. This seemed to embolden everyone on the court. Returning to the play, at 1 minute and 59 seconds, Kevin Martin audaciously attempted a three-pointer against Longsan. Longsan could hardly tolerate this affront. With a confidence unbeknownst to Kevin Martin, he attempted to shoot right in front of Longsan's defense. In response, Longsan delivered a volleyball-style block, sending the ball soaring away. Bang! As the basketball flew out of bounds, Kevin Martin came to his senses. The Kings were set to inbound the ball. Thus, their previous offensive possession had not registered a shot on the basket. Consequently, only 5 seconds remained on the shot clock. Mickey Moore received the ball from Bino Udrih and, utilizing Brad Miller's screen, dashed into an open position. Whoosh! Seeing Mickey Moore in space, Bino Udrih wasted no time and delivered a direct pass. Mickey Moore, not daring to hesitate, immediately launched the shot, perhaps due to Longsan's earlier block. The ball veered far off course. It didn't even graze the rim, bouncing off the backboard and away. Beep. The shot clock expired, and Mickey Moore's attempt was deemed a violation for failing to hit the rim. The Cavaliers inbound the ball, and after receiving it, Larry Hughes took several strides into the front court. Wallace, benefiting from dual screens set by Varejao and Old James, found space inside to receive the ball. Recognizing this, Larry Hughes acted without hesitation, faking a drive and cleverly passing to Wallace in the paint. Upon receiving Larry Hughes' pass, Wallace wasted no time and executed a one-leg jumper. Bang! Bang! For reasons unknown, the basketball danced on the rim several times, but ultimately failed to drop through. Thud! Clap! Fortunately, Varejao managed to tip the ball away from Brad Miller. Clap! Old James, with quick reflexes, snatched the ball that Varejao had deflected. As the ball ricocheted away, Old James did not linger, aware that Mickey Moore and Artest were closing in. Without a moment's pause, he launched the ball toward the hoop, not even glancing back. Miraculously, the basketball seemed to have a mind of its own, flying directly toward the basket. After bouncing on the rim a few times, it finally settled into the net. With 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, Kings 42, Cavaliers 46. The Kings resumed their offensive. At 1 minute and 11 seconds, Artest barreled towards the basket. Bang! Beep! Wallace, seeing Artest charging in for a layup, couldn't restrain himself and went for the block. His hand struck Artest's arm, sending the ball flying. However, the referee did not overlook this infringement and called a foul. Consequently, Artest stepped to the free throw line. Bang! Swish! Artest converted one of his 2 free throws, adding a point to the scoreboard. In the next possession, the Cavaliers moved to attack. With 47 seconds remaining, Old James powered towards the free throw line while being defended by Artest, attempting a soft layup. Unfortunately, he overexerted himself, causing the ball to ricochet off the backboard. Thud. Clap. Beep. As Varejao competed with Brad Miller for positioning to grab the rebound, the referee called a foul on Varejao, awarding possession to the Kings. With 26 seconds left, Mickey Moore received a pass from Kevin Martin and hurriedly launched a three-pointer. Bang! The shot clanked off the rim, and Longsan secured the rebound. Advancing the ball into the front court, Longsan opted not to rush the offense and instead passed it to Old James. With 4 seconds remaining, Old James first faked a drive before dishing the ball out. As Longsan received the basketball, there was less than a second remaining on the shot clock. With no time to spare, he hastily took a shot, and just as the ball left his hands, the red light illuminated. Bang! The basketball first struck the edge of the rim, rebounding upwards before finally settling into the net. After the ball hit the ground, the Kings still had 3 seconds left for their offensive play. Refusing to concede, Brad Miller made a long pass to Artest, who had sprinted to the midcourt. Without hesitation, Artest launched the ball as soon as he caught it. Just as the ball left his fingertips, the red light flashed again. Beep. Bang. The basketball collided with the backboard and bounced away. Thus, the first half of the game concluded, with the Cavaliers leading the Kings 48-43 by a margin of 5 points. The first half had been chaotic, with both teams collectively committing a staggering 18 turnovers. Their frequent misses rendered the game almost comical. One might have mistaken it for a matchup between two amateur teams had they not known it was a regular season NBA game. Beep. The halftime break passed in an instant. And amidst the uproar of the crowd, the referee signaled the commencement of the second half. As both teams took the court, the Cavaliers prepared to inbound the ball, and the audience gradually quieted. At the start of the game, LeBron immediately demanded the ball for an offensive play. With 11 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock, he charged towards the basket, but Artest was right on his heels, preventing him from gaining momentum. As LeBron penetrated the paint, Mickey Moore closed in to double-team him. With Artest already a formidable opponent, the addition of Moore forced LeBron to pass the ball. With Brad Miller lurking nearby, LeBron found himself in a bind. Attempting a layup seemed nearly impossible, and with no clear passing lane, he had no option but to look for a teammate. Fortunately, Wallace was unguarded and made a backdoor cut to a spot where LeBron could see him. LeBron, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a swift pass through Artest's legs. The ball bounced to Wallace, who immediately sensed the urgency and, without delay, released a shot from his position. As Artest turned back, the basketball had already soared past the apex of its arc, descending towards the hoop. Half a second later, the ball swished through the net. Despite feeling a twinge of regret, Artest rushed to retrieve the ball, standing out of bounds to initiate the play. Whoosh! Bino Udry received the inbounds pass from Artest and sprinted forward. At 11 minutes and 20 seconds, he executed a behind-the-back pass to Artest, who, without waiting for LeBron to close in, launched a shot. Having experienced similar scenarios countless times, Artest found this moment routine, especially with no defender in sight. Swish! The ball cleanly sailed through the net. Turning back to the Cavaliers' offensive possession, LeBron remained undeterred, charging towards the basket once more. At 10 minutes and 55 seconds, the Kings, having learned from their previous mistakes, allowed LeBron to approach the rim before initiating the double team. With Artest's persistent interference, LeBron struggled to gain momentum. Now encircled by both Artest and Miller, he faced an even greater challenge. Yet, standing beneath the basket, he swiftly launched the ball between the two defenders. Smack! Artest, anticipating the shot, struck LeBron's arm, prompting the referee to call a foul. However, this foul was not in vain. It altered LeBron's shooting form, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. After the whistle, Artest approached LeBron, offering a gesture of apology before retreating. LeBron, unfazed, reciprocated the gesture before stepping up to the free throw line. The referee briefed the scorekeeper, then hurried back to signal for LeBron's 2 free throws. Receiving the ball, LeBron took several rhythmic dribbles before releasing his first shot. Swish! The first free throw found its mark. For the second attempt, LeBron spun the ball in his hands and took a deep breath before shooting. Bang! However, the second shot missed the target, striking the back rim and bouncing away. Mickey Moore and Artest had already positioned themselves to box out Wallace and Varejao, allowing Brad Miller to easily secure the rebound. Seeing Miller grab the ball, the Cavaliers withdrew from their offensive pursuit, retreating to defense. At 10 minutes and 19 seconds, the Kings initiated their offensive play. Mickey Moore, receiving a pass from Kevin Martin, executed a bank shot over Wallace, successfully adding 2 points to the scoreboard. At 10 minutes and 5 seconds, the Cavaliers regained possession. LeBron, learning from his previous experience, drove towards the basket but unexpectedly made a backward pass to Longsan, who awaited at the three-point line. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan did not hesitate and launched an impressive shot directly at Kevin Martin. Swish! Unsurprisingly, Kevin Martin failed to impede Longsan, allowing him to effortlessly score a three-pointer. On the sidelines, Kings head coach Reggie Theus could not help but furrow his brows at this sight. However, he had no immediate solutions and could only gamble on Longsan's shooting rhythm. With 9 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, Arteis drove into the paint, but faced a double team from Wallace and LeBron. Reluctantly, he passed the ball out. Unfortunately, he was too careless, revealing his passing intentions. Larry Hughes seized the opportunity and intercepted the pass intended for Bino Udrih. After the steal, Hughes wasted no time and sprinted down the court, with Longsan closely following. On the Kings' side, aside from Bino Udrih, who managed to react, the other players were caught off guard. Thus, the frontcourt turned into a 2-on-1 situation. Just as Bino Udrih contemplated defending Hughes, he recalled Longsan's exceptional three-point shooting and opted to guard Longsan instead, denying him the ball. Seeing this, Hughes did not hesitate and executed a swift layup, successfully scoring 2 points. Swish! The ball went through the net, bringing the score to 56-47 in favor of the Cavaliers. The Kings had been outscored 8-4 to start the third quarter, widening the gap to 9 points. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Coach Reggie Theus immediately called for a timeout. Upon returning, the Kings initiated their offensive play. At 9 minutes and 8 seconds, Arteis set a screen for Kevin Martin, but it bore no fruit, leaving both players without a viable shooting opportunity. With the shot clock winding down at 9 minutes and 6 seconds, Kevin Martin, feeling the pressure, spotted Mickey Moore in the paint and passed him the ball without hesitation. With only 2 seconds left on the shot clock, Mickey Moore, short on time, executed a turnaround jumper to evade Wallace's block. Thud! Due to the urgency, his shot ricocheted off the rim. The rebound was claimed by Varejao. At 8 minutes and 57 seconds, LeBron, upon receiving the ball, noticed that his defender had switched from Arteis to Kevin Martin. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. After a few collisions, he pushed Martin back under the basket. Despite the help defense, LeBron smoothly executed a reverse layup, fooling Martin's block and putting the ball through the hoop. In the subsequent plays, Kevin Martin received a thorough lesson from LeBron in various offensive maneuvers. At 7 minutes and 45 seconds, LeBron backed down against Martin and scored, converting a three-point play while drawing a foul on Martin. At 7 minutes and 7 seconds, LeBron executed a three-step layup, decisively dunking over Martin for another 2 points. At 6 minutes and 36 seconds, LeBron bulldozed his way into the paint, scoring yet another 2 points while drawing another blocking foul from Martin. However, this time, LeBron missed the ensuing free throw. Despite this, Reggie Theus was becoming anxious as Kevin Martin allowed LeBron to score 9 consecutive points against him, accumulating 2 fouls in the process. The Cavaliers had outscored the Kings 9-6, extending the deficit to 12 points, with the score now at 65-53. Beep. With no other option, Theus called another timeout. During this timeout, Theus substituted Kevin Martin for the backup small forward, Metta World Peace, to defend against LeBron. Upon returning to the game at 6 minutes and 7 seconds, the Kings began their offensive possession. Bino Udrih brought the ball across half court and, as usual, distributed it. Metta World Peace, just subbed in, used a screen from Mickey Moore to get an open shot and successfully sank a three-pointer. At 5 minutes and 41 seconds, LeBron continued his assault on the interior, but this time he was met by Metta World Peace instead of Kevin Martin. Thus, he could not easily penetrate. Although World Peace's defense did not match Arteis', it was a considerable improvement over Martin's. LeBron struggled to shake off World Peace through several collisions. Consequently, he had to adjust his approach, using a series of quick changes in speed to finally break free and drive into the paint. Once he drew the defensive attention of Mickey Moore, he opted for a deceptive pass instead of shooting, delivering the ball to Wallace. Upon receiving the pass, Wallace, seizing the moment before Moore could react, executed a delicate hook shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the hoop. Although the shot was successful, Kings coach Reggie Theus breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Metta World Peace's defense could still somewhat contain LeBron, preventing him from scoring at will. Returning to the action at 5 minutes and 21 seconds, the Kings initiated another offensive play. Metta World Peace, Mickey Moore, and Bino Udrih executed a complex pick-and-roll that left the Cavaliers' Longsan, Larry Hughes, and Wallace in disarray. Amidst the chaos of defensive switches, Mickey Moore found an opportunity and launched a long two-pointer. Thud. For reasons unknown, despite being wide open, Moore's shot circled the rim before falling away. However, Brad Miller capitalized on Varejo's momentary lapse in attention to grab the rebound. After securing the board, he did not rush the offense and passed the ball out. With an additional 14 seconds on the shot clock, the Kings took their time. Arteas tested LeBron several times before passing to Mickey Moore. Upon receiving the ball, Moore surveyed Wallace's defense before executing a no-look pass to Bino Udrih. After catching the ball, Udrih checked the shot clock and began his offensive play. With a series of speed changes and direction shifts, he managed to evade Hughes and penetrate the paint. Stopping momentarily, he launched a guard-style floater that eluded Wallace's block and nestled into the net. At 4 minutes and 57 seconds, the score stood at 58-67, with the Kings narrowing the gap to 9 points. At 4 minutes and 38 seconds, LeBron, after making a breakthrough, passed the ball to Longsan. As Longsan received the ball, he immediately launched a three-point shot, despite Arteas keeping a vigilant eye on him. However, Longsan's release was so swift that he afforded Arteas no opportunity to block the attempt. Swish. Although Arteas had made a timely effort to contest the shot, it proved futile, as Longsan successfully sent the basketball through the hoop even under his defense. Witnessing such a feat, Arteas glanced at Longsan in astonishment. Nonetheless, he did not concede that he was incapable of guarding Longsan. In his view, the success of Longsan's three-pointer was largely attributed to luck. With 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, driven by a sense of defiance, Arteas called for the ball from Bino Udrih as he crossed half-court. Oblivious to the context, Bino passed the ball to him without hesitation. Upon receiving the basketball, Arteas disregarded the defense posed by LeBron and signaled for a screen from Meta World Peace. Although Meta was puzzled, he complied and set the pick. This allowed Arteas to face Longsan directly, and without hesitation, he attempted to overpower him. However, Longsan's strength was undeniable, and Arteas found himself unable to gain any advantage. Frustrated by his inability to push Longsan back, Arteas' anger intensified, particularly recalling the three-pointer that Longsan had effortlessly made over him. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became, leading him to recklessly attempt to shoot over Longsan. Yet, not everyone possesses Longsan's remarkable accuracy. Bang! Though Longsan was caught off guard by Arteas' sudden shot and was unable to block it in time, Arteas' attempt clanged off the rim. Wallace seized the rebound, and Longsan swiftly approached to claim the basketball. Since Arteas had made his move, Longsan felt compelled to respond in kind. With 3 minutes and 36 seconds left on the clock, Longsan advanced to the three-point line, deliberately waiting for Arteas to close in before launching a shot right in front of him. Swish. Unsurprisingly, even as Arteas exerted every effort to contest the shot, he could only watch helplessly as Longsan scored yet again before him. The method of scoring employed by Longsan, which struck at the very core of Arteas' pride, left him feeling utterly humiliated. Following his previous failure to confront Longsan, Arteas had already been grappling with a sense of disgrace, and now he found himself subjected to yet another setback. This ignited a fierce anger within him, threatening to erupt uncontrollably. Fortunately, his coach, Reggie Theus, possessed a keen understanding of his temperament and promptly called a timeout as soon as Longsan sank a three-pointer. This intervention prevented Arteas from succumbing to his fury on the spot. Arteas, you must rein in your emotions. If you cannot restrain yourself and resort to violence, you will have fallen into their trap. Consider carefully who stands to gain from your actions. Furthermore, I need not elaborate on the consequences that await you. You are well aware of them. While losing this game is inconsequential, you must contemplate the repercussions that will follow. Reggie Theus's admonition succeeded in tempering Arteas' rage somewhat. He finally responded, "Rest assured, coach, I know what I must do." Theus, observing the diminished anger in Arteas, felt reassured and proceeded to outline their strategy. I have noted that the young player from Huaxia has been exceptionally sharp from beyond the arc today. Thus, we must deny him any opportunities to receive the ball for a three-point shot. If necessary, we may allow LeBron to drive for 2 points, but we must resolutely prevent him from taking a three-pointer. Do you understand? The clarity of Longsan's shooting accuracy was not lost on anyone, especially Kevin Martin, who had been substituted, and Arteas, who had nearly lost his temper earlier. Both players promptly expressed their understanding. "Yes, coach, I comprehend. I will ensure he is well defended." Naturally, no one dared to oppose Reggie Theus's directives, allowing the Kings' tactical arrangements to be swiftly established within moments. As the timeout concluded, the Kings prepared to inbound the ball. Bino Udrih received the pass, and Larry Hughes immediately closed in on him, a strategy devised by Coach Mike Brown during the break. The Cavaliers, too, aimed to expedite their resolution of the Kings, intensifying their defensive efforts. Bino Udry, recognizing Hughes's tight defense, was not taken aback, given the stage of the game. A heightened intensity was entirely expected. After Mickey Moore executed the inbound pass, he observed Bino Udry being closely guarded by Larry Hughes and instinctively moved to set a screen, enabling Bino to free himself from Hughes's grip. Once freed, Bino Udry wasted no time and accelerated past half-court. Upon crossing the midline, he spotted Brad Miller in position for an alley-oop opportunity. As a guard, he could not possibly let such a chance slip by. With 3:16 on the clock, he seized the moment, delivering a precise lob that soared directly to Brad Miller's reach. With a powerful leap, Miller caught the ball and executed a thunderous dunk, sending it crashing through the hoop. It was only then that Longsan and his teammates realized that Bino Udry had not been attempting a shot but had instead delivered an exquisite pass. Longsan was taken aback, surprised that he had been deceived by Bino Udry's clever play. Meanwhile, on the other side of the court, LeBron was urging Wallace to inbound the ball. Without hesitation, Wallace hurriedly retrieved the basketball from the ground and dashed to the baseline to pass it to LeBron. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron disregarded the close defense of Meta World Peace and charged forward with determination. With 2:57 remaining, LeBron surged into the front court. Not waiting for Longsan and his teammates to position themselves, he accelerated past Meta World Peace, driving straight into the paint. The Kings were caught off guard, having not anticipated LeBron's immediate offensive move. By the time they reacted, LeBron was already poised beneath the basket. In the paint, Brad Miller stood alone, and upon seeing LeBron's approach, he raised his hands in a futile gesture of defense. However, LeBron would not grant him that opportunity. He capitalized on the opening, pressing against Miller's hands to draw a foul, aiming for a 2-1 play. The sequence unfolded precisely as LeBron had envisioned. At 2:53, as he took his shot, he intentionally leaned his arm against Miller's hands. The noise of the contact echoed, and the referee, witnessing the incident, had no choice but to blow the whistle, despite the apparent intent to draw a foul. Simultaneously, the basketball rolled through the hoop as LeBron had predicted, converting a 2-point attempt into 3. The most awkward position fell upon Brad Miller, who, well aware of LeBron's deliberate attempt to draw a foul, could only suffer in silence, unable to articulate his frustration. The rules were clear, and he could not offer a compelling explanation. Ultimately, he could only watch resignedly as LeBron stepped to the free throw line. LeBron, unfazed, confidently approached the line and sank the free throw without incident. Miller received the rebound and stepped back, passing the ball to Meta World Peace. Upon receiving the pass, World Peace, noticing Longsan advancing, wasted no time and swiftly passed the ball back to Arteist. Arteist, upon receiving the ball, did not linger. He dribbled briefly before delivering a quick pass to Bino Udry, who immediately relayed it to Mickey Moore. With 2:36 on the clock, Mickey Moore, noticing that Wallace was not closing in for tight defense, but rather maintaining a distance, seized the opportunity. After a brief hesitation, he launched a three-pointer. Wallace, realizing too late that Mickey Moore had taken the shot, rushed to contest it, but his efforts came too late. Mickey Moore's shot sailed through the air and found its mark, swishing through the net. Cleveland Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown observed that despite the prolonged competition, the point differential between the two teams remained relatively stable, hovering around 12 to 13 points. Consequently, he surmised that the game could not be decisively settled in the third quarter. In anticipation of the final quarter, where the main lineup would require sufficient stamina to conclude the match, he promptly called a timeout. He substituted the bench players to manage the remaining 2 minutes, allowing the starters, including LeBron James, to rest and prepare for the concluding segment. On the other hand, Sacramento Kings coach Reggie Theus had been eagerly awaiting Brown's timeout. His intention was to have Kevin Martin lead the bench unit in an effort to close the gap, but he understood that this plan could only be executed if the Cavaliers initiated the substitution. After a prolonged wait, Theus finally saw Brown call the timeout. With 2 minutes and 25 seconds left in the third quarter, the score standing at Kings 63, Cavaliers 76. Upon returning from the timeout, both coaches agreed to deploy their bench units. However, a stark contrast was evident. The Kings had Kevin Martin at the helm, while the Cavaliers lacked a player of comparable caliber to lead their side. Thus, the Cavaliers found themselves at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Coach Brown remained unconcerned, feeling the dwindling time would mitigate any potential impact. As play resumed, the Cavaliers' first offensive possession culminated in a miss. With 2:04 remaining, Gibson attempted a mid-range shot, which ricocheted off the front of the rim into Francisco Garcia's hands. Fortunately, Gibson adhered to Brown's strategy. Whether they scored or not was secondary. But it was imperative to exhaust the shot clock before attempting a shot. Thus, this possession was not entirely fruitless as the clock was nearly depleted. Transitioning to the Kings' offensive turn, at 1:53, they sought to conserve time and opted for a straightforward strategy. After advancing past half court, the ball was swiftly given to Kevin Martin. Without hesitation, he executed a simple move to create space and took a shot. The defense, represented by Damon Jones, was caught off guard, allowing Martin to make the basket. With this score, only 1 minute and 50 seconds remained in the third quarter, and the Cavaliers were now on offense. Unfazed by Martin's success, the Cavaliers continued to play methodically. Gibson regained possession and, with only 5 seconds left on the shot clock, initiated his attack. After executing a pick-and-roll with Jones that created space, Gibson drew the defense's attention before passing the ball to Jones. Upon receiving the ball, Jones glanced at the shot clock, realizing only 2 seconds remained. Without hesitation, he shot the ball, which, despite being hurried, bounced around the rim before finally settling into the net. Following this basket, only 1 minute and 26 seconds remained in the third quarter. The Kings, recognizing the urgency, quickly executed a series of long passes, delivering the ball to Kevin Martin in mere seconds. With no time to spare, Martin maneuvered to shake off Damon Jones and rushed to take his shot, successfully landing a three-pointer while consuming 10 seconds in the process. As the Cavaliers resumed their offensive sequence, the Kings were aware of their intention to run down the clock. Yet they found themselves limited in options and could not afford to foul. Thus, they opted to apply pressure in hopes of forcing an early shot. The Cavaliers executed Brown's strategy effectively, with Gibson holding the ball until just 57 seconds remained before making his attempt. Although his shot did not find the mark, it did not tarnish his standing in Coach Brown's estimation. Despite the Kings managing to secure another offensive possession, they failed to score. The third quarter concluded with the Kings narrowing the gap by 6 points, bringing the score to 71-78, a 7-point difference. However, this did not alter the Cavaliers' anticipated outcome. As the fourth quarter commenced, Coach Brown was cautious and refrained from deploying the Cavaliers' bench unit. Having recognized the stark disparity in talent between the two teams' reserves during the preceding quarter, the Cavaliers' bench had exhibited a significant lack of offensive prowess, especially when matched against the Kings' substitutes. Within only a few possessions, the Kings' bench nearly erased the hard-earned lead established by the starters. Thus, Brown opted to field the main lineup from the outset of the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, Coach Theus, aware of the Cavaliers' bench struggles, anticipated Brown's decision to utilize his starters earlier. Without hesitation, he too deployed his primary players. As the fourth quarter began, the Kings initiated the first possession. At 11:45, Bino Udrih brought the ball up the court, eschewing his usual tendency to pass after crossing half-court. Instead, he unexpectedly drove towards Larry Hughes, catching him off guard. Larry Hughes momentarily lost focus, and in that fleeting instant, Bino Udrih seized the opportunity, accelerating and deftly maneuvering around him to penetrate the defense. As Bino entered, the Cavaliers' defensive alignment was immediately disrupted. Recognizing the threat, LeBron James, who was trailing behind Hughes, had no choice but to assist in the defense. However, just as LeBron arrived, Bino swiftly passed the ball to the unguarded Ron Artest, who, without hesitation, took the shot, denying the Cavaliers any chance to regroup. Swish. Artest, in the open space, demonstrated remarkable composure, effortlessly sinking a long two-pointer. Turning to the Cavaliers' offensive possession, LeBron wasted no time and took charge of the game, driving forcefully towards the paint. The Kings' interior defense proved unable to withstand LeBron's relentless assault, and soon a gap was carved open in their defense. Upon entering the lane, LeBron transformed into a formidable force, wreaking havoc on the Kings' interior defense. At 11:23, he faced off against the Kings' center, Brad Miller, overpowering him to score. Swish. Beep. Another 2-1. After scoring while bearing down on Miller, LeBron struck a nonchalant pose at the free throw line, seamlessly converting the free throw. In the ensuing possessions, LeBron orchestrated a stunning display, single-handedly dismantling the Kings. At 10:44, with a swift pivot, he surged past the previously tenacious Meta World Peace to execute a thunderous dunk. At 9:37, he showcased an astonishing maneuver, splitting the defense by passing the ball through World Peace's legs while navigating between him and Mickey Moore. Upon receiving the ball, he delivered another gravity-defying slam. Boom. At 8:35, while charging towards the basket, he faced a triple team. Yet, LeBron remained unfazed, with a feint to the left. He cleverly extricated himself from the predicament, eyeing Wallace while deftly passing to Varejao beneath the basket, who effortlessly completed the dunk. These series of extraordinary plays not only toyed with the 5 defenders from the Kings, but also ignited a fervor among the fans. This prompted Kings head coach Reggie Theus to call an immediate timeout. Following LeBron's dazzling performance, he had amassed 7 points and 1 assist, extending the Cavaliers' lead to 10 points. But the spectacle was far from over. Upon returning from the timeout, LeBron continued his brilliance. At 8:14, during the Kings' offensive possession, Bino Udrih aimed to assist Mickey Moore for an alley-oop. Little did he expect LeBron to materialize before Moore like a shooting star, leaping to snatch the ball from above Moore's head. Upon landing, LeBron executed a precise long pass to the awaiting Daniel Gibson, who had already advanced beyond the three-point line. After receiving the basketball, Longsan did not hesitate, emulating the legendary LeBron James with a powerful windmill dunk. Boom! The thunderous dunk reverberated through the arena, shattering the momentum that the Kings had painstakingly built. With 7:49 remaining, Arteas' pass was intercepted by Larry Hughes. Boom! This time, the Kings were too demoralized to even attempt a defensive recovery, watching helplessly as Larry Hughes effortlessly dunked the ball into the hoop. On the sidelines, Coach Reggie Theus felt a wave of embarrassment. He had just called a timeout a moment ago, and now his players had committed 2 turnovers in quick succession. To make matters worse, it was evident that the players had lost their fighting spirit. What was he to do? Should he concede defeat? They were only trailing by 12 points, and with more than 7 minutes left in the game, there was still a glimmer of hope for a comeback. However, seeing the players' despondent expressions made him question the necessity of continuing the match, just as Coach Theus pondered whether to call another timeout and substitute his starting lineup. The dynamics of the game shifted once more. At 7:27, the Kings initiated an offensive play. Bino Udrih, holding the ball against Larry Hughes, noticed that Hughes was stationary. So he took a moment to assess the situation before making his move. Suddenly, he shifted his weight to the left, deceiving Hughes, and then made a swift rightward escape. It was only then that Hughes realized he had been outmaneuvered. After breaking through Hughes' defense, Bino did not drive straight into the paint. Instead, he executed a wide arc toward the right baseline. Wallace, stationed at the right baseline, was momentarily taken aback. However, before he could make a move, Bino passed the basketball. Wallace, bewildered, realized too late that he had been left chasing shadows as Bino stood there empty-handed, watching him. When he turned around, he saw Mickey Moore had already received the basketball and was preparing to take a shot. Swish! The sound of the net rippling finally snapped everyone back to reality. At 6:54, the Cavaliers launched their offensive. LeBron James brought the ball up the court, intending to penetrate the defense, but spotted Varejao wide open in the paint. Without hesitation, LeBron faked a drive and delivered a precise pass to Varejao. Boom! Varejao completed the play with a thunderous dunk. At 6:50, Arteas suddenly executed a long 34-foot pass to Mickey Moore, who was positioned under the basket. Although Wallace attempted to leap and intercept the ball, he failed to make contact. Mickey, jumping from behind, caught the basketball and quickly executed a soft layup. Swish! In less than 10 seconds, the Kings had completed their offensive maneuver. Arteas' sudden strike had caught the Cavaliers off guard. As the play transitioned back, LeBron sought to take a shot himself to stifle the Kings' burgeoning confidence and bolster his own team's morale. However, Longsan signaled for the ball. Noticing Longsan's intent to shoot, LeBron kept silent and sprinted toward the front court. Longsan shared LeBron's desire to suppress the Kings' momentum, but he was not one to settle for a mere point. He preferred to respond in kind, and thus at 6:34, he reached midcourt. Observing the situation and noticing Arteas lingering at the logo, without hesitation, he launched the basketball. Arteas, who had been tracking Longsan closely, felt a surge of dread as an alarming thought crossed his mind. The next moment, swish! The sound of the net swaying left him in disbelief, frozen in place. Even the referee nearby, who had officiated for over a decade, was astonished. He had never before witnessed someone use a long-range three-pointer as a regular scoring tactic. Nevertheless, he quickly signaled to the scorer's table that Longsan had made the three-point shot. Longsan, the focal point of the moment, merely glanced at the scorer's table before turning back to retreat on defense with a serious demeanor. Upon reaching the three-point line, LeBron, surprised by the sound of the net, turned to look at Longsan, only to find him with a solemn expression, sending a chill down his spine. At 6:11, Meta World Peace faced Longsan. Recalling Longsan's recent long-range three-pointer, he felt a shiver and instinctively sought to pass the ball. In the next second, the basketball vanished from his grasp. Moments earlier, Longsan had seized the opportunity when he noticed Meta was momentarily distracted, decisively snatching the ball away. Without pausing, Longsan accelerated and charged down the court. Meta, realizing the situation only after Longsan had bolted, hurried to catch up, but it was evidently too late. The speed of Longsan is beyond what he can catch up to. Within 2 seconds, Longsan reached the three-point line in the front court, while Meta World Peace remained near the midline. Upon reaching the three-point line, Longsan did not press forward. Instead, he executed a sudden stop and launched the basketball. Swish. In mere moments, the sound of the ball swooshing through the net reached Meta World Peace's ears. Only then did he react, glancing up at Longsan. At this point, the other players on the court began to comprehend what had transpired. The Cavaliers players were, of course, brimming with excitement, while the Kings players stood in stunned silence. They watched as the gap, which had just been reduced to 10 points, suddenly widened to 16, an outcome solely attributable to Longsan's 2 audacious three-pointers. Beep. Observing the lackluster demeanor of the players on the court, Reggie Theus did not hesitate to call a timeout. In truth, he had already conceded defeat in his heart. But considering the circumstances, he feigned a tactical pause. Consequently, during this timeout, he did not devise any strategies. It was merely an opportunity for the starting lineup to hydrate and rest. Upon returning from the break, while the Kings managed to score a few more points, they were unable to close the gap. The score differential lingered around 16 points, with each team essentially trading baskets. Thus, the ensuing gameplay became rather monotonous until the clock read 2:48 remaining. As Reggie Theus witnessed the Kings' offense falter, he decided not to prolong the agony and promptly called another timeout to withdraw his starters, officially announcing their surrender. This was a scenario both teams were inclined to see unfold. Consequently, Mike Brown also waved his hand to substitute his starters. In the remaining 2:48, the team's bench players took to the court without concern for strategy, resulting in a chaotic display where whoever possessed the ball simply attacked. Beep. In the blink of an eye, 2 minutes passed, and the game concluded. Ultimately, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Kings with a score of 103-86, marking their 6th consecutive victory to start the season. They held one more win than the second-ranked Celtics, maintaining their position atop the league standings. After the game, LeBron James and Longsan swiftly departed the arena following a few brief inquiries from TNT reporters. Both players delivered stellar performances, collectively scoring 66 points. LeBron played for 43 minutes and 21 seconds, shooting 12 of 21 from the field and 5 of 8 from the free throw line, amassing 29 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, securing the second highest score of the game. Longsan played for a total of 42 minutes and 18 seconds, achieving an impressive record of 15 successful shots out of 19 attempts, including 7 out of 8 from beyond the arc, amassing a remarkable 37 points, alongside 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 blocks, and 1 steal, the highest score of the game. Other players contributed as well, Varejao with 7 points and 14 rebounds, Wallace with 10 points and 10 rebounds, and Larry Hughes with 11 points, 11 assists, and 1 steal. For the Kings, Arteas scored 18 points with 6 rebounds and 4 assists, Kevin Martin added 17 points, 2 rebounds, and 5 assists, Bino Udrih contributed 8 points, 1 rebound, and 11 assists, while Brad Miller had 15 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 assists. Mickey Moore also tallied 12 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists. Additionally, Meta World Peace recorded 8 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. It is noteworthy that following this game, the Cavaliers concluded their matches for the week with a flawless record of 3 victories in 3 games. And Longsan's statistics remained above 40, marking him as one of the league's elite players. Thus, the likelihood of him being named the player of the week again is high. However, for Longsan, the paramount focus lies not on individual accolades but on the triumph of the team. The Cavaliers' upcoming schedule poses considerable challenges with 2 away games, including back-to-back matchups against the Los Angeles Clippers on Monday, the 12th, and the Denver Nuggets on Tuesday, the 13th. Coach Mike Brown, who had previously examined the schedule, found himself in a quandary. Although he anticipated the arduous nature of this Western road trip and made some preparations, he did not foresee the extent of the difficulties that lay ahead. While the team appeared to secure victories with relative ease in previous games, he understood that the Cavaliers players were beginning to feel the strain. Despite their outward confidence, the consecutive away games had begun to take a toll on their performance. He surmised that had it not been for the timely presence of LeBron and Longsan during critical moments, the Cavaliers might have faltered in today's match. Just as he was grappling with these concerns, Longsan and LeBron unexpectedly strode in, playfully draping their arms around each other. Observing their jovial demeanor, he realized that as long as Longsan and LeBron were present, the issues he pondered became trivial and his worries about the game's outcome were unwarranted. With this epiphany, his expression transformed, and he greeted Longsan and LeBron with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, LeBron, thank you for your hard work." Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's words, both Longsan and Old James were left utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his statement. Although Longsan had noticed the subtle changes in Mike Brown's expression upon entering, he found himself perplexed by this unexpected greeting. Consequently, rather than ruminating over its significance, he straightforwardly inquired, "Coach, what do you mean by that? It's quite baffling." Old James, who was also poised to speak, refrained from doing so upon noticing Longsan's inquiry. Nevertheless, he too regarded Mike Brown with an expression of confusion, eagerly awaiting his response. Sensing the puzzled gazes of Longsan and Old James upon him, Coach Mike Brown felt the weight of the moment, recognizing that his words had indeed been rather abrupt. Thus, he hastily clarified, "What I meant to convey is that you both have worked hard during the game." Upon hearing his nonsensical response, Longsan and Old Jean exchanged bemused glances. And without further ado, they nodded in mutual understanding. At that moment, Mike Brown also recognized that his explanation lacked credibility. Consequently, he swiftly shifted the conversation, engaging Longsan and the others in a discussion about the upcoming schedule. However, rather than merely discussing the schedule, it would be more accurate to say that Coach Mike Brown elucidated the challenges posed by the Cavaliers' forthcoming opponents. Through Coach Brown's insights, Longsan may not have gained an abundance of knowledge, but he certainly gleaned some valuable information. The essence of Coach Brown's message was that, in his view, there are no weak teams in the NBA. Each team possesses its own distinctive characteristics. The transient nature of victories and defeats merely reflects the player's performances during specific moments and locations. Thus, he cautioned Longsan and Old Jean not to underestimate any adversary, for any team harbors the potential to bring about their downfall. Before long, Longsan and Old Jean began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. According to their itinerary, they would remain in Sacramento for the night. After breakfast the following morning, they would board a flight to Los Angeles, the home of the Clippers. At 10 o'clock the next morning, after finishing their meal, Longsan and his companions departed Sacramento, heading towards Los Angeles. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Los Angeles Airport. With a look of drowsiness, Longsan glanced at the person beside him and, still half asleep, inquired of the elderly Jean, "Old man, have we arrived?" Jean stared at Longsan with an expression of disbelief for quite some time before finally replying, "My friend, you seem to be in a deep slumber." Upon hearing Old Jean's words, Longsan was left utterly speechless, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Observing Longsan's reaction, Old Jean chuckled heartily and remarked, "My friend, just by looking at my expression, you can tell whether we have arrived or not." Longsan remained silent, observing the expression on Old James's face, which indicated they had indeed arrived in Los Angeles. Thus, he chose to disregard Old James and quietly watched him, pondering his next move. Old James, equally perplexed, waited for a moment before finally speaking. "All right, partner, it's time to get up. We need to disembark." At this juncture, the other players from the Cavaliers could not suppress their laughter. "Haha, all right, enough with the laughter. Let's gather our belongings and exit the aircraft," Coach Mike Brown noted, seizing the opportune moment to break the silence. Upon alighting from the plane, Longsan and his companions wasted no time. They boarded the bus and departed the airport, arriving at the hotel where the team was staying. By 10 a.m. the following morning, all players of the Cavaliers were prepared. At 12:30 p.m., the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Clippers, was alive with a cacophony of voices. At 12:40 p.m., the players from both teams began to enter the arena. The list of players for the Clippers included Corey Maggette, Elton Brand, Chris Cumon, Sam Castle, Cuttino Mobley, Al Thornton, Tim Thomas, Josh Powell, Dan Dickau, Blevin Wright, Quentin Ross, and Aaron Williams. Head coach, Mike Dunleavy. The starting lineup consisted of point guard Sam Castle, shooting guard Cuttino Mobley, small forward Corey Maggette, power forward Elton Brand, and center Chris Cumon. The list of players for the Cavaliers included Longsan, Larry Hughes, Wallace, Varejao, Drew Gooden, Gibson, Damon Jones, Ira Nibble, David Wesley, Pavlovich, Dwayne Jones. LeBron James. Head coach, Mike Brown. The starting lineup consists of point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward LeBron James, power forward Wallace, center Varejao. As the team introductions concluded and the starting lineups were announced, the exuberant cheers from the crowd gradually subsided. On the court, the players from both teams commenced their vigorous warm-up routines prior to the match. On the Cavaliers' side, after removing his outer garment, Longsan stretched his limbs and dribbled a basketball as he made his way to the court, observing his teammates warming up with their shooting practice. He wasted no time in preparing to unleash a barrage of three-pointers. Upon noticing Longsan's arrival and his intention to showcase his shooting prowess, LeBron and the others promptly stepped aside, eager to assume the role of spectators. Standing beside the backboard, Larry Hughes leaned in closer to LeBron, whispering conspiratorially, "Hey, what do you think Long is going to attempt this time? Will it be a series of consecutive shots, or perhaps an extraordinary long-range precision throw?" LeBron, intrigued by the question, casually placed his right hand on Larry's shoulder and smiled as he leaned in to respond softly, "It's hard to say. I've noticed that Long has a penchant for performing astonishing feats, so it's quite unpredictable." Meanwhile, Wallace and Varejao were engaged in a hushed conversation nearby. As Longsan approached, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After scratching the back of his head in confusion, he contemplated disregarding everything and was about to attempt a three-point shot with nonchalance. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. With a burst of speed, he launched into a breathtaking leap from the free throw line, executing an aerial switch before emphatically slamming the basketball through the hoop. The resounding thud echoed. However, after the ball swished through the net, Longsan waited in vain for the thunderous applause and earth-shattering cheers that he had anticipated, only to be met with an eerie silence. He had expected that his spectacular dunk would ignite the fervor of the crowd, but instead, all he heard was his own heavy breathing and a few expletives. What on earth? After Longsan executed a breathtaking slam dunk, LeBron and the others, without the slightest hesitation, simultaneously erupted with exclamations of disbelief. They all instinctively raised their hands to their heads, their faces adorned with expressions of incredulity, as they voiced their exaggerated astonishment. As Longsan observed the lack of reaction from the fans in attendance, his curiosity compelled him to glance towards the stands. To his dismay, he discovered that the majority of the audience was there to support the Clippers. Even the few fans cheering for the Cavaliers were preoccupied, either engrossed in their phones or engaged in hushed conversations, oblivious to the unfolding game. This left him speechless, prompting an awkward applause as he resumed his warm-up. Meanwhile, LeBron and his teammates found amusement in Longsan's predicament, sparking yet another round of whispered exchanges. On the other side, Los Angeles Clippers head coach Mike Dunleavy was diligently devising strategies. Despite the Clippers' inferiority to the Cavaliers this season, he was determined to make the most of every match. With a sharp whistle signaling the start of the game at 1 p.m., the contest officially commenced. During the jump ball, Clippers center Chris Common swiftly tapped the basketball to Sam Cassell, who wasted no time. Dribbling the ball, he surged forward in an attempt to initiate a fast break. However, the Cavaliers were prepared, with Larry Hughes closely monitoring Cassell. As soon as Cassell made his move, Hughes was right on his heels. Although Cassell had spent 14 seasons in the NBA and was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran, he was now nearing 38 years of age, placing him at the twilight of his career. Consequently, his speed, explosiveness, and athleticism were not on par with Hughes. Faced with this challenge, Cassell realized breaking through Hughes's defense would be difficult. Upon reaching the three-point line, he executed a bounce pass, relinquishing the basketball. Cuttino Mobley received the pass, but found himself intimidated by the towering presence of Longsan, leading him to pass the ball without making any threatening moves. The basketball was passed around until it landed in Chris Common's hands. With no hesitation, Common faced Varejao, executing a traditional post-up move followed by a smooth hook shot. Swish! The ball cleanly struck the backboard before finding its way through the net. As the Cavaliers commenced their offensive possession, with 11:21 on the clock, LeBron held the ball against Corey Maggette. Maggette was practically a novice in comparison to LeBron. A simple acceleration and change of direction left Maggette trailing behind. The Clippers were undeniably weaker this season, and after breezing past Maggette, LeBron opted for a quick mid-range shot. Swish! The ball sailed through the air with pinpoint accuracy, landing seamlessly in the hoop. Having gauged the Clippers' defense, LeBron recognized its vulnerability compared to previous opponents. Returning to the Clippers' offensive possession at 10:58, Sam Cassell attempted a long pass, hoping to bypass Longsan and connect with Elton Brand. Alas, he underestimated Longsan's leaping ability, resulting in a pass that lacked sufficient arc, inadvertently sending the ball soaring over Longsan's head. As Longsan observed the basketball soaring above his head, there was no reason for him to refrain from making a play. With a slight exertion, he leapt upward, barely extending his arm, yet managed to touch the ball hovering just above him. This unexpected success left Longsan feeling somewhat sheepish, prompting him to swat the basketball over to Larry Hughes. Upon receiving the pass, Hughes wasted no time. He bolted forward with purpose. Seeing the ball intercepted, Old James also sprang into action without hesitation. A swift downward glance was followed by an acceleration as he dashed out. Meanwhile, on the Clippers' side, although Sam Cassell promptly surged forward, his age hindered him, rendering him slower than both Hughes and Old James. By the time he arrived, Old James had already executed a board assist to Larry Hughes, who completed a magnificent windmill dunk, sending the ball through the hoop. With 10 minutes and 44 seconds remaining, the score stood at Cavaliers 4, Clippers 2. Sam Cassell, with a resigned expression, cradled the basketball and approached the baseline, preparing to inbound it. However, only Cuttino Mobley had joined him from the Clippers, creating an awkward situation. Old James and Larry Hughes had yet to depart, and witnessing only Mobley approaching to receive the ball left them somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, they were quick to react, stepping up to apply pressure in the front court. At this point, Sam Cassell began to feel the pressure. Fortunately, Corey Maggette sensed the urgency and sprinted over in a counter move. Otherwise, Cassell would have faced a 5-second violation for failing to inbound the ball. With a swift motion, Cassell launched the basketball toward the mid-court area, where Maggette effortlessly caught it. Just as he intended to pivot and dribble, he noticed Longsan closing in, initially planning to cross the mid-court line with ease. Maggette had to reassess his strategy, cautiously probing Longsan before daring to place the ball on the ground. Seeing Maggette's cautious demeanor, Longsan couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though he refrained from expressing it audibly. With 10 minutes and 31 seconds on the clock, Maggette found himself just beyond the three-point line. Before Longsan could even establish a defensive posture, he began to summon Elton Brand for a screen. Without hesitation, Elton Brand responded to the call made by Corey Maggette, immediately advancing to set the pick. Upon witnessing this, Longsan exhibited no signs of annoyance. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wallace and proceeded to shift to the left side of Corey Maggette. Wallace, disregarding Elton Brand's screen position, advanced directly to the right side of Corey Maggette. Consequently, Elton Brand's screen was perfectly positioned between Longsan and Wallace. No matter from which direction Corey Maggette attempted to break through, he found himself unable to shake off his defenders. Indeed, at the 10-minute and 27-second mark, Corey Maggette, while dribbling, moved to the left, attempting to penetrate Longsan's defense. Little did he expect to collide directly into Longsan's embrace. Upon witnessing the scene, Longsan did not hesitate. With a swift turn, he intercepted the basketball that Corey Maggette had just released. Following the successful steal, Longsan did not pause to dribble. Instead, with a deft behind-the-back pass, he distributed the ball. With a resounding thud, the ball landed perfectly in the path of the approaching LeBron James, who seized it with a commanding grasp. It was evident that this was yet another fast break. At 10 minutes and 21 seconds, LeBron initiated the fast break while holding the ball. In mere seconds, he surged ahead into the front court, performing a two-handed dunk that sent the ball through the hoop. At 10 minutes and 19 seconds, the Cavaliers led 6-2 against the Clippers. The Clippers were still in possession as the clock read 10 minutes and 1 second. This time with Cuttino Mobley handling the ball. He intended to execute a deceptive drive before delivering a pass to the interior player Chris Kamon, aiming for an elegant assist. However, his intentions were not sufficiently concealed, as Varejao anticipated his move. Consequently, although Mobley managed to pass the ball under Longsan's defense, it did not reach Kamon. Instead, it was intercepted mid-play by Varejao, who had swiftly emerged to seize the opportunity. After securing the steal, Varejao wasted no time waiting for Kamon to react and promptly pass the ball. Whoosh! The basketball sliced through a crowd, finding its way into the hands of Larry Hughes. Upon receiving the ball, Hughes immediately sought to initiate a fast break. However, due to his proximity to the basket, he refrained from rushing out immediately, allowing Cuttino Mobley to take the lead. Observing Mobley's advance, Hughes remained calm, bringing the ball past half-court before dribbling and waiting for Longsan and LeBron to catch up. Longsan emerged rather swiftly this time. He followed closely behind as Cuttino Mobley rushed out. Thus, he found himself just a fraction behind Larry Hughes. However, before Longsan could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, Larry Hughes had already passed the basketball into his hands. Upon receiving the pass, Longsan, though momentarily bewildered, did not hesitate. From a considerable distance, he launched a three-point shot. Larry Hughes had grown accustomed to Longsan's propensity to shoot without delay. Thus, upon seeing Longsan positioned at the logo on the court, he effortlessly released the basketball he had passed, unperturbed. Instead, he calmly turned his gaze towards the hoop. The next moment, swish, there was no surprise. The basketball Longsan had thrown was as precise as ever, smoothly finding its mark and swishing through the net. After Longsan sank the three-pointer, Clippers head coach Mike Dunleavy could no longer remain composed. With a sharp whistle, he swiftly called for a timeout. Although he acknowledged the Clippers' weaknesses, he could not permit the Cavaliers to dominate the game right from the outset of the first quarter. If the opposing team were to establish a significant lead so early on, would he be doomed to carry such an embarrassing record throughout his coaching career? Yet, his predicament was indeed dire. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice, and that was precisely his situation. Within the entire Clippers roster, it was nearly impossible to find a standout star. Faced with a team like the Cavaliers, which possessed formidable attributes, the lack of competent defensive players was akin to courting disaster. One might as well be inviting ruin. During the timeout, constrained by the limitations of his team's capabilities, Coach Dunleavy found himself in a position where even his most ingenious tactical plans were rendered futile. Consequently, he could only reiterate the importance of minimizing turnovers to his players. As there was little else he could do, he had to resign himself to fate. As the timeout concluded, at 9 minutes and 36 seconds, the Clippers initiated their offensive play. Sam Cassell, now rejuvenated by the pause, faced off against Larry Hughes. Understanding that teamwork was essential for any glimmer of hope, he promptly began calling for screens and actively directing his teammates' movements. At 9 minutes and 27 seconds, power forward Elton Brand finally found an opening after receiving dual screens from Corey Maggette and Chris Common. Without hesitation, Cassell executed a sweeping pass, delivering the basketball from the right baseline to Brand stationed at the left 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Brand showed no sign of delay, launching a shot from his position. Swish. The basketball found its mark with precision. At 9 minutes and 7 seconds, the Cavaliers commenced their offensive possession. Upon receiving the pass from Larry Hughes, Longsan did not hesitate. He boldly launched a three-pointer, unfazed by the defense of Cuttino Mobley. Swish. The basketball, as if endowed with a precise navigation system, effortlessly pierced through the net without a hint of deviation. It seemed that Mobley had already resigned himself to the fact that he could not thwart Longsan's shooting prowess. Witnessing Longsan's accurate shot, Mobley displayed no astonishment whatsoever. Without even a glance back, he simply turned and walked away. However, Longsan paid no mind to this, mirroring Mobley's action as he too turned to depart. With 8 minutes and 44 seconds remaining, the Clippers initiated their offensive play. Sam Cassell, utilizing a screen from Elton Brand, gained a few moments of shooting space. Cassell, exhibiting remarkable decisiveness, seized the opportunity without a trace of hesitation and took his shot. Bang! Yet, the basketball seemed to possess a mind of its own. Despite appearing perfectly aligned, it circled the rim before slipping off and falling to the ground. The rebound was claimed by Wallace. At 8 minutes and 16 seconds, the Cavaliers launched a fast break. However, Larry Hughes' layup was thwarted by Cuttino Mobley, resulting in a missed shot. Fortunately, Longsan, who had pursued the play, managed to secure the rebound. After securing the rebound, Longsan propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, effortlessly depositing the basketball into the hoop. With 7 minutes and 59 seconds on the clock, the Cavaliers led the Clippers 14-4. The Clippers' momentum had been thoroughly stifled by the Cavaliers, leaving them unable to generate even a ripple of offense. At 7 minutes and 46 seconds, the Clippers' attacks were completely thwarted by the Cavaliers, denying them any opportunity for a shot and resulting in an unwarranted 24-second violation. As the Cavaliers embarked on their offensive possession, at 7 minutes and 25 seconds, LeBron James, with the ball in hand, maneuvered past Corey Maggette and suddenly accelerated for a thunderous dunk over Elton Brand, scoring 2 points. While the Cavaliers consistently found success in their offense, the Clippers struggled to even attempt a shot. This disparity led to an ever-widening gap in the score. And by 4 minutes and 17 seconds, The Cavaliers had surged ahead by 20 points, with the score standing at 36-16. At 3 minutes and 57 seconds, the Clippers initiated their offensive play. Chris Come-On, facing the defense of Varejao, executed a swift behind-the-back hook shot. Swish! The basketball sailed through the air, skillfully bypassing Varejao's outstretched arms, and found its mark in the net. The scene shifted back to the Cavaliers as they prepared for their next offensive sequence at 3 minutes and 30 seconds. As Longsan advanced with the ball across the midcourt, he suddenly executed a change of pace that caught Cardino Mobley off guard, and with remarkable audacity, he launched an extraordinary three-point shot. Swish! The basketball soared through the air and found its mark in the net. Beep! After Longsan made the three-pointer, Coach Mike Brown, without a second thought, waved his hand and substituted Longsan and his teammates out. Within less than a quarter, they had established a lead of over 20 points against their opponents. Initially, Coach Brown had not anticipated such a turn of events. He had expected that, at the very least, the Clippers would be able to hold on for 2 or 3 quarters. To his surprise, the Clippers faltered, unable to endure even a single quarter. This left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. He realized he could not allow Longsan and the others to remain on the court any longer, lest it appear as though they were taking advantage of the situation. After all, the opposing team was simply too weak, unable to withstand the onslaught from Longsan and his teammates. Looking at the Clippers players, he felt a pang of sympathy for them. Out of courtesy, he called for a timeout to make substitutions. Otherwise, he would have allowed Longsan and the others to finish the first quarter. Perhaps by the end of that quarter, the Clippers would have been thoroughly defeated, rendering the second quarter unnecessary for Longsan and his team. However, he had to consider certain aspects, preventing the game from becoming a complete rout in the first quarter. Thus, he decided to replace Longsan and the others at that moment. On the other hand, Clippers head coach Mike Dunleavy could no longer bear to watch. It was the first time he had seen his team so thoroughly outmatched in the opening quarter. He had already begun praying that Mike Brown would show some restraint and not allow the game to lose its suspense so early on. Upon seeing Mike Brown substitute his main lineup, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was taken aback to see that even with the Cavaliers substituting in their bench players, the point gap did not diminish. With 3 minutes and 13 seconds left, the fully primary Clippers offense was astonishingly stifled by the entirely bench Cavaliers team. Sam Cassell never anticipated that his shot against Cavaliers bench player Damon Jones would be so decisively blocked. The sound echoed as Cassell's shot was swatted away by Jones, only for it to be retrieved by Corey Maggette. Maggette, initially poised to shoot, hesitated for a moment, and that moment of indecision granted the Cavaliers an opportunity. Seeing Maggette's hesitation, Drew Gooden closed in on him. At that point, it was too late for Maggette to attempt a shot. With a resounding thud, his forced attempt clanged off the rim, and the rebound was collected by Ira Newble. As the first quarter drew to a close, both teams completed 4 offensive possessions. The Cavaliers managed to score 2 baskets out of their 4 attempts, totaling 4 points, while the Clippers matched that with 2 baskets and also garnered 4 points. Ultimately, the first quarter concluded with the score set at 43-22, with the Cavaliers leading the Clippers by 21 points. Perhaps out of frustration, Clippers coach Mike Dunleavy did not greet his players as they left the court for a break. Instead, he sat on the bench, staring vacantly into space. He remained silent until the second quarter commenced, merely turning to send the prearranged bench players onto the court before sinking back into his daze. On the Cavaliers side, Coach Mike Brown had no intention of reintroducing his main lineup. While engaging in animated conversation with Longsan and LeBron, he waved his hand to send the bench players onto the court. However, Longsan, keenly observing the situation, glanced at both teams' lineups and could not help but exclaim, "What in the world? Does it seem like the Clippers don't want to play anymore?" Hearing Longsan's outburst, both LeBron and Coach Brown initially wore puzzled expressions before quickly turning their heads to the court. Sure enough, they beheld the lackadaisical lineup the Clippers had put forth, prompting LeBron to exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness, they truly seem disinterested in playing." Only after a prolonged observation of the Clippers lineup did Coach Mike Brown finally respond, saying, "I don't think the situation is as dire as you might think. I suspect Mike Dunleavy is attempting to implement a different strategy." "What? A different strategy?" Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's remarks, both Longsan and Old Jean wore expressions of bewilderment. Ultimately, it was Longsan who could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced his question. Coach Mike Brown, without any preamble, candidly explained, "Well, I believe Coach Mike Dunleavy also recognized that their starting lineup's performance today was indeed subpar. They struggled against our bench unit, which resulted in that dismal outcome. Therefore, he sought to make adjustments to his bench lineup, hoping to discover some unexpected effectiveness. Moreover, he is aware that we have already established a lead of over 20 points, making it impractical to deploy the starting lineup. Hence, he felt emboldened to take the risk of substituting in the bench players. Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's explanation, Longsan finally grasped Mike Dunleavy's intentions. At that moment, the situation on the court was indeed unfolding as Dunleavy had envisioned. The two teams' benches were engaged in a competitive exchange that was quite commendable. Even when compared to the starting lineups, the performance of the substitutes was impressive, showing no signs of inferiority. In fact, he felt that the Clippers' second unit exhibited a more structured approach to both offense and defense than the starting squad. In the first 6 or 7 offensive possessions, the Clippers' reserves matched the Cavaliers' substitutes evenly. Over the initial 4 minutes, the Clippers managed to hit 4 of 6 shots without committing any turnovers or fouls, accumulating 8 points. Meanwhile, the Cavaliers, during the same span, only converted 5 of 7 attempts for 10 points but incurred 1 turnover and 2 fouls. However, the true turning point of the game was yet to come. At 7:46, following a missed 3-point attempt by Gibson of the Cavaliers, the ball was secured by Dan Dickau of the Clippers, marking a shift in momentum. Just seconds later, at 7:23, Dickau sank a sudden 3-pointer, momentarily taking the lead in the second quarter. Following that, at 6:39, Al Thornton executed a smooth reverse layup, scoring 2 points while drawing a foul from Drew Gooden of the Cavaliers. This resulted in Thornton heading to the free throw line. At 6:30, he effortlessly converted the free throw, completing a 2-1 play and narrowing the deficit to 18 points. Conversely, the Cavaliers found themselves lacking a standout performer to rally the team. At 6:08, Gibson attempted a layup that seemed destined for the net, only to have the ball roll off after circling the rim 4 or 5 times. After the Clippers secured the rebound, although their fast break was thwarted, Blaven Wright seized the final seconds of the shot clock to draw a foul from Damon Jones with a pull-up jumper. Despite missing the shot, he earned 2 free throw attempts. With precision, he sank both, bringing the score to 52-38, thus reducing the gap to 14 points. Witnessing the unfolding drama, Longsan could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Well, I didn't expect the Clippers to be this tenacious." To which LeBron, unbothered by the banter, replied with a candid outpouring of his thoughts. Just as Longsan was about to respond, Coach Mike Brown interjected, stating, "One can only say that Mike Dunleavy made a fortunate gamble. However, that is of little consequence. The game has been firmly under our control. No matter how skilled he may be, it is impossible for him to win this match." Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's commanding words, both Longsan and Old James could not suppress their laughter and burst into smiles. "Haha, Coach, you're too harsh." Coach Mike Brown, unfazed by their mirth, continued, "When you two go in, don't engage with them. Aim to resolve the matter swiftly within a few minutes. We have another game tomorrow, after all. We cannot afford to dally here like children at play." Coach, I thought we wouldn't be going in at all." Old James was the first to express his eagerness, responding with enthusiasm. Coach Mike Brown shot a glance at Old James before replying, "I would prefer for you not to take the court again. However, the opponents are reluctant to allow you to sit on the bench and merely engage in idle chatter. What can I do about that? So, Coach, when will we take the court?" Longsan observed the players on the court, who were intensely engaged in the game, and felt a surge of interest. After rubbing his hands together, he inquired, "Don't worry, Long. In about 2 minutes, it should be just about time." Coach Mike Brown first glanced at the situation of both teams on the court, then looked at the watch on his wrist before responding to Longsan's question. With 4 minutes and 37 seconds remaining, Coach Mike Brown of the Cavaliers witnessed Dan Dickau of the Clippers drive through the defense to score another 2 points, narrowing the score to 57-48, thus reducing the gap to a mere 9 points. Without hesitation, he signaled for a timeout and made substitutions, waving his hand to bring Longsan and LeBron onto the court. As Longsan and Old James took to the court, the entire Clippers team found themselves utterly bewildered. However, Longsan and Old James paid them no heed. Old James immediately sought the ball from Gibson to initiate an offensive play, seeing his leader call for the ball. Gibson, without a moment's hesitation, executed a delicate lob pass, delivering the basketball to Old James. Upon receiving the ball, Old James disregarded the reactions of the Clippers players and surged forward with remarkable speed. At 4 minutes and 28 seconds into the game, Old James effortlessly maneuvered past the triple team of Clippers defenders with a powerful step, charging toward the basket to deliver a resounding slam dunk. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar as Old James scored, bringing the score to Cavaliers 59, Clippers 48. The Clippers players, still dazed, were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to retrieve the ball from the floor to resume their offense, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Confused, they turned to the referee only to realize that their coach, Mike Dunleavy, had called a timeout to substitute players. It dawned on them that they had all been replaced by their coach, Mike Dunleavy. Upon witnessing the situation, Longsan merely curled the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. In his perspective, it mattered little whether the Clippers changed players. The outcome would remain unchanged, for he and Old John would never relent. Thus, whoever took the court would meet their demise. With 4 minutes and 19 seconds remaining, the newly entered Sam Cassell attempted to deceive Longsan, aiming to pass the basketball to the interior where Chris Kaman awaited. However, his carelessness betrayed his intentions, and he foolishly proceeded with the pass. Snap! Longsan is certainly not an easy adversary. With a pass as overt as that of Sam Cassell, it is almost indefensible. Therefore, there was no alternative. He swiftly intercepted the basketball that Sam Cassell had just passed. Once the ball was in his possession, Longsan had no intention of relenting. With a burst of speed, he surged forward like a rocket, leaving everyone behind. By the time the Clippers defenders realized what was happening, Longsan had already reached beyond the three-point line in the front court. As Longsan turned to glance at the situation behind him, he noticed that Sam Cassell, the player closest to him, was still in the backcourt. This sight evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. However, he did not linger. With a sudden stop and leap, he launched the basketball toward the hoop. Swish! Undoubtedly, the ball, akin to a guided missile, struck the rim with precision. Sam Cassell, appearing somewhat resigned, waved his hand and picked up the ball from the ground to prepare for a new possession. With 3 minutes and 57 seconds remaining, the Clippers began to reorganize their offense. Yet, since Longsan and LeBron James had entered the game, the Cavaliers' defense had transformed entirely. No matter how the Clippers attempted to maneuver, the basketball remained firmly in their grasp, with no opportunity to shoot. At 3 minutes and 36 seconds, the Clippers found themselves with only 3 seconds left on the shot clock. The ball was still in the hands of Cuttino Mobley, who had yet to find a chance to release it. Elton Brand glanced at the shot clock and, feeling the urgency, disregarded the defense, demanding the ball from Mobley. Mobley had been eagerly waiting for someone to call for the ball. Upon seeing Brand's request, he swiftly passed it. Without a moment's hesitation, Brand received the ball and shot immediately. Beep! As soon as the ball left his fingertips, the red light on the backboard illuminated. Thud! Although the shot had been taken, it merely grazed the rim, bouncing off to land in LeBron's hands. The moment LeBron secured the ball, a fast break ensued. With 3 minutes and 13 seconds left, LeBron executed a spectacular one-man fast break, soaring for a powerful dunk. This play widened the gap for the Cavaliers, extending their lead from a mere 9 points to 16, bringing the score to 64-48. Yet, the excitement did not cease. In the ensuing 3 minutes and 8 seconds, Longsan and LeBron showcased to all the Clippers players the true essence of superstars. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, Longsan intercepted Sam Cassell's pass and, while launching an extraordinary long-range three-pointer, drew a shooting foul from Cuttino Mobley. Consequently, the Clippers not only incurred a foul but also allowed Longsan to complete a three-point play, adding 4 points in a single possession. The action continued. At 2 minutes and 12 seconds, LeBron, with ball in hand, effortlessly maneuvered past Corey Maggette and executed a three-step layup that resulted in a foul from the incoming Chris Kaman. Swish! This offensive sequence garnered the Cavaliers yet another 2-1 against the Clippers. In a stunning display, Longsan and Old John swiftly launched an overwhelming 13-0 attack against the Clippers, extending their lead to a staggering 21 points. This prompted Clippers head coach, Mike Dunleavy, to erupt in frustration, casting aside his tactical board in front of the crowd with a resounding thud. Fortunately, his temper subsided somewhat, leading him to call a timeout. Yet, this pause proved futile. Upon resuming play, in the final 2 minutes of the half, the duo of Longsan and Old John relentlessly combined to inflict a 12-2 scoreline on the Clippers. As the first half concluded, the Cavaliers held a commanding 83-50 lead over the Clippers, a 33-point margin that rendered the game's outcome all but inevitable, plunging it into garbage time early on. As anticipated, the second half offered no surprises. Although the Clippers reinstated their starting lineup for a brief period, they failed to diminish the deficit. Ultimately, A resigned Mike Dunleavy shook his head and substituted his starters, officially signaling the game's descent into garbage time. With the coach's whistle marking the end of the contest, the Cavaliers triumphed over the Clippers with a decisive score of 108-79, clinching their 7th consecutive victory while handing the Clippers their 3rd straight defeat. In this match, Longsan played for 14 minutes and 13 seconds, achieving an impressive 25 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 steals from 9 of 10 shooting, including 6 of 6 from beyond the arc. Old John also contributed significantly, playing the same duration and amassing 23 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, shooting 10 of 11 from the field and 3 of 3 from the free throw line. The modest scoring of both players was solely attributable to the Clippers' apparent weakness, which afforded them little opportunity to showcase their skills. Post-game, Longsan and Old John participated in interviews with the charming TNT reporter, Ernan Iris, and ESPN's Aisha Howard. Before the interviews commenced, both players courteously congratulated each other on leading the Cavaliers to their remarkable start. They also extended their congratulations to Longsan for being named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. However, both players brushed off the accolades with a polite nod and a fleeting smile. What truly captivated Longsan's attention was Aisha Howard's inquiry towards the end of the interview regarding the Cavaliers' next opponent, the Nuggets. Aisha posed the question, "LeBron, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's matchup against the Nuggets? Furthermore, how do you compare the Nuggets' dynamic duo, Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony, with your partnership with Longsan?" Old John, ever the seasoned veteran, delivered a meticulously crafted response. "I believe the Nuggets are a formidable opponent. Of course, I share a close friendship with Carmelo Anthony, while Allen Iverson is a respected predecessor. Both possess exceptional talent. As for Longsan and my abilities, our previous performances speak for themselves. However, I think it's premature to draw comparisons. Perhaps we can revisit this conversation later." With that, the interview drew to a close. Following this, Old John and Longsan departed the venue, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way to the locker room. Upon entering, they were met with an atmosphere of excitement. "What is happening, guys?" Old John inquired, intrigued by the animated expressions on Wallace and others, Larry Hughes and his companions. Upon noticing the return of Old John and Longsan, eagerly revealed, "TNT has just announced that Charles Barkley will be commentating our game against the Nuggets tomorrow." "What is so thrilling about that?" Old John asked, losing interest as he grasped the situation. Longsan shared his sentiment, preparing to gather his belongings. However, Larry Hughes raised his voice. "Hey, don't you remember what Barkley said during his last broadcast?" Upon hearing this, both Longsan and Old John looked at him, puzzled. Larry quickly clarified, "Didn't Barkley wager with Smith that if Long scored over 25 points in a game, he would kiss a pig's behind? Remember?" Realization dawned on them, and they exclaimed, "Got it. But will Barkley actually follow through on his promise?" According to the TNT website, yes, and the news has spread online. Larry replied, addressing their curiosity. Despite the amusing prospect, neither Longsan nor Old John took it too seriously and promptly began to pack their bags. As they turned to gather their belongings, Coach Mike Brown entered, urging, "Gentlemen, enough gossip. Please finish packing, we need to depart. There will be ample time for chatter on the plane." The players chuckled at their coach's words, responding in jest before dispersing to prepare. Once the players began organizing their things, Coach Mike Brown left with a satisfied smile. At 3 p.m., at Los Angeles Airport, the entire Cavaliers team, with their luggage in tow, followed Coach Mike Brown through a private passage to board their chartered flight. By 7 p.m., the aircraft landed in Denver, Colorado. Upon arrival, the team proceeded directly from the airport to their hotel without delay. Upon reaching the hotel, the players, weary from their journey, promptly retreated to their respective rooms. After Longsan collapsed onto the hotel bed, he did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, his mind involuntarily began to wander back to memories of his previous life, particularly to the season of the Denver Nuggets. In the recollections of that past existence, the Nuggets, boasting the formidable duo of Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony, ended the season with a record of 50 wins and 32 losses, securing a modest 8th place in the Western Conference due to their frail interior defense. Regrettably, they were swept out of the playoffs in the first round by the Lakers, led by Kobe Bryant. However, Longsan refrained from labeling the Nuggets as a weak team. If memory serves him correctly, during a match between the Cavaliers and the Nuggets in his previous life, the Cavaliers found themselves utterly powerless against the Nuggets, surrendering early in the contest. Compounding this was the Cavaliers' grueling stretch of away games, coupled with the demanding back-to-back scenario. With the presence of Iverson and Anthony, the illustrious duo, Longsan harbored some reservations regarding the Nuggets' chances of victory in the upcoming match. The following morning at 8 o'clock, a sharp knock echoed through the room. "Hey, are you awake?" Hearing the incessant knocking at the door, Longsan abruptly sat up from his bed. Without taking a moment to tidy himself, he groggily approached the door to open it. As soon as the door swung wide, old John, standing outside, was taken aback by Longsan's disheveled appearance, exclaiming, "Good heavens! You nearly frightened me to death, my friend. Old man, what time is it that you roused me from my slumber?" Longsan did not respond to Lao Zhan's words. Instead, he inquired further. Lao Zhan squeezed through the crack of the door and spoke as he walked in. "Buddy, you must be dazed from sleep. It is already 8:15. Do you still think it is early? Moreover, if you had risen earlier, you wouldn't be in this predicament today. Tell me, what is your current situation?" Ignoring the incessant chatter of old James resembling a machine gun spitting bullets, Longsan immediately made his way to the restroom upon hearing that it was 8:15, beginning to prepare himself. Old James, having talked aimlessly for quite some time, finally ceased his rambling and discontent. At 3:30 in the afternoon, after the Cavaliers finished their meal at the hotel, they departed in vehicles. By 4:15, the Cavaliers successfully arrived at the Denver Pepsi Center, the home arena of the Nuggets. Guided by the staff, Longsan and his companions entered the locker room through the players' tunnel. The excitement surrounding today's game, particularly due to Barkley's involvement, was palpable online and even more so offline, with tickets that usually cost a mere few dozen dollars being inflated to over $100, at times achieving a state of being priced, yet unavailable. At 4:30, with just half an hour remaining before the game commenced, the TNT studio saw Barkley and Smith just beginning their live broadcast. The online viewer count surged to 200,000, continuously refreshing and climbing, as Barkley was stunned by the overwhelming statistics. Subtitles reading "Kiss the Pigs Behind" began to flood the screen. Smith, seated beside Barkley, couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter, losing all semblance of composure. Meanwhile, the TNT show producer, Hamrester, was overjoyed to witness the influx of online viewers. At 4:40, Hamrester clasped his hands tightly, fixating his gaze on the real-time statistics of the program. In the next moment, the online viewer count skyrocketed, surpassing the historical peak of 3 million and continuing to rise rapidly. Aware of the dwindling time, he promptly instructed someone to bring in a pet pig, handing this amusing scenario over to Barkley and Smith. Upon the entrance of the striped pet pig, Smith, without hesitation, began to engage the audience. With a broad smile, he turned to Barkley, who was still engrossed in conversation with the online viewers, and exclaimed, "Hey, buddy, look at that." Initially unfazed, Barkley turned to see where Smith was pointing, and upon spotting the chubby striped pet pig, he visibly relaxed, albeit feigning terror. Meanwhile, Hamrester glanced at his watch, noting that there were only 2 minutes left until 4:45. Although he preferred not to intervene in Barkley and Smith's banter, he realized time was of the essence. Thus, he reminded them through his earpiece, "Gentlemen, watch the clock." Receiving the reminder, Barkley and Smith understood the urgency and refrained from further frivolity. Consequently, Barkley boldly approached the pet pig being held by the staff. With a grin, he greeted the camera, then closed his eyes, bent down, and planted a vigorous kiss on the pig's rear. Mooah! This act sent the entire studio into a frenzy, with viewers flooding the screen with exclamations of excitement. At the arena, the Denver Pepsi Center was filled to capacity, a sea of heads crowding the stands. As the DJ called out, the home team players began to take the court, led by one of the Nuggets star players, Carmelo Anthony, followed by Kenyon Martin, J.R. Smith, Leonas Kleiza, Marcus Camby, Anthony Carter, Eduardo Nahara, Nene Hilario, Chucky Atkins, Bobby Jones, Yukoba Diawara, and finally, the grand entrance of Allen Iverson. The Nuggets head coach, George Karl, was introduced next. Once the players and coaches of the Nuggets were introduced, it was time for the Cavaliers to make their entrance. Leading the way was Longsan, the Cavaliers' second-in-command, which was only fitting. Following him were Larry Hughes, Drew Gooden, Gibson, Varejao, Wallace, Eric Snow, Damon Jones, Ira Newble, David Wesley, and the star of the Cavaliers, LeBron James, with head coach Mike Brown rounding out the introductions. After a brief pause, the arena's large screen displayed the starting lineups for both teams. For the Cavaliers, the lineup included point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward LeBron James, power forward Drew Gooden, and center Varejao. The Nuggets starting five consisted of point guard Allen Iverson, shooting guard Anthony Carter, small forward Carmelo Anthony, power forward Kenyon Martin, and center Marcus Camby. Following a short warm-up, the game officially commenced. With the referee's whistle, the match began. In the jump ball, Nuggets center Marcus Camby, leveraging his reach and jumping ability, secured the ball before Varejao could make contact with the rim. Upon receiving the ball, Allen Iverson did not immediately initiate an offense. Instead, he dribbled to beyond the three-point line, testing Larry Hughes' defenses. Noticing Hughes remained unfazed, he executed his iconic prayer move, effortlessly shaking off Hughes' defense as he drove into the paint. Without hesitation, Iverson took a quick jump shot, scoring the first points for the Nuggets at 11 minutes and 46 seconds, putting them ahead 2-0. Seeing Iverson's fluid motion, Longsan felt a twinge of competitiveness. Before reaching the Cavaliers' half, he called for the ball from Larry Hughes. However, as he received it, Anthony Carter quickly closed in. Undeterred by the 188-meter defender, Longsan accelerated to the front court, intending to replicate Iverson's maneuver. Yet, Carter's persistent interference and occasional jabs irritated Longsan. Thus, he resolved to teach Carter a lesson. Without unnecessary theatrics, Longsan faced Carter directly and, in a display of confidence, executed a shot right in front of him. Swish. The ball cleanly went through the hoop, marking the score at 2-3 in favor of the Cavaliers. The highly insulting shot from Longsan left Anthony Carter somewhat embarrassed. However, Allen Iverson approached and gently patted his shoulder, alleviating his frustration. Turning to the game clock at 11 minutes and 11 seconds, the Denver Nuggets initiated their offensive play. Iverson, showing no regard for Larry Hughes, executed a crossover dribble to elude him and, right in front of Hughes, launched a three-pointer. Swish. The intensity between the two teams surged dramatically. The score stood at Nuggets 5, Cavaliers 3. At 10 minutes and 49 seconds, the Cavaliers commenced their offensive possession. Upon witnessing Vallejo preparing to inbound the basketball from the baseline, Longsan exchanged a knowing glance with Larry Hughes and swiftly positioned himself to receive the ball. Larry Hughes, perceptive as he was, turned away without hesitation once Longsan approached to claim the basketball. Anthony Carter, however, was oblivious to Longsan's sudden advance for the pass. By the time he realized what was transpiring, he found Longsan already in motion, launching an offensive play. Consequently, he dared not linger and closed in promptly. Clearly, he had yet to grasp the extent of Longsan's speed. Otherwise, he would not have exuded such misplaced confidence. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan accelerated, leaving Anthony Carter, who attempted to defend him, grasping at thin air. At the 10:43 mark, Longsan charged towards the logo at center court, denying the Denver players any opportunity to react. With a sudden stop and a leap, he launched the basketball into the air. Witnessing Longsan's move, even Barkley, seated in the studio, could not suppress his astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Huaxia Long is about to attempt another long-range three-pointer." Indeed, scarcely had he finished speaking, the basketball launched by Longsan had already pierced through the net and descended. Swish. The members of the Nuggets stood in bewilderment, their expressions blank as they processed the swiftly descending ball, which had already touched the ground before they could react. Kenyon Martin, positioned nearest to the basket, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He bent down to retrieve the basketball and stepped beyond the baseline to initiate play. Upon receiving the ball, Iverson's competitive spirit surged even more fervently than before. With a series of sharp dribbles, he charged towards the front court, exhibiting no intention of pausing. At 10 minutes and 25 seconds, he executed his signature praying gesture to shake off Larry Hughes, preparing to take a three-point shot. Fortunately, Longsan had anticipated this moment. He was well aware that Larry Hughes would struggle to defend against Iverson, so he had already positioned himself for assistance. Longsan seized the moment perfectly as Iverson deftly maneuvered past Larry Hughes, poised to take a three-point shot. In a sudden flash, Longsan appeared before him, obstructing his shooting space. Iverson, taken aback by Longsan's swift reaction, had not anticipated such a rapid approach. However, this only served to heighten his excitement, as fear was far from his mind. With 10 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock, Iverson tested Longsan several times. Yet he could not find a suitable moment to strike. Observing Longsan's towering height and long reach, he realized that his feints were futile. Ultimately, he resorted to his signature move, the wide-ranging Buddha prayer. After just a few exchanges, a flaw emerged in Longsan's defense. Seizing the opportunity without hesitation, Iverson drove into the lane. Although Longsan remained closely beside him, it had little effect. With several powerful strides toward the basket, Iverson executed a reverse layup in midair. skillfully evading Longsan's block and depositing the ball into the hoop. Swish. The ball sailed through the net, leveling the score at Nuggets 7, Cavaliers 6. Iverson's reverse layup was indeed a sight to behold, even leaving Longsan momentarily astonished. Rubbing his hands together, Longsan took possession of the basketball and initiated his own offensive play. With 9 minutes and 51 seconds remaining, as Longsan crossed the midcourt line, Iverson closed in, closely monitoring his every move. Upon observing Iverson's earnest demeanor, Longsan was filled with a sense of determination. However, he was acutely aware that his forte lay in three-point shooting rather than driving to the basket. Thus, he had no intention of aggressively attacking Iverson. After executing a few swift changes of pace, he brought the basketball to the three-point line but refrained from advancing any further. Iverson, likely having studied Longsan's style in advance, recognized that Longsan was poised to attempt a three-point shot. Consequently, he maintained close defensive pressure, denying Longsan any opportunity to release his shot. After several rounds of probing, Longsan finally discerned Iverson's intentions. Ultimately, Longsan grew somewhat impatient and decided to disregard the finer details. With a swift maneuver, Longsan leaned back, pushing Allen Iverson aside. Suddenly, he pivoted and unleashed a surprise shot, sending the basketball soaring through the air. Swish. By the time Iverson lunged to intercept, it was already too late. Longsan's basketball has already swished through the net. Wow. Huaxia Longsan has made another three-pointer. Barkley's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by Longsan's consecutive three-point shots. Indeed, Huaxia Long has commenced the match with 3 successful three-point attempts, one of which was an extraordinary long-range shot. This is simply astounding. Smith, in agreement with Barkley, chimed in, "Yes, indeed. This is truly remarkable." However, just as Barkley was about to continue his commentary, Smith abruptly interrupted him. "Oh, what just happened? It seems the Cavaliers have made another three-pointer, and the referee's whistle has sounded." Although Barkley was cut off, he did not express irritation. Instead, he became intrigued by the unfolding events. He remarked, I believe I heard that as well. Let's take a moment to review what transpired in that instant." On site, several referees gathered to repeatedly scrutinize the playback of the recent moments. Ultimately, the head referee, Kenny Fei-Yang, rendered a decision confirming that Longsan's three-pointer was valid. The scene rewinds to the moment when Longsan skillfully evaded Allen Iverson to sink the three-pointer. Longsan initially intended to retreat to defense after attempting a three-pointer. However, as he prepared to backtrack, he suddenly realized that the ball handler for the Nuggets was not Iverson, but rather Anthony Carter, who was advancing with the ball. Upon recognizing this situation, suddenly, a bold idea emerged in Longsan's mind. He decided to play the role of a cunning trickster and steal the basketball from Anthony Carter. Without hesitation, he feigned bending down to tie his shoelaces, successfully deceiving the other players of the Nuggets. As Anthony Carter approached with the ball, Longsan seized the moment and executed a swift maneuver, snatching the basketball away. Initially, Longsan intended to launch a fast break following his theft. However, before he could make a move, Anthony Carter quickly reacted, charging at him and grabbing his jersey. Carter's initial astonishment turned into fury upon seeing his basketball taken, prompting him to disregard everything else as he rushed to pull Longsan down by his shirt. Caught off guard, Longsan instinctively hurled the basketball towards the hoop. Although their actions transpired in mere seconds, the referee decisively blew his whistle. This led to the moment when the referee repeatedly reviewed the replay footage. Despite the ruling appearing to favor Longsan by validating his three-point shot, the home court advantage for the Nuggets meant the officials displayed a slight bias, ultimately deeming Carter's foul as merely a standard infraction. Consequently, Longsan was awarded a single free throw. Undeterred, Longsan adjusted his jersey and stepped up to the free throw line. With effortless precision, he sank the shot. Akin to the simplicity of eating or drinking, failure was inconceivable. As Longsan scored, the game stood at Nuggets 7, Cavaliers 13. This perhaps contributed to the Nuggets' overly simplistic offensive strategy, relying solely on individual prowess without any tactical execution. At 8 minutes and 21 seconds, Allen Iverson altered his previous approach, abandoning one-on-one confrontations with Longsan. He swiftly bypassed him, directing his focus on a solo play against Larry Hughes. In a matter of moments, Hughes found himself outmaneuvered as Iverson darted past him. Without hesitation, Iverson stepped into the paint and unleashed a clean jumper. Yet, inexplicably, despite appearing perfectly executed, the basketball spun around the rim and fell away without entering the net. Following this, LeBron James secured the rebound and opted not to pass, instead dribbling down the court. Longsan, keen on letting LeBron take charge, refrained from moving into position, nearly following Iverson. At 7 minutes and 49 seconds, LeBron faced off against his friend Carmelo Anthony. Their familiarity was palpable, as LeBron's probing attempts were deftly countered by Anthony. They engaged in several exchanges until, with time running low, LeBron seized a favorable shooting opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a turnaround jumper, and fortunately, his shooting touch was on point, swishing the ball through the net. Returning to the game at 7 minutes and 11 seconds, the Nuggets launched their offensive. As they reached the front court, Anthony, eager for the ball, backed into LeBron and called for it from Iverson. Without delay, Iverson delivered a high pass to Anthony. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony, instead of attempting to post up, pivoted to face LeBron. After a quick jab step, he noticed LeBron's immobility and, seizing the moment, accelerated past him on the left. LeBron, quick to respond, followed closely as Anthony penetrated the lane, weaving through defenders until he found himself beneath the basket. Initially aiming for a dunk, he reconsidered upon noticing the formidable presence of Varejao and Drew Gooden nearby, along with LeBron lurking behind, poised to capitalize on any misstep. Recognizing the peril, Anthony executed a deceptive fake, successfully misleading the Cavaliers' interior defense before passing to the center, Marcus Camby. Camby, upon receiving the ball, effortlessly dunked it into the hoop. The ensuing match unfolded as if prearranged, with the Cavaliers scoring 2 points on a layup, only for the Nuggets to respond with an inside basket of their own. The Cavaliers launched 3-point attempts, matched by the Nuggets, who retaliated with their own long-range shots. Even missed shots mirrored each other, as the Cavaliers' failed layup was countered by the Nuggets' own missed attempts. This pattern persisted until 1 minute and 11 seconds remained in the first quarter. At 1 minute and 10 seconds, the Nuggets initiated their offensive. Following a missed layup by the Cavaliers' Gibson, the newly substituted forward, Etwan Moore, successfully hit a jump shot, putting points on the board. Yet the situation only escalated. At 43 seconds, the Cavaliers' bench struggled, with Damon Jones delivering a perfect pass to an unguarded Wallace, who, astonishingly, failed to convert. As the clock ticked down to 21 seconds, the Nuggets embarked on their offensive. J.R. Smith suddenly halted, deceiving Gibson before launching a 3-point shot. Swish. The sudden sound of the basketball swishing through the net startled the Cavaliers players on the court. By the time they turned around, they found J.R. Smith still holding the shooting pose, his hands suspended midair. This moment dampened their confidence, resulting in a continuation of their struggles, as they faltered with another missed shot in the ensuing possession. Fortunately, they managed to consume the entirety of the shot clock, denying the Nuggets any opportunity for a counterattack. As the first quarter concluded, the Cavaliers held a slender lead of 37-32 over the Nuggets as they transitioned into the second quarter. As the second quarter commenced, both teams' bench players engaged in a contest lasting over 3 minutes. Despite the Cavaliers' reserves lacking the upper hand, they did not disappoint head coach Mike Brown, maintaining the momentum of their lead and preventing the Nuggets bench from equalizing the score. At 8 minutes and 44 seconds, the Cavaliers still held a narrow advantage of 43-42 when Coach Brown called for a timeout and made substitutions. Upon resuming play, the Nuggets initiated their offense, with Iverson advancing the ball into the front court, once again encountering the tenacious defense of Long 3. After analyzing the first quarter of the game, Longsan devised a strategy to defend against Iverson. In Longsan's perspective, Iverson, standing at merely 183 centimeters, was at a disadvantage in terms of height and wingspan, which Longsan possessed to a greater extent. Moreover, he believed that his speed was on par with Iverson's. His only shortcoming lay in slightly slower defensive reactions. Consequently, Longsan concluded that by exploiting the spatial distance between them, he could create sufficient reaction time to effectively guard Iverson. As Iverson advanced with the ball, Longsan positioned himself closely, yet not too near, ensuring he maintained enough space for his response. At 8 minutes and 32 seconds, Iverson attempted several breakthroughs against Longsan's defense, all of which were successfully thwarted. After these probing attempts, Iverson discerned Longsan's defensive strategy. Therefore, he decided to turn the tables with a sudden attack, feigning a drive to draw Longsan's attention before unexpectedly launching a shot. Although Longsan was momentarily shaken, it did not hinder his ability to disrupt the opponent's shot in time. Bang! Indeed, Longsan's height, wingspan, vertical leap, and speed were evident. Even though he was momentarily deceived, he still managed to interfere with the shot, making the subsequent miss a rather unsurprising outcome. After Iverson's unsuccessful attempt, The rebound was secured by Drew Gooden. Larry Hughes promptly moved in to receive the ball, successfully protecting it from Gooden's grasp. At 8 minutes and 16 seconds, LeBron, utilizing a screen, received a pass from Larry Hughes. Without hesitation, LeBron seized the opportunity before Carmelo Anthony could close in, launching a long two-pointer. Swish. Fortunately, this shot found its mark. It must be noted that despite LeBron's long two-point shooting during this period being less than stellar, if one dares to allow him an open shot, he can certainly punish them. At 7 minutes and 55 seconds, the Nuggets initiated their offensive play. Iverson tested Longsan several times, but, finding no favorable opportunities, passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony maintained a triple threat stance. This time, LeBron momentarily lost focus, allowing Anthony to seize the opportunity. At 7 minutes and 48 seconds, taking advantage of LeBron's distraction, Anthony launched a three-pointer. Swish. As expected, the basketball swished through the net. With this successful three-pointer by Anthony, the score was tied for the first time at 45-45. Turning back to the Cavaliers' offensive possession. At 7 minutes and 28 seconds, Longsan received the ball from Larry Hughes, denying Iverson any chance to defend. Suddenly, with a quick stop to fake Iverson, he swiftly released the basketball. Swish. Although Iverson made every effort to defend, his height posed a challenge. There was no way he could interfere with Longsan's shot after being faked out. Thus, he could only watch as Longsan's shot confidently found its way through the hoop. Returning to the Nuggets' offensive possession, Carmelo Anthony, aptly dubbed the offensive kaleidoscope, showcased his prowess. At 7 minutes and 4 seconds, as time was winding down, he received a pass from Iverson. Without delay, he prepared for the shot and, under LeBron's defense, executed a leaning jump shot that successfully converted the two-pointer from Iverson's assist. In the ensuing possessions, the offensive exchanges became a showcase of the Cavaliers' teamwork contrasted with Anthony's individual brilliance. At 6 minutes and 43 seconds, Longsan delivered a brilliant assist to Drew Gooden, who executed an effortless alley-oop dunk. Conversely, at 6 minutes and 18 seconds, during the Nuggets' offensive possession, Anthony responded with a back-down and turnaround jump shot that found its mark. At 5 minutes and 52 seconds, the Cavaliers returned on offense, with LeBron showcasing his power moves, driving through multiple defenders for a thunderous dunk. Turning back to the Nuggets at 5 minutes and 27 seconds, Anthony, using a screen from Kenyon Martin, effortlessly drained a pull-up jumper. At 4 minutes and 58 seconds, the Cavaliers initiated their offensive play. Swish. Longsan's long-range three-pointer pierced through the Nuggets' defense, achieving yet another swish. Turning back to the game, at 4 minutes and 31 seconds, Carmelo Anthony was equally undeterred, capitalizing on the Cavaliers' defensive lapse to sink a pull-up three-pointer. Fortunately for the Cavaliers, they had multiple players capable of maintaining the offensive momentum, showing no concern for a Nuggets counterattack. At 4 minutes and 01 seconds, LeBron James executed a penetrating pass, delivering the ball to Varejao beneath the basket. Upon receiving the pass, Varejao leapt slightly and completed a powerful dunk. With 3 minutes and 57 seconds left, the score stood at Nuggets 54, Cavaliers 57. However, Carmelo Anthony, who had previously scored 9 consecutive points, seemed fatigued. On this occasion, his drive against the Cavaliers' defense resulted in a reverse layup that surprisingly missed the rim entirely. This unexpected turn of events caught the players from both teams off guard. Thankfully, Drew Gooden from the Cavaliers was quick to seize the rebound. Upon witnessing the situation, Longsan initially intended to step forward and receive the pass. However, LeBron anticipated his move and swiftly intercepted the basketball. With 3 minutes and 31 seconds remaining, LeBron executed a drive before distributing the ball to Larry Hughes on the left flank. Without hesitation, Hughes launched a shot. Thud. Despite his decisive action, Hughes exerted a tad too much force, causing the basketball to ricochet off the rim and out of bounds. Following the inbounds pass, the Nuggets aimed for a fast break, but Anthony Carter's errant pass went out of bounds as well. At 2 minutes and 45 seconds, the Cavaliers initiated their play, with Longsan advancing the ball. Upon reaching the front court and noticing LeBron calling for the ball, Longsan promptly delivered the pass. After receiving the ball, LeBron signaled for Longsan to set a screen. After evading Carmelo Anthony, LeBron charged towards the basket, challenging Marcus Camby. Smack. Camby swatted down on LeBron's hand, thwarting his attempt at a layup. Beep. It was evident that the referee would blow the whistle on that play. Consequently, LeBron found himself at the free throw line. Thud. The first attempt clanged off the rim. Smack. Smack. For the second attempt, LeBron adjusted his stance before releasing the ball. Swish. Thankfully, his adjustments proved effective this time. At 2 minutes and 11 seconds, the Nuggets commenced their offensive possession. Iverson, faking a shot, passed the ball to Camby beneath the basket. Camby executed a delicate hook shot, successfully scoring. In the subsequent 2 possessions, both teams concluded their offensive efforts with misses. With 21 seconds remaining, the Nuggets initiated their final attack. The ball was exchanged multiple times between Iverson and Carmelo Anthony. As time drained away, Anthony launched a shot over LeBron's defense. Beep. Swish. Carmelo Anthony's buzzer beater tied the game once more at 58-58, concluding the first half in a stalemate. During halftime, the tie reflected a lack of visible emotion or thoughts among players and coaches from both the Cavaliers and the Nuggets. Focusing first on the Cavaliers. Despite the tie in the second quarter, the players, particularly Longsan and LeBron, felt a sense of contentment given the circumstances of consecutive away games. They had exerted merely 5 to 6/10 of their potential, thus they found satisfaction in the outcome thus far. Therefore, they believed it prudent to maintain a relaxed mindset. In contrast, the Nuggets were devoid of any concerns. They had just executed a formidable comeback in the latter part of the second quarter, leveling the score. This presented an opportune moment for the Nuggets, who were brimming with confidence, to indulge in a bit of swagger. For instance, analysts Barkley and Smith, after scrutinizing the latter half of the second quarter, opined that the Nuggets were likely to end the Cavaliers' winning streak and secure victory. They cited the fatigue of the Cavaliers players from consecutive away games, which had seemingly diminished their focus and shooting accuracy compared to the Nuggets. Smith, would you be interested in placing a wager with me? After analyzing the conditions of both teams, the cunning Barkley shifted the conversation towards his partner, Smith. Oh, Barkley. What kind of bet are you proposing? Although Smith was uncertain of Barkley's intentions, he approached the situation with caution. Oh, my friend. What do you think about wagering on the outcome of this match? I bet on the Nuggets winning, and you take the Cavaliers? Barkley articulated his proposal with a mischievous tone. Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong, but do you really think I would agree to that? Smith retorted, casting a glance at Barkley, clearly expressing his stance. Well then, I suppose that's settled. Although Barkley was thick-skinned, he recognized the improbability of his proposition succeeding and opted not to press the matter further. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. The Cavaliers initiated the offense, with Longsan inbounding the ball to LeBron before stepping aside. At 11 minutes and 46 seconds, LeBron advanced past the three-point line, intending to drive to the basket. However, as he moved, he noticed Longsan had found a clear position. Thus, he cleverly executed a feigned drive, deceiving the Nuggets defenders, and performed a behind-the-back pass to Longsan stationed at the baseline. Upon receiving the basketball, Longsan experienced a momentary shock. However, after a brief adjustment, he launched the ball towards the basket. Swish. Initially, the Nuggets defenders were caught off guard, deceived by the veteran James's movements. By the time they comprehended the situation, Longsan's shot had already found its mark, sailing through the net with precision. Even Allen Iverson, who had been closely guarding Longsan, was slow to react. It was only after Longsan had received the ball that he began to take action. Yet, by the time he finally reacted and attempted to interfere with Longsan's shot, it was far too late. After all, Longsan's release speed and shot elevation were unparalleled. Moreover, given Iverson's height, no matter how hard he tried, it was inevitably a futile endeavor. Turning to the Nuggets' offensive possession, a confident Kenyon Martin had learned a lesson. With 11 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock, after receiving a pass from Iverson and maneuvering past Drew Gooden's defense, he found himself confronted by James's impending defense. In that moment, he allowed himself to be completely reckless, clearly fueled by an overconfidence that prompted him to attempt to dunk over James. The outcome was predictable. It was remarkable that he wasn't swatted away by James. With a resounding slap, James made it abundantly clear to Martin that while confidence is admirable, arrogance must reckon with the reality of rejection. After being denied by James, the basketball was seized by Longsan. With 10 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, James received the ball passed by Longsan, and, upon glancing at the recently humbled Kenyon Martin, a cunning plan formed in his mind. Once he clarified the strategy in his thoughts, James wasted no time in executing it. He gestured to his teammates, urging them to create space as he prepared to take on Martin one-on-one. As Longsan and his teammates noticed LeBron's signal, they wasted no time in creating space for him. At 10 minutes and 33 seconds, seeing the opportune moment, LeBron also acted without hesitation. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged past Kenyon Martin into the paint. Once Kenyon Martin was pushed down to the basket, LeBron retreated a few steps. Just as Kenyon Martin was still bewildered, LeBron accelerated again. In an instant, Kenyon Martin felt a shadow bearing down upon him. Boom. The next moment, he realized he was firmly on LeBron's shoulders, being dunked over. "Oh my heavens! What have I just witnessed?" Barkley exclaimed, eyes wide, clutching his head as he spoke incoherently. Smith beside him mirrored his exaggerated expression. On the court, after successfully dunking over Kenyon Martin, LeBron was visibly thrilled, performing his signature celebration and roaring at the spectators to unleash his emotions. Perhaps the sheer shock of LeBron's dunk left the Nuggets players momentarily dazed. Observing this, Nuggets head coach George Karl acted swiftly, calling a timeout to restore his players' momentum and confidence while interrupting the Cavaliers' offensive rhythm. After all, the Cavaliers had opened the third quarter with a 5-0 run, narrowing the score to 58-63. Upon returning from the timeout, the Nuggets had their offensive possession. Iverson brought the ball up the court. Due to the previous timeout, Coach Karl had devised a strategy emphasizing shooting efficiency, so Iverson was particularly cautious, refraining from rushing his shot. At 10 minutes and 10 seconds, Iverson signaled for Carmelo Anthony to come forward for a screen. Originally, LeBron was guarding Carmelo Anthony, but to set the screen, Carmelo had already executed a pick with Anthony Carter, allowing LeBron to switch defenders. Consequently, if Iverson successfully executed the screen with Carmelo, he would find himself guarded by Larry Hughes, whom he had previously outmaneuvered multiple times. Thus, as Carmelo Anthony approached, Longsan swiftly retreated behind him. Indeed, as Iverson advanced with the ball, he failed to notice Longsan's movement. It was only after he circled around Carmelo Anthony's right side that he realized Longsan was still in front of him. It was at this moment that he understood their screen was unsuccessful. However, Iverson soon spotted a defensive vulnerability in the Cavaliers' setup. He noticed that Larry Hughes was unable to fully contest Carmelo Anthony's shooting space. Consequently, he decided to exploit this by passing the ball back to Carmelo. After receiving the ball, Carmelo executed a quick jab step and launched a three-pointer. Swish. Just as Iverson anticipated, Larry Hughes struggled to limit Carmelo Anthony's shooting opportunity, allowing him to score effortlessly. Turning back to the game at 9 minutes and 53 seconds, the Cavaliers were on the offensive again. LeBron faced Kenyon Martin's defense once more. But this time Kenyon hesitated, fearful of being dunked on again by LeBron's ferocity. Thus, his defense became tentative, lacking the decisiveness he previously exhibited. The result was predictable. LeBron faked him out with a few dribbles and drove into the paint for another thunderous dunk. Boom. Accompanied by the resounding noise of the rim, LeBron scored another 2 points. The game continued, with both teams missing shots before the Nuggets' offensive possession at 8 minutes and 01 seconds. Iverson, with the help of Kenyon Martin's screen, sank a three-pointer from the right side. At 7 minutes and 33 seconds, LeBron made a floater over Marcus Camby for another 2 points. Moments later, at 7 minutes and 01 seconds, Iverson struck again, this time from the left side, hitting another three-pointer. Iverson's consecutive three-pointers irked Longsan, who silently thought to himself, "Ha, it's just a three-pointer. Let's see who blinks first." Thus, at 6 minutes and 48 seconds, Longsan decided to take action. After securing the ball from Larry Hughes, he didn't even glance at Iverson. Instead, he confidently launched a three-pointer over Iverson's head. Swish. Under Iverson's astonished gaze, Longsan executed this audacious shot with precision. This three-pointer ignited Iverson's competitive spirit, prompting him to respond on the next possession. At 6 minutes and 17 seconds, Iverson advanced to the three-point line, foregoing any screens or unnecessary movements. He executed a few quick dribbles and, facing Longsan, unleashed a three-pointer. Bang! Although Longsan did not block Iverson's shot, he forced him to adjust his shooting height, leaving Iverson unable to find his rhythm. Ultimately, he missed the shot. The rebound was snatched by Varejao, who immediately passed it to LeBron. At 5 minutes and 44 seconds, Longsan requested the ball from LeBron. This time, he took his time, dribbling around the court. As the shot clock wound down, he suddenly retreated to the logo and, with a sudden flick of his wrist, launched the ball. His unexpected movement caught Iverson off guard. Swish. The ball soared straight into the basket. Perhaps spurred by Longsan's audacity, Iverson, undeterred, sought to shoot another three-pointer at 5 minutes and 23 seconds. Ignoring Kenyon Martin's position inside, he attempted a shot over Longsan's defense. Bang! Despite his determination, Iverson was still adjusting to the shooting style, leading to another missed opportunity. However, this time, The rebound was tipped by Marcus Camby and fell into Kenyon Martin's hands. Without hesitation, Kenyon swiftly turned and executed a jump shot, sending the ball soaring once more. Bang! Bang! Swish! The basketball launched by Kenyon Martin seemed to mock them. It bounced on the rim several times, leaving Varejao and Marcus Camby utterly bewildered. Eventually, amid their bewildered glances, it fell through the hoop. With 4 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, the score stood at Nuggets 69, Cavaliers 73. The Cavaliers then initiated their offensive play. At 4 minutes and 25 seconds, Long 3 once again scored a three-pointer over Iverson. Yet, Iverson remained undeterred. At 3 minutes and 57 seconds, he disregarded Marcus Camby's call for the ball in the paint and stubbornly attempted another three-pointer over Long 3. Wham! This time, Long 3 seized the opportunity and delivered a resounding rejection, sending the basketball flying out of bounds. However, due to the time constraints, the Nuggets had little time left for their offensive play, with only 2 seconds remaining, necessitating an immediate shot. At 3 minutes and 55 seconds, Marcus Camby passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony. Upon receiving the pass, Carmelo made no unnecessary movements. He executed a turnaround jumper against LeBron's defense and released the ball. Swish! Carmelo Anthony delivered as expected, scoring 2 points. Yet, Long 3 did not allow them much time to revel in their moment of joy. At 3 minutes and 31 seconds, he advanced the ball into the frontcourt. Longsan did not continue his descent. Instead, he launched the basketball from the vicinity of the center court. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the crowd, his extraordinary long-range three-pointer swished through the net. Swish! Upon witnessing Longsan's remarkable shot, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown immediately called for a timeout to substitute players. In response to Brown's decision, Nuggets head coach George Karl did not hesitate to make substitutions for his starting lineup as well. With just 3.5 minutes remaining, both teams' rotating lineups entered a phase of missed opportunities. Bang! Bang! After several possessions, neither team managed to score. As the third quarter concluded, both rotations had barely managed to net 2 or 3 points. The final score at the end of the third quarter stood at 75-81, with the Cavaliers holding a narrow 6-point lead over the Nuggets. This marked the first instance this season where the Cavaliers found themselves in such a precarious position. Consequently, the familiar fans of the Cavaliers began to feel a surge of anxiety, their emotions a tumultuous mix. On one hand, they feared a potential loss for their team. On the other, in light of the match's thrilling nature, they hoped for a tense contest, wishing to prolong the suspense of the game. It was precisely this tension that preserved the electric atmosphere, unlike the earlier matches where the Cavaliers had lost their fervor prematurely. Beep. After a brief intermission, the final quarter commenced with the referee's whistle. Right from the start, both coaches displayed a remarkable synchronicity in their choice of strategy, favoring a cautious approach. Fearing that the game might spiral into a nail-biter, they opted to allow the bench players to take the court initially, granting the starters some much-needed rest. With 8 minutes and 43 seconds remaining, the benches had been on the floor for 3 minutes and 17 seconds. In terms of offense, the Cavaliers substitutes found themselves thoroughly suppressed by the Nuggets. Over the span of 3 minutes, the Nuggets outscored the Cavaliers 12-4, not only erasing the previous point differential but also surpassing the Cavaliers for the first time in the game. Upon witnessing the shift in the score, Coach Mike Brown could hardly contain himself and promptly called for a timeout to make substitutions. As Longsan and his team took to the court, the score stood at Nuggets 87, Cavaliers 85. The Cavaliers fielded their starting lineup, and naturally, the Nuggets would not fall behind. Simultaneously, they introduced their starting roster led by Iverson, poised to face the Cavaliers in a fierce contest. The game commenced with the Cavaliers initiating their first offensive play. At the 8:27 mark, Longsan received a pass from Larry Hughes at the right side of the three-point line. Longsan first executed an inward cut to test Iverson's reaction. To his surprise, he discovered that Iverson was indifferent to his drive into the paint for a score. Rather, he remained fixated on guarding Longsan's perimeter three-pointer. Consequently, Longsan paid no heed to Iverson's intentions. Seizing the opportunity, he surged into the lane and effortlessly executed a bank shot, leveling the score between the two teams. It appeared that none of the Nuggets players were concerned about Longsan's successful penetration into the paint. After he scored with the bank shot, they exhibited no signs of frustration. Without any hesitation, they swiftly retrieved the basketball from the ground and initiated their offensive play. At the 7:55 mark, Iverson advanced the ball into the frontcourt, opting not to confront Longsan directly. Instead, he utilized a screen from Anthony Carter to shed Longsan's close defense. Following this, he performed several intricate moves over Larry Hughes before releasing the basketball. Thud. Perhaps due to an extended period of inactivity, Iverson's shot was evidently overpowered. As the ball ricocheted off the rim and directly bounced back. Bang. Long, with his keen reflexes, swiftly seized the basketball from Anthony Carter. Upon securing the ball, he immediately sought to initiate a fast break. However, his passing lacked precision, resulting in a slight miscommunication with LeBron. Consequently, LeBron was unable to generate sufficient power during his layup, causing the basketball to ricochet off the rim. With 7 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, the Denver Nuggets commenced their offensive possession. Anthony Carter executed a brilliant pass, delivering the ball to the unguarded Kenyon Martin. In a fluid motion, Kenyon Martin, confronted with an open basket, decisively launched the ball through the hoop, restoring the Nuggets' lead over the Cavaliers by 2 points. In the ensuing possessions, both the Cavaliers and the Nuggets struggled to score, resulting in a stalemate. As the clock dwindled to 3 minutes and 23 seconds, the stage was set for the decisive moments of the contest. Longsan dribbled the ball, closely guarded by Iverson, who denied him any opportunity to attempt a three-point shot. Meanwhile, Anthony Carter remained vigilant nearby, poised to assist in the double team against Longsan at any moment. At this moment, Longsan was not in particularly good spirits, and thus he did not take offense. Just as Anthony Carter shifted his focus onto Longsan, Longsan set his sights on him as well. Longsan first made a slight change in speed to momentarily evade Iverson, then deliberately paused with the ball. Indeed, this baiting tactic led Anthony Carter to abandon Larry Hughes, rushing forward to assist Iverson in double-teaming him. As soon as Anthony Carter fell into the trap, believing that pressuring Longsan would induce a mistake, Longsan suddenly sprang into action. Snap! Longsan executed a perfectly timed bounce pass, sending the basketball soaring through the legs of Anthony Carter. Thud! Larry Hughes, witnessing Anthony Carter's attempt to double-team Longsan, momentarily froze. However, he did not remain passive. He was eager to receive the ball. Observing Longsan's signal, he sprinted towards the paint. In the next instant, as he approached the free throw line, Longsan's precise pass landed seamlessly in his hands. Without a moment's hesitation after receiving the ball, Larry Hughes bent his knees and elevated his wrist in one fluid motion. Swish. Longsan's passing was impeccable, and Larry Hughes made astute shot selections. Thus, the basketball he released inevitably found its way cleanly through the net. With Larry Hughes's precise two-pointer, the score reached a deadlock at 89, with just 2 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the game. At 2 minutes and 33 seconds, the Denver Nuggets initiated their offensive play. Iverson executed a pull-up jumper, bringing the score to 91-89. Turning back to 2 minutes and 7 seconds, LeBron James of the Cavaliers refused to be outdone. He charged into the paint, overpowering Kenyon Martin with a thunderous dunk, leveling the score once again at 91. In the following possession for the Nuggets, Carmelo Anthony added to the fire with a turnaround jumper, re-establishing the lead for Denver. With 1 minute and 22 seconds on the clock, Longsan advanced the ball and suddenly spotted Varejao under the rim, presenting an opportunity for an alley-oop. Without hesitation, he delivered a pinpoint pass right over Varejao's head, allowing him to execute a spectacular alley-oop dunk, once again tying the game at 93. Following Varejao's emphatic dunk, only a minute remained in the match, and the tension among the spectators began to mount. At 44 seconds, after Iverson's initial attempt to penetrate failed, he passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony. Anthony, with little time to spare, launched a shot over LeBron merely 2 seconds later. Thud. The basketball clanged off the rim. A fortunate turn of events for the Cavaliers. However, before Longsan and his teammates could celebrate, they noticed Marcus Camby snatching the rebound. This rebound was crucial for the Nuggets. After securing the ball, Camby swiftly handed it to Iverson. Iverson, holding the ball, did not rush to attack, as they still had ample time to reset their offense. At 27 seconds, with only a few seconds left to shoot, Iverson utilized a screen from Anthony Carter to drive into the lane. Swish. Once inside, Iverson executed a reverse layup, scoring and pushing the Nuggets ahead 95-93 with just 22 seconds remaining. With 22 seconds left, the Cavaliers had just enough time for one final offensive play. From the sidelines, Coach Mike Brown observed the unwavering confidence on LeBron's and Longsan's faces, prompting him not to call a timeout. During the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Longsan signaled to LeBron, indicating his intent to take charge. LeBron, fully aware of the situation, recognized that it was indeed fitting for Longsan to take the final shot, given that he was the most accurate three-point shooter on the team. Thus, he said nothing further, and began to circle away from the defender. With the ball in hand, Longsan did not rush his offense. His plan was to wait until the final moments before taking his shot, aiming for an authentic game winner against the Nuggets. The Nuggets players, witnessing Longsan's demeanor, surmised that he would be the one to execute the last shot, though they remained uncertain of how he would choose to release the basketball. With just 2 seconds left, Longsan suddenly accelerated, drawing Iverson in. As Iverson moved forward, Longsan abruptly pulled back and released the ball. Beep. As Longsan released the basketball, the red light on the backboard illuminated prematurely. In a breathtaking instant, the ball soared through the air and, amidst the gaze of thousands in attendance, gracefully swished through the net. What an extraordinary moment. The Huaxia Dragons' last-second three-pointer annihilated the Nuggets, securing victory in this thrilling contest. Back at the arena, as Longsan's three-point shot landed, players from the Cavaliers surged forward, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. Meanwhile, the Nuggets players, filled with reluctance, glanced at the large screen to confirm the legitimacy of Longsan's shot. Disheartened, they departed the court, save for Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony, who approached after a brief celebration to offer their heartfelt congratulations to LeBron and Longsan. "Buddy, you were phenomenal. Keep it up," Iverson whispered encouragingly into Longsan's ear. "Thank you for the praise. I shall strive diligently," Longsan replied, filled with determination. Longsan did not elaborate much, merely providing a succinct response after Iverson and Carmelo Anthony had departed. Longsan and Old John were once again interviewed on-site by ESPN reporter Davis Lena. "LeBron Long, first and foremost, congratulations on your victory in this match." Upon hearing Davis Lena's words, Old John, with a radiant smile showcasing his pearly whites, responded, "Thank you." Longsan originally intended to respond, but upon observing the somewhat mischievous demeanor of Old John as he spoke, he momentarily lost his train of thought. It was evident that Davis Lena had no intention of merely congratulating Longsan and the others. As soon as Old John finished his remarks, he eagerly interjected with another inquiry. "LeBron, are you satisfied with the Cavaliers' performance today? We are all aware that in previous games, the Cavaliers often witnessed their opponents capitulating shortly after the third quarter concluded. However, in today's match, I noticed that by the end of the third quarter, the Cavaliers only held a 6-point lead over the Nuggets. Moreover, when you and Long took to the court in the fourth quarter, the Cavaliers were trailing the Nuggets by 2 points. How do you interpret this?" Upon hearing Davis Lena's question, Longsan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Indeed, the discerning eye of a journalist is sharp, and their words are incisive. None are easy to deal with. However, he found himself quite intrigued by Old John's response. Unable to resist turning his gaze towards him, Old John appeared unfazed by Davis Lena's inquiry. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he pondered for a moment before finally articulating, "Indeed, the Nuggets are quite formidable today, and we did not perform to our best. Thus, I suppose this is how the game has unfolded." Longsan regarded Old John's response with a hint of disdain, feeling it was as good as saying nothing at all. Yet, he betrayed no emotion. For reason dictated that Old John's statement held truth. As anticipated, Davis Lena was also somewhat dissatisfied with Old John's reply. Consequently, she shifted her focus to Longsan, inquiring, "Long, are you pleased with your performance in today's match?" Longsan was momentarily taken aback by her question, but quickly regained his composure and replied, "Yes, I am satisfied. What is your perspective?" Upon hearing her words, Longsan pondered, "Is it truly the case?" Shortly thereafter, he listened as Davis Lena began to speak. "What are your thoughts on your counterpart, Allen Iverson?" Longsan did not anticipate being caught off guard once more. "Indeed, Iverson is formidable. I hold him in great esteem and have a deep admiration for him." Longsan, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, is indeed a refined youth, capable of addressing such inquiries with ease. However, noticing that Davis Lena was not about to let him off the hook, Longsan hastily rose to his feet, bucket in hand, and made his escape. He had no desire to engage further in their verbal sparring. "My apologies, Miss Lena, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave for today." He uttered these insincere words and promptly fled, leaving Old James to contend with her alone. In terms of game statistics, Longsan played for 36 minutes and 17 seconds, achieving an impressive shooting record of 13 out of 17 attempts, including 10 out of 11 from beyond the arc, and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line. He amassed a remarkable total of 38 points, along with 4 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Old James, on the other hand, played for 38 minutes and 15 seconds, with a shooting record of 11 out of 18 and 4 out of 5 from the free throw line, culminating in 26 points, 10 rebounds, 9 assists, and nearly achieving a triple-double. For the Nuggets, Iverson played for 36 minutes and 12 seconds, making 13 out of 22 shots, 2 out of 6 from three-point range, and 2 out of 2 from the free throw line, scoring the highest on his team with 30 points, alongside 5 assists and 1 steal. One of the Nuggets' backcourt stars, Carmelo Anthony, participated for 37 minutes and 23 seconds, shooting 12 out of 19, 3 out of 5 from three-point territory, and 1 out of 1 from the charity stripe, contributing 28 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists to his team's efforts. Following their victory over the Nuggets, the Cavaliers extended their winning streak to an impressive 8 games. This match marked the conclusion of the Cavaliers' consecutive 6-game road trip. Longsan returned to the lounge and noticed that Larry Hughes and the others had already begun packing their belongings. Unable to restrain himself, he approached Larry and playfully patted him on the shoulder, inquiring, "Hey, buddy, why are you so busy?" Larry, unfazed by Longsan's gesture, straightened his back before responding. "Boss Long, are you not aware? What should I know? The chief mentioned that we are heading back to Cleveland tonight." "Goodness. No wonder everyone seems so occupied. By the way, when did the chief say that?" "I didn't hear anything, Boss Long. He announced it while you were being interviewed. You were not present." "Oh no. What are you talking about?" "Well, if you wish to know, you ought to study Mandarin diligently. The depth and richness of the Chinese language cannot be easily explained in English." Boss Long, I suspect you may be driving without a license. However, I have no proof." "All right, enough of the chatter. I'm off to pack my things. If you want to know more, just learn a bit more Mandarin." With that, Longsan disregarded Larry's response and turned to return to his own spot. As Longsan began to pack his belongings, Lao Zhan sauntered in, humming a tune. Upon witnessing Longsan and the others busily gathering their luggage, he initially suspected he was imagining things. After rubbing his eyes to confirm the reality before him, he approached Longsan and inquired, "My friend, what is happening? Why are you all starting to pack? Are we not celebrating anymore?" Longsan expressed his exasperation towards the elder, saying, "Old man, the boss mentioned that we shall return to Cleveland tonight. As for your suggestion to celebrate, I am at a loss." "All right, I comprehend. Wait a minute. When was this communicated? How come I was unaware?" "Goodness, your reaction is rather sluggish, old man." Longsan spent half the day articulating Larry Hughes' words, reiterating them to old James. Naturally, Longsan also took the opportunity to subtly introduce some personal insights, gradually encouraging old James to learn Chinese. That night, they returned to Cleveland at around midnight, and upon reaching home, Longsan fell into a deep slumber shortly after 1 a.m. On November 14th, the day following the Cavaliers' return to Cleveland, Coach Mike Brown granted the players a morning off due to their recent string of away games. However, Longsan did not squander his time. By 8 a.m., he had already arrived at the arena to commence his training. In the previous match against the Nuggets, he had genuinely realized that his stamina posed a significant issue, which is why he felt no inclination to remain in bed resting that day. At 1:30 p.m., after finishing his meal, Longsan returned to find old James already engaged in training on the court. "Hey, you're up early, old man," he exclaimed. "Buddy, aren't you the one who arrived before me?" Old James replied, "What? How do you know I got here earlier?" Longsan chuckled. "I asked the doorman." "All right then." "Hey, LeBron, Long, you're both early." Old James greeted them. "Morning, coach," they replied in unison. "By the way, LeBron, didn't you mention earlier that Long advised us to be cautious of the Magic? Since we have some time now, why don't we take a moment to strategize?" Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's suggestion, old James did not hesitate. After giving Longsan a friendly pat, he replied with enthusiasm, "Sounds good, coach. Let us do it." "All right then, I'll be waiting for you in the office," Mike Brown concluded, striding away. As Longsan and Mike Brown walked some distance away, Longsan, with a perplexed expression, turned to LeBron and inquired, "Old man, shall we go? What are you waiting for?" At that moment, LeBron revealed a mischievous smile and responded, "Buddy, why the rush? Can't you see our teammates haven't arrived yet?" Longsan retorted, "Does it even matter whether our teammates are here or not?" LeBron replied, "Buddy, do you think we can strategize without them?" Longsan countered, "Well, what is the harm in that?" LeBron continued, "So, do you think the coach is foolish?" Longsan, confused, asked, "Old man, what do you mean by that?" LeBron remarked, "You are still too young to grasp it. The head coach wants us to wait and head over together, not to go over immediately." Longsan conceded, "All right then." At 2:30 in the afternoon, all the players of the Cavaliers had gathered. It was then that LeBron led them to the office of head coach Mike Brown. Upon seeing LeBron had brought the entire team, Coach Brown said little. He merely patted LeBron on the shoulder and gestured for everyone to take a seat. He finally spoke. "Gentlemen, I called you here for no particularly significant reason. Today, we will engage in one activity, watching game footage of the Magic. As for why, I believe you can deduce it for yourselves. Frankly, we need not place such emphasis on the Magic. However, Long's words reminded me that their style of play counters our Cavaliers. After reviewing their game footage, I have indeed observed this. Therefore, I wanted you all to view the Magic's games today. On one hand, I hope you will familiarize yourselves with their tactics. On the other hand, I am aware that the consecutive away games have left you fatigued, so I wish for you to relax a bit as well." Longsan had some knowledge about the Magic. This season, they had acquired Rashard Lewis in free agency, significantly enhancing their strength and propelling them from the bottom ranks of the league to a formidable Eastern Conference team. Ultimately, they secured a third-place finish in the East, qualifying for the playoffs. However, they did not advance far, as they were swept by the Pistons in the second round. If one were to ask why Longsan remembered this so vividly, it was due to the presence of Dwight Howard, who was then heralded as the league's premier center. Ironically, every time the so-called best center faced off against the Western Conference's top center, Yao Ming, he would be thoroughly outmatched. Of course, such matters were not Longsan's current concern. From the game footage of previous matches, it was evident that although the Magic's lineup required further cohesion, their recent performances indicated that they had nearly perfected their team dynamics. The Magic's interior strength was formidable, and our front court could potentially be overwhelmed in a matchup against them. Longsan had known about this matter from the very beginning. Yet he chose to wait until he had watched all the game footage before whispering in Old John's ear in a tone only they could hear. After reviewing the Magic's game recordings, Old John finally grasped why Longsan asserted that the Magic had the Cavaliers' number. Hearing Longsan reiterate this, he found himself in full agreement. Indeed, the inside combination of Howard and Korver is undeniably formidable. However, we still have you, don't we? At that moment, you can simply step up and sink three-pointers to vanquish them. Upon hearing LeBron's words, Longsan was left utterly speechless and merely rolled his eyes at him. He chose not to speak further, awaiting the head coach Mike Brown to take the floor. After a while of silence, Mike Brown finally broke the stillness. Addressing the team, "Gentlemen, I trust you have all reviewed the game footage and formed your own opinions." For an extended period, Mike Brown meticulously analyzed the Magic's lineup and the offensive issues he observed within their play. However, he refrained from discussing the Cavaliers' strategy for the following day. "All right. That will be all for today. Make sure to rest well. We shall reconvene in the training room at 8 tomorrow morning." With that, Mike Brown paid no heed to Longsan's bewildered expression and began to gather his belongings and depart. At this juncture, Longsan found himself quite perplexed. Resigned, he shifted his gaze back to LeBron. "Old man, what does the coach mean by this? Why did he leave without saying anything?" LeBron, noticing Longsan's puzzled demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. "Buddy, have you ever seen a coach reveal the team's tactical arrangements a day in advance? And as for the coach's departure, isn't it mealtime? Or do you not care about eating? Or perhaps you are ready to sit here and enjoy the wind? All right, old man, why are you not surprised? It seems you were already aware of today's plans. Hey, buddy, don't spread falsehoods. I know nothing." Seeing the intense look in Longsan's eyes, LeBron could no longer bear it and quickly responded, all right. I concede. How about I treat you to a meal?" "Sure, but it must be Chinese cuisine." "All right then. Let us go." Longsan was indifferent to such matters. If there was a chance to dine, he would seize it. After all, old James possessed far greater wealth, and he was merely assisting old James by indulging in the consumption rather than merely seeking free meals. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the Cavaliers' training facility. "All right, gentlemen. I trust everyone had a restful night. Let us commence our warm-up exercises." Under the guidance of Coach Mike Brown, the Cavaliers players, led by old James, embarked upon an exuberant warm-up session. Subsequently, they engaged in various warm-up drills, including shooting and free throws. However, due to the scheduled game in the afternoon, today's training focused on fundamental skills, eschewing any complex drills. This routine continued until lunchtime. At noon, as the morning training concluded, Long was called. "Hey Long, hold on a moment." Just as Longsan was about to join Larry Hughes and the others for a meal, he was called over by Coach Mike Brown. "What's the matter, Coach?" Longsan did not ponder for long and promptly turned around to inquire. Coach Mike Brown did not respond to Longsan's question immediately. Instead, He glanced at his watch before speaking as he walked. Long. It's nothing significant. I merely wanted to ask how you're feeling today. Upon hearing Coach Mike Brown's words, Longsan felt a tinge of confusion. However, he did not dwell on it and confidently replied, I feel fantastic. Coach Mike Brown visibly relaxed at Longsan's response. Well, that's good to hear. Upon hearing Mike Brown's peculiar remarks, Longsan could not help but curiously inquire, Coach, what do you mean by that? Coach Mike Brown, without any reservations, directly laid out his plan for Longsan. Tonight's game will likely require your utmost effort, he stated. Noticing Longsan's hesitation to respond, Coach Brown gestured for him to hold his thoughts for a moment before continuing. You have reviewed the game footage of the Magic, and I trust you can discern the issues within. Therefore, I shall refrain from reiterating them. What I need to convey is that in today's match, I will position you as the focal point of our offense. Consequently, the outcome of this game largely hinges on your performance. After listening to Coach Mike Brown's address, Longsan expressed unwavering confidence, stating, Rest assured, Coach, we will undoubtedly win this game today. As time flowed swiftly, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. At the Cavaliers' home ground, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, fans began to filter into the stands. In the team's locker room, players from both teams had gathered in full. All right, gentlemen. Our strategy for tonight is as follows. We will center our offense around Longsan, focusing on a perimeter three-point shooting approach, avoiding entanglement with the Magic in the paint. Is that understood? Understood. On the Magic's side, Coach Stan Van Gundy was equally engrossed in devising strategies, though his mind was in disarray. He was aware that the Cavaliers would likely revolve their offense around Longsan. His previous analyses of the Cavaliers led him to believe that their interior presence posed little threat to the Magic, potentially becoming a key factor in the Magic's victory. However, the Cavaliers' perimeter shooting, particularly Longsan's elusive three-point ability, was a source of concern for him, a metaphorical sword hanging over the Magic, ready to strike at any moment. As for the Cavaliers' other core player, LeBron James, Van Gundy did not perceive him as a significant challenge for the Magic. He had conducted thorough research and recognized that while LeBron was the Cavaliers' primary star, his three-point shooting was not particularly formidable. Furthermore, when facing the Magic, LeBron would have to contend with the defensive prowess of Dwight Howard and Hito T. RKO Lue in the paint. If LeBron aimed to score by driving to the basket, he would encounter formidable resistance. After all, Howard was regarded as the premier center in the league, and scoring against him was no simple feat. Despite his clear analysis and the near certainty that the Cavaliers' strategy would hinge on Longsan's perimeter shooting, Van Gundy found himself at a loss, as he could not identify anyone on the Magic's roster capable of matching up against Longsan. As the clock approached 5:45, players from both teams began to enter the arena. The Magic's lineup was spearheaded by Hito T. RKO Lue, with Dwight Howard making a grand entrance at the end. Other players included Rashard Lewis, Jameer Nelson, Maurice Evans, Keith Bogans, Kean Dooling, Carlos Arroyo, Brian Dukes, J. Reddick, Adonal Foyle, and Shard Gary. The head coach, Stan Van Gundy, followed suit. The starting lineup for the Magic consisted of point guard Jameer Nelson, shooting guard Maurice Evans, small forward Rashard Lewis, power forward T. RKO Lue, and center Howard. For the Cavaliers, Longsan led the charge, with LeBron James closing the lineup. Other players included Larry Hughes, Wallace, Drew Gooden, Varejao, Damon Jones, Gibson, Ira Nibble, Eric Snow, Dwayne Jones, and David Wesley. The last to appear was Coach Mike Brown. The Cavaliers' starting lineup was as follows: point guard Larry Hughes, shooting guard Longsan, small forward LeBron James, power forward Wallace, and center Varejao. The contrast in the team's lineups revealed the Magic's strength in the interior and weakness on the perimeter, while the Cavaliers exhibited the opposite. This juxtaposition was precisely the focal point of the upcoming match. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the game commenced. During the jump ball, Longsan sensed the Cavaliers' impending defeat without needing to look. As anticipated, the ball was swiftly batted away by Howard before it even descended. Clang! Jameer Nelson seized the ball, marking the Magic's first offensive possession. At 11 minutes and 45 seconds, Maurice Evans disregarded Varejo's defense in the paint, lofting the ball directly to Howard. With minimal effort, Howard pushed Varejao aside, executing a powerful dunk to score the first 2 points for the Magic. In the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Longsan confidently initiated his attack from the baseline. The Magic allowed him considerable space, only stepping up to apply pressure once he crossed half-court, yet their defense lacked intensity. Upon witnessing the lackluster defense of Maurice Evans, Longsan felt a surge of delight within. At 11 minutes and 21 seconds, Longsan, recognizing the opportunity, decided not to indulge him any further. Suddenly, amidst Morris Evans's careless guarding, he launched a swift and unexpected attack. Whoosh! Longsan's long-range three-pointer pierced the hoop, leaving Morris Evans utterly astonished. Although the players of the Magic were taken aback by Longsan's audacious shot, they remained steadfast in their belief that victory belonged to them. At 10 minutes and 58 seconds, Jameer Nelson advanced the ball to the front court, opting not to waste time with the Cavaliers on the perimeter. Instead, he resolutely utilized a screen to seek out Howard in the paint. Larry Hughes, defending him, did not attempt to obstruct the pass into the interior. Adhering to a pre-discussed strategy by the Cavaliers, which accepted the Magic's resolve to play inside. In the next moment, with a swift maneuver, Howard received the pass and executed a powerful layup, effortlessly depositing the ball into the basket. The Magic's offense appeared brutally simple, yet its effectiveness paled in comparison to that of the Cavaliers. After 2 offensive possessions, the Magic could only muster 4 points, while Longsan alone secured 3 points in a single possession. Upon returning, Longsan continued to deny the Magic any opportunities. At 10 minutes and 12 seconds, as Longsan advanced the ball into the front court, Morris Evans immediately closed in. However, Longsan showed no fear, resolutely pushing the ball towards the three-point line. Perhaps it was Longsan's previous unexpected strike that made Morris Evans wary this time. Longsan noticed that Morris Evans had become exceedingly cautious this time. At the slightest hint of any disturbance, he would immediately follow suit and take precautions. Longsan was almost caught off guard by the cunning maneuver of Morris Evans. At 10:06, Longsan astutely recognized Morris Evans' cautious demeanor and executed a sudden change of direction, effortlessly evading him. In the next moment, Longsan swiftly reeled back, leaving Morris Evans utterly unprepared. Without hesitation, he launched the basketball with precision. Swish! The basketball thrown by Longsan soared through the air like a missile equipped with a tracking device, effortlessly finding its way into the hoop. "Damn it!" exclaimed Stan Van Gundy, the head coach of the Magic, unable to contain his frustration as he witnessed Longsan once again shake off his defender to sink a three-pointer. This time, he was a close observer of Longsan's formidable shooting prowess, having previously watched the player only on tape. While he had acknowledged Longsan's accuracy, the impact of witnessing it in person was far more profound. Now, seeing Longsan display such mastery on the court, he couldn't help but question the efficacy of the Magic's game plan for the day. At that moment, the Magic's offense began. The basketball found its way into the hands of Rashard Lewis. However, facing the defense of LeBron James, he found himself in a challenging position. After a few tentative moves, he opted to pass the ball rather than confront LeBron directly. With a swift motion, the ball sailed over LeBron's head, landing perfectly in the hands of Hedo T.R.K.O. Upon receiving the pass, T.R.K.O. did not rush into an attack. Instead, he took a moment to assess Dwight Howard's positioning before proceeding to dribble the ball methodically towards the paint. Meanwhile, Wallace had also noticed T.R.K.O.'s gaze. Seizing the opportunity, he focused his attention on the passing lanes between T.R.K.O. and Howard, hoping to execute a steal. However, he underestimated the situation. T.R.K.O., after a few feints, recognized Wallace's intentions. Thus, taking advantage of Wallace's diverted focus, T.R.K.O. executed a clever misdirection and successfully launched the basketball. Swish! The ball struck the backboard and ricocheted into the net. Fortunately, such inside scoring was still within the Cavaliers' tolerance. Otherwise, Wallace would have been left embarrassed by his own overconfidence. As the game progressed, the clock read 9 minutes and 31 seconds with both teams tied at 6 points. Turning back to the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Longsan once again held the ball. From the outset, Morris Evans clung closely to Longsan, evidently wary of the possibility of an unexpected strike from him as they crossed half-court. Unlike before, he did not wait until Longsan advanced past the midline to initiate his defense. Moreover, Evans made intermittent attempts to disrupt Longsan's rhythm, aiming to provoke an error through irritation. However, they had underestimated Longsan. He remained unfazed by Evans' attempts to interfere, utilizing a screen set by Larry Hughes. Longsan deftly evaded Evans' defense within mere seconds and surged into the front court. Once there, Jameer Nelson, upon seeing his teammate Evans shaken off, did not hesitate to provide immediate support. Upon witnessing this, Longsan refrained from any unnecessary movements, allowing Jameer Nelson to closely defend him. Suddenly, with a feigned intention to shoot, Longsan lured Jameer Nelson into a tight mark, leaving no room for complacency. However, Jameer Nelson's actions inadvertently played into Longsan's strategy. As Longsan charged towards him, a wicked smile immediately crept across his lips. In an instant, Jamil Nelson recognized the deception, realizing he had been ensnared. However, by the time he reacted, it was far too late. Longsan had already maneuvered past him on the left. Just as he intended to swiftly pivot to the right to catch up with Longsan, he discovered that Longsan had breached the three-point line. Bending his knees and raising his wrist in preparation for the shot, by the time he turned around, the basketball had already reached its apex and was beginning its descent. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the ball swished through the net. Beep. After Longsan sank a three-pointer. He was contemplating his return to defense when suddenly the sound of the referee's whistle pierced through the air. As he turned, bewildered, to the officiating referee, he realized that it was merely a timeout whistle, unrelated to him. At that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he remained in the dark about the situation, nonetheless, as long as the whistle was not indicating an issue with his shot, he was content. Longsan felt a sense of relief. It was only when he reached the bench that he realized it was Stan Van Gundy, the head coach of the Magic, who had called a timeout upon sensing the situation was amiss. On the Magic side, Stan Van Gundy was quite distressed. He longed to express his frustration but found himself at a loss. After all, the strategies employed by the Magic were devised by him, and the players executed them impeccably, leaving no room for blame. Consequently, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure, and then addressed his players. Nelson, Evans, do you believe you can contain Longsan? Jameer Nelson and Maurice Evans felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them upon hearing their coach's inquiry. Involuntarily shivering as they muttered under their breath, "Coach, we truly cannot stop him. His three-point shooting is not only accurate but also released with astonishing speed. It seems nearly impossible to contain him." Jameer Nelson's voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually fading into silence. In truth, Stan Van Gundy had recognized Longsan's exceptional three-point prowess from the outset, understanding the player's plight. Nonetheless, hearing Jameer Nelson's tone of self-deprecation caused his expression to darken. After much contemplation, Stan Van Gundy reluctantly suggested, "All right, Nelson, Evans, when you return to the court, if all else fails, employ double-teaming. Do not allow Longsan to shoot. His accuracy from beyond the arc is lethal. We cannot afford to be overwhelmed by his scoring. As for Larry Hughes, if necessary, we will permit him to attempt his three-pointers. I refuse to believe the Cavaliers possess an abundance of sharpshooters." "Understood, Coach." Jameer Nelson and Maurice Evans replied in unison. "Good. As for our offensive strategy, I see no need for adjustments. I believe our offense is more than capable of handling them. Let us maintain our current approach. And if issues arise, we can reassess." However, before Stan Van Gundy could continue, the timeout expired. With 7 minutes and 41 seconds remaining, Jameer Nelson initiated the offensive play. Larry Hughes, as before, pressed up to him, intent on preventing any sudden offensive maneuvers. Yet, Jameer Nelson remained steadfast, diligently executing coach Stan Van Gundy's strategy, determined to exploit the Cavaliers' interior defense. The Cavaliers were equally aware of their own vulnerability in the paint and welcomed the Magic's focus on it. After all, they understood their limitations in defending against the Magic's aggressive plays. At 7 minutes and 33 seconds, Jameer Nelson, disregarding Larry Hughes' intentions, lofted the ball to Dwight Howard in the post. Upon receiving the pass, Howard was unperturbed by the prospect of a double team. In fact, he took a moment to revel in the moment before leaping to attempt a thunderous dunk over Anderson Varejao. However, Varejao, aware of his own limitations against the formidable Howard, wisely sidestepped the impending dunk. Ultimately, Howard was left with no choice but to awkwardly slam the ball into the hoop, releasing his frustration. The resounding force of Howard's dunk reverberated, causing the rim to tremble with a resounding clang. Turning their attention back, the Cavaliers prepared for their offensive possession. Longsan remained blissfully unaware that he was being schemed against by Stan Van Gundy, the head coach of the Magic. He continued to leisurely dribble the basketball forward, oblivious to the unfolding tactics. Although Maurice Evans shadowed him closely, occasionally attempting to disrupt his rhythm, it did little to hinder his swift advancement. However, upon reaching the spot from which he had previously attempted a shot, he suddenly perceived the predicament. Not only was Maurice Evans tightly guarding him, but Jameer Nelson, who had been diligently defending Larry Hughes, was now lurking ominously nearby, poised to converge on him at any moment. It was only then that Longsan grasped the situation. The timeout called by Stan Van Gundy was a calculated maneuver. He had previously pondered the reasoning behind the interruption while both teams were playing effectively. But now the truth dawned upon him. It was a cunning ploy designed to set up a double-team strategy against him. Fortunately, Longsan considered himself to be exceptionally talented. Thus, he felt no trepidation about being double-teamed. He deliberately feigned ignorance of Jameer Nelson's intentions and took another step forward. In an instant, as Longsan made this move, Jameer Nelson swiftly closed in to double-team him, determined not to relent until he had secured possession of the ball. Yet, Longsan had anticipated such a tactic and skillfully thwarted Jameer Nelson's advance. Upon recognizing Jameer Nelson rushing towards him, Longsan immediately devised a clever strategy, hurling the basketball towards the hoop while simultaneously leaning into Nelson's path. In essence, Longsan's intention was to provoke a foul. Indeed, within moments, the resounding clang of the ball hitting the rim coincided with the referee's whistle. The sound of impact and the sharp whistle echoed in unison. Jameer Nelson was utterly unprepared for Longsan's cunning maneuver, falling directly into his trap. His outstretched hand had no time to retract and made a loud slap against Longsan's arm. There was no chance for him to feign ignorance. He could only watch helplessly as the referee called a foul for hitting the arm. Naturally, Longsan's shot did not find the net, but he remained unconcerned about the outcome of his attempt. His primary objective was to draw a foul, rendering the ball's entry irrelevant. Indeed, if this errant throw had miraculously gone in, it would have been an extraordinary twist of fate. Nevertheless, Longsan emerged from this exchange unscathed, having secured 3 free throw opportunities while also placing a foul on Jameer Nelson. Once the referee signaled to the scorer's table, he hastily approached Longsan to commence the free throw process. Longsan, undeterred, shook his shoulders and stepped up to the free throw line. Snap! Snap! Upon receiving the basketball tossed by the referee, Longsan did not immediately release it. Instead, he patted the ball and adjusted his stance several times before bending his knees and raising his wrist to make the shot. Swish! The first free throw was successful. For the second throw, Longsan simply took a deep breath and released the ball once more. Swish! It was another flawless shot. For the final attempt, Longsan made no further adjustments. He caught the ball and threw it without hesitation. Swish! With his rhythm intact, he cleanly sank the last shot as well. With Longsan's 3 successful free throws, the score reached 12-8, extending the Cavaliers' lead to 4 points. The Magic's head coach, Stan Van Gundy, appeared unperturbed, seemingly believing that Longsan had been effectively contained. Turning back to the game, with 6 minutes and 48 seconds remaining, the Magic initiated their offensive play. Jameer Nelson, having recently been outmaneuvered by Longsan, had incurred a foul and was not holding the ball this time. It was Maurice Evans who took charge. As a fellow guard, Evans had no trouble managing the ball. Once he advanced it to the front court, he showed no inclination to attack. Instead, he surveyed the court, seeking an opportunity to pass into the paint. However, under Longsan's defense, his vision and passing lanes were not as straightforward as they had been for Nelson. After a lengthy search for a passing opportunity, it was only when Jameer Nelson hastily came up to set a screen that Evans finally found a moment to release the ball. Initially, Evans aimed to lob the ball to the interior where Dwight Howard awaited. Yet, upon finding a passing opportunity, he discovered Howard and Varejao entangled in a positional battle, rendering a clean reception impossible. Resigned, he opted for a bounce pass to the side, directing the ball to Courtney Lee. Due to Howard's presence drawing attention in the paint, Lee faced minimal defensive pressure. Seizing the moment, he did not hesitate, executing a turnaround jump shot. Bang! However, Lee's shot was slightly overcooked, striking the rim before bouncing back. Fortunately, Howard was there to effortlessly collect the rebound, as if the ball had been intentionally passed to him. After securing the rebound, Howard indulged in a moment of showmanship, following up with a thunderous dunk. To Longsan, it seemed that Howard had struck gold. Not only did he secure 2 points, but he also claimed a rebound, truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. On the sidelines, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown observed this scene with an expression darkening. Having seen bullying in sports before, but never such unabashed audacity, Longsan, while enviously admiring Howard's boldness and scoring, felt no jealousy toward him. It was not that he disapproved of Howard's dominance. Rather, Longsan preferred effortless scoring, akin to his previous 3-point shot, where a simple lift of his hand sufficed. As the game transitioned back to the Cavaliers' offensive possession, Longsan was eager to demonstrate to Howard just how effortlessly he could score, akin to plucking fruit from a tree. However, he soon realized that he had become the focal point of the Magic's defense. Before he could even receive the ball, he found himself marked closely by Jameer Nelson and Maurice Evans, both poised to double-team him and deny him any chance to catch the ball. This bewildered Wallace, who was set to inbound the ball. He sighed in resignation and passed it to Larry Hughes, who was equally perplexed. Larry had no desire to handle the ball. He had come to a realization. Sandwiched between two giants, Longsan and LeBron, why should he labor over that wretched basketball? Wasn't he preferable to coast to victory? Or was he merely restless? Nevertheless, with the ball now in his possession, he could not disappoint his teammates' expectations. Thus, reluctantly, he began to dribble the ball up the court. The Magic showed no intention of obstructing Larry as he advanced. Once he neared the three-point line and prepared to pass, he found himself at a loss as to whom he should throw the ball. According to the Cavaliers' strategy, he was supposed to pass it to Longsan, but he was tightly guarded by Nelson and Evans, leaving him no opportunity for a pass. Meanwhile, LeBron was entangled with Rashard Lewis in the paint, leaving him equally bereft of options. It dawned on him that the Magic's tactic was to provoke him into shooting. Unfortunately for the Magic, their calculations were flawed. Larry Hughes was a starter and certainly no slouch. Upon reaching the three-point line, Larry glanced down to ensure his foot was behind the arc. Satisfied, he wasted no time. With the finesse of a seasoned archer, he released the ball. Swish. Despite the disbelief of the Magic players, the facts were undeniable. They had underestimated Larry Hughes. With a swift motion, he sent the ball soaring through the hoop. With 5 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, the score shifted to 15-10, as the Cavaliers extended their lead to 5 points. Yet, Howard, the indomitable force, was about to remind everyone why he was called the Beast. His subsequent defensive plays and offensive maneuvers left no room for doubt. He first delivered a thunderous dunk over Varejao, thrilling the audience. Then showcased his Defensive Player of the Year prowess with a volleyball-style rejection that sent Wallace's layup crashing away. The Cavaliers' offensive efforts came to naught. Just 4 minutes and 33 seconds later, he soared for another spectacular dunk, causing the spectators to gasp in awe. With that, he narrowed the score to 15-14, reducing the gap to a mere point. More alarmingly, his defensive and offensive flurry had shaken the Cavaliers' morale. In the ensuing plays, Larry Hughes missed an open three-pointer, followed by LeBron's layup that ricocheted off the rim. On the sidelines, Mike Brown was left speechless, unable to fathom how Howard's sudden outburst had ensnared the Cavaliers' offense in turmoil. The previously comfortable lead had evaporated, giving way to an 8-0 run by the Magic. Realizing the urgency, Mike called a timeout to regroup his players. In contrast, Stan Van Gundy, who had earlier worn a stern expression, now beamed with delight as he observed his players. A smile crept across his face, and he devised a plan, since the Magic were doubling Longsan. They would use that to their advantage, allowing him to draw defenders while entrusting the ball to LeBron for execution. Mike Brown, not one to remain idle, began to contemplate adjustments as he seized the opportunity presented by the timeout. "All right, Coach, I understand what needs to be done," he affirmed. Longsan wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. Realizing that Mike Brown's strategy was certainly worth a try, he nodded and spoke up. "Coach Mike Brown." Upon seeing Longsan's nod, refrained from further inquiries, aware that the timeout was limited and that he needed to hasten his words. He continued, "LeBron, you will be the one to orchestrate the offense next. If they persist in double-teaming Longsan, I am confident that against a Magic team with one less defender, you will have ample opportunities to send the ball through the hoop." LeBron, unwavering, replied, "Yes, I understand." "Good, that puts my mind at ease," Coach Mike Brown murmured, feeling a surge of relief at LeBron's resolute response. He glanced at the clock, noting that there were still several seconds left, and continued, "Larry Hughes, Wallace, Varejao, be mindful to create space. Strive to prevent the interior defense from becoming too congested. And Larry Hughes, be decisive with your shot. Even if you miss, it is of no consequence." Just as Coach Mike Brown intended to elaborate further, the timeout concluded, leaving him without the opportunity to convey his additional thoughts as the players returned to the court. As the game resumed, Wallace wasted no time in passing the ball to LeBron. Upon advancing with the ball, LeBron noticed that his defender, Rashard Lewis, appeared momentarily disoriented and unprepared. Seizing the opportunity, LeBron made a powerful stride past Lewis and executed a jump shot that caught the Magic off guard. Swish. LeBron's sudden onslaught took the Magic by surprise, leaving them helpless as they watched him score. Regaining their composure, the Magic players hastily retrieved the ball and launched it forward without hesitation. With a resounding clap, Jameer Nelson maneuvered the basketball up the court. Having not participated in the offense for several plays, Longsan took advantage of the moment to recuperate his stamina. Observing Jameer Nelson and Maurice Evans, he felt a surge of irritation towards the duo, his mind racing with calculations. Just then, he spotted Jameer Nelson advancing with the ball. Upon observing Jameer Nelson controlling the ball, Longsan was suddenly struck by a bold idea. since the Magic did not permit him to launch an offensive. He would ensure that the Magic experienced discomfort as well. With this thought in mind, Longsan remained composed, meticulously scrutinizing Jameer Nelson's dribbling movements, seeking to uncover any potential weaknesses. 3 minutes and 27 seconds remained, as Longsan inadvertently caught Jameer Nelson's gaze. He turned to find Howard communicating with him through subtle gestures. Witnessing this interaction, Longsan chose not to make a scene, instead meticulously monitoring Jameer Nelson's dribbling rhythm. In the next instant, an opportunity presented itself. Observing Jameer Nelson's movement, Longsan swiftly positioned himself in the trajectory of the pass, with a decisive slap. His instincts proved correct. Jameer Nelson's momentary hesitation while passing allowed Longsan to seize the moment and successfully execute the steal. Without a moment's hesitation, Longsan darted away like a rabbit. The players of the Magic were left in stunned disbelief, realizing they were utterly unable to keep pace with Longsan's swift movements. Whoosh! Longsan is certainly not a virtuous individual. Confronted with such an opportunity, he would undoubtedly seize the chance to score 3 points. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he executed a sudden stop just a step beyond the three-point line and released the basketball. Although Longsan's three-pointer following the steal was indeed explosive, it failed to capture the attention of the Magic team. They regarded his steal merely as a stroke of luck, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, believing it was simply a fortunate coincidence for Longsan. Naturally, he was quite pleased with their perception. Consequently, after the ball swished through the net, he did not linger and promptly retreated to prepare for Jameer Nelson's offensive advance. With 3 minutes and 3 seconds remaining, Jameer Nelson once again brought the ball up the court. Longsan merely smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth curving upward, revealing no signs of weakness. He was waiting for Jameer Nelson. At 2 minutes and 54 seconds, Jameer Nelson once again fell into Longsan's trap. This time, he intended to pass the basketball to the center, Howard. However, distracted by Larry Hughes beside him, he failed to notice Longsan. This oversight provided Longsan with the opportunity he had been anticipating. Observing Nelson's sudden pause, he discerned that a pass was imminent. Furthermore, having previously glanced at the positions of Howard and Turkoglu in the paint, he was well aware of their locations. Longsan swiftly eliminated Teague from consideration, as his position was far from ideal. Given Howard's depth and position, Longsan deduced that Jameer Nelson would undoubtedly opt for a lob pass. Consequently, he approached just as Nelson paused to dribble, seizing the basketball at the precise moment it left Nelson's hands. Bang! As Longsan seized the basketball, Jameer Nelson was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Longsan had suddenly materialized beside him. He was even more perplexed by how Longsan had, like a wraith, effortlessly intercepted the basketball he had just passed. Regrettably, Longsan had no intention of providing an explanation. Upon seizing the basketball, Longsan did not hesitate in the slightest. As he descended, he propelled himself forward with the ball in hand. The formula remained unchanged, the flavor unmistakable. Swish! Once again, Longsan executed a flawless shot from just beyond the three-point line, sending the basketball soaring into the net. This left Stan Van Gundy, the head coach of the Magic, utterly bewildered, prompting him to call for a timeout without hesitation. He could no longer dismiss Longsan's steals as mere happenstance. Confounded by the situation that allowed Longsan to seize the opportunity, he knew he had to call the timeout. As Jameer Nelson stepped off the court, Stan could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Nelson, what transpired? How did that player from Huaxia anticipate your shooting timing?" Jameer Nelson, equally perplexed, could only mutter awkwardly, "Coach, I truly have no idea. I didn't even see him as I released the ball, yet somehow, he appeared right after my shot." Understanding the sincerity in Nelson's demeanor, Stan let out a resigned sigh and replied, "Well, it seems we have no choice. If things continue like this, Nelson, it might be best for you to refrain from handling the ball for a while. Let Evans take over and see how it goes." "I understand, Coach," Jameer Nelson conceded, recognizing that Stan's suggestion was prudent until they could decipher how Longsan managed to intercept his pass. Though he noticed Nelson's spirits had dipped, Stan was constrained by his own responsibilities. He could not neglect the team's performance for the sake of one player's feelings. Thus, he reluctantly prioritized the team's strategy over individual concerns. On the other side, Coach Mike Brown of the Cavaliers witnessed his team, under Longsan's leadership, unleash an impressive 8-0 run against the Magic after the timeout. Not only had they erased their earlier deficit, but they had also surged ahead by 4 points. A development that brought him considerable satisfaction, especially following Longsan's two remarkable steals and the subsequent three-pointer that invigorated the Cavaliers' spirit. Consequently, upon returning from the timeout, Coach Brown refrained from making extensive adjustments. He simply allowed Longsan and his teammates to rest and hydrate, offering only a few words of encouragement. Just as he intended to elaborate further, the sharp sound of the referee's whistle interrupted him. With the whistle's echo, both teams returned to the court. Time was running short in the quarter, yet neither coach showed any inclination to substitute players. This led to a scene where both teams' starting lineups found themselves on the floor with just 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The Magic initiated the offense. Having learned from the recent experience, Jameer Nelson refrained from handling the ball. Instead, he sprinted to the front court, awaiting Morris Evans to advance with the ball. Longsan was indifferent to whether Jameer Nelson had the ball. He understood well that he could not succeed in stealing the ball every time. After all, players capable of competing in the NBA are hardly foolish enough to allow repeated thefts. At 2 minutes and 24 seconds, under Longsan's interference, Maurice Evans successfully brought the basketball across half-court. Once past the halfway line, Maurice Evans felt a sense of trepidation facing Longsan's defense. He dared not hold onto the ball for too long, and soon passed it away. The ball swiftly found its way into Jameer Nelson's hands. Upon receiving the basketball, Jameer's expression darkened. He was genuinely reluctant to handle this hot potato, so after receiving the ball, he cautiously assessed Longsan's position. Only after confirming that Longsan was sufficiently distant did he feel a slight sense of relief, yet he still dared not linger with the ball. Spotting Rashard Lewis with an open passing lane, he hastily passed the ball, regardless of the quality of the position. Whoosh! Rashard Lewis, upon receiving the basketball, was momentarily bewildered. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he managed to process the ball with experience. After a few feints, he successfully shot the ball. Swish! Although the process was somewhat tumultuous, the basketball ultimately nestled safely into the net. In the ensuing possessions, nothing extraordinary occurred as both teams exchanged offensive plays with vigor. Beep! Bang! With Howard's buzzer beater attempt failing, the first quarter concluded, leaving the score at 32-28, with the Cavaliers leading the Magic by 4 points. To Stan Van Gundy's astonishment, even after deploying the long-forgotten double-team strategy, the Magic still could not gain any advantage over the Cavaliers. After comparing the statistical data from the first quarter, Stan Van Gundy was rendered speechless. He found it difficult to describe the current scenario. Statistically, while the Magic dominated in terms of rebounds in the paint, they were thoroughly outclassed by the Cavaliers from beyond the arc. The Magic had attempted 3 three-pointers in the first quarter, shockingly failing to make a single one. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers had launched 9 three-pointers, successfully sinking 7 of them, boasting an astonishing three-point shooting percentage of 78. This was indeed a startling revelation, even for the typically composed Stan Van Gundy, who was taken aback by the Cavaliers' remarkable shooting prowess. He found himself in disbelief, never anticipating such a formidable display from the Cavaliers, leading him to question his own assessments. Beep! Time flew by, and the referee, glancing at the clock, decisively blew the whistle to signal the start of the second quarter. The players of both teams wasted no time. Upon hearing the whistle, they sprang into action without hesitation. Under the watchful guidance of their head coaches, the bench players began to enter the game one after another. As the Cavaliers prepared to initiate their first offensive play, Gibson brought the ball across half-court, opting not to be greedy. Seizing the moment, he passed the basketball to Damon Jones. At 11:44, after shaking off his defender, Damon Jones wasted no time and executed a quick pull-up jumper, launching a 2-point shot. Swish! Without much surprise, the basketball found its mark flawlessly, swishing through the net. Fortunately, this time, Damon Jones scored a long 2 rather than a 3, or else Stan Van Gundy might have been infuriated. Turning back to the Magic's offensive possession. At 11:21, Kenyon Dilling pushed the ball forward, suddenly attempting a pull-up jumper as Gibson lost focus. Bang! Kenyon Dilling aimed to catch the Cavaliers off guard, but his eagerness led him to miss the opportunity. As the ball left his hands, he realized it was short, yet it was too late. He could only watch as the basketball clanged off the rim. The ball ricocheted back, much to the bewilderment of everyone present. Thud! Drew Gooden, quick on his feet, snatched the ball from the chaotic aftermath. It was only at this moment that the players on the court reacted and began to move. On the Cavaliers' side, as Gibson saw his teammate Drew Gooden secure the rebound, he felt a surge of joy but remained cautious, rushing forward to retrieve the ball. At 10:58, Gibson, having advanced the ball, conducted a few probing dribbles but found no suitable shooting opportunity. Consequently, he opted to pass the ball out. Upon receiving the pass, Damon Jones initially contemplated taking another shot. However, upon glancing at the dwindling shot clock, he quickly abandoned that thought and, feeling the urgency, hastily launched a shot after a few feints. Bang! Unsurprisingly, such a hurried and uncertain attempt had slim chances of success. The first possibility was for someone like Longsan, who possessed extraordinary abilities. For them, extraordinary feats were commonplace. The second possibility involved players with exceptional skill and luck, occasionally making miraculous shots. However, Damon Jones clearly did not belong to either category, nor did he possess the fortune to make such miraculous shots without relying on skill. Thus, it was entirely expected that his shot would not find the basket. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and instead of being claimed by his teammates, it was seized by the Magic's O'Donnell Foyle, who secured it confidently. With the rebound claimed by the Magic, the Cavaliers naturally lost their offensive opportunity. As the Magic gained possession, they were poised to initiate a counterattack. Aware of the potential threat from the Cavaliers attempting to intercept the ball from O'Donnell Foyle, Kenyon Dooling rushed forward to take the basketball from Foyle, safeguarding it to prevent any interception. Once Kenyon Dooling had possession, he began to orchestrate the Magic's counterattack. At 10:36, both teams found themselves in the Magic's south half of the court. Due to their prior inability to find openings, Kenyon Dooling called for a pick-and-roll strategy, coordinating with O'Donnell Foyle to successfully penetrate the interior. Swish! Upon entering the paint, Kenyon Dooling exhibited little hesitation. Before Drew Gooden of the Cavaliers could mount a defense, he executed a delicate floater, sending the basketball soaring towards the hoop. Swish! The ball grazed the rim before gracefully settling into the net. However, in the ensuing series of plays, both the Cavaliers and the Magic found themselves entangled in a disheartening display of ineptitude. Initially, both teams began to miss shots with alarming frequency. Within a mere 2 minutes, their bench players collectively committed 6 turnovers. It was as if the sport of basketball had been transformed into a farcical rendition of soccer. A particularly bewildering moment arose when the errors piled up so rapidly that even the referees struggled to blow their whistles in time. With 8 minutes and 27 seconds remaining, the head coaches of both teams, unable to bear witness to the chaos any longer, hurriedly called for a timeout, eager to reinstate their starting lineups, despite the fact that the benches had only been on the court for just over 3 minutes. The combined scoring from both teams amounted to a lamentable total of only 9 points. Consequently, when the primary players finally took the floor, the score remained stagnant at 36-33. Astonishingly, during that brief span of time, the bench players not only racked up 6 turnovers but also committed 5 fouls. As Dooling stepped onto the court, he was immediately met with a timid advance from Maurice Evans. Longsan observed the determined expression on his opponent's face, indicating a fierce resolve to engage him in a relentless contest. However, Longsan remained unfazed. Maurice Evans' antics were merely an attempt to irritate him. As soon as Wallace passed the basketball to Larry Hughes, Longsan ignored Morris's interference and began his solitary sprint towards the Cavaliers' half of the court. This movement immediately caught the attention of Jameer Nelson, who had initially intended to mark Larry Hughes, given the ball was in his possession. Yet, upon seeing Longsan lead Maurice towards the three-point line, he hesitated. His concern was that Larry Hughes might exploit his moment of distraction to swiftly pass the ball to Longsan. He feared that if that occurred, he would face considerable trouble, as Longsan would likely seize the opportunity to shoot without granting him a chance to recover defensively. At precisely 8 minutes and 12 seconds, Larry Hughes discerned Jameer Nelson's indecisiveness. Without a moment's pause, he quickly devised a countermeasure. He feigned a pass to Longsan, intending to deceive Nelson. Observing Nelson's reaction, Hughes planned his next move accordingly. Nelson, indeed, fell for the ruse, interpreting Hughes' gesture as an imminent pass to Longsan. Consequently, he instinctively began to shift towards Longsan, entirely oblivious to Hughes' true intentions or the risk that Hughes might outmaneuver him. Larry Hughes, recognizing Nelson's movement, proceeded with his own strategy. Anticipating that Nelson would neglect him to double-team Longsan, he cautiously advanced with the ball into the paint before calmly executing a shot before an audience of spectators. Swish! Larry Hughes did not disappoint his team. He seized the moment and delivered a precise long-range shot that found the net. This maneuver left Jameer Nelson momentarily stunned and perplexed, as he had never expected to receive a lesson from the seemingly inconspicuous Larry Hughes. Only when the Magic initiated the baseline play and Maurice Evans began to advance the ball did Nelson manage to regain his composure and reposition himself. Initially, Evans failed to notice his teammate's state of confusion. He had intended to pass the ball to Nelson for a quick transition but realized that Nelson was unresponsive and oblivious to his signals. After a brief moment, Nelson finally reacted, but instead of moving towards the ball, he began to run aimlessly, leaving Evans bewildered regarding his teammate's intentions. Fortunately, just moments later, Evans identified a new target, the formidable center, Howard, who had established a prime position against Ferrejo and awaited a pass. Although Evans recognized Howard's advantageous position and his request for the ball, he hesitated for 2 seconds, ensuring that Longsan remained oblivious to his intentions. Only then did he loft the basketball into the paint. Swish! Howard received the ball and executed a powerful dunk with no unnecessary movements, venting his pent-up frustrations. Witnessing Howard's effortless display of athleticism, the Cavaliers players felt utterly powerless. It was not that they lacked the desire to halt Howard's impressive feat, but rather that none possessed the capability to do so. Fortunately, despite Howard's flamboyant display, it did not significantly impact the Cavaliers. The game continued with 7 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the Cavaliers' offensive possession. Longsan finally discovered the opportune moment to shoot, skillfully maneuvering past the defenses of Jamil Nelson and Maurice Evans. This was made possible by his previous off-ball screen with LeBron, which allowed him to successfully shake off his defender and position himself at the three-point line in the corner. At this precise moment, the ball handler Larry Hughes exhibited remarkable foresight. As Longsan reached the corner, the basketball was swiftly delivered to him, almost as if Hughes had anticipated his movement. Consequently, as Longsan received the ball, his defenders were caught off guard, with even Maurice Evans, who had been persistently shadowing him, lagging slightly behind. Seizing the opportunity, Longsan acted without hesitation. The moment the ball was in his hands, he executed a seamless motion, bending his knees and lifting his wrist, releasing the basketball with precision and confidence. The basketball thrown by Longsan soared through the air like a cannonball, swiftly propelled with a resounding bayou. Without a hint of suspense, it confidently found its mark in the hoop. Even Stan Van Gundy, observing from the sidelines, was taken aback, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. He had deployed 2 defenders against Longsan, yet the latter still managed to seize the opportunity to sink a three-pointer. What further unsettled Van Gundy was that not only Longsan, but also the usually inaccurate LeBron, had successfully landed a three-point shot. With 6 minutes and 33 seconds remaining, after the Magic's offense had scored, LeBron suddenly altered his initial strategy with a surprise attack. Receiving the ball in the backcourt, he accelerated past his defender and, just beyond the three-point line, executed a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot. Initially, the Magic players, including head coach Stan Van Gundy, dismissed LeBron's seemingly reckless three-pointer, even rushing toward the paint to collect the rebound. However, in the next instant, they were left in disbelief as LeBron's shot, akin to a guided missile, flew directly toward the basket. Swish! The ball swished through the net, landing with an air of mockery, as if taunting their ignorance. Unbeknownst to them, the subsequent counterattack by the Magic resulted in a missed shot, allowing the Cavaliers to extend their lead to 10 points. With their advantage now standing at 10, the score read 49-39. However, due to the previous frequent errors made by both teams' bench players, the first half of the match was quickly drawing to a close. Witnessing the widening gap of 10 points, Stan Van Gundy could not afford to sit idly by or concede defeat. Without hesitation, he called a timeout during the next dead ball to adjust his strategy. In contrast, Coach Mike Brown of the Cavaliers appeared quite relaxed. Given his team's commanding lead and their comparable strength to the Magic, he felt no need for alarm. Additionally, he believed his players were performing admirably, leaving no room for adjustments. Thus, he remained at ease. The Cavaliers players, confident in their substantial lead, also relaxed, while the Magic players, feeling abandoned by the sudden shift in score, were deeply affected. They struggled to comprehend how they had fallen behind despite having been competitive throughout the game. Even though they had scored, they were now inexplicably trailing the Cavaliers by 10 points, a reality that left them questioning their very existence and dampened their morale. Consequently, the Magic's confidence and enthusiasm waned, leading to increased instability in their performance. Less than 3 minutes after the timeout, they were hit by an 8-2 run from the Cavaliers, further complicating their predicament. Stan Van Gundy, realizing the gravity of the situation, called 2 more timeouts in vain to remedy the situation. Ultimately, he resigned to letting the game unfold freely, as the Cavaliers ended the first half with a significant 60-44 lead, ahead by 16 points. During halftime, the atmosphere on the Cavaliers' side was filled with laughter and camaraderie due to their lead. While the Magic's mood was markedly different, each player exuding a sense of despondency, even sighing in conversation. Notably, even the usually composed Stan Van Gundy began to question his strategies. This peculiar atmosphere within the Magic persisted, with no one to provide guidance. As they returned for the second half, with the referee's whistle signaling the start of the third quarter, the two teams resumed play, despite the Magic's unsettling ambience. The undeterred Stan Van Gundy did not relinquish his last glimmer of hope for victory. He sent out his full-strength lineup to challenge the Cavaliers, aiming to reclaim the victory from their grasp. Though unaware of Van Gundy's intentions, Coach Mike Brown was resolute in deploying his starters until he witnessed the Magic's surrender. As Longsan and his teammates took the court, they quickly sensed the Magic's lack of focus and relaxation. Without overthinking, they initiated their offensive play as Wallace passed the ball to Longsan, who began to maneuver into position. As Longsan received the basketball, he acted without hesitation and launched into a drive, seizing the moment when his defender, Morris Evans, was caught off guard, and with Jameer Nelson, who had been providing help defense, lagging behind, he executed a swift change of direction that created space between himself and Evans. Suddenly, he halted and unleashed a jump shot, sending the ball soaring. This unexpected maneuver left Morris Evans utterly helpless, who could do nothing but watch as Longsan release the basketball. Swish. Not only Longsan, but all players on the court, along with the spectators, instinctively believed that this three-point shot would find its mark. Indeed, it did not disappoint. Longsan's shot cleanly swished through the hoop. In contrast, the players from the Magic appeared to have lost their spirit, their gameplay devolving into chaos. At 10 minutes and 55 seconds, after several attempts, Howard managed to finally score for the Magic. However, the Cavaliers proved to be a formidable opponent. LeBron's sudden surge delivered a crushing blow to the faltering Magic, sending them further into despair. In the ensuing plays, LeBron dominated with both drives and shots, effortlessly scoring from beyond the arc and within, completely disregarding Lewis's defense. Though the Magic occasionally retaliated with a few two-pointers, the tides shifted dramatically. As the third quarter approached the 5-minute and 13-second mark, the gap between the two teams became glaringly evident, with the Cavaliers' lead ballooning towards 30 points. The disparity in strength between the two teams was unmistakable. Despite Stan Van Gundy's multiple timeouts to recalibrate, the outcome remained unchanged. At 4 minutes and 41 seconds, with LeBron's graceful turnaround jumper finding its target, the Cavaliers officially surpassed a 30-point lead over the Magic. It was clear to all that the Magic's chances had evaporated, and their struggles were rendered futile. The prospect of a comeback seemed increasingly insurmountable. Bang! At 3 minutes and 58 seconds, with the Magic's attempt clanging off the rim, and Varejao securing the rebound, it was safe to declare the Magic's defeat imminent, leaving them with only a theoretical chance of recovery. Observing this, Cavaliers coach Mike Brown did not hesitate. He swiftly called a timeout to substitute out his starters. On the other hand, the Magic did not immediately pull their main players from the game. Stan Van Gundy allowed Howard and the others to remain on the court for 3 or 4 more possessions. When the clock showed 2 minutes and 7 seconds, and seeing the score gap still hovering around 25 to 26 points without any notable effect, Van Gundy finally conceded defeat, calling a timeout to replace Howard and the others. It was only at this point that the game truly entered garbage time for both teams. The remaining time became a practice session, a rare opportunity for both squads to hone their skills. Old man, what did you think of today's game? As Longsan observed that the match between the two teams had reached a point of inevitability, with even the head coaches signaling the end of their efforts, he realized that the game had lost all significance, especially as it had entered the final quarter. Consequently, he felt no inclination to pay further attention, seeking amusement instead. He turned to engage in light conversation with the elder James beside him. The elder James, too, displayed a clear disinterest in the lackluster substitute lineups and the unremarkable spectacle unfolding before them. Upon hearing Longsan's remarks, his interest was piqued, and he promptly turned to Longsan, initiating a casual dialogue. Long, how should I interpret your words? Upon hearing the tone in old Jean's voice, Longsan glanced back at him and noticed that he did not appear to be feigning ignorance. Rather, he seemed genuinely perplexed by Longsan's intent. Consequently, without further contemplation, he began to elucidate. Old man, is my statement truly so difficult to comprehend? I merely inquired whether you had enjoyed yourself today and sought a topic for casual conversation. Is that so hard to grasp? One might say that Longsan's words were remarkably straightforward. It is likely that even a fool could discern the meaning behind them. Moreover, old Jean is an astute individual, not lacking in intellect, and upon hearing Longsan's clarification, he immediately grasped the implication. Therefore, without any hesitation, he promptly responded, "Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. Let me tell you, Long, had it not been for the overwhelming congestion in the interior of the Magic team's lineup today, I would have genuinely wished to penetrate their defense a few more times. So, does that mean you have not yet fully enjoyed yourself?" Upon encountering the elderly Mr. Jean, Longsan's demeanor shifted dramatically, adopting a rather verbose tone, coupled with a demeanor that suggested he was hesitant to speak further. This behavior irked Longsan, prompting him to candidly articulate Jean's sentiments. Mr. Jean, recognizing Longsan's forthrightness, bore no ill will. However, he remained perplexed by Longsan's intentions. Consequently, he cast a bemused glance in Longsan's direction before murmuring softly, "My friend, how can one express such thoughts so bluntly? If others overhear, they might misconstrue our words as disdain for the Magic's lack of prowess." Suddenly, Longsan found merit in old James's words. After all, the current atmosphere was certainly not suitable for such discussions. However, before Longsan could shift the topic to continue their conversation, the final whistle of the match resonated throughout the arena. In that moment, he no longer needed to seek a subject for dialogue. Yet, old James seemed to comprehend that Longsan had something to convey, as he noticed Longsan's hesitant demeanor. Instantly, he grasped Longsan's implication but recognized that now was not the time for conversation due to the conclusion of the match. Therefore, he gently patted Longsan on the shoulder, signaling his understanding and reassuring him. Only then did he rise to gaze towards the court, preparing to welcome the triumphant return of the Cavaliers' bench players. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding the Cavaliers, the mood on the Magic's side was decidedly bleak. Of course, Stan Van Gundy understood that given the team's defeat, the players' despondency was somewhat expected. However, he had not anticipated that. Despite believing the Magic could at least hold their own against the Cavaliers, the reality was far more lopsided than he had imagined. He was taken aback to discover that the outcome had been determined merely by the third quarter. At that moment, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Is this season's Magic destined to repeat its past failures? Or are the Cavaliers to reign supreme in the East?" After contemplating, he cast a meaningful glance towards the jubilant Cavaliers, seemingly seeking insights from their celebration. "Shall we leave?" observed Howard, noticing Stan Van Gundy still staring blankly at the jubilant Cavaliers. Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he dismissed it and called out to Stan. Only upon hearing Howard's voice did Stan snap back to reality. He hastily masked his embarrassment and replied, "All right, let us go," before following Howard out of the players' tunnel, expressionless as they departed the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Meanwhile, after the Cavaliers concluded their jubilant celebrations, they exited the arena with great enthusiasm. With their recent victory of 102-79 against the Magic, the Cavaliers extended their winning streak to 9 games. Initially, everyone anticipated that this clash between the Cavaliers and Magic would be thrilling. However, no one expected the Magic, having started the match competitively, to be swept away by a surge from the Cavaliers in the third quarter. As he reviewed the match statistics, the Cavaliers, Longsan played for a total of 29 minutes and 36 seconds, achieving an impressive shooting record of 12 out of 15 attempts, including 7 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and completing all 4 of his free throws. He amassed the highest score of the team with 35 points, along with 6 rebounds, 6 assists, and 5 steals. Meanwhile, Lao Zhan participated for 30 minutes and 12 seconds, shooting 11 out of 13, with 2 out of 3 from three-point range and 2 out of 3 from the free throw line, contributing 26 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, and 1 steal, marking him as the second highest scorer for the team. On the other side, Larry Hughes scored 15 points with 5 assists, while Wallace recorded 6 points and 9 rebounds. And Varejao contributed 4 points and 7 rebounds. For the Orlando Magic, their undisputed leader, Howard, played for 36 minutes and 27 seconds, making 17 out of 22 shots and converting 4 out of 6 free throws, resulting in a staggering 37 points and 18 rebounds. Unfortunately, despite his remarkable double-double, he could not lead his team to victory. Another key player for the Magic, Kotagru, logged 37 minutes and 22 seconds, shooting 6 out of 9 and hitting 2 out of 3 from the free throw line, tallying 14 points and 14 rebounds. From both the statistical and visual perspectives of the game, it is evident that the Cavaliers' interior players were thoroughly outplayed by the Magic. Had the Cavaliers not secured a decisive victory, the fans might have unleashed their frustrations on the Cavaliers' frontcourt. Following the conclusion of the game against the Magic, The external evaluations of the Cavaliers have notably improved. Prior to this match, some media skeptics had mockingly suggested that had the Cavaliers faced a formidable inside team like the Magic earlier, they would have been exposed for their weaknesses. However, the final outcome of the game served as a stark rebuttal to their claims. As a result of the Cavaliers' seamless victory over the Magic, nearly two-thirds of North American media outlets promptly included the Cavaliers in their discussions regarding potential finalists. Some commentators even began to extol the Cavaliers, boldly asserting that this year's Rookie of the Year title had already been claimed by Longsan. However, what truly astonished many was that in the latest MVP rankings released by the NBA, Longsan was positioned second. This is not without merit, as by November 16th, Longsan was averaging an astounding 44. 3 points, 7. 2 rebounds, 7. 8 assists, 2. 6 steals, and 1. 8 blocks per game. A statistical performance that stands unparalleled in the entire NBA. Nonetheless, being a rookie, and with Laojian also in the mix for votes, Longsan humbly believed that had his statistics not been so exceptional, he might not have even made it onto the MVP list. The player at the top of the MVP rankings, surpassing all others, is none other than the Lakers star, Kobe Bryant. Thus far this season, Kobe has averaged 28. 7 points, 6. 6 rebounds, 3. 5 assists, 2. 1 steals, and 0. 1 blocks per game. The Lakers currently hold a record of 6 wins and 4 losses, placing them second in the Western Conference and fifth in the league overall. Comparatively, Kobe's statistics pale against those of Longsan, both in terms of team performance and individual achievements. Yet Kobe remains the most sought-after superstar in the NBA, heavily promoted by the league itself. Additionally, with Laojian on the Cavaliers, it is entirely justifiable to see Kobe ranked first in the MVP race. Laojian also secured a place on the MVP list, ranking respectably with averages of 29, 4 points, 9, 5 rebounds, 8, 5 assists, 1, 5 steals, and 1, 2 blocks this season, placing him 4th overall. The third position is held by Howard, who recently faced defeat against the Cavaliers, averaging 25, 6 points, 14, 2 rebounds, and 3 blocks while leading the Magic to a 7-2 record, placing them second in the Eastern Conference and second overall in the league. While Longsan's statistics are undeniably more explosive, the presence of 2 Cavaliers players on the list explains why he did not top the rankings. The reason for Kobe Bryant's dominance over all others remains a mystery to Longsan. As for the trivial matter of the Rookie of the Year rankings, Longsan exhibits little interest. His aspirations lie in conquering the NBA and promoting Chinese culture within the league, making the notion of acquiring inconsequential rookie awards utterly irrelevant to him. Notably, under his influence, even Laojian, a future face of the NBA, has begun learning Chinese, often using colloquial expressions. Longsan's impact extends to all his teammates, sparking their interest in Chinese culture, and many have eagerly sought his guidance in learning the language. Currently, dozens of Cavaliers players, inspired by Longsan, have embarked on their journey to learn Chinese, and it is rare to find anyone who cannot utter a few Chinese phrases. Of course, in the presence of Longsan, their attempts at the language are far from perfect. However, given the complexities of the Chinese language, it is understandable that they struggle to grasp it immediately. Thus, Longsan's mission remains a formidable undertaking. On November 16th, with the Cavaliers set to play at home and having another game the following day, Coach Mike Brown granted the players a morning off, allowing those who had just played to recuperate adequately. He understands that players are human and can experience fatigue, and insufficient rest could adversely affect their performance in future games. This thoughtful arrangement reflects Coach Brown's awareness of the players' needs. However, for Longsan, who possesses extraordinary abilities, rest is not a necessity. Yet he intends to forego this rare opportunity for rest to focus on enhancing his strength through rigorous training. As for the reason behind his dedication to weightlifting, Longsan's perspective is quite straightforward. Without a girlfriend, what else is there for him to engage in? In contrast, the other players of the Cavaliers do not share Longsan's fervor. They are not individuals like him, who possess an unwavering drive and seem oblivious to fatigue. They are mere mortals, susceptible to exhaustion, and their singular desire at this moment is to seek slumber. Consequently, within the expansive training facility of the Cavaliers, Longsan finds himself alone, diligently lifting weights. It is not until after lunch that LeBron finally enters the room. Upon his arrival, he spots Longsan, drenched in sweat, reclining nearby to rest. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaims, "Goodness, my friend, you are truly pushing yourself to the limit. Are you not afraid of collapsing from exhaustion? Upon hearing Lao Zhan's words, Longsan swiftly rose from the ground, casting an impish glance at Lao Zhan and exclaimed, "What the devil? Old man, how do you speak? Can we not coexist harmoniously?" Lao Zhan, amused by Longsan's remark, responded in his own imperfect Mandarin, "What the devil? My friend, what are you saying? Alas, what a misfortune." Longsan truly did not expect that old Zhan, despite his age, had failed to grasp the profound and extensive nuances of the Chinese language, instead only acquiring a handful of crude expressions. In the end, Longsan was indeed intimidated by the jumbled phrases of the old man LeBron, ultimately choosing to disregard him. He shifted the conversation and inquired, "Old man, I have yet to ask you, what brings you here so early?" Upon hearing Longsan's remark, LeBron was left speechless, suspecting that Longsan was mocking him. Consequently, he retorted with some irritation, "My friend, how can you say such a thing? After all, you arrived here before me. Why question my early presence?" Upon hearing old Zhan's inquiry, Longsan responded without a moment's hesitation, "Well, old man, I am, of course, here for training. What else would I be here for, to play?" Old Zhan glanced at Longsan and replied, "My friend, if you're able to train, then why should I not be able to as well?" "Very well." Longsan finally pursed his lips and ceased his conversation with the elderly Zhan.